One ordinary evening, the city's residents were returning home after a hard day's work. Traffic jams formed on the city's roads, causing a large amount of traffic to accumulate. The hero rode his motorcycle at high speed because he wanted to get home as quickly as possible. The young man was lucky that he didn't have to sit in traffic jams, as the traffic lights were always green. The boy didn't understand why he couldn't use his superpowers in real life while riding a motorcycle. But despite these circumstances, the young man confidently continued moving towards his goal. The city's roads were becoming increasingly congested, but the traffic lights remained green, allowing drivers to move without stopping. On the same day, but already from the very morning, entrance exams to the school for people with superpowers were held, and before that, a written test was conducted. One of the organizers who conducted the school entrance exam explained that there were only 5 levels of superpowers, such as White Dust, Blue Spirit, Purple Soul, Royal Blood, and Holy Demon. The hero was determined and confident in his control because he knew what he was doing. His girlfriend was also present at the exam and wished him good luck, and also supported him in passing one of the points of the entrance exam. The exam organizer further explained that their school accepts people with the Blue Spirit level and above, and added that the highest level is White Dust. The young man stood next to the ball and realized that the White Dust did not suit him, and this also surprised him. He didn't understand if the Blue Spirit level was suitable for him, but he didn't have that level either, and he was surprised by what he saw. During the exam, everyone noticed one of the participants and was surprised that he had a Purple Soul level. The participant who discovered that he had a Purple Soul level was very happy, and the spectators who stood and watched the selection were surprised at how happy he was with his level. Several young people standing in the crowd started talking about Ming-He, saying that he was the only one at the White Dust level, and they also thought that he didn't have any superpowers. The protagonist recalled being told to stop trying to become a superhuman. What are these superpowers for if they can't be used? And was also asked if he was lucky with his White Dust level and if it wouldn't be better to go work in a factory. A group of boys ridiculed a young man for daring to confess his love to the most beautiful girl in school by taking a purple bath. The girl he proposed to was shocked by such ridicule, but tried not to show that she didn't like it. That same evening, while riding his motorcycle at high speed, the guy wished himself good luck as he was on a road with a lot of vehicles. On the road, when the traffic light turned green, he decided to make a sharp right turn, but a truck was driving from that direction and a collision almost occurred. As he continued to move, the young man did not understand why he could not use his power and considered it unnecessary, and also that it was intended for people and needed to be improved. He also didn't understand how one could survive a fight with a monster, capable of destroying an entire building without using his superpowers. The man confidently drove further and further, regardless of the speed, and also thought about his superpowers, what to do with them, when to use them, and why they are needed at all. The young man turned onto the road leading out of the city, where there were many high-rise buildings, and drove up to a beautiful bridge with a wonderful view. The hero of the story, despite his thoughts, paid attention to the sky, which began to glow brightly, and he was very surprised by this. And it was also very beautiful and unusual. The young man saw a comet flying above him, but he did not yet know what would happen to him next and what he would experience in the future. Looking at the comet, he was surprised at first, and then he thought that even a bullet would not touch him, just like the comet, and there was no chance that it would hit him. However, his assumption and overconfidence did not work, as the comet was flying in such a way that there was a very high probability that it would hit him. It so happened that his self-confidence really failed him. The comet crashed right into the poor fellow, and now he lay unconscious in the middle of the road, weak and useless. When he got to the hospital, his vital signs were very bad, including negative luck and the presence of parasites in his body. Unexpectedly, the identification of the person was carried out, as well as the merger with the owner. Surprisingly, everything went well, and the doctors already had all the data, so they will be able to provide all the necessary assistance to the guy. After successfully completing the identification, the next step was to examine the teenager's body, especially the part of the brain responsible for memory. Another test gave an unexpected result, indicating that the young man had no pain threshold and could die at any moment. During the last examinations at the hospital, it became clear that the student could fight for his life, and how he would be able to remain in a coma depended only on him. The boy's doctor spoke to the nurse and explained to her that his body was fine, but the young man had received a very strong blow to the head and would be in a coma for a very long time. The nurse told the doctor that she would try to take care of the young man so that he could recover and return to the normal life he had been leading before the situation that had happened to him. Another nurse entered the room, turned to the doctor, and said that Tian Wen's group had brought a bottle of monster blood and he needed to examine it. They went to look at the blood they had brought, but the boy was still lying in the hospital bed, with machines keeping him alive. Several days passed, and the guy still did not come out of the coma, but visitors who cared about him began to come to him. Among the visitors was a woman who wished him luck on one of his entrance exams, and this young woman was the girl to whom the young man confessed his feelings. A month after the incident, the young man was still in a coma, but he continued to receive visitors, including the same group of people who had abused him. The guys talked about how they had no idea how important it was for Min himself to gain superpowers, and that the guy himself should think about his own safety. One of the boys saw a letter lying on a bouquet of flowers and decided to take the letter and see what was written there, as he was very curious about who brought him this bouquet. The conversation then got to the point where they expressed hope that the young man would find a normal job after this story was over, since medical services were very expensive and his sister had found 2 jobs to pay for them. The young man, seeing a note in a bouquet standing by the bed, decided to read the letter anyway and was very surprised by what was written there. He couldn't believe that the sorceress Lu Qianya reciprocated his confession of love, although no one knew whether the man would wake up or not, and even if he came out of the coma, he would remain disabled. The young man decided to tear up the note because he didn't like what was written there, and it made him very angry, so much so that he didn't even know what to do with all this information. A year passed after those events, and everything was as usual, but the only thing was that the man never came out of the coma, although his friends and the nurse hoped for a speedy recovery, but this did not happen. At this time, terrible monsters appeared in the city, living in the dungeon and hunting people who lived their normal lives and had their own plans for the future. The bell rang in the city, announcing the danger from the monsters, and everyone was asked to immediately leave the building for their own safety and run to a safe place where they would be safe. The doctors working in the hospital where the young man was lying in a coma, upon hearing the signal, panicked and wanted to run, but they were in a panic and did not understand what to do. They started shouting at Dr. Zhao, who was treating the young man, to stop standing there like a pillar, pull himself together and run away, but the man still came to his senses and began to act. The nurse who was caring for the student ran to the doctor and was very embarrassed that the student from room 409 was left alone, and she could not allow this. The beauty could not leave him alone in the room and told her husband that she would not leave him alone, even if the young man did not wake up. After talking with the doctor, the woman confidently headed to the young man's room, but she did not yet know that she was being watched. The nurse opened the room and looked at the young man, but she did not understand how to save the young man. But this fragile girl did not leave the thought that she needed to help him and save him. The young man remained unconscious and had no idea what would happen next. But the woman did not leave him alone with the monsters and began to try to help the young man. She ran to the bed where the hero lay in a coma and tried to move him into a patient transport chair, but she didn't know how to do it. Then she looked at her reflection and froze in place, and the little girl also did not expect to see a monster behind her. The monster held her by the shoulders and tried to sniff and taste her, and the doll herself did not understand what to do next. But the only thing that she remained motionless was that she could not move. She held the patient's hand, not letting go, seeing her reflection in the mirror. The girl did not move, while the monster said that the nurse looked very appetizing. The young woman saw the guy's hand clench into a fist, and at that very second he felt a surge of strength and energy. His fist clenched tighter and tighter, and the energy in his body only increased, and the nurse did not understand what was happening and how she could save herself. The man woke up from a long coma and began to disconnect his life support system, his eyes glowing red as if he had gained superpowers. The young man was determined and wanted to get rid of the monster standing behind the girl and save his and her lives. Many monsters were climbing the walls of the hospital, and with every step, meter, there were more of them, and no one knew why they appeared. A very large object was thrown out of one of the hospital windows, but no one understood where it came from. But as it turned out, it happened thanks to a guy who came out of a coma. As it turned out, this object fell into the window where the nurse and the young man were. They remained unharmed, but the monster was injured. The monster was hit on the head and first fell to his knees and then collapsed to the floor, left without a head. The girl was very scared and did not understand what was happening, as events were developing very quickly for her, and she also did not understand what to expect next. The nurse was sitting on the floor, leaning on a chair, crying, and when it was all over, a guy came up to her and said that everything was fine, and assured her that she had nothing to worry about because the monster was dead. She continued to cry and look at the young man, but it was important to the young man himself that she be able to get up and get to safety. The boy was very glad that the woman took care of him all the time and did not abandon him in difficult times. When it was all over and Madame stood up, they went to the bed and sat down, and she thanked him for saving her and asked how he managed to come to his senses and how he did it. After Milady calmed down a little, the young man asked where the mutant cockroaches in the hospital could have come from and why they were crawling on people. The nurse explained that management reported that radioactive liquid had leaked into the sewer system, and the cockroaches there had turned into zombies. The young man also wondered what had happened to the other people living nearby, but she explained that they could have been evacuated to a safe place. But since he was unconscious, she was worried about him. The lady wanted to say that she was afraid, but the young man interrupted her and explained that the lady herself had not left him alone with her problem from the very beginning. The nurse assured her that it was her job, but she couldn't understand how he could kill a mutant with one blow. The guy started joking with the girl about how he had been practicing fighting techniques for a year already. But the young woman didn't get the joke and added that they needed to quickly leave the building and join those who had already been evacuated. They decided that they needed to start moving towards the exit of the building to escape the other mutated cockroaches. But despite the fact that one of the zombies was already dead, there were already other cockroaches in the building at that time, walking along the corridors of the hospital. The student realized that there were still mutant cockroaches in the hospital, so he asked the girl to stay put and wait for him, as it was for her safety. When he walked out into the hospital corridor, the cockroaches saw him and began to pounce on him, but the guy did not lose his composure. But the young man decided to go all the way and fight to the end to get out of the hospital and help other people. But the cockroaches had no intention of leaving the battlefield and confidently headed towards the student, each of them stubbornly moving towards their goal. Each of them was striving for victory, but no one knew what the outcome of their battle would be, and each decided to rely only on his own strength. The mutant cockroaches stubbornly went to the last. They also did not know what awaited them next, but they had no choice, so there was only one way out for them, namely to go into battle with the young man. The young friend, gathering all his strength into a fist, quickly ran towards the zombies in order to surely defeat them and emerge victorious in this battle. First, he hit one mutant, then those who came close to him, but there were so many cockroaches that the hero dealt blow after blow. Every zombie that the student hit would fall apart and fall to the floor, never to cause any more trouble or need anyone else. One of the remaining cockroaches standing behind the guy began to scream and call on the rest of the mutants to destroy the young man. The main character was not at a loss. He saw a table on small wheels, and on it lay a bottle of medicine and several test tubes. The student hit the table with medicines and test tubes with all his might. Everything that was on it flew in all directions. But this did not frighten him. On the contrary, it did him good. As the bottle of suspension flew through the air, the young man smashed it with his fist, but his hand remained intact, and the glass from the bottle fell to the floor. While the young nurse was waiting for the boy, Tarnan appeared and began to lean towards her. The little girl was very afraid of him. She did not even understand what to do. But overcoming her fear, Sister Song opened her eyes, looked at the mutant, and was surprised to see green liquid flowing from his mouth. The young girl ran out of the room where she was waiting for the guy and saw that the student's hand, clenched into a fist, was glowing green. The student has mentally practiced this move 1,000,000 times, but is using it for the first time and is very nervous about whether it will work. Sister Song was very surprised by what she saw, but she never imagined that the young man she was taking care of had superhuman strength related to punching. The young man explained that he was still a student who had failed his exam last year, but he really wanted to have superpowers. The lady couldn't believe that the teachers didn't see potential in him, as she herself believed that superhumans of the pyro rank couldn't compare to the young man. The young man remembered how exams were held at the educational institution and how he worried about whether he would pass not only the test part, but also the main part of the exam. The man wondered why the cockroaches had become so scary and what had affected them so. But since the mutants themselves lived in the city sewers, there were many other interesting creatures there, and the young man was also curious if there was any world acid on the hospital grounds that they might need. The story continues with people managing to escape from city buildings by riding a bus across a bridge, and under the bridge itself, there was sewer water. At some point, the middle of the bridge exploded, and a lot of debris flew out from all sides, falling wherever they could. The people sitting on the bus were in shock. They didn't know what to do. They didn't even understand what was happening. The bus stopped near the crater created by the explosion and was unable to move further, and the people sitting in it were in a panic from what they saw. Numerous cockroaches began to crawl out from under the rubble onto the bus, and the bus passengers began to fuss and call for help. One of the men on the bus turned out to be a doctor. He took out his phone and started calling and asking for help from people with superpowers and said that they were on the Nanchang Bridge. The monsters themselves had already approached the bus filled with people, and one of the mutants had already broken the glass and was about to climb into the bus with people. The mutant was not destined to carry out his plan, as a man appeared and shot him with a pistol. People were surprised that help arrived so quickly, and that the man saved their lives while the zombie fell to the ground after being shot with a gun. After the werewolf fell to the ground, the man who shot him said that he was a pyro-rank superhuman and asked the people to leave these mutants with him. For a person with superpowers, it doesn't matter how many zombie monsters there are around, because he has an infinite number of bullets and each of them will get what they deserve. The man fought the monsters without rest, but when they were no longer visible on the horizon, the Superman decided to rest a little. But the man never got a chance to rest, because as soon as he lowered his weapon and fell to his knees, he immediately looked up and did not understand what was happening. A man with the rank of pyrotechnician saw an incomprehensible monster running towards him at high speed and immediately jumped into the bus where there were still people. The people on the bus panicked when they saw the monster. They understood that this time they might not be lucky and the mutant might act to the end. Meanwhile, Sister Song and the student had already run out of the building where the hospital was located, decided to rest. And the main thing for the girl was that the monsters did not chase them. When the nurse raised her head and looked towards the bridge, she was shocked by what she saw, as she thought her colleagues were in a safe place. She saw a destroyed bridge with red flames burning on it and immediately realized that there was a bus with hospital staff on the bridge itself. The young woman realized that the hospital workers were in danger, and while the girl was worried about whether everything was okay with her colleagues, the young man heard a message on the phone, walkie-talkie, about a large mouse. The guy decided to come up and pick up the radio, and they kept transmitting that a mutant had appeared on the Nanchang Bridge, as well as a superhuman in the rank of arsonist with a weapon with no signs of life, and no registered people with superpowers were found nearby. The student decided to talk to the person who was transmitting the information on the radio. The person himself was interested in information about the mouse, what abilities and weaknesses it had. In response, he received that the mouse had a weakness to fire, but the person talking to him did not understand who was talking to him. The young man himself explained that he, namely a high school student, failed the exams at the school for superhumans. But his interlocutor began to dissuade the boy from stupidity, since the mouse has the highest general rank. And the interlocutor also added that this whole theory about mice is unnecessary and he should not try to do anything. Namely, the young man should find a safe place and hide. The young man decided that he would not leave people in trouble because they took care of him in the hospital for a whole year, and he was very grateful to these people. Meanwhile, on the bridge itself, the mouse decided to play with the bus and throw it off the bridge, but she was in no hurry to do it. The doctors were very scared and could do nothing. They had no choice but to wait for help or wait for their own death. When Milady and the patient approached the place where the mouse and the bus were, they were sitting in a place where the mutant could not see them, and the guy immediately got the feeling that the zombie was playing with his food. The boy decided to leave his hiding place and go to the mouse, and ordered the nanny to stay and not go out, because he could get hurt. Sister Song didn't want the young man to go there because the mutant could kill him and the people on the bus, and she didn't want that to happen. The young man explained how all this could end, but gave an example of how, if a patient needs help, doctors do not stand aside. The sorceress did not want to let the young man go to the mutant, but at the same time she understood that without his help, it would be impossible to save her colleagues. The young man gathered all his will into a fist and decided to go and stop the mouse at any cost, and he also began to speak. Clenching his hands into fists, the young man told the girl that if he didn't try to defeat the mutant, he would never know if he could do it at all. As soon as he finished, he immediately went into battle. Meanwhile, the rodent did not let go of the bus, squeezing and gnawing at the vehicle more and more aggressively. The boy pushed the mouse away from the car with one blow, and it flew a short distance away from him. According to the main character himself, the cockroaches, which were previously smaller than a finger, are now as tall as a man, but this did not stop him in the fight for human peace. The mouse stood in front of the boy and waited for a convenient opportunity to hit the enemy, but for the student himself, this was a chance to test his courage. Compared to the cockroaches, the mouse was the size of a multi-story building, but this did not stop the young man from fighting this mutant. One of the student's thoughts was that he was facing a very big monster, but then he gathered his strength and thought that if the mouse hit the guy with its claws, his bones would break and he would no longer be able to fight it. Since rats and mice are very fast, the young man needs to make sure that the rodent cannot hit the enemy with its claws. With every step the enemy took, the guy managed to avoid injury, but in order to continue fighting the mouse, he had to think through every step. The main goal was to get as far away from the bus as possible together with his opponent, and he decided that he would carry out his plan at any cost. All the boy's attempts were correct, and the mutant followed him, but the only thing in this fight for justice and peace was that everything around was destroyed. The giant mouse did not care about the destroyed buildings, cars, and people who could be left homeless and even lifeless. At some point, the guy got a chance to hit the beast and at the same time test his superpowers to find out how strong they were. For the young man, it was truly a chance he wanted to take advantage of. And in one moment, he gathered all his strength and struck this blow with great courage. From the powerful blow, the mutant fell to the ground and did not move anymore. And for the young man, this was not a great success in the fight. Although the mouse did not move, the student could not understand what to do next, and also did not understand whether it was dead or still alive. And that he was able to neutralize the rodent, but he decided that it was necessary to deliver a control blow in order to neutralize the enemy for sure. But the young man did not take into account the fact that advanced animals, including rats, can pretend to be dead, and at that moment he realized that his opponent had outwitted the student himself. At that moment, the mutant, with greater strength and aggression, began to destroy everything around him, as well as throw everything onto the mountain, and ran headlong after the young man. While running away from the mouse, the student was upset that the force of his blows was not enough, and this was very bad, since he would not be able to kill a monster of general rank. When the monster started flipping cars again, gasoline and diesel started leaking out. When the young man saw this moment, he came up with a plan and ran to put it into action. At the moment when the monster crashed into the car again, the patient managed to escape from it and save himself, as well as realize his life plan. The mutant saw that the young man was holding a lighter in his hands and became even more angry at what he saw. But at the same time, he understood what the teenager was planning. A nurse at the hospital saw one of the doctors she worked with, so she immediately ran up to him and started asking if he was okay, as she was worried about the staff at the hospital where they worked together. Dr. Lin was pleasantly surprised that the girl managed to escape from the hospital premises, and also asked the nurse about the fact that the Superman who saved the hospital staff was in the form of a patient in their hospital, and also added whether this was true or just his imagination. While Sister Song was talking to other hospital workers, the boy put his plan into action. He set fire to the spilled fuel near the cars and everything caught fire. The young man remembered that when he was communicating with the man on the radio, he was told that the monster had a weakness to fire, and he decided to take advantage of this, as he really wanted to save the hospital workers. When he lit the lighter, he realized that the fire was very dense, and at the same time its strength instantly increased. So at that moment, the dude ran as fast as he could towards the mutant. As the man swung his arm with all his might to hit the monster, he asked him why the monster dared to come out of the ditch and attack innocent people, and now he would get what he deserved. Having finished his speech to the monster, he pulled himself together and, despite the fact that the mouse became even more angry, concentrated his efforts on carrying out his plan. The young man concentrated all the force of the blow on the spilled fuel and simultaneously set everything around on fire, as a result of which the mutant was neutralized. One of the doctors shouted that the young man had killed a giant mouse, and that thanks to him they were all saved and were very grateful for such an act. After a storm of emotions among the hospital staff, they looked closely at the student and did not understand who he was, a high-ranking official or an ordinary person. But it was unclear why he was wearing the uniform of a patient of their hospital. Sister Song explained that the boy's name was Min Hai. He was a student who was not chosen to enter the School of Superhumans, and added that the young man had been in a coma for a year in their hospital. The young man himself was pleased with his result because he was able to destroy the monster without even being a student at the School of Superhumans. The events that followed took place on the territory of a command post, about which no one knew anything except the personnel. But there were people working there who had information about people with superpowers. One of the command post staff turned to Lu Qian and turned away when the general rank mutant monster was killed. Lu Qian herself was on a mission and hid in a tree, and she was very glad that the people were saved. On the other end of the line, the woman looked at the computer monitor and confirmed that the rescued people were safe and that someone was approaching them. But who exactly, namely, was unknown. Lu Qian was curious about who exactly killed the Mouse General, as he wanted to personally thank him. But he himself did not understand who this person was. The other madam also didn't know who the Superman was, since she wasn't on the list of registered people. And it couldn't be an ordinary student. The only one who could be was a very strong Superman. After her assumptions, the command post employee asked if they had found the source of radiation, but so far there is no such information. The girl also believes that in the future, the number of mutants will only increase. The only way out of the situation is to ask the residents of Nansheng to go and close all contaminated areas. At the rescue station, Sister Song treated the wounds on Min Hai's arms and told him that if it weren't for him, it was unlikely that everyone would have returned alive. While the woman was bandaging his wounds, he heard the girl talking to the station attendant and realized that the young woman was worried about her brother. One of the city's residents wanted to leave the rescue station to save her brother, who she believed was in a coma in the hospital but was unable to do so. The security guard tried to stop the girl and began to explain that all people had been evacuated from the city and that only transport and people with special needs were being allowed onto the city crossing. But the young lady didn't care about her life. The main thing for her was to save her brother. She began to beg the guard to go outside the station because her brother was in the hospital. The girl continued to talk about her brother. She still can't believe what happened to him because he is a very kind person and his name is Min. He, in her opinion, her brother did not even take the girl by the hand and continued to cry. Sister Min. He didn't understand how to help him, how to save him, and thought about how he was waiting for her, not even suspecting that the young man was very close to her. The girl didn't care that she might lose her life. The main thing for her was that she would save her brother, even if it cost her her own life. Minhee was shocked by what he heard, because at that moment he realized that the woman did not know that her brother was alive and was next to her, and her sister did not even suspect it. Hearing what his sister was going to do, he decided to approach her to prevent her from going outside the station, as it was dangerous there. The girl, seeing her brother alive and well, could not believe what she was seeing with her own eyes, but tears continued to roll down her cheeks. The young woman jumped on the boy with joy and began to say that his older sister was very worried about him and was very glad that he came out of the coma and was able to save himself. For Minhee, meeting his sister was also a pleasant surprise, as he understood that it was not safe to stay in their city, and many people might not be able to escape from the mutants. Last year, when the boy was unconscious in the hospital, his sister also came and told him a lot, but she could not come to the hospital to visit him regularly. The first thing the girl said was that she had found another job and was forced to work at night, so she could not come to him all the time. His sister asked him not to be afraid or worry that he would not be able to wake up for the rest of his life. She would come even when she was old and needed a cane. This time they met even under such circumstances. But what is important to them is that they were able to find each other and that Minhai apologized to his sister for scaring her. The young man was glad that his sister worked hard for him and paid all his medical expenses for a year, and he is very grateful to his sister for this. The rescue station provided people with rooms where they could feel comfortable and rest, as well as somewhere to stay while their cities were unsafe. The next morning, the young man woke up in his room, which was unusual for him, considering he had been in the hospital for so long. Listening to his head, the young man began to look around his room as if he had not been home for a long time. Even sleeping in his room was strange. Looking around the room, he saw that his sister had left breakfast and a note saying that she had gone to work because the medical bills had not been paid, and that she was very sorry that she could not spend much time with him, and also asking him to stay home and gain strength. The boy was upset because his sister had to work to pay the medical bills, and he never imagined that the bill would be so big after a year of hospitalization. He felt very embarrassed that his older sister worked 3 jobs because of him. Madame worked as a waitress, courier, and cleaner to pay the hospital bill. Because of her job, the girl looks even paler than the hospital patients, but she does her job very diligently. At breakfast, the boy decided to find a way to earn money and improve his sister's life. At least she wouldn't have to work so much. After the friend decided to find a part-time job, he found information that the authorities were offering a reward of 50 million yen to anyone who could tell about the source of the radiation. Minhee decided to sit down at the computer and watch the news about the radiation leak and the mutants that appeared after the spill of radioactive liquid. The man saw on the news that the current reward for a mutated cockroach was 3,000 yen, and for a mutated giant mouse demon, it was 5 million. The woman was surprised that nothing was known, and the authorities were willing to pay such sums just for information about the source of radiation. The young man liked the information he saw. For the amount the authorities were offering, he would not only be able to pay all the bills, but also buy them a new house, and with the remaining funds buy his sister a lot of beautiful cosmetics and clothes. The only thing this guy didn't know was where the source was, what organisms were the source, and what Nanjiao Hospital and Nanjiao District were like. The young man decided to find and check the information. Even if he does not find any clues, he will be able to get money for killing monsters, as well as get rid of evil for the sake of people, and at the same time gain experience in battle. After much thought, the young man decided to go and see the Red Awards Hall, and when he entered the hall, he saw that everyone who wanted to receive money was there. After inspecting the awards hall, the guy was approached by an employee who greeted him and provided information about the awards and what he needed to do to receive them. At first, the employee asked whether the young man came to the award ceremony or whether he was Superman, but the young man came because he was Superman. The young girl then asked the young man what rank he was, as the reward hall selects a mission for each rank of superpowered person, but the man didn't know what rank he was, so he decided to ask what rank he needed to have to kill the mutated cockroaches. In order to find out what rank Minhai has, he needs to show what his superpower is, and then he will be told what to do to kill cockroaches. And she also added that the young man will receive a superhuman trainee badge. The awards hall employee also warned that if the young man really wanted to get the title and become a rating star, he would have to pass a much more difficult exam. The boy agreed to all the girls' conditions and asked to be taken to the training field so that he could demonstrate his superhuman strength. When the awards hall staff and Minhai arrived at the training ground, there were people who were also demonstrating their superpowers, and each superpower had its own training ground. In order to correctly determine the rank, the girl needed to know what superpower the guy had, and this was also necessary in order to know what place to put the young man in. He said that his superpower manifests itself through a blow, so the girl immediately understood where he needed to stand. Then they went to the robot, which was supposed to help test his strength, and she also added that the robot is very strong. The girl also explained that the robot can assess the strength of a person's blows and thus learn about the rank of superpowers, and then suggested hitting the robot with all her strength. After the girl told him about the essence of the training process, the man thought that the force of the blows could reach 800 kilograms, so he could be considered a Superman. But Minhai wasn't sure until the very end that he could give it his all. But he decided to take full advantage of the chance and prove to everyone that he had superpowers. The young man doubted his abilities since he had been unconscious for a whole year, and his muscles had not yet fully recovered. Focusing all his strength on the blow, the friend struck the robot, and everyone present was shocked by the end result. Eventually, the young man hit the robot with a force equal to thousands of kilograms, and the robot itself was damaged, while the visitors present were shocked by what they saw. The young man sighed with relief and said that 1,000 kilograms was barely enough to reach the minimum. The men who were also in the training room were shocked by what the boy said, as the young man himself had broken the record and the force of his blow was greater than the robot could withstand. An employee of the awards hall joined the men's conversation and explained to Minhee that the result of 800 kilograms left behind the first iron kettlebell, which had recently debuted, and the young man became the first to break its record. With her words, the beauty had disgraced the boy just as the young man had failed his first exam at the School of Supernatural Powers. But considering the moment when only a little time had passed after the coma, it was a remarkable result. After the young man completed the training task to determine his rank, they went to the reception hall. The hall employee gave the young man a small reward for the record, namely a shopping card worth 1,000 yuan, and also added that if the guy had a desire to set records during exams, he would be able to receive even more prizes. Minhai inquired about what ranks they could obtain, and the madam explained that they currently had the following ranks, such as Starlight, Moonlight, Sunlight, and Skylight, and also warned that if he had a rank higher than the 4 she listed, he would have to go elsewhere. After listening carefully to the girl's story and looking closely at the card, the young man thought about her words. The woman also added that she heard that if you reach the level of heavenly brilliance, you can buy a house and an expensive car. But she doesn't know if what people say is true, but it is important for a man to become strong and impress everyone. A young guy came to another organization, saw a lot of people and wondered, because it was unclear why there were so many people, were they really looking for new team members? It was his first experience seeing so many people with superpowers in one place, and he was also surprised that the award could interest so many people. A man approached Ming He and asked if he wanted to join a team called the Blood Eagles. The hero asked all these people, including his interlocutor, who had gathered in this place to look for people for the team, and in response he heard that his assumptions were indeed correct, since the team members would go to a dangerous place, and if one person went, he could be eaten by monsters and no one would even know about it. The protagonist's interlocutor was Luo Kaishuan. His rank was Meadowlight. He added that in any case, people below the rank of Sunlight are not allowed to enter. Luo Kaishuan asked the young man to show his badge, as he was curious to know his rank since his team recruits people with a certain rank. When the man saw the young man's badge, he was surprised because his team was not recruiting new players, and Min Hai was a star trainee. The man confidently began to advise the young man to go and train, as he believed that going to a dangerous place as a Starlight trainee was tantamount to suicide. The young man was upset that the first person who offered him to join his team turned him down, and he thought that he might not be hired because of his low rank. As the young man passed by, he was noticed by a group of people sitting on a bench, and they began to talk about the young man because he was in the same class as the rest of the group. One of the company members started making fun of Min Haye because the previous group did not accept the newcomer. The girl from the group decided to invite the main character to her company for a conversation, but the young man still decided to come up to talk. I heard from a group of young people that a young man was in a coma, and they were wondering when he would be discharged from the hospital, to which they heard that it had been a long time ago, and they were also wondering why their classmate had come to the organization. Min Hai confidently replied that he wanted to hunt mutant monsters because he needed to save money to pay his medical bills. Xujing asked with a smirk how this young man was going to hunt mutants using only his structure, since it would only be a blessing for him if he didn't become food for the monsters. Linyan warned the young man that it was very dangerous there, and he should not take risks, especially since, as far as the lady remembered, his abilities were not combat-oriented. Lu Xinhong then went on to say that the guy was just lucky, but it was useless. And then he began to say that with his luck, he could only buy a bottle of water and get a cap on it that said, "Congratulations, you've won another one." Lin Yun began to scold her classmate for his behavior and said that Ming He had recently been discharged from the hospital, and as his old classmates, they should help him. Madam offered to join their team and added that in case of danger, they would protect him, and Min Hai agreed since the guards would not allow him to leave alone, so he decided to agree. The protagonist noticed that his former classmates looked down on him, but they had been studying at the Superhuman Institute for over a year, and it seemed to him that they had become stronger. The boy continued to stand next to his classmates and thought that in their eyes he was a loser, rejected by society and having spent a whole year in a coma. However, the company agreed to accept the young man and decided that he would become their mascot, since they had studied together and decided to help him. The group continued to communicate, and one little girl told them that they had been studying at a Superhuman Institute for over a year. Lin Yun began to talk about the institute, how the teachers required every student to participate in at least one extracurricular activity, and how they planned to return in the summer and help fight the infection. Minghe wondered if Lu Qian was going to help them with the infection, but one of the young men asked with a smile why he was asking about her. But then he explained that the young lady had become a member of the board of directors of the institute, and also added why she needed to associate with classmates of such low rank. The lady also explained that no one from their company would be able to catch up with her as she was too strong against them, and also said that Lu Jian had returned to Lanying and started helping the authorities search for the source of the radiation. The girl remembered that the main character had the best grades in humanities subjects and asked what he thought about the radiation leak. Minhee's classmate explained that there was no point in good grades, that with zero combat abilities the young man would not be able to enter college, and here we are talking about hunting mutants. Another friend of mine couldn't understand how students like them were able to find the source of the infection. The man continued his thoughts and explained that there are reportedly 3 types of monsters: mutant cockroaches, mutant larvae, and large mutant mice. In addition, if the reports are to be believed, all of these parasites live in the sewers, and most likely the source of the radiation is the liquid in the sewer system. The young man explained that the liquid from the sewer system can cause mutations that cause monsters to crawl out. Minghe walked and thought that the mutated cockroaches were easy to deal with. The big mutated mice looked more terrifying, and as for the mutated larvae, we need to think better about how to deal with them. The company moved on, and the protagonist logically decided that even if the larvae had mutated, they should not be as strong as cockroaches. They belong to the group that is easy to kill. Unexpectedly for everyone, a mutant larva appeared. The hero saw it for the first time, but did not fully understand how to destroy it, since he did not know either its weaknesses or its privileges. Minghe didn't expect to see how big the larva was, but no one knew how to deal with it. Lin Yun tripped and fell while running away from the mutant, but managed to tell the young man to run away from the larva. Running away from the mutant, the young man realized that he could handle one larva, but he did not remember that parasites live in large groups. The group of former classmates began to run away, and one of the boys began to say that they needed to run fast because mutants were all the same. At first, Xu Zheng calmly told his friends that they didn't need to be afraid of anything, because they came to fight mutants. But when the young man saw several mutant larvae very close to him, he became very scared and began to run away with the rest of his friends. The friends saw a building with armored glass and decided to hide and wait until the mutants left. When they were already approaching the building, the protagonist noticed that Lin Yun was not there and asked where she was, since he could not see whether the beauty was running with them or not. Their classmate replied that she had tripped and fallen, but the young man did not understand why no one had helped the girl. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young man decided to go back and help the girl, while the rest of the team stood and did not understand why he was doing this. At that moment, the young man came back to help her. Lin Yun shouted at him to stay where he was because he might die, but he decided that he had to help her because the opposite might happen. When the storyteller was already next to the girl, he said that she was talking about how classmates help each other, and, using his superpower, he hit the fire hydrant with all his might. After hitting the fire hydrant, the water burst out of it at high speed and pressure and hit the mutant larvae. The guy's unable to cope with a large number of mutated larvae alone, so he decides to make sure that they cannot gather together. Using a fire hydrant, the young man made sure that the mutants were at a certain distance from each other. After finishing beating the maggots, the boy approached his classmate and asked if she was okay. Lin Yun didn't expect the young man to be so strong. After all, she had never seen what kind of superpower he possessed, especially since he had failed the exams at the School of Superpowers just before he was admitted to the hospital. Minhee helped the girl up and they moved towards their group, but the young girl couldn't believe that this was her classmate. When the young people had almost reached their destination, the young woman began to look at him carefully. Lin Yun really liked the guy's appearance, but at that moment she felt sad. The girl felt very sorry that the young man already had a beauty that he liked, and it was Lu Qian. She was also grateful to Min Hai for not leaving the worthless and horrible girl there with the mutant larvae. When the young people returned to their friends, they immediately began to ask if Lu Qian was okay. One of her classmates started making excuses, saying that they would go and save her, but Min Hai was one step ahead. The other friends also supported Xu Jingai's excuse, adding that they didn't even notice the girl trip and fall. After the dust settled, they began to joke about the possibility of saving the girl in trouble, but the girl herself said that the larvae had returned to the sewers. The hero said that the girl's wound needed to be treated first, as the secretions from the mutant larvae could be painful, so Shujung might need some healing ointment. The girl herself began to convince the guy that there was no need to treat the wound, since it was just a regular bruise that would prevent him from moving. The young man was glad to hear their words and added that they should talk about the girl while he inspected the building, and also added that they should not allow the mutant larvae to enter the building. The young man went to inspect the building, and walking along the corridor, he saw that one of the plants standing there was lying on the floor, and the door to one of the rooms was ajar. After the young man left, one of the girls supported the boy, and turning to the other two young men, asked why they did not inspect the building, adding that Manhwa, who did not enter the Superhuman Institute, was much more prudent than them. The two young men who stayed with Shujung didn't even think about it, and when the beauty told them about it, they were a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, the hero saw a plan for evacuating people from the room in which they were currently located. Having familiarized himself with the evacuation plan, the young man decided to first inspect the laboratory and immediately headed there. When the young man entered the laboratory, he saw that there were various vivariums there, and in the first of them were butterflies, and next to each of them there was a sign with an inscription. Approaching the fourth vivarium, I did not see anything suspicious and decided to move on. Near the ninth vivarium, he saw that the glass was broken, but the young man decided to read what was there and find out whether the animal posed a threat to people. Nearby, it is reported that the insects from vivarium number 9 have been missing since December 30th, 2030. The crime scene has been cordoned off and an investigation is underway. As the young man approached the vivarium, he was scared for a second, but then he thought about it and realized that the insects had disappeared about 6 months ago. And he also wondered if the radiation source would cause mutations in the insects living in the 9th vivarium. The protagonist kept thinking about all the mutants coming out of the sewers and decided to go further and see what else was going on in the building. The boy walked further and stepped on a piece of paper on which was written information about the centipede Lian Pu, and next to the information was a photograph of this insect. He walked along the corridors of the room and thought about the source of the radiation, but he saw a door and decided to open it and see what was behind it. He was then surprised to find that the door was closed. There was no other exit, and the drain was clogged. The hero thought about the fact that the mutated larvae would not be able to get into the building, since everything was closed. While the young man was thinking, he suddenly saw a man quickly running behind a closed glass door. Minghe was very surprised to see his Dr. Zhao, and he also didn't understand why the doctor forgot him in this isolated place. The young man saw his doctor walking towards a dilapidated building and thought that this man lived somewhere nearby, and also knew that the doctor did not have any superpowers and that it was dangerous for him to be in this area. Unexpectedly for the young man, the phone rang, which interrupted his thoughts and distracted him from following the doctor. When the guy picked up the phone, he was surprised to see an unknown number, but decided to find out who was calling him. On the other end of the line, a female voice was heard asking if this was Minhai's younger brother's number. Since it was indeed the protagonist's phone number, they immediately asked where the young man was. The woman asked the boy if he wanted to have dinner with her, and also explained that she wanted to thank him for saving her and would not accept refusals, and also asked him to call her older sister. It turned out that the main character's name was Sister Sun, after the hospital where she worked, and she also explained that her last name was Song and her first name was Lan, and suggested calling her Sister Sun, and that Lan would also work. Minghu explained that she was in an isolated place at the time, but agreed to call her Sister Lan. When the hospital nurse heard where he was, she became furious and asked if the area was completely closed to humans, because she had heard that there were many monsters in that part of town, including some they had never encountered, and warned that it was very dangerous. The young man explained that this situation was more beneficial for him, since he needed to earn money and help his older sister. Sister Song wondered if Sister Kinyu was the boy's blood sister, but it turned out that they were in the orphanage together. After the young man's words about the orphanage, the beauty realized that there was a stronger connection between them than family values. In response, the girl said that this was indeed the case and that it was very sweet for the nurse herself, and told the guy that she would like to have a brother like him. Sister Song was upset that the young man could not go to dinner with her and said that they could meet next time. Finally, Milady told the guy that she was ready to go to dinner with him and even chose her clothes for the occasion. It was also an important moment for the boy. He had to find out why exactly Dr. Zhao was in the isolated area, and he decided to tell the nurse that he was there too and was going there alone, which was very dangerous. Sister Song was surprised by this information from the young man. She asked him what exactly the doctor had forgotten in the closed room, and also whether he was sure that it was the doctor. The protagonist reported that he was not noticed, since the glass can only be transparent from the young man's side. Last year, a hospital nurse noticed a doctor behaving strangely, and the entire staff found it strange. The girl explained that the man was a diligent worker, but always left work early and sometimes made mistakes during operations. The nurse continued talking about the doctor, and she had the feeling that he had not slept at all. He was very lethargic, and she also remembered that when they were sent a blood sample from a disaster-level monster, the organization wanted Dr. Zhao to analyze it, but the sample disappeared. The young man was surprised by this information because when blood reacts with oxygen, it begins to mutate, and the blood of some plague pathogens can have an incubation period of up to a year. The boy excitedly asked Sister Song where the blood was and when the doctor lost it. The woman explained that the blood had disappeared around the time the man in the story arrived at their hospital, which was about a year ago. The guy came to the conclusion that the source of infection was most likely blood, since all the facts coincided. The current disaster is due to the loss of the beast's blood, and also because the time of its disappearance and the incubation period coincide. The girl remembered the moment when the doctor said that he had lost the blood that was brought to him for analysis after the cleaning. The protagonist realized that the doctor was lying because he had good grades in the theory of superhumans, and he remembered what he was told in class. Now Sister Song understood why the doctor had gone into the danger zone. Namely, the man knew that if people found out about the blood he had lost, he would have to answer for his actions. Minhai added to the girl's words that the man had definitely been found, and given the moment, the doctor wanted to correct his mistakes. According to Sister Lan, this is very dangerous for the man himself, because he has no superpowers, and there will be many strong monsters near the source of radiation, and he is also afraid of being held accountable for his actions. The situation of blood loss from the test tube is very serious, and Sister Song must report the incident to the authorities. The beauty herself was shocked by what she heard about the situation and promised to immediately report what happened, and also asked the young man to be more careful. The main character promised the girl that he would not go to the epicenter of events, but would only try to stop Dr. Zhao. The group of people saw that he had returned to them and eagerly awaited the news that the boy had managed to find out. The young people said that it was safe to stay in the building they were in because all the doors were tightly closed and the larvae would not be able to enter the premises. The man told his classmates to stay and rest in this room. He had something to do, and he would be back soon. The group of friends were shocked that he would go anywhere again, especially outside the building where it was dangerous to be alone with mutants. The young man did not listen to the evidence. The main thing for him was to stop Dr. Zhao. After the man left the building, he saw that nothing had changed from the moment they hid until he came out. The larvae continued to lie on the floor. But for Ming-He, this was a small victory, since this was the first time he encountered such monsters. The guy thought that if he couldn't kill them, then for some time they wouldn't be able to do anything or harm anyone. He confidently moves towards his goal, but at some moments doubts visit him, and each time it seems to him that he is definitely there. In one of the alleys, the young man decided to take a shortcut, but when he turned into the alley, he had an unpleasant feeling. His premonition did not fail him, as the mutant cockroaches were already waiting for him, but the young man already had experience in fighting them. The young man did not lose his composure and, thanks to his superpower, easily defeated each of the cockroaches and confidently moved on. Having defeated the mutated cockroaches, the young man felt that he was moving towards his goal in the right direction. Having finished with the cockroaches, the young man moved on, hoping that he would soon reach the place where he would see Dr. Zhao. The mutated cockroaches were left lying dead and useless in the alley, but the hero emerged victorious from this battle. The young man finally found the place where Dr. Zhao was and watched him in his every move. The man approached the door, which was closed to outsiders, and began to open it, but in such a way that no one could see it. Min-He decided to follow the man to find out what he was hiding and how the disappearance of the blood tube was connected to him. The main character went to the doctor and saw a very large hole and did not understand where it could have come from. Approaching the pit, the young man saw a ladder, but what it was intended for was also unclear. According to the boy, the man fell into a hole, but why he did this is also unclear, as the young man could not find a connection between the doctor and the hole, which was located in one of the buildings in the area. Manhwa decided to follow the doctor, as she didn't understand why he came into this room and went down into this hole. Finding himself in the pit, the young man realized that everything that was happening was not as simple as everyone thought, because the story really is not simple. The young man saw the corridor and went to look for Dr. Zhao to find out more about the lost ampule. At first, the boy quietly followed the man, as he did not want to scare him and prevent him from escaping. When Dr. Zhao arrived at a certain place, he started to climb the stairs and heard someone talking to him, but he did not understand who it was. Turning to his interlocutor, the man was surprised and confused that it was his patient who was asking what exactly he was doing. In order to find out the truth about the lost blood, he decided to immediately ask the man if it was true that he had lost the blood of the disaster monster a year ago. The man in the robe was surprised that the boy knew the truth about the blood loss and asked how he knew it, but it was important for the young man to know the truth. Dr. Zhao decided to tell the truth and say that he had made a serious mistake because he did not know everything at first. He started walking towards the guy and kept telling him that he didn't want to hide the truth from the beginning, and added that he didn't do it on purpose. The doctor goes on to explain that he is a man who saves lives, but he did not know that his carelessness would lead to consequences, adding that he came to check if the pond had become polluted due to blood loss. The man confidently says that he wants to make amends, but the young man doesn't know whether to believe him or not. The boy did not understand how the man planned to correct his mistake, since there were no extra things, but according to the man himself, if he had informed the authorities, they would have definitely found out all the circumstances. Dr. Zhao doesn't want to report this to the authorities, so he turns to Ming, he for help in the hopes of his help. The man begged for help and gave arguments such as the incident at the hospital when they were attacked. The young man saved everyone, and everyone would agree to confirm that he was strong. Zhao begged the protagonist for help, and also added that he had a wife and children, and if the authorities found out, he would not only lose his job, but he could also go to prison. No one would take care of his family and beg them to figure it out together. The man even knelt down in front of the student and began to ask for help, but the young man did not immediately make a decision. The only thing the guy decided to do first was to calm the man down, because his capabilities also have a limit. The only other person, namely a simple doctor. The man tried to explain that they were spreading mutations, but there was a way out of every situation, and that way out was the source of the solution to the problem. After some time, the doctor agreed with the young man's opinion that every person's capabilities are limited, and the young man himself suggested leaving the place where they were and informing the authorities about the whole situation. The man considered the teenager's offer to report the situation to the authorities. Zhao began to write down whether Minhee had told anyone about the loss of the blood tube, and his expression began to change. But the young man really didn't tell anyone about his guesses, since he considered it necessary to first check them, and then talk only about a specific situation. But in this situation, the young man decided that it would be better if the doctor himself told the truth. The hero learned that the place where he is a source of radiation, as is the blood spilled here. When the man told the truth about the location of the radiation, he warned the guy about a small detail, so he did not lose the test tube. Zhao approached Ming Hui and stated that as a student, he didn't understand a lot, but as a doctor, he also didn't know much about this guy. Taking a closer look at the man, the young man realized that something was wrong with him, but he could not figure out what exactly. The student did not understand what was happening to the doctor and could not leave until he found out what was happening, since he did not understand what the man was talking about. But the doctor began to talk about the cockroaches, mice, and larvae that the young man had seen and dealt with. He also explained that mutants live in the dark corners of the city and spread diseases through bacteria, and it is they who drive people crazy. The young man did not understand what the man was trying to say, because his words did not convey the most important thing, why he started this whole story. According to the man himself, people reproduce without measure, heartlessly rob and constantly poison the world with their chemicals. People destroy the planet to such an extent that all the garbage flies beyond our planet into the cosmic galaxy. The young man still agreed with his words about the need to protect our planet, and there was no lie in his words about people being no better than mutants. The man continued to talk about how there should not have been any living beings on our planet from the very beginning. According to the doctor, such a peak should never have happened because the universe without life is beautiful and wild, but after the appearance of life, bacteria appeared in the winter organism. For a person, the emergence of life on the planet is like the emergence of bacteria that destroy from the inside. He even gave the example of cancer cells that multiply and become harmless, while people also develop and multiply their generation. A man who works as a doctor believes that there is no difference between cancer cells and people, because he thinks that where there is life, there is no peace. As a student, the young man does not understand the meaning of the words spoken by the man, but the only thing he understands is that the doctor himself is against humanity. But for Zhao himself, there is no such thing as someone not understanding him, but he still gives the example that if a person gets sick because of bacteria, then he himself allowed it. And if the planet itself gets sick, then he considers people a virus. The man believes that the universe wants to get rid of superhumans, just as a person, when he gets sick, destroys bacteria from his body. The doctor approached the teenager and said that he, namely Superman, who had studied all sorts of nonsense since childhood and neutralized it. He believes that everything he has said about the young man's superpowers is the work of the universe's immunity and that all people are susceptible to it. The man believes that the planet is spending all its energy on destroying all viruses, but his whole speech sounds like someone is a little crazy. The young man decided to stop the doctor, as his words were beyond the scope of their dialogue, as both the man himself and his words looked as if he had gone crazy. Then the protagonist asked that the conversation be exclusively about the source of radiation, due to which, through his fault, organisms began to mutate and many people died. But the man himself does not even try to justify himself, and is even surprised that so many people died because of his fault. He looked like a madman and started telling me that he was a doctor who treated everyone when they were sick. The doctor believes that he is helping the universe destroy people who are like cancer cells to it, and also considers himself the doctor of the universe. For Zhao himself, the cockroaches, mice, and maggots that live in the sewers are not as scary as people. The young man did not understand what was happening to the doctor, was very surprised by his behavior, and did not understand how to proceed. The doctor admitted that he was the one who created the radiation source, as he originally planned to create it for the sake of an experiment, and then kill everyone in Lanyang, and then in other cities. In his opinion, the earth is sick, and people should be destroyed because they pollute the environment and do not want to change their attitude towards nature. The man then explained that in order to heal the universe, people like men, he needed to be destroyed. Shao thanked the protagonist for his stupidity and naivety, and thanks to their conversation, he will be able to continue his plan to infect the city. The man said he would not be able to continue his plan to infect because the city they were in was isolated. The young man also added that the mutation would not spread beyond the isolated city, but the man himself laughed. The doctor explained that the authorities will have to shut down the entire surface and sewer system, but it is not a fact that they will be able to shut off the water supply. The man then added that all the water flows through pipes behind his back, and thanks to these pipes, it is possible to transmit a radio signal. Zhao showed Ming a map of the water supply and added that it was through these pipes that radiation penetrated the entire city of Lanyang. The water that flows through these pipes is used by residents of the entire city for washing dishes, eating, taking showers, and washing streets. That is, it is used everywhere, after which it ends up in the city sewer system. As soon as water enters the sewer, all mice, cockroaches, and larvae begin to mutate. The guy realized that the man was acting like a mental patient, so he decided that he needed to get out of there. He couldn't stop him because he didn't have superpowers and he couldn't contain him. The protagonist decided to tell the doctor that he did not understand what he was talking about, and that it would be better if the young man minded his own business. Zhao was surprised by what the man said to him and decided to ask him if he was going to stop him. The young man turned and walked away, and the doctor asked him if he was simply saved by the people in the hospital and asked if he wanted to be a hero who saved the entire city. But the young man still decided to do it his way and added that he really values his life. The young man explained that he was just a piece of trash who had not been accepted into the Institute for Superpowers and therefore was not fit to be a hero. The man took the young man's decision as a fact that he did not want to stand in his way, so he decided to pour the blood into the water and the plan would be carried out. When the student left, the doctor was confident that the authorities would not be able to get to him so quickly. Zhao immediately decided to take out the ampule of blood from his pocket, but realized that it was not there and became very angry. He then recalled the moment when the teenager held him exactly where the blood was, and the boy said he didn't understand what was happening. The doctor became very angry and fell to his knees, and then began to transform into a mutant that the young man had never seen before. Having transformed, Zhao decided to catch up with the student and return the lost vial of blood, while the boy tried not to miss the chance to save the city from mutants. The protagonist of the story saw Dr. Zhao running after him and realized that the test tube was the most important thing for this man. When the young man saw what the man had turned into, he couldn't understand if it was his ability or if he was also a mutant. The boy realized that Zhao was using him as a mouse for an experimental mutation, but he still didn't understand why. The young man realized that the doctor looked no better than the mutants from the city sewers. When he almost reached the exit of the pit, the man ordered to tear the young man to pieces, but the student confidently ran to the exit. At the last moment, Minhee managed to jump onto the rope, but it gave way and he was left next to the monsters in the pit. The man also realized that the doctor had sacrificed himself for one of his experiments and had begun to carry a certain type of mutant within himself. And the man also realized that one of the mutants was aiming at the snake so that it could not get out of the hole, and the mutant succeeded. The man did everything he could to prevent the young man from getting out of the hole and to increase his chances of getting the test tube. When mutants began to approach the student, the young man decided to take advantage of this and get to the surface. Having climbed out of the hole, the young man saw concrete on the ground and decided to use it for his own purposes. Manhwa, using his superpower, sent concrete into the hole and commanded that everything there be solid. The mutants wanted to get to the surface to see the young man, but the concrete that the teenager sent prevented them from doing so. The young man finished his work, but Dr. Zhao could still smell the blood, as she believed it was in his body. The man decided to do everything to prevent the guy from escaping, but he didn't know what would happen to him next. As the young man ran back to his classmates, he thought about how the strength of the mutated monsters depended on what strength they originally had. For example, among mutants, the weakest are the larvae. As they have the rank of a novice, then come the cockroaches. They have a normal rank, and the strongest are the mice, which have the rank of a general. The hero thought that the mice were so strong that it would be difficult for the young man to fight them, but for a person with superhuman abilities, it would not be difficult to do so. The young man did not understand what to do if the mutant turned out to be an adult man, how to resist such a mutant. The guy is very worried that he won't be able to fight Dr. Zhao, especially since he doesn't have any skills to fight this type of monster. When he was about to reach his destination, he remembered that he couldn't turn back to where Lin Yun and the others were. The boy knew that if Dr. Zhao caught up with him, he would be able to kill them all, so he had to stall for time until the authorities arrived to collect the blood sample. The young man hopes that Sister Song informed the authorities about the man and that they will come as soon as possible because it is necessary to give the most valuable thing that the authorities need. A squad of people called Moonlight arrived in an isolated city and are clearing it of mutant monsters. The events that followed took place to the west of the abandoned building where the company of people with the rank of Moonlight was located. Moonlight Shao ran reported that the cleansing of this place from the mutated cockroaches has also been completed. Lo Xiaozhang also suggested that Moonlight return to a safe place since he had already used up all of his magic power. The group member said he would tell the dolls that they had received a pretty good reward and then began to laugh. One of the guys said that he was a healer and that mutants were none of his business, but asked if there were stronger monsters in the isolated city. Moonlight Rank didn't expect to see a mutant like Dr. Zhao. 2 more people joined the company and cleaned up a little more than the rest of the team. The mutant man managed to escape from the hatch, but he did not expect to see another group of people. Dr. Zhao slowly began to rise to the surface and studied each of the group of people, because he understood that they could be people with superpowers. One of the guys thought that the new guy on the team could cast a spell and immediately summon a stronger mutant from the sewers. Lo Xiaozhang laughed and said that no one would have thought that there could be a mutant hiding in the sewers, and also suggested that they quickly kill it and go to rest. Another guy said that it was a very big monster, and he was very glad that he could get rich on it, because they could give at least 100,000 for the monster, and since there were 5 people on the team, each received 20,000, and it was much easier and faster than just killing larvae. Lo Xiaozhang turned to the monster and called it terrifying, adding that he was unlucky enough to encounter a group of moon-ranked people. This monster was not going to give up and said that the best way to recover was this, and decided to take a short break. Taking a small step, Dr. Zhao continued to say that the best way to restore was to destroy a group of people. To Liu Xiaozhang, the monster's attack was like a slow attack, and the young man also thought that the mutant would kill him very slowly, that other people with superpowers would be able to kill him. But the teenager did not expect that the man would be so strong and would be able to neutralize him with one blow. Dr. Zhao, as expected, could easily deal with one person and would continue to do so until he had destroyed everyone. The man repeated that the best way to come to his senses was to destroy everyone who stood in his way. The monster continued to mock the student, but no one wanted to help him anymore because the young man no longer had the strength to fight. The mutant tried to fight the student with great pleasure, but in this battle, victory went to Dr. Zhao, and the young man did not have enough strength to fight further. There was also a doll on the Moon Rank team that was very afraid and worried about the guy, and also worried about the other people on the team. While helping one guy, Madame decided to go and fight the monster since her teammate could no longer fight the mutant alone. When the woman asked Dr. Zhao to let the boy go, she heard several unpleasant words addressed to her in response. Despite the man's words, the woman ran up to him with even greater anger and shouted at him to let go of the guy and not come near him. But the monster didn't care what the young lady said, because for Zhao himself, the most important thing was his own recovery, and he didn't care about anything else. Dr. Zhao had already won 2 battles and asked the others if they were happy about the death of their comrades. The other guys were very scared and couldn't even say anything because they understood that they could also lose their lives. The monster smiled and told the young people that they could have much more than they had now. At this point, the mutants came to the surface to see Dr. Zhao, who was already trying to win the fight against Ming Hai. After the man's assistants appeared on the surface, he informed the young people that, unfortunately, he was in a hurry to go about his business. The monster enjoyed winning the battle, but while he can still pay attention to the young men, the man needs to find a vial of blood. While the doctor was talking to the boys, his assistants quickly ran, and Zhao himself decided that he needed to run after them. The man quickly ran after his assistants and shouted that he was here and would also tear him to pieces. The Moon Rank boys were very upset because their friends were no longer with him, and only 2 were left alive. And they were also curious about what kind of mutant was next to them. His strength was at least as strong as a lord. Further events unfolded in the same isolated city, but at the other end, in the most confusing place. It was important for the protagonist to continue moving away from the place where he saw Dr. Zhao, as he could quickly catch up with the student. Even though the boy had escaped, the mutant and his assistants were still able to find him on the street, where it is easy to get lost if you don't know it. According to the young man himself, the man's assistants found him by the smell of blood. But for the young man, the only plus was that the doctor himself was not as fast as the animals. The protagonist could not allow the test tube to fall into the hands of Dr. Zhao again because he could complete his plan with the radiation source. While running away from the monster's assistance, the young man saw a gas station. The man decided to run to the station to rest a little and think about what would be best to do to make the young man stink less. The student didn't know how long it would take the authorities to arrive, but the only thing that came to the young man's mind was to douse himself in gasoline, because that was the only thing that could at least slightly hide his smell. Then he decided that he needed to go to the room near the gas station and watch the monsters. The young man's plan worked, and the doctor's assistants ran past the gas station. But one of the mutants decided to go look near the gas station because he smelled a slight scent of this guy. Seeing one of the mutants running towards the entrance of the store, he decided to hide from him and see what would happen next. The man decided to hide behind a shelf with products, and the mutant himself went into the store and began to look for him. The young man heard the mutant's footsteps stop and decided that he needed to prepare to fight him. The monster wanted to outwit Minhee, climbed onto the shelf with food, and began to watch the actions of the young man. When the student saw where the monster was, he was surprised and confused, and also thought about how to get rid of it. The mutant attacks the young man and does everything to ensure that the test tube with blood ends up in the hands of its owner. The hero still managed to collapse a food stall on the mutant and destroy him, but it didn't work on the first try. At the moment when the stand fell on the monster, the guy managed to run to the front door of the store. Approaching the door, the young man remembered the moment when the other 2 animals with lymph ran in the other direction, and the one with slightly better sensitivity found him, that is, moved away from the others. The boy realized that there was no point in continuing to run away, Because if the beast with the lymph was not killed, then with its increased sensitivity, it would be able to find the young man wherever he went. The main character confidently decided to kill the mutant as he needed to hide so that he would not be found. The young man believes that the fist must come into contact with something special in order to create a spiritual skill with the same property. Many reminded that contact with acid causes acid shock, contact with fire causes fire shock, and contact with water causes a blast wave. The boy decided to see if there was anything similar to the listed items in the store, but found nothing. But if he leaves at this moment, there is a chance that the animal will find it faster than necessary. But unexpectedly for the young man, the mutant found him, and he had no choice but to fight with his bare hands. The hero of the story tries to ensure that the beast is destroyed and that the young man himself can find a safe place before the authorities arrive. But the mutant also tried to find what he needed and pass it on to his leader. But the beast had a little more strength than the young man. During the fight, the young man found what he was looking for and decided to get to the ball at any cost. Minhee managed to reach the ball and carry out his plan, and the beast instantly flew towards the wall. When the mutant flew towards the wall, the young man decided to hit the monster again and thus win this battle. Eventually, the beast was destroyed, giving the young man more time to find a place where he could more easily fight the monsters or wait for the authorities. The events then began to unfold in the present time, where the beast had already been killed and Dr. Zhao had found the remains of his subordinate. After killing the mutant, the man felt pain in his hand and a deep wound formed. Thanks to this wound, Zhao understood what had happened. Dr. Zhao and his assistants reached the gas station and began moving towards the store. When the man entered the store, he saw that one of his assistants had been killed and realized what was going on there. The mutant doctor was very angry and understood that in order to cope with the student, his assistants needed to develop a little. Zhao ordered his assistants to make sure the dead assistant was not in the store, which was located on the premises of the gas station. The man walked up to the front door of the store and asked if the animals had become better at distinguishing between different smells. After the man's assistants carried out the previous order, they immediately went in search of the young man to bring him to their leader. When the young man finished with the monster, he began to run away from the store so that Dr. Zhao's other monsters would not find him. The young man was surprised that the mutants found him so quickly. He did not understand how they could develop a sense of smell because the boy lost an animal with a very sensitive sense of smell. As for the main character, I also didn't understand how all three animals could run up to the guy from the same side. Another surprise and oddity was that the barking of the monsters became even more terrifying than before he killed one of the four beasts. The boy found a place where he could stay for a while, and if he were found, he would be able to use many mechanisms. The place the boy found has very good mechanisms that will allow him to become strong. The hero of the story decided to think again about how to get rid of the smell, because thanks to gasoline, if he touched the fire, the young man himself would catch fire before he could deliver a burning blow. Since the animals would find him no matter which way he chose, it would be best if the young man continued walking. He plans to create distance between himself and the animals to delay them, but I don't know if he will succeed in his plan. The protagonist continues to move forward and thinks about how to destroy as many monsters as possible, but alone he can do nothing about Dr. Zhao. At some point, the young man realized that someone was watching him, but when he looked back to see who was doing it, he was surprised. The boy did not understand how the monster became so big, because there were three monsters and one big one appeared. Manhwa was determined because he knew that he would still have to fight for justice, and that the battle with the monster could not be avoided. The beast has become much stronger than before, but he does not understand how this could happen. Has he really evolved? The monster continued to attack the enemy, but with greater fury. The main character stubbornly tried to dodge every blow from the mutant and also tried to strike back himself. The young man noticed that the monster had become not only stronger, but also much slower. But for the young man, the fact that the beast had become slower slightly increased the chances of getting rid of the mutant. Manhwa confidently asked the monster to attack him and really hoped that he would be able to get rid of it. But what was even more surprising was that there were even more monsters, and I fell into a slight stupor from what I saw. While the animals stood in their places, the young man thought about what to do and how to act. To begin with, the young man decided that he would leave the place where he was and then decide what to do next. As the student was running away from the monsters, he saw a support and jumped over the fence, deciding to climb onto the support itself. But when the young man climbed onto the support, he realized that it was very narrow, and if he had to fight monsters on it, the student stopped for a moment. He then continued to think that thanks to this pillar, he would be able to kill one person first, and when he reached the top of the pillar, he would get rid of all the monsters. The young man touched one of the railings and realized that he could use fire to fight the monsters. When the hero of the story reached a certain peak of the support, he saw that the animals began to rise after him. The first of the monsters began to jump on the young man to hit him, but the young man was determined to win. The main character, thanks to the resistance, gained the power with which he can get rid of the monsters. Having received additional strength from the support, the young man immediately struck the mutant with all his strength. The blow caused the monster to struggle to its feet, and the teenager declared that the beast did not deserve to live on this earth. Having dealt the mutant another blow, he began to fall into the abyss, but it was important for the young man to destroy 2 more monsters. When the beast fell, the disciple turned to him and said that he became so strong after absorbing the steel. And then he went on to talk about how with this power, he could literally punch through monsters of the same level as himself. Having destroyed one monster, another one approached the young man and began to ask him to come closer to it. The friend believed that the monsters were actually lower in rank than the commander, meaning that the student had found a way to destroy the monsters in front of him. The mutant was getting closer and closer to the main character, and another monster was following him, who wanted to get close to the young man unnoticed. The young man did not understand what the beast wanted to do. One of his thoughts was that it wanted to deceive him. The young man was sure that the monster could not be fooled, but the guy himself did not fully understand what would happen next. When the mutant approached the student, he immediately began to scream and immediately wanted to get into a fight. The beast hit Ming-He's hand, but thanks to the guy having a steel hand, he managed to avoid damaging his hand. He managed to push the mutant away with his steel hand, and he began to strike back. The young man dealt the decisive blow, but the mutant did not give up, and the young man thought about how to strike correctly to destroy the rest of the animals. When the student decided to hit the same spot as the previous mutant, he was very surprised. Manhwa didn't understand why his strike couldn't pierce the beast. Perhaps it had bone armor in its chest. During the fight between the young man and one of the mutants, another beast quietly approached him, but during one of the blows, the guy noticed something unusual. The protagonist thought that the monsters had started evolving again, but it was unclear why they were doing it so quickly. While the young man was trying to destroy one of the beasts, another mutant quietly reached his leg. When the student saw another animal under his feet, he was shocked and did not know what to do. The guy wanted to kick the monster in the neck with all his might, but he saw that something began to appear on his neck. According to the young man, bone spikes began to form on the back of the beast's head, which is why he was unable to destroy the monster. And Ming-He also understood that their bodies were made of something unknown, but he still tried to destroy them. Despite the fact that at the end the hero finds himself surrounded on all sides, he has no desire to stop. The beast from both sides attacked the young man, but he tried to understand in order to have privileges. The mutants dealt the young man blow after blow, but the student himself wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. Ming-He tried to strike with both fists at the same time and in different places, but his blows were only enough to move him from his place. There were times when 2 mutants attacked at the same time, and the young one fought them off with his steel hands. It was another terrifying moment for the young man as the monsters began to scream and immediately rushed into battle. When at one of these moments the beast ran up to him, the young man immediately hit it in the jaw, and the scream stopped. One of the mutants screamed and was hit in the jaw, flying to the side, and the other began to attack. The mutant approached the student and immediately realized that he was about to strike. And so it happened. The young man hit the beast with such force that the monster could barely stand on its feet. After the blow, the mutant began to cover his face with his hands and flew away from the young man some distance, barely stopping. Having stopped, the mutant decided to catch his breath a little and continue the fight, but continued to stare intently at the young man. The man also closely watched every step and movement of the beast and tried not to relax. The mutant wanted to continue the fight, but was unable to do so, and without looking at his feet, fell into the abyss. But the young man also fell, but managed to grab the railing with his hands. Although he continued to hang, he realized that only one animal remained. While the hero of the story was holding on to the edge of the abyss, he remembered being at the checkpoint and finding himself there with Sister Song. Minnie checked the device, and it was great that the electricity was still working, and that it would be able to destroy the remaining monsters. While the young man was hanging at a great height and holding on to the support with his hands, he realized that if he fell, he would break both his arms and legs and die. At some point, the hero saw a monster, which was also hanging at a great height. The young man realized that this was the last monster, and confidently began to move towards the beast to destroy it. The beast also saw the boy and decided that he needed to get to him and also deal the final blow. The mutant, holding on to the support with his tail, hit the young man, but he himself decided that he would stop him with his own hands. Manhwa began to shout at the beast to come down, and also added that he was a parasite living off of Zhao, and if he died, the doctor would become weak. Whichever of them falls, both will remain corpses, but for the beast to die together with the young man is a great honor. The protagonist decided to get the monster to talk a little, saying that someone could soften the fall. The young man had an idea that if he stepped on the mutant, the outcome of the fall could change and the boy would survive. The monster began to scream, but as a result of the fall, he remained alive, and the last monster was destroyed. The brave man stood and looked at the beast, and then added, "What will happen to him if he is very strong?" After the young man had destroyed the monsters, it was already evening, and he went in search of water to wash his hands. The boy found a sink and decided to wash his hands, and suddenly someone called him again. As it turned out, it was Sister Song who started to worry about why Minhai wasn't picking up the phone and asked where he had been all this time. The young man explained that his phone had been hacked, so he didn't know anyone was calling him. The girl reported that government representatives are already in the isolation zone, have already cordoned off the city, and are patrolling the area. The authorities are driving the monsters out of the house, and the young woman also reported that no one has seen either the young man or Dr. Zhao. The boy explained that they were at an amusement park, and also revealed that Zhao planned to spread the mutants through the water supply, which would be injected with a mutagen and thus contaminate the city's water supply. The girl could not believe that the doctor could do such a thing, because he always gave the impression of being a calm and balanced person. The student believes that the test tube containing the liquid he stole could have caused mutations throughout the city. The test tube itself can contain both the monster's blood and their antibodies, which will subsequently spread mutations. The daredevil explained that once scientists extract the antibodies, the city will be able to return to normal life, so the test tube is very important. Sister Song said she would notify the authorities and they would send people to the amusement park and take him away. But this guy asked people to come to the South Tower because Dr. Zhao keeps chasing him, and it's dangerous for him to stay in one place for too long. The protagonist asked to report that Zhao is cheating, so the arrival of professionals is necessary since he can kill everyone. The girl understood what Minnie was talking about, and the young man himself ran to the southern tower in the hope that the man himself would not find him. He didn't know that Dr. Zhao was watching him, so he confidently walked towards the indicated place. But the man knew that the young man would come to the tower, so he was already waiting for him there. But it was no longer the same monster as before. Min Haye was surprised to see the man where he was supposed to be waiting for the people sent by the authorities. The young man decided to do everything possible to ensure that the ampule of blood did not fall into the hands of the doctor before the arrival of the people sent by the authorities. But at some point the man turned to the young man and asked him to look at the mountain, as he had prepared a surprise for him. At the top of the tower were people whom the doctor met along the way and wanted to destroy from the very beginning, but since they recognized the young man, he decided to read. As it turned out, the young man's former classmates were at the top of the tower and begging for help. The young men started talking about the doctor's target being Minhee, and one of the boys said that it was too early for them to die. One of the girls, with tears in her eyes, told the young man to run away, since he would not be able to fight the man one-on-one, since he had the rank of general. Minghe didn't know what to do because he couldn't fight Dr. Zhao alone since he had less strength. The protagonist understood that he could leave his 3 classmates, but he could never leave Lin Yun in danger. In this case, the guy can only wait, and everyone will only be able to survive with the help of the authorities. The man asked him to think about which of these 3 people was important to him, but it was already clear to him who it was. The doctor said that the important person to the young man was the one who advised him to escape, and that this person's name was Lin Yun. Zhao's words confused the girl, and she began to say that they were just classmates. But the man laughed and said that the young girl would not risk her life for the sake of a simple classmate. The doctor, who wanted to destroy all people like a virus, could not understand the sincerity and support of other people. The man was surprised by Minhee's words, as he had never experienced such an attitude from other people. The protagonist thought that this was similar to the nonsense that the man on the subway was talking. All his words were funny and reminded him that for Zhao himself, people were like cancer cells that infect the entire universe. But the universe gave life to the young man because he was lonely, and he also values his own life and the lives of people close to him. Zhao began to laugh at his words because they had different views on people's lives and what they were for. Manhwa believes that the civilized world and thoughts will not stop being explored, including superhumans. They are also part of evolution. But for a man, his position towards virus people is unchanged, because for him, people with superpowers are precisely ingrained viruses. The doctor went on to explain that some viruses are harder to get rid of than others because they can evolve. The young man thought about the need to stop their unnecessary argument and do everything to destroy this man. He also said that they both had their own opinions and neither of them could prove whose theory was correct. So he assumed that the one who was stronger would be right. The daredevil added that there was one but, and continued to say that he was a representative of not just people, but people with superpowers. But who exactly this person represented was unclear. The doctor said that he was a representative of the universe, and that he was the supreme purity that destroyed all life. The young man agreed, but decided that the man should play by his own rules and wait for the authorities to arrive. He set a condition for Zhao. If the doctor wins, he will give him the test tube with blood. The man stated that the young man does not know his place because he does not respect the personal boundaries of other people. Manhwa set another condition. If the doctor loses to a student who does not get into college, then he will stop believing his words. The guy said that Zhao, namely, is a terrible loser, trash, and a useless person. But the doctor's words had no effect on the main character, and he added that if he did not give the ampoule, he would kill all four. The student decided to test what the man was capable of and said that he was trying to destroy them because they were just students at a superhuman institute. The young man said that when he entered university, his classmates took an oath to defend the country, the people in the city at any cost. Manhwa also said that overall, it was beneficial to exchange their lives for the lives of an entire city since there were more people there than at the top of the tower. The man agreed to the boy's proposal and said that he would destroy them right now, and smiled in response to this proposal. Dr. Zhao happily took on the project of destroying the people with superpowers who were on the tower. The students of the Superhuman Institute were stunned by Manhwa's decision, as they had hoped that he would save them. One of the boys was so shocked that he started screaming while he was sitting on that tower. The brave man began to run around looking for a place where he could more easily fight Dr. Zhao, because his ability to strike depends on the object he can touch. He started saying that this time he would choose Lin Yun because she had a very beautiful face. Dr. Zhao began aiming at the girl again, but miscalculated the force of the blow and the direction of the object's movement, missing the young woman. The student continued to run and interfere with the man, which did not please Zhao at all, and he glared at the young man. The doctor said that if Manhwa ran away again, he would do everything to destroy his classmates. The student heard what his teammates were saying, but tried to do something to save them. The man thought that it would be a problem for him if the young man thought only about winning. Even if Manhwa thinks about winning, it's useless, and the doctor can just kill him, and that will only be better for Zhao. The young man ran on, but he did not know whether help would arrive in time and what to expect from this man. The doctor decided to carry out his insidious plan and shouted at the young man to come back, as he had agreed to his conditions. The man stopped, but he didn't know whether he should return to that man, because he understood that he had more strength. Upon returning, the protagonist met with a doctor who was able to show him who he had become again, thanks to the mutation. After his transformation, the man decided to make it so that the young man could no longer escape from him. Dr. Zhao had a certain superpower that he could use after turning into a mutant. The man, using his superpower, made a multitude of spikes appear from under the asphalt so that the young man could not escape, and the young man himself stood and watched what was happening, covering his face with his hand so that dust would not get into his eyes. After finishing his strikes, Zhao turned to Manhwa and said that everything was fine, adding that if he resisted his strikes, the fight would be pointless. A group of people sitting on the tower believe that the place where they are is the place of their battle. He decided to set one condition. If the hero touched the circle drawn by Zhao, he would destroy one of the team members every time. The man agreed to the proposal, and then the doctor added that if the young man won, he would be able to save his team. The student can become a hero who can save the entire Lanyang city, but the only thing is that he is weaker compared to Zhao. After the doctor changed, he gained another ability. He could get what he needed from his body. The man had information that the guy was hospitalized because he failed his exams, but he couldn't come to terms with it, fell into a coma, and ended up in the hospital. By a strange coincidence, the young man ended up in the hospital where Zhao worked as a surgeon and performed an operation on a student. The mutant doctor began to mock Ming. He continued to say that he was the one who failed the exams at the Institute of Superhumans. The man continued to say that no one would look at the main character. Even his classmates considered him pathetic. Zhou believes that the group of people sitting on the tower would rather laugh at their classmate than at the situation. The doctor said that the young man was of no use to anyone except the girl who sent flowers to the hospital. The young man decided that he shouldn't listen to what the mutant was telling him, since his words might not be true. However, the man continues to claim that no one has visited Manhwa for a whole year. At best, they sent her flowers. The student was not surprised by the words like "your life is trash," because he understood that these were provocations to make him give up. Dr. Zhao felt that the boy, despite those life situations, behaved very arrogantly. Lin Yun was very worried about the boy, as she didn't want him to be destroyed by a monster like Zhao. So she insisted that the boy escape. The mutant decided that he needed to not just talk, but go on the offensive, because he wanted to win and take the ampule. The young man could barely stand after the first blow, but he was not going to give up because he did not want people like Zhao on the planet. But it so happened that the man managed to strike such a blow that an ordinary man was immediately destroyed. Watching this battle, Lin Yun cried and wanted the teenager to run away from the mutant as quickly as possible. Manhwa was not the type of person to give up in a fight that had just begun, and despite his injuries, he decided to continue fighting. Dr. Zhao turned to the boy and asked why he was fighting when he should have died in the operating room a year ago. The young man's actions did not convince the man, as he believed that even if he got to his feet after each blow, nothing would change. Another time, when the mutant was about to strike and the young man tried to dodge, he accidentally touched one of the spikes. For Dr. Zhao, this was a perfect opportunity to prove his point and remind them that there was a condition. If they touched the circle, one of them would die. The monster continued to say that the young man could not even adapt to this world. When the man wanted to hit the young man again, the latter had an idea, which he immediately took advantage of. Minghe decided that it was necessary to draw blood into the monster's eyes, and if this idea worked, the young man would have a better chance of destroying the mutant. It so happened that the plan worked. The man turned away, and a chance to strike appeared. Zhao himself did not understand what had happened, as the protagonist was wounded and looked exhausted. The student gained strength and hope that the blow he would deal to the monster would help destroy it faster. As it turned out, thanks to his own blood, the boy was able to deal a powerful blow to the demonic god. A group of people on the tower were shouting that it was amazing and asking for the monster to be finished off as soon as possible. One of the young men started screaming to be saved as soon as possible, as he also had a wound from which blood was flowing. The young woman sitting next to the young man responded that Manhwa had also had injuries, and he did not show the emotions that should have been present when he was injured. Lin Yun was worried about the boy because he needed to treat his wound as he was losing a lot of blood. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monster, who was thought to be dead, began to say that their company was very noisy. When the boy returned, he saw that the monster was trying to get up, and also added that if he destroyed the boy, he would deal with the rest of the team. The young people were shocked because they did not expect such a turn of events and thought that the worst was already behind them. After the monster stood up and pulled the last fragment out of its body, I realized what kind of superpower it had. Even though the man had just stood up, the young man decided that another blow was necessary. But the man himself said that the student's blows were very strong, and he was surprised by this, since he still did not understand what inhuman strength this man possessed. Although the blows are strong, Dr. Zhao thinks that they are useless against him, and he also remembers that the young man bewitched the fire and killed the mouse. At the moment when the guy tried to kill the mouse, it was an impossible task for him, but he managed it. While the man was speaking, Manhwa wasted no time in deciding to give Zhao a few blows. After the young man struck with his fists, he decided to combine it with a kick to completely destroy the monster. The student hit him, the mutant flew away and realized what his superpower was. The man said that the boy can absorb the properties and energy of various objects, and also use them as weapons. And this is a very interesting skill. Dr. Zhao made it clear that all of Ming He's skills used against a high-ranking master were useless. The students at the Superhuman Institute began to discuss Min He's abilities, as they had not previously known about this ability, and he was considered one of the strongest of the 5 people studying there. Lin Yun was even more concerned about the young man and tried to support him, while adding that he should put in a little more effort to destroy the monster. The man wants to use the power of the leader's title, not the rooster or worm that the young man has killed and knows what to expect in a fight. The monster doesn't believe that the teenager has enough power to destroy him, even if he uses the blue spirit rank. The man had a very high opinion of himself, as he believed that the boy would always remain weak. And even if he was unusual, there was a small chance that he could deal with the monster. Dr. Zhao also added that he also has good fist control and strong hands. The mutant decided to show Ming He how he could control the power of his hands and also test the strength of the young man. The man began to show everything he knew and also wanted to destroy the young man and his classmates. The blow knocked the guy off balance, but he did not want to give up and continued to fight. The doctor continues to attack the teenager and believes that he can defeat him and return what was lost. Their struggle continued, and each of them did not want to give up and continued to move towards their goal and victory. The young man realized that as soon as Zhao started fighting with his fists, the mutant's speed increased. The man continued to hit the boy faster and faster with each step, and he thought that this way he could win. When the doctor hit him again, the young man tried to hold on and stay in place, but he failed. The boy flew up from the strong blow, but tried to find support to stop and strike back. Zhao believes that this way he can get Ming He back on track and bring another person into the team. Sharp claws appeared on the monster's body, and the group of classmates were surprised by what they saw. The man pointed his claws at the boy and launched them, and the boy himself tried to cover himself from them and run away. The doctor was surprised at how dense the bone was, allowing it to escape the attack and not harm the person. Thanks to another unusual talent, by a lucky chance, the guy managed to escape, but he found himself on the brink of destruction. The monster believes that one hit will be enough for Min Hai, but even if he survives, he will remain wounded, and also added that his luck power is very useful. The man decided to go against the conditions that were set for each other before the start of the battle, and returned to the company of people who were at the top of the tower. Shao began to talk about how each of Ming He's accomplices was as much of a loser as he was. For the young man himself, the mutants' actions were quite strange, since they had agreed on certain conditions for the fight. The doctor explained that he always kept his promises, but then turned to the student and asked him to assess his current condition. The protagonist was shocked to find himself standing outside the circle and was very angry at himself for it. Joshe said that due to the guy's incompetence, one of his accomplices had to be eliminated, and the group of friends themselves were very scared. When Lin Yun saw where the pin was flying, she knew what was about to happen and that this moment could not be avoided. The monster targeted the girl who was most precious to Min Hai, and this time, he hit where he planned. The young woman was as surprised as the rest of the people at the top of the tower, but she could do nothing. The girl lost consciousness from the herbs she received, and everyone thought she had died, and they also did not understand what was happening. The hero understands that because of his carelessness, an innocent person suffered, especially the one who cared about him. The young man became angry and, wanting to make sure that this man got what he deserved, said that the monster was capable of anything to destroy all people, like viruses. Minhaya was determined to get rid of the doctor and restore justice. Zhou began to calm the young man down and said that, in his opinion as a doctor, the girl would live as long as her arm was not amputated. There is one more piece of news for the protagonist. Lin Yun needs help within 5 minutes, and if it is not there, they will lose the girl. Hearing about the 5 minutes that could save the girl's life, Min Hai decided that he had to act decisively. The boy came up with a plan. While the man was not looking, the student would touch a bush lying on the road and use his superpower again. The guy did what he planned and then thought about how to get rid of the doctor. The student's main task was to destroy the mutant and save his classmates in 5 minutes. The determined young man decided to destroy the mutant at any cost. Each of the men was determined to win, and each of them wanted to finish the battle. The daredevil turned to Ming He, saying that his super talent was at the level of the blue spirit, and he would not be able to win this battle. After striking, the monster thought that the student was using all his strength, and added that if he used all his blood to the maximum, it would not be enough to win. The mutant believes that he does not need to resist the guy's blows because he can die from blood loss. The man also thinks that the young man looks worthless because he gives his all to his work. And the doctor no longer likes it when survivors commit suicide, and he hates it. Zhao continued to ask Min what the meaning of life was if one could not easily achieve success, such as by committing suicide. The man believes that the main character was the only one who wanted to die, but he was sent to the hospital and he forced the doctors to save him, wasting their time and energy. For a mutant, a stallion is a terrible worm that no one cares about, and he is alone all his life. The monster continues to consider the young man weak and pathetic enough to eventually decide to commit suicide. The guy didn't understand why this guy only gave him pleasure, because Minhai's sister sacrificed her dignity for her brother. For her brother's sake, the woman knelt before Dr. Zhao and begged him to stay at the hospital when medical bills turned into debt. Minhai and her sister always lived on the outskirts of the city, working with their hands for the rich and powerful people. Having convinced the boy of his worthlessness, he hit him again, but the young man remained steadfast. Another proof of a student's worthlessness is that he tries to deceive himself and pretends to be someone great. The villain decided to end the life of the main character with a fight, a senseless one, so that no one would get hurt because of him. Dr. Zhao's hands grew spikes, which he used to destroy the young man and end the fight. The young man saw that the man had decided to strike from a great height, that is, to aim higher and thus strike. The mutant set about implementing his plan and made even more pins in the center of the circle. Having completed the work of installing the spikes, the man took his place and decided to rest. Dr. Zhao raised his head and looked again at the young man standing outside the circle, also watching the mutant. The monster turned to Ming. He again and said that everything was quite good, but he was standing outside the circle again. The young man noticed that there were even more pins around the man, and there was even less space left in the circle itself. Dr. Zhao said the student had survived the attack again, so someone else would suffer again in his place. The guy was surprised that the man thought he was trying to commit suicide, since the young man values his own life more than someone else's. The monster believes that the student's words do not matter, since what remains important is that another death of his accomplice was allowed. Secondly, the hero of the story believes that he cares about his sister, as well as the universe in which people like Zhao live. The young man's sister plucked up the courage to seek help from a doctor because she was worried about her only relative. Minhee goes on to talk about how when the animals started mutating, everyone in the hospital started running away, and the only nurse, Song, decided to help a man who was in a coma. While everyone was fighting for their lives, the only one who wanted to help save those who couldn't move was Sister Lan. The boy explained that he would never abandon his classmates because Lin Yun was a leader and helped raise funds for him. The man said that the beauty who was collecting money for the student's treatment would soon die before his eyes. The last thing Minhai wanted to say was that he had super talent, and not just at the blue spirit level. The young man explained that the man had the ability to self-heal and regenerate his body, but every blow he dealt left a mark on the monster's body. Dr. Zhao estimated that the student hit him a total of 49 times, but the man himself hardly noticed. The protagonist decided that he needed to strike a blow that would allow him to destroy the mutant. The student decided to carry out his plan, gathered all his strength, and went to meet the next monster. The man was surprised that the young man decided to deal the final blow. After all, it was a purple soul rank super talent. The doctor believes that he is part of a higher power in heaven that is losing to a person with a lower standard of living. Minhai's classmates were shocked by what they saw, as they never thought he had such a superpower. The young man believes that his current strength is actually insignificant, because you never know what title you can win. The current government is 1,000 times better than the man who believes that other people are viruses that need to be destroyed. After finishing his conversation with Dr. Zhao, the young man immediately ran to the door to help his classmates. One of the girls said that the boy used Mina's purple soul rank talent and was able to win. Minhee turned out to be very strong because he could use a secret art that not everyone could master. After the student ran to his classmates, the girl thanked them for saving him and added that the school they attended probably did not see the young man's potential. The rest of the friends also thanked him for saving them and added that it was unclear how much power the student had on the test machine, and if that was not the reason, then it was the person taking the test. A brave man approached Lin Yun to check if she was okay and give her first aid. The most important thing for the girl was to survive because life was important to her, and it was also important that everything in their city became better. Minhee promised that the young girl would survive, and also said that officials would arrive soon. Lin Yun said that the young man was very strong and that none of them knew about his abilities. The group of friends saw that the officials had already arrived and were very happy that they would be taken away and the girl would be saved. The students of the Superhuman Institute began to shout about their location, and the young man asked Lin Yun not to speak first. One official said he would take care of the victims while another would handle the crisis. The young man began to ask them to hurry since there was a wounded girl among them. The official asked them to step aside and make room for medical personnel. The medic examined the young woman and said that she was lucky that the spear did not come out the other side, and that if help had been provided in time, there would have been no danger. The witch who arrived from law enforcement agencies reported that the young man also needed medical assistance, as his wounds needed to be treated. The young man reported that upon arriving at the designated location, they found a mutated Master Rank monster and added that they were lucky that no one died. He was still given medical attention and was also asked where the mutated Master Rank monster could have escaped to. Lin Kunyu, who had the rank of Sun, joined the company and reported that the critical situations had already been resolved. Captain Louis Lin said there was no need to rush the mission. The officials explained that a Master Rank monster could ambush and spy on them. The guy who arrived on behalf of the authorities reported that the Master Rank mutant had already been destroyed. Lin Kunyu also added that the dead monster was in the pit and showed where exactly it was. Officials speculated that the mutant likely used several dirty mutations to enhance itself. Captain Louis Lin was surprised because everyone thought the doctor would take care of everyone, but it turned out that he was dead. The girl immediately began asking when exactly the man died and who killed him, since the authorities arrived after the destruction. The group of friends confidently pointed to the MiG-21 and were glad that the authorities would learn about the feat. And Louis Lin herself was surprised that the young man killed the mutant, because she didn't think that anyone could kill such a mutant. The young man stated that he had indeed destroyed the mutant and reported it to the authorities, and also gave his name, namely Min He. The hero showed the officials an ampule of liquid and explained that he stole it from a mutant, and then said that he wanted to add it to the water supply. The captain carefully examined the ampule, then looked at Min He and did not understand what was happening. Lulin was even more surprised and began to ask how he managed to do this. The young man began to explain that he had robbed the doctor while he was busy talking, but the authorities were interested in how he had destroyed the mutant. The student said he used his fist because his evolutionary superpower is his fist. The captain stopped the teenager and asked him what level of super evolution hunter he was and what department he was in. The protagonist explained that he had the rank of Starlight Trainee, but no one believed him. The official explained that Dr. Zhao had recently eliminated 2 Shining Moon rank hunters. The boy's classmates confirmed that he had indeed become an evolutionary hunter. The young man's girlfriend also added the fact that he failed his school exam on super evolution. Louis Lun was once again very surprised because she did not understand how it happened that an ordinary student who failed the exam suddenly became a super evolutionary hunter. Lin Kunyu was also surprised by what was happening and asked what was happening to him. The captain remembered that Min Hai was that arrogant guy who didn't listen to her instructions on the radio. The doctor who was with the officials remembered the young man because he was on the bus when they were attacked by the mutant mouse, but he did not immediately recognize him because of the blood on his face. Lin said that from then on, the student became a hero who saved their city of Lanyang from danger. The official added that the young man made high-ranking heroes look like hopeless low-ranking heroes. Min Hai did everything to buy time and save his classmates because they also helped him in difficult times. The commander was asked if the young man would be interested in joining the Super Evolutionary Organization, as it offered high pay, good treatment, and great colleagues. Lin did not like the girl's words as they were very unkind, and he asked the young lady to be a little more modest. Louis was very offended by the guy, because she also believed that similar comments could have been made in another place and under different circumstances. The official decided to rectify the situation and said that the other girls in their company were not as nice as she was. The commander suggested that he consider that their organization was inviting him to join them straight from the evolutionary school. The main character thought about the girl's words and said that he would think about her proposal. After Min Hai said he would think about the proposal, he immediately felt sick and lost consciousness. Everyone was afraid for the young man and was very worried about him, because if it weren't for him, everyone would have been looking for the source of the infection for a very long time. The doctor explained that this could have happened due to overwork, and also added that the young man had lost a lot of blood and was currently very weak. The guy needs to get to the hospital, and the rest of the participants in the event need to prepare for the press conference. One of the TV channels showed a report about the painstaking work of the Evolutionary School and the Hunters organization. The news anchor reported that mutants had been exterminated in the southern suburbs of Lanyang City. The woman said that a person was found who made a very big contribution and also found the source of the pollution and stopped the spread of dirt. For the townspeople, a young friend informed them that Superman was in the hospital and they would continue to monitor and report new cases. After the press conference ended and the news was broadcast on television, the story continued in the same hospital in Lanyang City. Nurse Song sat at the young man's bedside, just as concerned for his well-being as she had been a year ago. Min Hai opened his eyes and realized that he was in a hospital and Sister Song was sitting next to him. The beauty was very glad that the young man had woken up and explained that he had slept for 2 whole days, so much so that she even thought that he had fallen into a coma again. The friend was also surprised to see the girl and asked why she was lying in the hospital next to him. Sister Lan explained that she was transferred to this particular hospital and assigned to look after him. The woman explained that her friend was now a hero in the city and reporters were waiting to interview him. The young man was curious to know where his sister was now, as he was very worried about Lin Long Long. His sister was safe and learned this from the doctor, adding that she was with Issa. Sister Song explained that she needed to go to the hospital immediately, and for the boy himself, this was important information. Someone tried to enter the room where the teenager was and ask him some questions. As it turned out, Captain Louis Lin and General Lee from the official organization opened the door and inquired about the student's well-being. Min Hee was already feeling better, having had a good rest and gained strength, and he was also curious as to why they had come to him in particular. Sister Song explained that his physical condition was good, as the young man recovered much faster than ordinary people. Louis Lin said that this guy is very good for their organization, and they also need superhumans like him. When the general stamped his foot and turned to face the young man, the woman standing behind the general became a little frightened. The man himself thanked Ming He for saving the city and for everything he had done to officially organize Lanyang City. The general explained that if it were not for the student, there would have been many victims both in the city and beyond. The young man was pleased to hear such words, but this is exactly what he had to do, because first and foremost, he was saving his loved ones. The man looked at the protagonist, and the student realized that the general wanted to talk to him. Lulin invited Songlan to have lunch and discuss some matters since she had some free time today. The nurse was delighted with this offer, as she had not been anywhere for a long time and wanted to visit many places in Lanyang. After the girls left, the general sat down next to the young man and waited for a suitable opportunity to talk. Min Hai was the first to start the conversation and added that if a man wants to talk, then what exactly does he want to talk about face to face? The man was surprised that the guy immediately understood that he wanted to talk to him and did not even understand how he got it. The young man explained that the woman had used this excuse to invite Sister Song to have lunch with her, and the general realized that the student had good analytical skills. He talked to the student's friends and the nurse about the battle with Chao Shuhua and realized from their stories that the doctor and the young man had different levels of ability. It was a surprise to the general that the young man was able to defeat the monster, because not all the best hunters understood how much higher the rank of the super being was than their own. The brave man explained that for superhumans, it is necessary to use not only their abilities, but also intelligence and wisdom. And Ming He himself, namely, is a truly wonderful guy. But the student himself explained that he has a hidden talent for luck, and he himself is a little luckier than ordinary people. The general considers the boy modest and explains that luck protects only temporarily, but the student has spent a lot of time in battles and can do without the help of luck. The young man believes that the words spoken to him are a complete exaggeration, since he only has the rank of intern. The man was curious if Dr. Zhao had heard what Ming He had said, as the general himself was very interested in the information the mutant was telling him. The young man explained that Zhao was talking about cancer cells taking control of the immune system, which is the main organ in the universe responsible for the death of people. The head of the organization explained that not all of the mutant's words make sense, since in his words one can find several more answers to the question about the source of the radiation. The boy was surprised by what the man said, because everyone thought the monster was a madman who wanted to kill people. The organization has data and assumptions that the animals that invaded our planet appeared because of a comet containing a creature capable of harming humans. He explained that it was all instinct, and on our planet Earth, the most important instinct is embroidery, because every person or animal is capable of surviving. The general asked the young man if he knew what instincts the creatures that fell with the comet had, because this was very important. According to the young man, the instinct of these creatures is to kill all living things in their path. The man confirmed the boy's words because it was important for the creatures to destroy every single human, but it was also important for the boy whether humans were really poisoning the universe. The general cannot answer this question because people have two instincts. The first is to survive, and the second is to explore the world. And people continue to explore the world. The only truth is that even the best super beings and professional scientists cannot answer this question. Manhwa began to think about whether it would be useful to give humans enhanced evolutionary abilities if the universe wanted to get rid of them. And since they were so adaptable, they might not be a problem for the monsters. The brave man said that the guy had good thoughts, and also added that people who have an innate attachment to evolution feel a direct aversion to such thoughts. The general continued to say that these creatures, namely viruses, and they will definitely not be among the losers, and will continue civilizational relations with these creatures. The hero stated that even if he is a superhuman, he will not be able to protect all people because he will not be able to do it alone. The only thing Manhwa can do is to protect the people closest to him and his family. The husband said that after talking with the young man, he had several questions that needed to be resolved, and he also hopes that the guy is not hiding anything. The young man agreed with him, and then the head of the organization said that about a year ago, when the Divine Queen discovered the comet, he handed over the documents. The general continued that after entering the Earth's atmosphere, the comet changed course and disintegrated, leaving the surface. The man also explained that while all this was happening and the young man was nearby, because of this, he was in a coma for a whole year. He studied the documents carefully and realized what really happened that day. The head of the organization looked sternly at the guy and asked what exactly he saw that day. Manhwa explained that he saw a bright light that filled the entire sky and tried to quickly run away. The man also added that he immediately lost consciousness and does not remember anything else from that day. The general, hearing the young man's words, became a little upset and said that the student had not actually seen anything and asked if anyone had left the house when the comet fell. The hero explained that he was sure he had seen nothing, and he also had a suspicion that perhaps the comet was one of the terrible monsters. The man explained that their organization rates disasters on a scale of 1 to 12, as each one has its own power. The head of the organization stated that the power of the first rank corresponds to the level of a tornado in all respects. The general continued to explain the danger level. For example, the monster incident in Lanyan was rated as level 3, but Zhao wanted to use the water supply and pipes and pay up to level 6. The young man was surprised and could not believe that such a serious case was only of the 3rd rank. He learned that the comet he had found was the catastrophe that the Divine Queen had predicted from the very beginning, and the man fell silent. Continuing, the general said that this was only a rank 9 disaster. The young man was surprised by what he heard from the general, because this disaster was very terrible. 9 catastrophes would threaten a large province, perhaps even all of South China. But what scares me most is not the creatures, but something else. An influential person said that 5 years ago, a natural disaster occurred in the south, the main culprit of which was a monster of imperial rank. He also explained that the current contamination also represents imperial blood. The general added that in the same year, an underground dealer appeared who hid a blood sample and did not show it to anyone. It came as a surprise to the young man that the imperial blood could affect an entire city, so it is very dangerous, and the organization believes that it could destroy all of humanity. The organization investigated the site of the comet's fall, but found nothing, and the young man turned out to be the only witness and victim of the comet wave, which is why information about the young man was needed. The student actually saw nothing and knew nothing about the situation, but the man assured the young man that his people would only confirm the facts, but there was an assumption that part of the comet could still remain somewhere. Manhwa asked something else, to which the man replied that Luolin had recommended the young man and hoped that he would join the organization. The general added that the young man was incredibly lucky because after spending a whole year in a coma, he received a Type 1 superpower, probably of the Purple Soul rank. The man hoped that the young man would agree, as his organization needed people like Manhwa. The boy decided that he would first talk to his sister, weigh the pros and cons, and only then give a precise answer. The head of the organization agreed to the guy's proposal and added that their doors were always open for him. The general insisted that they move on and not disturb the young man, but the student stopped him. The man thought that the young man remembered something and stopped to listen to him and then make a decision. The young man decided to ask if he could get $20,000 as a reward for discovering the source of radiation. The head of the organization said that the student should not worry and that he would receive the award in full. The young man thanked the general for his visit and conversation and left, leaving Ming-He alone to ponder his words. The protagonist, after the man left, decided to meditate and enter the meditation of perfection. The young man closed his eyes, began to meditate, and saw a statue in the form of a girl, around which there were many steps. Min-Hai walked closer to the statue with the purple dot on its forehead and asked if she heard what the general said. After the boy finished speaking, the statue's eyes began to glow, which surprised the young man a little. The student saw how the sculpture suddenly began to glow very brightly, and this surprised the young man even more. The protagonist, after the statue turned into a girl, decided to ask if it was really a rank 9 disaster. The young girl started laughing at the guy because she thought he was looking at her very arrogantly. The beauty understood what the young man meant and said that she was at least of the 11th rank. Min-Hai was surprised by these words and decided to ask if she really came to destroy humanity. The lady explained that this was indeed the case and that what Dr. Zhao said was also true, because people were very greedy and that in itself made the universe an uncomfortable place. The young man realized that it was useless to stop the girl and then decided to sit down and listen carefully to what she had to say. The hero listened carefully to the fact that it was the girl who gave him the powerful ability to control creatures. As it turned out, due to the fact that the guy was in a coma, Milady helped him with training, and if it weren't for this moment, it's not a fact that he would have defeated Dr. Zhao. They live in symbiosis, and if it weren't for the situation with the comet, the young lady would not have grown stronger in his body, as she considers him weak and unsuitable for her. According to the girl, Min-Hai's instinct was to kill, not to survive, but he decided to ask why she had possessed a weak host and chose him, adding that it was not for the sake of survival. The young girl asked the young man not to compare her with these creatures because she was better and, in human language, a goddess, so that she could find an owner, because among millions of people, it is very difficult to find even one owner, and adaptation also takes time. Over time, the young lady decided that it was necessary to live in peace in the future, and since this was so important to her, her instincts and the instincts of man turned out to be similar. Looking at the guy, she asked what exactly he wanted to say, but in response, she heard that the beauty did not know what the universe looked like because she was following someone's orders. Min-Hai offered to show her his world because it's not that bad, and besides, my lady is very nice, and there is every reason to hope that we can find a common language. She agreed, and the young man also needed training, and they decided to create an unreal monster that almost killed him because he did not want to die with her. The lady decided to start creating a monster for training, but the young man decided to stop her because he was tired. For a student, the best option would be to overexert himself in the place of meditation. When the young man opened his eyes, he realized that Madame, namely the very same 9th rank catastrophe that the general had spoken of. He realized that there was a real nuclear bomb in his body, and if anyone found out about it, it could explode at any moment. The young man decided that something needed to be done to get rid of the 9th ranking misfortune. Journalists had already gathered on the hospital grounds and were discussing how the hero who had uncovered the case of the mutation infection would leave the hospital. All the reporters are hoping to interview this guy and are looking forward to it. The journalists asked why the student was wearing a medical mask and asked him to take it off so that everyone would know about the city's hero. Min-Hai didn't like that they were attacking him with various questions, and he didn't like it. The young man decided that he would not take off his medical mask, but would talk to people, since he understood that they would not let him move further. He explained that he was doing everything necessary to save his loved ones, and that schools and associations would take care of the rest. Lin Yun saw her classmate's interview and was very happy for him. The rest of his friends also saw the news in which he said that they would also be able to give an interview, and the company itself thought that it was very cool, namely to say this on camera. Many heroes have died fighting mutants and monsters and are now visited in other places. The brave man believes that their squad is currently the city's heroes. While walking in the park, the young man decided that he should not appear in public, as he could be found and sent to a laboratory for experiments. The young man held a piece of paper in his hands which stated that he had a certain amount of money in his account, thanks to which his sister would be able to relax a little. Min Hai had made a deal with Sister Song that she wouldn't tell her sister about the hospital, and at some point the young man decided to give her a surprise. The boy wanted the girl to rest more, because she had done so much for him, but the doll refused and said that she could not leave until she sold all the ice cream. The young man decided to help his sister and then go to the festival, but she suggested that he go and take the exam so as not to waste time. The girl explained that since the morning everyone has been discussing the hero who saved the city, and the young man himself wants to become a Superman and protect the city. The young man decided that he needed to tell his sister the truth about being the hero everyone was talking about, and then added that he needed to get some fresh air. Min Hai decided to help the girl and started shouting that they were selling ice cream, that it was fresh and had many flavors. A young woman who was with the general at the hospital saw that the young man was helping his sister instead of becoming famous throughout the city. At some point, when the young man was calling people to him, he heard someone calling him and decided that he needed to pick up the phone. The young man picked up the phone and asked who was calling him, and heard in response that it was Liu Lin, the military commander of the southern suburb. The woman calls to see if he has decided to join their organization, but his sister has been working hard for years so that he can study. The young lady dreamed of her brother getting into the evolution school, so he plans to enroll there after the special recruitment opens, and only after graduating from school will he be able to accept their offer. The commander explained that they also had a similar organization called Dragon's Fang. Its members were free to move around and were not usually required to defend the city. The only thing they will have to do is to help officials in emergency situations, and for their cooperation, they will also receive official powers and an annual fee. Lulin said that the evolution school is very expensive, and they must have a lot of funds, but they also will not put pressure on the choice because the young man must help twice a year, and they will pay this amount. The young man warned them to call if they needed anything, because being a guard was every Superman's duty, and from that day on they would work together. The boy became a part of the Dragon's Fang and plans to combine his studies and work in the organization. He finished talking on the phone, and his sister, who had finished work, came up to him. The girl finally finished selling ice cream and asked who was calling her brother because he had walked away while talking on the phone. Min Hai explained that he received a call from the official organization that hired him and that the salary was very high and that there was a chance that his sister would not have to work so much. My sister suggested going to the festival to celebrate the event because she had never been to a seafood fair. The young people were very pleased with what they saw and tried many interesting products. They also went to look at and try on new clothes because his sister deserved the best. Sometime later, they went to look at a house that could be bought or rented. At that moment, the house they were looking at was for rent, but the young man promised that they would soon be able to buy it. Suddenly, the girl remembered that her brother, namely Superman, and asked him to give her a special thank you when he meets the hero of the city. Min Hai was surprised by her words, and then added that the hero risked his life to save the entire city because he could have escaped, but he stood until the end. The sister continued to talk about how his body was covered in blood and that he almost died. For the girl, the most important thing was that the hero did all this for the sake of children who were calmly choosing ice cream in the park. The girl also added that thanks to him, everyone returned to their homes, and some of them can choose their own housing. An ordinary person can live in his city thanks to people with superpowers. Min Hai's sister hopes that her brother will have the opportunity to meet him and thank him for saving people. Returning home, the young man took a shower and thought that he should not thank himself for saving him because people deserve to risk their lives for him. While at home, the young friend began to train a lot, as this was necessary for entering the institute. The training included cardio, strength training, endurance, and striking techniques. The young man trained hard every day because he wanted to make his sister's dream come true. Fist fighting training was essential for the student, as his superpower was in using his fists. The hero also went to the library to practice his knowledge and improve the assimilation of the knowledge he already had. Another component of the training was combat training, which was done through meditation. Preparation for admission was intense. As for the young man, it was an important moment of entering the institute. An acquaintance from the Comet said that she analyzed the statistics of the mutated doctor and can stimulate 90% of his strength. The lady suggested using his ghost for practice, but the young man still hasn't forgiven Zhao. At this stage, it is necessary to improve the student's physical capabilities and get more nutrients, since the fighting skills in the head are not weak, but the body itself does not keep up with the reaction. When the youth can reach the level of solar energy, he will be able to use the absolute theory, because his fist, namely, this is the advanced talent of the red sorcerer. If Ming-He uses absolute territory, the doctor will look weaker than an insect. The young man remembered that the teacher explained that this method allows a person to surpass physical capabilities. The strike of a strong man is equal to that of an ordinary person, and also the talent of the blue spirit, which gives the physical data of white dust, advanced skills of explosive evolution of the spirit. The blue spirit also has the ability to control fire, wind, and a mysterious explosive fist. The beauty then explained that the Purple Soul's talent included summoning blazing fire, summoning shining thunder, controlling tornadoes, and repeatedly striking star signs. According to the Superman theory, the Purple Soul talent gives the physical characteristics of white dust, advanced skills of explosive spirit evolution, and secret art. The young man became interested in the Red Sorcerer's talent and learned that he possessed the physical characteristics of white dust and developed skills of explosive spirit evolution. The sorceress said that the absolute theory enhances the abilities of the Superman, elevates the capabilities of the enemy, and also forces him to follow the rules. In absolute theory, he sets rules that are beneficial to the young man and also asks if there is a trial version. There is no trial version at this stage because the guy needs to practice other skills, and if he does not master the secret art, he will not move on to the next level. Ming-He must have a sufficient level of fist fighting, but the young man believes that he tried and failed to deliver 49 blows. But whether this move will be the strongest, the young man does not know. But the young lady explained that 49 strikes was the minimum for activation, since the strikes had to be fast. The young man also added that the strikes must be precise, and it is also necessary to use the environment and explosive strikes. According to the girl, the student will have to use secret arts, as it is necessary to increase the number of blows. A month passed. The young man was at the station and was going to take the entrance exams on the train, and his sister was very upset that the young man was leaving. For the first time in history, a very thick fog fell on a park area in the southern city of Binshan at night. 2 security guards worked at night, monitoring the park area, as it is private property that needs protection. One of the guards saw such thick fog for the first time in many years, especially at night. Lao Wang's colleague approached him and said that they were alone, and advised him not to check the area as the fog was very thick and nothing could be seen. The men decided to return and started talking about how September would soon come and the cold season would begin. Due to the thick fog, the guards did not understand why they had not reached their destination and thought that they had taken a wrong turn. When they arrived, they were surprised again as they thought they were going to the wrong place. But one of them had been working there for 10 years and knew the area very well. But it turned out that they still went the wrong way, and one of them disappeared along the way, and the other heard strange sounds. The surprised man does not understand what is happening because his colleague is not nearby, and a monster is standing in front of him. The monster attacked the guard and he screamed for help because he didn't want to die, but there was no one there. The mutated spider dragged the man away, and his colleague ran as far as the eye could see because he wanted to escape too. Lao Wang ran to the control room in a panic, decided to catch his breath and call for help. The man quickly took out his phone and started looking for a phone number, as he needed to find help and escape. While searching the room, the security guard saw a woman walking through the park and looking for something. The man left his business and decided to open the door to warn her of the danger that awaited her. The park employee shouted at her to run away quickly, but when he saw the woman, he became very scared. As it turned out, the woman was also a monster and decided to destroy the man without leaving any traces. The mutant decided to take away all the strength and energy from the man and thereby destroy him. The main character rode the train further and further. At some point, the train reached a place where there was thick fog. The student decided to call his sister and tell her that he had money and that his friends were looking for a house for him. A woman approached a train worker, asking for water and also deciding to inquire how long the journey to the southern city would take. Tang Xin, a member of the train crew, replied that they had about an hour left to travel, adding that the school year would soon start. A passenger on the train confirmed that she was indeed traveling with her daughter, who had scored high in Lanyang and was accepted into the evolution school. All the passengers were shocked by what they heard, because Fan Rong was beautiful and smart, and some of them couldn't even pass the exams because the rankings were too high. One of the young men approached the girl and asked her to write a blessing, as he also wanted to enter this school and save the people in the city. The young man was very touched by the fact that the girl had entered there herself and had scored high. It was really amazing, and the girl replied that she had to try very hard. The train went further and further and reached a city where there was a very thick fog at night, and monsters destroyed 2 park employees. Unexpectedly for everyone, the train began to stop abruptly, but it was not yet known why exactly this was happening. The passengers are scared and don't understand what's happening because everything was fine the whole time. There was a young girl in the train carriage with a baby in her arms who did not understand what was happening to the child. Fanaya Rong was surprised and replied that such a quick reaction reassured her since she did not understand what was happening. People don't understand where the fog came from because the weather was clear just now and there was no communication. No one understands anything. Everyone is in a panic. The protagonist looked at his phone and saw that the weather forecast said it was sunny. He decided to get up and check if there was a signal on his phone and saw that there was still a connection. Another friend decided to look out the window to see what was going on and saw the silhouette of an unknown person. The young man's mother did not believe him and said that it was all nonsense, but he stood his ground and continued to claim that it was a very great treasure. Minha sat and watched carefully as the staff member began to announce information. The announcement stated that the crew had encountered an unexpected situation and was working to resolve it. None of the passengers expected any unforeseen situations to arise, and all passengers were asked to remain in their seats. Minhee stood up from his seat and decided to go ask what happened because he had a bad feeling. The train worker asked permission to return to the carriage, as the crew should have already known about the situation, but they themselves did not yet know what had happened. The protagonist showed the girl his badge and added that he was a hunter of an advanced stage of evolution and asked her to tell the truth, and the woman asked to follow her. Fanaya Rong said that she was also considered a hunter, so she offered to help the young man. The train workers checked the passengers' data and found no advanced hunters, and they don't even know what to do. Tang Xin walked up to the other workers and said that she had found 2 hunters and they could help them solve this problem. The man was surprised and asked the young men what their rank was and waited for an answer, as the information was very important. The young man and his girlfriend show their ID cards. The guy shows a badge and the girl shows a piece of paper. The guards were surprised because the student of the School of Evolution and the intern Starlight turned out to be completely different from what they expected. Shi Ming added that they definitely wouldn't be able to cope since the crew didn't know what danger was waiting outside the train. Min Hai said that in this case, it was better than nothing because the longer they stayed on the train, the worse the situation became and the more likely it was that rescuers would be called. The guide agreed with the young man and added that they were accompanied by Qi Ming, who made sure they were careful. The young people could not agree on who would go further and who would stay, but in the end they decided to go together. The young man agreed, but warned that he had a bad feeling and asked the girl to follow him. He warned them to close the door and not open it under any circumstances, and if they returned, to let them know. Tang Xin closed the car door and waited for instructions from the young men, as each of the passengers was worried about the current situation. Ming Hai was with the train conductor and a student from the School of Evolution. They walked and looked around carefully. Qi Ming was surprised that the young man wanted to see a girl who had entered the School of Evolution, because he thought it was the other way around. The young man himself was cautious, and then asked what the crew did if there was fog outside, to which he heard in response that they were driving on. And in this situation, the system showed that there was something ahead. The group of people moves on, and the guard is not concerned about the situation, as he thinks that there are wild boars or mountain birds there. The passengers hoped that they would soon be able to continue their journey, as each of them was busy with their own affairs. The train crew member was very tense and anxious and also could not find a seat. The woman hopes that everything is going well and they will return soon with good news. Tang Xin saw a girl on the street and asked her why she got off the train since it was dangerous. The conductor opened the door but immediately remembered the instructions the young man had given him before leaving. The crew closed the door, swore they wouldn't do it again, and continued to wait. A train passenger also saw a young woman outside the door and asked why she was not allowed on the train. The woman replied that she could not see clearly because the fog made it difficult to see who was standing in front of the door. In the car, they heard the doll knocking and one of the men who was next to the woman said that perhaps she was knocking because she was scared. Tang Xin sternly said that no one except the hunters could open the carriage, because when the train stopped, the doors would be locked and no one could get out. However, the man was persistent and said that perhaps they were local residents who had gotten lost and were now asking for help. The employee stood her ground because she wanted to save the lives of all passengers. A train passenger is also determined to let someone into the carriage because a girl's crying can be heard outside the door. The woman stood firmly in place and did not allow anyone to open the door, as it could be dangerous. The man pushed the employee away with all his might. She fell to the floor, and he walked back to the door. The elder brother said that the crew members should help the people and open the door. He then turned to the girl standing behind the door and said that he would help her because he had a kind heart. Continuing the conversation, the man suggested getting into the car as he could not stand the tears. The train passenger never expected for a second to see a living person nearby. As it turned out, it was a monster that lured passengers out of the train in order to destroy them. When she saw what happened to her husband, she was shocked because she asked him not to open the door, but he did not listen to what she told him. The train worker tried to get to her feet as quickly as possible and close the door. Tang Xin stood up and wanted to run to the door as quickly as possible, but she couldn't. She remembered the girl who entered the School of Evolution and scored the highest marks. The woman herself was surprised that such a beauty could be a hunter and not be afraid to fight monsters. This prompted the employee to close the door so that no one else could enter. As she walked toward the door to close it, she felt someone grab her leg and not let go. The woman saw that it was the same monster that had kidnapped her husband, and she was very scared. Tang Xin didn't let go of the door and tried to make sure that there was no mutant in the car and that she had survived. But the woman herself did not expect that everything would turn out differently than she wanted, but the monster began to pull her towards itself. The train worker, who was being dragged by the monster, continued to hold the door to save other passengers. The woman managed to close the door, albeit at the cost of her own life, but she does not regret what happened. The monster pulled further and further, and the woman could do nothing because he had more strength than she did. The passengers decided to play board games and asked how long they would have to wait for the cargo, but have not yet decided on this issue. Another train worker came to the door and didn't understand where Tang Xin had gone. The woman decided to check if the doors were closed and saw that one of them was not closed and decided that she needed to make sure that they were all closed. The monster continues to remain near the train and waits until there is no one left at the door, and then opens it again. The mutant tried to open the door, but couldn't, and decided to wait again until someone opened it. The villain continues to wait for the door to open and harm the new person. The main character and his assistants reached the place where there were stones on the rails and decided that they needed to be removed. The young man decided to check the reason for the train's stop, but the beauty asked if the slippery ground was to blame. Minghe logically reasoned that it hadn't rained for quite some time. The tracks were being cleared of mud, and this was unlikely since the train hadn't stopped for that reason. The girl was surprised by what she heard from the security guard, because he said that the young man probably had a mental disorder, so it was necessary to clean the dirt off the tracks. The main character decided to climb a rock secured with a net and find out the reason for the train's stop. The young man realized that the train had stopped because a huge monster had climbed onto the rock, and it was a demon. Minghe carefully examined the trace of something large and tried to figure out what it could be and how it appeared. The guy managed to crumble the soil as the animal crawled along the rock, and clods of earth fell onto the rails. While on the mountain, the main character again felt that someone was calling him, and this surprised him very much. As it turned out, he managed to contact the stone itself, and on the phone screen he saw that Luolin was calling him. The little girl was glad that the student picked up the phone, but immediately decided to report that the train had stopped because of an unknown monster. The commander explained that he was near Nandu Xiaopei, but the young man added that they had not yet arrived because there was heavy fog, there was no communication, and the personnel could not report this to headquarters. Luolin asked if the train would be able to reach its destination, and Minghe replied that it would be possible if he cleared the train of all unnecessary things and could continue on its way. The girl said that after clearing the area, it is necessary to leave the place where there is fog, because there will be problems. The young man asked what happened to the fog, but the woman began to explain that he would be able to survive in the fog, but the train and people could get hurt. The hero understood everything that Luolin was telling him, decided to listen, and began to go down to the young man and woman to help them. When the young man returned to his friends, he immediately began to listen to the guard trying to humiliate him. The man could not understand how the young man could do this to them, because in his opinion, they were working themselves while he was standing there. The student explained that they needed to leave the area as quickly as possible because they had received a call from the center's commander. Fan Nirong was surprised that he was able to find a connection, and also found traces of the disaster monster that caused the stones to fall. Minhai has no reason to lie because he needs to make sure that the train and its passengers are safe. A group of people quickly ran towards the train, and when they arrived, they had to give the command to the main train to start moving. The guards started to fall and didn't understand what was happening, because while they were just standing, everything was fine. The man realized that something had knocked out his tooth, but he didn't know exactly how it happened, and when he saw what had happened, he was surprised. The young people were very surprised to see the dead man and did not understand where he came from. The guard himself was very scared because he realized that the corpse had fallen on him and knocked out his tooth. The young man and the girl were also in a stupor as they did not understand what was happening. They planned to grab the man and continue running towards the train as they needed to get out of the area. The boy realized that there was something behind them, took the girl by the hand, and led her to the side, telling her to be careful. When they returned, they saw a monster that scared the man so much that it almost grabbed the girl. The mutant decided that the companies needed to be destroyed, as he did not want them to continue to live on Earth. The guide, seeing the monster, became even more frightened and even forgot about the dead man next to him. Minghe ordered the man and the young girl to find shelter and stay there until the monster was destroyed. Fan Nirong decided to help the young man because she also had hope, and she didn't want to leave the young man alone. The monster was ready to destroy everyone present and then make its way to the train and destroy the rest of the people. The mutant decided that he would destroy them with his tentacles, just like his previous victims. Using his speed, the guy tried to dodge every blow, and he succeeded. At an unexpected moment, the monster attacked the girl, who was trying to push the mutant away from her. The young man rushed to help and added that the girl first needed to hide. The young man said that he would destroy the ugly one himself because he had more strength than the girl. Minhee realized that the monster's tentacles had begun to wrap around his stomach and were trying to drag him along with them. Fan Nirong began to say that the young man was just Starlight's disciple and was not stronger than her. The boy did not understand why he was being tied up, because it would not help the monster in its fight against him. The mutant didn't care what the student said, because the monster himself considered his actions correct and was convinced that he was doing everything right. At that distance and that speed, he can land the perfect blow and win. Minhaya used her superpower and decided to destroy the monster. The monster flew to the side from the blow and did not move, and the girl herself was surprised at what the guy was capable of. The evolution school student was surprised by his punch and thought that he didn't look like an ordinary intern. The monster, after a successful turn of events, grabbed his stomach, but was not going to give up because his goal was to destroy people. After some time, the mutant rose to his feet and thought about continuing the fight with people. The monster gathered all its strength and tentacles and directed them at the main character, trying to destroy him. He gathered all his will into a fist and began to deliver numerous blows with his fists during the beast's attack. Fan Nirong was surprised by how many blows the boy dealt because she didn't believe he was capable of anything. Minghe walked closer and closer to the monster, ready to strike until she destroyed it. After hitting the beast numerous times, the boy realized that there was someone inside the monster. The student was very surprised by what he saw, as he definitely did not expect to see such a thing. Inside the mutant was a woman, whom he took away when one of the passengers opened the door in an attempt to stop him. The main character said that it was the conductor of the train they were traveling on to another city. Minhai decided to pull the woman out of the monster's belly and save her life if possible. When the boy grabbed the girl, he pushed the monster away and felt like he was drowning. Fan Nirong was also surprised by what she saw and asked if the guide was alive. A student at the School of Evolution said that the monster was running away, but it was important for the young man to save the woman since she was still breathing. The young lady was very disgusted to see that the woman was in some kind of slippery shell, and she did not want to look at it. The hero looked at the guide and immediately understood what he needed to do first. The man decided to provide emergency first aid first. The fog near the train began to clear, and passengers saw a young man trying to save a person's life. The guard who was with them ran up and asked what happened and where the monster had gone, since he could hardly see anything. After helping the woman, she began to cough and came to, but was still unconscious. Another conductor opened the door, asked what was wrong, and asked them to go to the train. The rescued woman said she tried to stop the monster from getting into the car. The conductor asked everyone who was outside the train to enter the carriage and checked if everyone was inside. Only a dead man remained near the train, and the worker closed the door. Once everyone had taken their places, the route leader said that they could move on, and they continued on their way. The train went further and further, but only passed through part of the fog without stopping any more along the way. After some time, the passengers reached the city of Haoxi, but the fog had not yet completely cleared. In the city center, fireworks were fired at a man who was standing and talking on the phone, discussing important information. As it turned out, it was an employee of the organization who explained that a meteorite had been found a month ago, which according to astronomers did not cause any harm. Captain Louis Lin said there was nothing significant at the time other than a large volume near the crater, but scientists said it was something new to humans. The man said that the fog moves chaotically, but most of it is concentrated on the mountain, and in the jungle there are disaster animals, as well as in places where the fog clears and the animals disappear. He also added that there are eyewitness accounts that say that the man accidentally ended up in the fog and that very strong monsters live there. So the situation the young man found himself in was very unusual. According to the organization's employee, the animal was in the city and was very hungry, but on the way it was still alive. The organization believes that the residents of Haoxi were evacuated in time, and the train left the scene of the accident on time. The man wondered if there were any survivors left in the industrial area of Hishan, but unfortunately there were none. To organize, it is necessary to get rid of the fog and its thickets, because there will be even more victims, and those who fall into the fog will seem to fall into another dimension. The investigation is complicated by the fact that as soon as the fog clears, the monsters disappear, and if not for one moment, it is not a fact that they would have been able to find the thread in the tangled ball. The man became interested in the recent incident and received a message on his phone. After opening the message, the organization's employee did not fully understand what was depicted in the photograph. As it turned out, this discovery was made by entomologists who lost a centipede with a chip, and with its help, found it in a cave near Kishan. The insect was very large, so they couldn't pull it out and decided to leave it there. And the cave is located near the industrial zone of Kishan. He realized that the insect was a fog dweller and the only organism that could survive in such fog, and that it also needed to be caught because it was the only witness. The organization has no information about what is happening inside the fog, but it does have information about the situation outside. Now, the brave man believes that the insect may have changed during the time it was in the fog. When the organization's employee returned, he saw something terrible and was very surprised. The young man saw a centipede chasing an animal, but did not immediately see the man. The little girl who was talking to him on the phone asked him what was wrong because she heard a noise coming from his direction. When the man saw the insect, he asked and was told that it was a small centipede. The train arrived at the designated location, and the victim was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and the ambulance thanked Min-hee for saving her. The train worker said that he had talent and that thanks to him they were safe, but the young man simply drove the beast away. They also thanked the train worker herself, because if the monster had ended up in the middle of the carriages, it is unknown what would have happened next. The tour guide promised that the woman would become a heroine because she was very brave and courageous. The hero of the story left the hospital thinking that he had some special connection with hospitals. Min-hee heard someone calling him and was surprised to find that it was an unknown number. When the young man picked up the phone, he heard a female voice and did not understand who was calling him. The lady asked if he recognized her voice, but the young man replied that it was probably Lucien. The young woman confirmed his guess and was very glad that she was able to find the phone number and call him. The lady was very beautiful and very busy because she worked and studied. The young man was surprised that Lucien had his phone number, and he was even more surprised that it was his sister, Li Long Long, who gave him the number. She added that his sister said he would be in the south, and she decided to call him. The man decided to say that something interesting happened on the way to the place, but the beauty already realized that they had entered the fog. Lucien asked where the young man was so that she could find him, meet him, and chat. Min-hee said that he was planning to go to the evolution school and that they could meet there. The young man got into the car and drove to the evolution school. On the way, he remembered how he and Lucien had walked together. They also studied together in the same school, went to the library and read books together. We always went to the park together, and the young man proposed to me, but it was very sweet and touching. Lucien asked to give her a little more time to think about it, as this was also a very important step for her. A year had passed since he had made that proposal, and for him it meant only one thing, that refusal. In the park near Evolution School, two girls were talking about Manhwa, and one of them was surprised that he came to his senses and went to school. Lucien said that the young man should have read the card, which said that she would meet him after she woke up. But for the other girl, it was just pity. For a young girl, this is a serious step because the type itself should not be compared with others who have confessed their love. The girl liked the young man before, but that was more than a year ago, and now he is handsome and smart, and is considered a school idol. The main character, namely a good guy, but the young lady decided that if he comes to her after waking up, then she should give him a chance, and if nothing works out, then she will tell him everything as it is. Lucien's friend discouraged her from making rash decisions, as she thought that this guy was trash who wouldn't even be able to pass the exam. She decided that she would try to get to know him better, and if that didn't work, she would break off all relations. Manhwa came to the Evolution School and didn't expect that she would become so cool and popular among the youth. The young man believes that he will be accepted into this school unnoticed, and is also confident that the level of education here is high. On the school grounds, the girls were discussing what the student had arrived in, and then they saw Lucien and said that she was beautiful. The girls consider her a goddess, and there were also rumors that one man bought an entire beach and wanted to give it to her, but she refused. They turned around and were surprised because she started looking around for one of the young men who were on the school grounds. The young people met and did not immediately recognize each other, since a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. The guy thought that all the girls were giving him weird compliments, but he decided that he needed to invite her for coffee. They were very surprised that the young people went out to drink coffee together, as they thought they had nothing in common. The guy was wondering whether he should ask about his proposal to meet, since a lot of time had passed. The young people walked, each thinking about their own things, because they did not understand what to talk about and whether it was worth holding each other's hands. Lucien was confused and didn't understand why they were doing the same thing as when they spent time together in school. They came to one of the cafes and decided to go in, drink coffee and talk. Everyone in the cafe looked at the girl, and the guy added that his sister Lin Long Long said that she was just a superstar. The young woman explained that they had met several times before and remembered her, and then asked why he had come to town, and in response heard that he was entering a school with a special program. He decided to try to enter, and at the same time look at the larger cities in the south, and his doll also asked where he lived. The guy replied that he hadn't found anything yet, but he wanted to go and look. But at some point he saw that something was wrong with the girl. Lucien was fine and offered to help him find information about the programs, but the protagonist himself was confused and did not understand what was happening. The girl then decided to change the subject and asked what exactly they saw in the fog. Minhee replied that there was a pale woman with tentacles who was very strong. The monster also has the ability to transform. For example, from the train window it looks like a woman, but from the outside it is a monster. The guy explained that they were able to get out thanks to his Evolution Hunter card, and he also has a Hunter card. He showed his badge and added that he had trained a lot since coming out of the coma, and therefore hoped to pass the entrance exam successfully. The girl understood why he didn't come to school right away to enroll, because he worked very hard on himself. A man came up to their table and immediately started saying that Minhee was joking and wanted to take his badge away from him. The young man did not understand why he had approached him and began to brazenly tell him that the School of Supernatural Powers had the lowest passing grade, namely the Moonlight rank. Wang Kai began to mock Ming He because he was a star rank and needed to train more so that he wouldn't be ashamed that they were old acquaintances. The man didn't understand why Lucien didn't say he would come and continued to mock him. The young man believes that he should have gathered all his friends from school. It would have been much more fun and better. The sorceress did not want to be disturbed, and the protagonist replied that they needed to discuss something in private. And Wang Kai became very angry and couldn't find the words to start mocking again. Lu Qian asked them to be quiet as she needed to answer the phone. She answered the phone, and the young man standing next to her became even more angry and decided to leave. Wang Kai returned the badge to Ming He and left without even saying goodbye to his old friends. He found it strange how the young people treated him, because he thought that he was communicating with them within the norm and even politely. The guy didn't like his friend's arrival, and he decided to enroll in a school for superhumans in a southern city. The woman ended the phone call and said that she needed to be picked up from the cafe. After finishing the conversation, Lu Chen turned to the young man and said that she had urgent business and needed to go. The girl promised that she would come to cheer for him during the exam, and they could meet another time. Her brother approached the young girl and asked what had happened, as she did not understand what was happening. Her brother explained that she needed information from the girl, and he would tell her all the details on the way, since she needed to get to her destination quickly. Minna saw a young girl with a guy and thought that they were dating, and decided not to bother her anymore. No one at the training camp understood why so many people wanted to go, since the entrance exams had ended several months ago. The guy saw Min Hee and started talking about a special recruitment that included the rich and people with very high status. The main character really hoped that this time he would be able to enter this school of evolution because he really wanted his sister's dream to come true. The young man met another applicant, and they decided to take the entrance exams together. Peng Lingwei said that his friend was dressed very modestly, and he probably bought the clothes from a store for 300 yuan each. The young people talked about how much money each of their families had donated because they were from a special group, because there were no regular exams here, thanks to connections. The main character was surprised that it was possible to pay money and not take exams, like some applicants. The young man decided to try to pass the exam, but for some of them, simply demonstrating their superpowers does not work, since the school gives the opportunity to rich children to study here. Min Hee was very surprised that this could happen, because he thought that in such a cool school, everything should be fair and everyone would pass the exams. The young man understood that he had no chance of getting into the school, but he decided to think it over carefully. A man approached the candidates and said that he would be the leader during the special recruitment, Yang Jin and his assistants Nie and Shuri. The examiner began calling out names and said that if everyone was in their places, he would announce the rules of today's exam. Each of the applicants began to answer that they had attended the exam, and the man said that he would continue to explain the conditions. But one of the guys said that not all of them were named because they missed a few more candidates, and added that one of them was named Min Hee. After carefully looking through all his papers, Yang Jin realized that he still had one piece of paper with names left. On the piece of paper was written the name of the main character, as well as the fact that this was an official recommendation and what kind of superpower it was. Finally, the man called the boy by name and heard in response that he was present at the exam. The assistants started talking about the entry requirements, and the first thing they told me was that there would be 5 rounds, including 4 physical fitness tests and 1 combat fitness test. They then discussed a model that would suit each talent in each level. The assistant said that Ming He would be the first because his talent was explosive, so he needed to gain 50,000 kilograms, and if he lost, he would immediately go home. He realized that it was the same test as in the company of hunters, and there was nothing difficult for him. The last time he took this same test, the load weighed 1,000 kilograms, but this time it weighed more. This time, the young man was determined to pass all his exams with flying colors and enter the School of Evolution. The main character hit the dummy with such force that parts of the dummy itself even began to fly apart. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw, as they did not expect such a strong blow. The exam supervisor and his assistants were also shocked because no one expected such a result. The dummy eventually broke, but demonstrated the effect of an impact weighing 2,200 kilograms. Yang Jin was surprised and said that his strength result was normal and the first stage had been passed. The man continued speaking and said that since the dummy had broken, the rest of the participants had passed the test, so they all moved to another line. The main character was also very surprised because he himself did not understand what had happened. Thanks to Min He breaking the dummy, the other applicants were glad that they didn't have to take the first exam. The exam director noticed that the boy was talented, but every year they selected only those who scored the highest on the exams. But they could not accept everyone. The assistants also discussed the guy, because having such power but not having knowledge, he would definitely die. Almost all applicants paid to enter the School of Evolution, but the main character had official recommendations. Yang Jin decided that his assistants would get rid of the student, since he was the only one who had not paid for a place in the school. The next stage took place on the field and he tested his speed. Fortunately, there was plenty of space. The point of the exam is that you have to escape from a red leopard within a certain time, otherwise your normal rating will be lowered. The exam director ordered his assistants to start counting down the time to find out who passed the exam and who did not. Youngjin then walked up to the man standing next to the beast and said that they needed to destroy Ming-He first and then see what would happen next. According to the school principal, if the beast destroys everyone, then no one will have a chance to pass the exam. The countdown began, and all the contenders began to run away from the beast, as there was no time to stand still for long. One of those guys who just didn't understand what was going on because he thought he had a chance to get into this school of superpowers. The daredevil, who paid for his place at the school, did not understand why the beast was chasing him because everything was not going according to plan. Assistant Shuri closely monitored each of the participants because it was necessary to select the best and those who paid for their training. The man saw how much the young man's parents had paid and realized that some of the participants would not be able to heat the beast. The owner of the beast decided to give him a sign so that the animal would understand where to run and who to catch up with. The leopard heard the man's whistle and began to stop to figure out where to run next. The complainant continued to run away even though the animal began to stop, but the boy was still a little scared. The animal fell, but the applicants still do not understand what to do next and who it will run to next. Ming-He looked at the leopard and realized that it was of ordinary rank and did not seem to be very strong. The boy was confident that he would easily achieve his goal and pass this exam. The leopard had a secret that no one knew about, and when he saw the main character, he already knew what he had to do. Ming-He had a bad feeling, and he realized that his feelings would never let him down. It so happened that the young man's premonitions were not mistaken, and he saw that the beast was running towards him to test the type's speed. The student was not prepared for the exam and began to make sure that the animal could not catch up with him. The main character did not understand why the leopard was so angry, because at the beginning of the exam, everything was fine. The beast tried to catch up with the student at high speed, but without success. The friend thought that this was not an exam, but an emergency dash of 100 meters in braking, and the beast ran after him further and further. The boy decided that it was necessary to direct the animal into the crowd so that it would change its target. As he passed by the guy, Min, he saw that he took the time to take a photo, and the protagonist was surprised by this. The beast ran further after the main character, not even looking at the other contenders, because he was ordered to run after this young man. The boy did not understand why the leopard was looking at him so intently, because there were quite a lot of people around. Min has decided to use the speed indicators because he thought the beast was trying to play with him. The young man decided to show what he was capable of after several months of hard training. The leopard diligently followed his master's instructions, but no one yet knew what the student was capable of. The applicants present there were very surprised, as they did not understand what was happening and thought that the student was too fast for a human. The examiner and assistant are very surprised, because his speed surpasses most Moonlight rank hunters, but they think that it is not a fact that he has endurance. After 10 minutes, the leopard no longer had enough stamina, and there were still 5 minutes left until the end of the exam. The main character was surprised that the beast no longer had the strength to run after him and decided to slow down a little. The boy decided that at that moment he had the opportunity to run after him and show all his will. The beast was very surprised, as he did not expect that he would have to run away from the young man himself. Everyone present was shocked, as they believed that this school only recruited those who gave money for special recruitment. Yang Jin was even more surprised because he thought that the young man would be so easy to destroy and would fail the exam. After 15 minutes, the leopard became even more tired, and his owner asked the student to give him time to rest. The examiner and assistants decided that everyone had passed the exam, as if the beast had not caught anyone. Ming-He knew that he would pass the exam because his hard training had not been in vain. The assistant began to persuade Yang Jin to take Ming-He, since he was very talented, and to allocate at least one place for him. Another assistant believes that the examiner hates the young man, but does not understand why. But the curator himself believes that no one needs strength, and only money decides everything. According to the man, even if the paid places run out, the main character will still not be accepted to study at the school, even for quota places. Yang Jin paid money to a man to make Ming-He fail his exams and also donated $6 million to the school's charity. Even though the boy is talented, they need to destroy him, and they will do everything to make him leave their school. The next step was the reaction. The assistants explained that they had encountered a demonic tree that was contaminated with a large dose of radiation. They then showed by their own example how and to what extent such a tree should be destroyed. Assistant Shai explained that embroidery was possible, But the blow could be very strong, and one had to be careful. Another important point was that when blood hits a tree, it starts attacking everything it sees. The man walked up to the plant and cut his finger with a knife to activate it and begin the test. After the assistant started bleeding, he touched the tree and activated it. Yang Jin explained that each of the summoned applicants must report to the yellow zone. Shizai was called first. He immediately began to examine, but the gentleman was very frightened. When the boy concentrated on keeping the plant itself from growing too fast, it turned out to be very slow. 5 minutes later, the boy was already celebrating his victory and believed that the power of money would solve everything, and the assistant called the next one. All subsequent applicants passed the selection stage and went on to further education, but for the main character, this situation is very strange. The young man immediately understood what was going on, because it was quite obvious that everyone who paid for tuition at the School of Supernatural Powers passed all stages of the exam without any problems. The assistant turned to Ming-He and said that he was next, and the examiner looked at him sternly. From the man's stern look, the guy realized that he was very skeptical about him. The guy took a knife and cut his hand to activate the tree and pass the exam. The main character remembered that the more blood, the stronger the power of the plant, and decided to take advantage of this. The tree activated and the gentleman said he would like to fail and take the test again. The plant began to hit the young man with its branches and he tried to avoid them. The guy knew that one of the branches was where he was standing, and he moved away in time and also planned how to destroy it. Min-He is determined to see what happens next, and he also doesn't understand why he should take the exams when everything is so obvious. The tree struck the young man with its branches again, but again it missed, and no one knew what would happen next. The tree hopes that it will be able to hit the young tree at least once, but it misses every time, and in the student's opinion, it has no chance. Everyone present was shocked again because the tree could not have hit the young man every time, and the examiner asked how it was that the teenager had passed the exam again. Assistant Sure said that he would have to become more serious and decided that he needed to make an effort to make the tree even stronger. The man cut his palm and vowed that he would sacrifice himself to ensure that the gentleman failed the exam. The Evolution School employee put his hand on the tree and felt even greater power. Thanks to the additional blood, the plant was able not only to gain strength, but also to grow several new branches. The main character was not scared, but on the contrary, this situation should have improved his skills. The young man decided to close his eyes and train his hearing, but the plant tried harder and harder to reach the young man. The crowd of applicants and employees of the School of Evolution were even more surprised when it turned out that the tree could not hit the student again. Someone present said that the plant could not have failed to get inside, but the expert suggested trying to do this first. The victim was frightened by the man's response and said that he was joking because he was much weaker than Min-He. The hero decided to use secret art to destroy the tree. Thanks to this decision, the guy achieved what he had planned, because this situation showed that it is not only money that decides everything. 5 minutes later, the fight ended, and everyone again began to discuss the student, also considering him not a person, but something else. Min-He himself was pleased, since for him this was another training session to improve his reaction, and it turned out to be very effective. Yang Jin reported that the protagonist was already ready to pass the exam, and also added that Assistant Sure was in serious condition. Assistant Ni said that the young man was very gifted, and today's exam showed that we still have to work hard to find such students. The man was very angry with the woman because he thought they had a lot of such students, but it didn't end well. All the applicants were waiting for the next test, and Assistant Sure was taken away to provide assistance. The School of Evolution employee was taken to the medical center, which was located in the School of the Supernatural. The medical worker said there was no need to tell about his girlfriend's affair with her uncle, because the aide himself was on the verge of death. But it wasn't a matter of betrayal, but rather that a school employee had used his blood to feed the demon tree during the exam and had overdone it. The doctor brought a flower pot and said that in order for the man to get better, he needed to have the pot next to him. Shai promised his assistant that they would no longer bring plants and leave them near him. Yang Jin and his assistant Nie, as well as the applicants who had passed the next stage of testing, entered the training hall. The final and most important exam was being held, which was to demonstrate the rank of each of the exam participants, and the examiner also had information that Ming-He was an all-white rank. The hero of the story did not understand why this stage was not put first, because it would be more logical for it to be the last. The man was angry at the guy who said that the rules of admission needed to be changed a little, and at this stage the guy would go last. At this stage, the order of people is not important, as the assistant will write down the results on paper. Ping Ling Hai decided to go first, as he was very interested to know what rank he was and whether he would be studying here. The young man placed his palm on the layer, and it turned out to be a purple soul rank, and the dude was very surprised. Min Hee was delighted with his new acquaintance's success, as he had also previously taken the exam using this method. Each subsequent person who approached the layer discovered that each of those who entered had a purple soul rank. Bro was very surprised by this information, as he definitely didn't expect to see something like this. The examiner approached the student and said that he had seen almost all the information about him since he had taken the exam at their school last year. The protagonist scored the maximum points in the test, but completely failed the test, and such superhumanity makes no sense in combat. The gentleman did not understand what the man meant, and Yang Jin himself said that the young man did not understand one thing. The man said that the first thing they teach at university is that superstitions can be changed. The expert then spoke about a liquid called the drop of life, which is released from the bodies of the sick. A life drop can change its superpower and get a new superpower in return, no matter what. It doesn't matter what the student's strength is because it can be changed if he has a lot of finance and power, and also go through a similar procedure to become stronger. At this moment, Ming He realized why all the challengers were purple soul rank. They had changed their superpower. Yang Jin explained that there may be very good results in the previous stages, but it does not matter whether the exam can interfere at this stage. The examiner asked if the hero remembered what the passing score was for the School of Evolution. The young man remembers that a purple soul is the minimum requirement for admission to the Superhuman Institute. The man went on to explain that such speed, strength, and reaction might simply not be necessary for special selection. The expert also explained that all this could pale in comparison to the absolute power of superpowers, which could prove simply invincible. Yang Jin doubts the young man's strength, thinking that he won't be able to handle the strength of those at the purple soul rank. The hero of the story listened to what the man told him and was a little surprised by his words, because the man was stronger than the purple soul rank. Ming He believed that superpowers could cause destruction many times greater than human capabilities and be more dangerous than their owners. The man decided to remind him once again that this brother, namely, was useless trash, but decided that he would move on no matter what. The man continued to listen to the unpleasant words, but he didn't care. The central character approached the layer and was a little worried that this stage would not work out. The guy remembered how he failed the exam last year, but decided that this year he would go all the way. Putting his hand on the floor, he again heard negative criticism directed at him and heard that the daredevil wanted to embarrass himself. Minga saw that this layer indicated the presence of a superpower, but he could only guess what level it was. The assistant was happy for the young man and said that he had a superpower, and apparently she stopped her sentence. Assistant Sure continued the girl's suggestion that the young man might be a blue spiritual rank. But all expectations were exceeded, and the main character became purple-souled. Everyone was shocked because according to the data that the expert had, the guy had a degree of white turbidity. The main character's new acquaintance decided to remind the man that he could change his superpower. The man also decided to support his friend, as he considered him a rival. When the protagonist removed his hand from the layer, he remembered what the little girl who hid in his body told him. The first rule of survival is to hide your abilities. Minghu realized that he didn't need to show off his abilities as a red mage to people like the examiner and others. It was important for the young man whether he would pass this stage of the exam because he really wanted to enter the School of Evolution. The man decided that in order to be admitted, he needed to score the maximum number of points in the selection ranking. Yang Jin became angry again and told the student not to be arrogant as there was still one test left. The assistant was amazed at his talent, and the men heading to the office ordered everyone to go to the break room. An announcement was posted near the office doors that a special recruitment was underway and that experienced students were needed to participate in combat operations. Yang Jin believed that the hero had come to a special place to destroy everything, and his subordinate Sure decided to support his leader. There was a knock at the door, and one of the students from the School of Evolution came in and said that he had heard about a special recruitment for the school. The man decided to offer his help because he was convinced that he could help the teachers. The assistant confirms that the students are needed for the exam, and Fan Kai himself enters their school from third place in the ranking. But the woman's colleague said that this was a special set where you had to be strict. The guy is currently in 10th place among second-year students and wants to take part in the selection for special recruitment. Hearing Yang Jin's words, the boy smiled because he realized that with the help of the young man, they would be able to get rid of Ming He. The man immediately agreed to take Fan Kai to the candidate selection and was very happy with this news. After resting, everyone went to the battle arena to wait for the final stage of the exam and the announcement of the results. Everyone who wanted to came, and the two new acquaintances were very surprised that so many people came to watch the fight. The examiner and assistants were also ready to begin work, and the woman announced that anyone who wished could come and observe the selection process at their school. Assistant Shi began to announce the list of fighters, so the protagonist was paired with Fan Kai, Kai Ping Ling Hui against Zhang Xinghe, Dong Hu against Wang Binglong. The girls who came to the arena to watch the fight were surprised that Fan Xia took part in the fight, because he is one of the best in their class and very strong. Everyone wished the young man good luck, because everyone considered him capable and very handsome, and everyone also wanted him to win the battle. Old acquaintances met again, and it was not just like that, because each of them had their own motives regarding this couple. Franca said that the school ordered it, and he had no choice, adding that even though they were former classmates, he would not give up. Their battle had begun, and the boy had long wanted to get rid of Ming He, because he had come all the way from Lanyang like an annoying fly. Fan Kai explained that he believed his friends still didn't know that he was a berserker who grabbed the wind by the throat. The young man decided to show what he was capable of, but he did not yet know what the main character was capable of. Ming He was not embarrassed because he had the rank of a red mage, which no one knew about and did not want to talk about. The boy saw that his opponent was ready to strike, so he began to strike back. Fan Kai gathered his strength and rushed to strike, but he didn't know what awaited him after the strike. The daredevil did not expect that he would not be able to strike first and flew a little to the side from the force of the opponent's blow. Min He explained that thanks to the previous 4 tests, he was able to practice a little and would be able to play with him because he had hated this two-faced person since school. The protagonist's opponent did not expect to hear such words addressed to him, as he considered his opponent to be trash. The conflict between the young people began after Ming He became close to Lu Qian and also stated that all his classmates were against him. But Fan Kai thought that this was not true and said that he was unemployed, carried bricks at a construction site, and thought that this gave him enough strength. During the fight, they argued a lot and each expressed his opinion, and the schoolboy himself stated that he was the one chosen to fight the main character. The assistant decided to tell the truth that Fan Xia himself proposed his candidacy and also very much asked to be put in a fight with him. The young man's opponent was very angry and did not understand why everything was happening this way, because he wanted to do what he considered fair. The boy was very angry with the words of his assistant and believed that his word would be decisive in this battle. He also reminded Min He of the situation that happened a few days ago and added that he had made a mistake again. The hero said that Fan Xia had ruined his mood, and that was all the guy could do. The young man's opponent became even more angry and stated that he hated the young man and considered him trash, who had no place in such a school. Ming He understood who his opponent really was and considered his opinion to be useless to anyone under any circumstances. During the conversation, the boy decided that it was time to show who was who, and this battle would decide everything. The hero had long wanted to defeat his opponent, but there was no opportunity, and at that moment he took off his jacket and gave it to his friend. Peng Ling Hui understood from his friend's gesture that it was time for battle and began to support him. Min Hai said that since it was an exam, he didn't have to pay the bills, so he had an excuse. Fan Ka considered himself the best in his class and much stronger than his former classmate. While the guy was talking, the main character decided to hit the young man and show who was stronger. How the opponent tried to avoid his blow, but was unable to do so, and how he was not prepared for such a turn of events. The blow sent Min, his former classmate, flying to the side as he concentrated on his argument. Fan Kai decided to use the second stage acceleration, but the hero did not lose his head and decided to act in the same way. The boy decided to fight for justice and for his place in the school of supernatural powers that he dreamed of. The friend tried to avoid the enemy's blows, because for him the most important thing was a fair fight. Fan Kai believed that the disciple would not be able to reach him and did not understand how he was going to continue the fight. According to the man, Ming He has strong punches, but compared to his superpowers, his punches are worthless. The protagonist's opponent stubbornly walked towards his goal, but did not know what awaited him next. Fan Kai decided to use one of his techniques to destroy the young man and show who was boss. Ming He immediately realized that his opponent could use spiritual practice and was very surprised. The hero did not lose his composure and decided to use his superpower and strike. The boy used what was at hand to hit his opponent. Fan Xie believed that through spiritual practice he could destroy the disciple and thus get rid of his rival. But then I looked at what the applicant had to do, and I didn't understand what was going on, because I didn't expect him to know anything. At some point, the protagonist made a hand from scrap materials, which was quite large and tall, and thanks to it, he was able to hit Fan Xie. Everyone present was shocked and discussed whether the boy deserved 10th place in the school ranking, since he was easily overtaken by someone who was not even accepted into the school. The lady who was present at the exam immediately said that it was no wonder that he was dating Lu Qin, since he had very great strength. Unexpectedly for everyone, Fan Kai stood up and said that he still had a hidden ability. His ability is that if he gets really angry, his breathing will become stronger and he can control it. In his opinion, Min He was able to very easily put him into this state and use it successfully. The protagonist's opponent decided to use the secret technique of Philoleth's soul, and everyone realized that he decided to take the test seriously. The assistant was very angry because she had just passed a special test when applying for a job, and the man had no right to use such a technique. Fan Kai thought that it didn't matter whether the guy was in good physical shape or not, because now he would be mired in despair. Ming He was surprised by what kind of secret technique he had, and was full of determination because he was sure that his opponent was no longer capable of anything. The protagonist believes that compared to the secret technique he possesses, his own knowledge seems worthless. The assistant continued to worry about the correct strategy to choose, as she believed that the gentleman was in danger. Min, his new friend, also became worried that the young man was in danger and began telling him to run away. Everyone present was shocked because the secret technique absorbed the main character, and no one knew what would happen to the young man. Teacher Yang was very excited and worried that the applicant he disliked so much would be forced to take the exam. Someone came up to the examiner from behind and decided to give him some advice. If he wanted to win, he had to use absolutely everything, including secret techniques. Min He decided to say that there was no need to be so pathetic and ruthless, because we needed to be kinder. Fan Kai decided to feel a little sorry for him, but decided to go further and not feel sorry, but on the contrary to destroy the young man. Everyone present was shocked and did not understand what was happening between them and what their quarrel would lead to. The protagonist decided that it was necessary to use several types of abilities and finish this fight. The first thing he decided to do was to speed up, because he wanted to use his speed to catch up with his opponent. Another advantage was the tornado, as combined with speed it gave a greater chance of winning. The third superpower was that its combination gave an even greater chance of passing the exam. Using all three stages of his superpowers, he was able to deliver a very powerful blow, and his opponent flew even higher. Fan Kai was surprised that his former classmate could be so strong, even stronger than him. Everyone present also did not understand what was happening, since no one could see anything due to the secret equipment. The hero of the story was in no hurry to rejoice at the completion of the next stage of the exam, because he did not know whether his opponent would be able to stay on his feet. Fan Kai himself was glued to the wall and could not move because he was very exhausted and weak. Ming He decided that he needed to calm down and rest for a while since his opponent had been destroyed. Students who came to watch the entrance exam were shocked because they had never seen anything like it. The examiner and assistants were even more surprised because they did not expect to see such a result from an ordinary applicant. Fan Kai looked terrible, but he was able to fall to his knees and realize that he had lost this battle. The evolution school student fell completely to the floor and was unable to get up because he was so exhausted. The man did not understand what had happened, and the story's host explained that the mystical fist could absorb various energies, including the breath of wind. Fan Kai tried to stand up but couldn't. The only thing he could say was that his former classmate didn't know how to use spiritual techniques. The boy didn't have the strength to stand up, but he asked how he managed to defeat his secret technique with a simple spiritual technique. Ming He decided that he would not use his secret technique because then there would be nothing left of his former classmate. The main character's new acquaintance explained that he had passed the test for the purple soul rank and did not need a secret technique to destroy him. Medical workers approached Fan Kai and told him to shut up and lie down on a stretcher and the protagonist added that the guy's injuries were serious and he would be in the hospital. The young people walked and talked about how one of the top 10 was such a useless person that they could quickly reach the top of the southern city. Assistant teacher Yang said that if they don't accept her into their school, there will be a lot of criticism. The gentleman also asked the examiner whether he would now become a full pupil of their school. However, the man himself replied that they had never had a shortage of geniuses with fighting abilities, and asked that his name not be mentioned. The protagonist asked the teacher to think carefully about what people might think about Fan Kai being among the top 10. The man became very angry and decided that Ming-He would study at the Northern School of Supernatural Powers. The examiner continued to shout at the young man to respect the teachers, not to be arrogant, to be persistent and diligent. The next thing everyone was thinking about was who would pay Fan Kai's medical bills since he had violated the rules of the student fight. Peng Lingwei said that he had seen such arrogant people, but for them to demand payment for their medical services for the sake of their pride was the first time. After the end of the last duel and the announcement of the exam results, all those present dispersed. The main character's new acquaintance said that his father had prepared a holiday party for him, so he would go first. A witch approached the young man and asked if he had recently arrived in the southern city and probably did not know anything. The boy asked where the hostel was, and the young girl said she could be his guide and help him get to know the area. The girl agreed to show me where the hostel was since she was going to go there herself. Lu Chen stood behind the young people and recalled that Ming He, the elder sister, and she had studied together in high school. The young woman was surprised by the girl's words and agreed to become the young man's guide, not expecting such a reaction from her. Regarding the phone number, Lu Chen replied that his phone was broken and was still being repaired. She also added that the SIM card was also broken and she still had no way to get a new one, which upset their friend. The boy was surprised that the woman somehow found out about his desire to change his phone, and she found it strange that her friend was so active. Ming He explained that he only received a high rating because he showed what he was capable of and did not expect that his opponent would be Fan Kai. The girl was surprised but remembered that her brother bullied the student at every opportunity. But the host of the story explained that although he looks so dry on the outside, he is actually a cinnamon bun on the inside. The beauty congratulated the young man on his admission to the School of Evolution, and they became classmates again, like in the good old days. Despite all the obstacles, he finally got the school life he dreamed of. The school also had a grass-covered training arena where all the students of the School of Evolution trained. The school also had a student street where many students interacted with each other. For additional learning, the School of Superstitions had an old-school library where one could study. Students were given classes on the basics of using combat superpowers, and every student was required to attend them. In class, the teacher told us that each of the superhumans has their own talent, which has a diverse basis, and there are also 5 ranks of talents. Teacher Zong asked the students if they knew what the basis of white smoke was, and asked one girl to answer. Fan Nen Rong replied that compared to ordinary people, white-ranked people had higher characteristics, and if they trained, they would be able to surpass themselves. The man said that all this was true, and also added that from the past they knew about strength, speed, and accuracy, and that everything has its limits. At this stage, almost all superhumans have surpassed them, and since this is the basis of the white rank, it can be called the physical rank. Teacher Zong continues to talk about rank specialization. Each representative can be fast, someone strong, and their school checks 4 characteristics. A student had a question about one of his classmates who had a white rank and could not enter the School of Evolution. The man said that they had just reached this point and they needed to know about the Blue Spirit rank since they were all from the school in the southern city. The teacher decided to stop and talk in more detail, because people with this rank have better characteristics and have special, unique abilities. The student decided to try to show everything that the man described, because she has the rank of Blue Spirit, because she has a talent for bright light, and the basis is this lighting. The man agreed, and they decided to slightly reduce the quality of the light in the auditorium so that the girl could demonstrate her strength and talent. Zong dimmed the lights in the classroom to the minimum, and the girl demonstrated her talent with light, claiming that she could control the brightness. The young woman was able to use her hand to turn the light she controlled into a bright beam, for which she had to close her eyes. A very bright light demonstrated by one of the students made everyone close their eyes and turn away. The girl asked everyone in the class not to worry and just close their eyes. The young woman also explained that in a few minutes, everything would return to normal, adding that she had demonstrated incredible spiritual abilities. Then the man began to explain and said that blue spirits have not only physical abilities, but also unique and different ones. Master Zhang explained that this type is called spiritual because it requires frequent use and produces unexpected effects. The blue spirit rank is stronger than the previous rank, as the explosive abilities require a lot of stamina and mental health. The student's next question was about the rank of the purple soul, as they not only have strong physical abilities and characteristics. The student said that there weren't many purple soul rank people in the entire school because it was a very strong rank. Teacher Zong explained that the secret technique could not be described in 2 words, since each technique had its own activation characteristics. The man decided to show a video recording of a special entrance exam that uses a secret art. To watch the video, the lights were turned off and the windows were covered with blinds as the man turns them on not to demonstrate the full power of art, but to be attentive. The hero of the story was present in the recording, but his face was covered because the teachers do not have permission to show people's faces or turn on the sound. Manhwa saw himself and breathed a sigh of relief because he didn't want to expose himself prematurely. All the other students sat in amazement, as some of them had other ranks or did not possess such arts. One of the students thought that she had seen this young man somewhere, but she could not remember where exactly, since his face was very familiar to her. Teacher Zong pointed out that this disciple's talent was martial wind, and before that he had used wind dust and wind kite. The man added that this type has a wind type that synchronizes with the user's environment. Minghe thought about how to dispel the snake, but Fan Kai was unable to use the secret technique, and the battle ended much more easily. The students were shocked to see the tornado technique, and even more surprised because they had never seen anything like it before. Everyone thinks that the main character is not a person, but a tornado itself, since he was able to dispel a very cool technology with his fist. One of the students looked even more closely at the young man because she still thought she had seen him somewhere. The lesson is over. All the students have gone about their business, and it is time for them to rest. When the young people went outside, the lady could not understand for a long time why she had seen this particular student somewhere. At some point, the young woman remembered Min. He because they were riding on the same train and in the same carriage. Bro turned around and was surprised to see Fan Ni and Rong, and she in turn said that the young man in the video was Ming He. They continued talking, and the guy asked how she knew it was him in the video if his face was covered. The young woman explained that they had been on a train together and were now sitting next to each other, and she also realized that he had gone through a special phase. The girl remembers how the main character hit the monster while they were in the fog. The student decided to joke and said that many people use fists and gave many examples. A school employee began speaking over the loudspeaker and announced that astronomers had discovered a small meteorite in the atmosphere. The approximate location of the plane crash was also announced. Residents of the Shar Ridge were asked to leave the area immediately, and commanders were instructed to prepare for battle. Milady immediately realized that it was necessary to assess the territory and prepare reinforced troops. The young men were called at the same time, and each of them immediately responded to his call. The girl was told that after entering school she was assigned to the heating service and was asked if she had heard anything about the meteorite. The main character received a call from Louis Lin and was very surprised that she was calling him. The commander explained that the disaster in the mountain range would involve more than 1,000 alien beings, and the young man needed to be prepared to act in an emergency. Min Hai asked what he should do, but the woman said that he should not leave the city and should not accept any offers except those from the organization. The boy was talking on the phone, but for safety reasons he moved away from the girl so that she could not hear anything. After talking on the phone, the hero of the story returned to the dormitory since classes were over. When he entered the room, the neighbors immediately began to say that the young man was behaving very strangely. Zhang Yuan thought that the protagonist, namely a simple worker of the reinforced rear brigade, and then he saw that his brother had returned. Another friend replied that there was no need to worry about such thoughts, since officially those in the rear had some privileges. Minha decided to ask what the rear service was and what he needed to do there, since he was a little late and didn't understand what they were talking about. Wang Jia explained that whenever an astronomer predicts a disaster, authorities, leaders, schools, and hunting associations take action. The man went on to explain that he was in a small town where there were no particular problems, while all the southern cities were competing with each other. The School of Evolution is the leader of the school forces, And if someone becomes a member of the rear service, it will be a great honor. Zhang Yuan stood up from his chair and explained that an ordinary person has something to be proud of, but he also believes that he will be scared if he sees the shadow of an animal. The young man's brother, Zhang Tu, is fighting on the front lines, and he also added that it was his brother who saw the meteor crater and is fighting the animals face to face. Wang Jie was surprised to hear that soldiers on the front lines live in one-room apartments and have assistants to help with cleaning and laundry. The guy pointed to certain buildings and said that frontline soldiers lived there, and the other guys were surprised by this information. Zhang Yuan, while taking a walk after lunch, saw a local goddess heading towards this building, and he also thought that it was a soldier on the front lines. Manhwa decided to ask which goddess they kept talking about, and one of the neighbors explained that people outside the school knew about the three beauties, but this brave man didn't know about them. Wanja decided to talk about the girls and was very happy to have the opportunity to talk about them. So the first girl was Ice Princess Tannen. She was considered not only beautiful, but also strong. The next girl who was considered beautiful was the warrior Feng Lin, who was also very strong. The last beauty is considered to be Ming, his former classmate, the lightning princess Lu Qian. The protagonist was curious why all three of them had such pretentious titles, because they could be very modest. A dorm mate explained that the titles were given to them by the students themselves according to their talent, and their abilities were proof of this. Minghe said that he was Lu Qian's classmate in high school, but he was not believed and was ridiculed. Zhangwen explained that they called it waifu, but the female lead still tried to prove that they studied together. Young people think that the young man is making it all up in order to get a room opposite the women's dormitory. The hero, a little upset, decided to go to his room and rest a little. The guy decided that he needed to take up meditation and exercise to release his negative energy. Minghe closed his eyes and began to meditate because it was better for him to hold on with the help of the mutated people. The bro came to the place where he was training and saw a girl who was helping him. The man was eagerly awaiting information about who his opponent would be today, as he needed to improve his skills. At the moment when the hero came to training, the young girl was resting and had just opened her eyes. The girl replied that the mutated Dr. Zhao was no longer suitable as an enemy for him. Minhe decided to go to the training ground, find his opponent, and start training. The boy approached the place alone, took off his jacket and left it near the sign stating that the use of spiritualistic techniques was prohibited here. The leader of history found his opponent, who warned him to be careful with his fists, as his feet had no eyes. The young man, despite the strength of his opponent, began to strike, but thought that blows would follow in response. The boy dealt blow after blow, but his opponent was very weak against virtual opponents. Minhe decided that this would be a warm-up before a real fight with a strong opponent. At the same time, only in zone number 3, a fight is also taking place, which even passers-by are watching. The fight took place between the girl and the beast, which is slightly stronger than the young lady, but the training continues. A young girl tries to strike with varying force in order to destroy her opponent. The girl manages to destroy her opponent and win, as she has very good skills. The beauty of the School of Evolution deals the final blow to the enemy and wins this battle, no matter what. The beauty thinks it's just sparring, and her opponent asks if she could have held back a little. The battle was won by the warrior Saint Feng Ling, who changed her clothes and decided to ask who would fight her next. But after what they saw, no one wanted to fight her, because they knew that she was a very strong opponent. Everyone who approached the girl began to run away, because they understood that they would not be able to defeat her. As soon as Feng Ling approached each of those present, they would immediately start running away and did not want to engage in battle with her. The young girl was very upset because she had to struggle to improve her skills. The girl saw a man sitting there and decided to go up and talk to him, since there was no one else there. The young lady said that she didn't even break a sweat today because she was hardly born in battle. The man thinks that with her skills it is similar to beating children, and also asks if she knows why she is called a saint fighter. Feng Ling didn't care about any nicknames. The most important thing to her was having a good opponent, which she didn't find. The stranger supported her and said that he saw a young man in the first zone, and he also looked very strong. The young lady no longer wanted to quarrel with anyone because she was not interested in it and decided to mind her own business. A young woman walked past Zone 1 and saw the young man the man was talking about and became curious. The main character's fight with another young man was in full swing, and the girl saw how he grabbed his opponent by the arm and wanted to hit him. The hero decided that with one blow, he could end the fight and find another stronger opponent. Everything happened exactly as the boy had planned. He threw the enemy over his shoulder and flew back. The doll and the man passing by were surprised, as the young girl did not expect to see such a strong opponent. Fengling decided to change her mind and try to fight the main characters. The girl thinks that he has very strong legs and he can probably last 2 or 3 minutes in a fight, and starts to take off his sweater. The man said it was hard to believe, but if the vessels had been logical, he would have been able to hold out longer. The young friend does not believe the words of her mentor, but decides to try to make a bet. If the young man holds out for less than 3 minutes, then she wins, and if more, then he wins. Fengling approached Ming and suggested that they fight together because she wanted to win not only the fight, but also the argument. The young man agreed to the fight because he wanted to fight a strong opponent and also improve his skills. The young girl decided to strike her opponent first and also demonstrate her skills. The girl wanted to kick him, but the guy managed to dodge the blow. The holy warrior continues to strike, but is a little surprised by his own good reaction. The fight between the two students was observed by the man who was with the girl and several students from the School of Evolution. Fengling praised the guy's reaction, but the girl was also not bad because she also had superpowers. Young people continue to fight because it has a special meaning for each of them. The young beauty tries to apply new strength every time and tries to deliver a stronger blow. The martial arts festival didn't expect that the young man could have such strength and endurance, because she hadn't seen such strong people among the new students. Fengling thought that the main character wouldn't last long, but she was wrong. The friend did not expect such endurance and began to use one of her superpowers, namely the falling moon. Meanwhile, Minghe decided to use the power of the rebel dragon and directed it at the young lady. For each of the opponents, the fight was very exciting and very tense, as they wanted to train well. The audience was very surprised, as they did not understand what was happening and considered them inhuman. The hero, thanks to his superhuman strength, was able to deflect the blow that his girlfriend was inflicting on him with her fist. Fengling was able to withstand such a blow and confidently stood up to deliver another blow. The man who was with the girl said that 3 minutes had already passed and she had lost the bet. The little girl realized that the gentleman was strong and greatly underestimated his abilities, and the young man in turn said the same thing about her. The young men decided to continue the fight, but this time it was Ming-He who was going to attack, since it was his turn. After the hero decided to use the wind fist to hit the enemy. Instead, the girl decided to use the power of Shadow Step and continue the fight with the guy. Milady believes that it is necessary to close the distance and seize the initiative, but it is not a fact that she will succeed. The boy understood what my lady meant and decided to increase the speed to second gear. One of the students present does not have time to follow their every move, and he does not understand how they can fight at such a high level. During the fight, the man received a call and realized that the situation was very urgent and they needed to leave. Fengling called the people in the hat and said that they had an urgent matter that needed attention. All those present, upon hearing the girl's name, were pleasantly surprised and began to shout that she was very beautiful and very strong. The little girl warned Min-He about an urgent matter, and they would continue next time since she was at the training station every Wednesday morning. After the young woman spoke to the young man, she received a call and ran away on urgent business. Fengling turned to Uncle Yuan and asked him to ask the name of the guy she had a training fight with. The young people sat and watched the girl and were very surprised that she had disappeared so quickly. Min-He realized that there could be such strong and beautiful girls in the Northern School territory, and in his opinion, he needed to work even harder and more diligently. The man couldn't remember the name of the girl he had fought with because he wanted to train with her again. The news reported that thanks to the work of the defense forces, the Red Eye disaster was completely eliminated, and the residents of the Shao Ridge were able to return home. One of the defense workers thanked the 13 students of the Southern School because they deserve gratitude. An acquaintance of the main character said that his brother gave an interview because thanks to him, the inhabitants of the Shao Ridge were saved. Another friend wanted to watch the news because he was very curious about what they would say next. The boy said that he would also like to be on television because the whole school would be talking about them. One of the young men turned to Li Mian and asked how he was doing in the rear, since he did not have the qualifications to go to the front. But the young man himself did not understand what his friend was doing, because it was not his merit but his brother's. Zhang Yuan was very angry because in his opinion, he was proud and very proud of having such a talented brother. Wang Jia asked him to calm down because they were neighbors and should be friendly and respect others' opinions. The young man asked if they had packed their things, but the other boys did not understand what he was talking about. But then he explained that there would be a wilderness exercise, something like an army exercise, and all the freshmen would take part. Zhang had completely forgotten about this training, but he pulled himself together and was already thinking about what he would take with him. Minghe was already prepared for such an adventure and had collected everything necessary for such a test. The news also featured students who were thanked for helping organize the residents of Shao Ridge. During the class at the School of Supernatural Powers, it was announced that the training plan was ready and the teacher would explain the details. Master Zhang emphasizes that one must be extremely careful during training and follow all instructions. The training itself was agreed upon with the authorities, and the school chose the Shao Ridge as the location. Some students didn't like the idea of living surrounded by mosquitoes and worms, and they wanted to live on a farm even less. Teacher Zhang explained that they would not be resting there, but would be doing useful work. According to the Hunters Association, wild animals are capable of laying eggs, and the speed at which they grow and mature is simply incredible. The man explained that although all the adult animals had been killed, the eggs of these animals still posed a threat to the residents of the Shao Ridge. Some students felt that the school and authorities were using them to do dirty work that they could not do. Teacher Zhang continues to say that superhumans have no right to refuse to protect civilians, and if a monster is found that has not been destroyed, they will report it to the authorities. The two boys began to discuss that they might be known for killing injured animals, but it took experience to kill so many dangerous animals. The man said that their class had to choose a representative, and he suggested Fan Nian since she had excellent grades from the team leaders. The lady supported the teacher's decision and added that she would select several members of the council. The teacher finished the lesson and sent the students to prepare for the trip to the Shao Ridge, as they needed to prepare everything they needed. After finishing his classes, he saw a missed call from Lu Qian and decided to call her. The guy explained that he was in a class that had just ended, and the girl asked if he could join her at the cafe. The main character's classmates were shocked by what they saw and decided to ask who he was talking to. Wangjia asked if the young man had a doll because they heard a female voice, but they were told it was just a classmate. Minghe's friends thought he had a young girlfriend because Lu Qian spoke to him very politely. The young men continue the interrogation as they are curious about who she is and why the young girl is inviting him to a cafe. The young people began to ridicule the fact that it could be his imaginary Mrs. Lu Qian, as they still did not believe that they were former classmates. Minhei decided to go to the cafe anyway and find out why the girl was looking for him and said goodbye to his friends. The main character also asked to bring a book to his room and thanked him for the help provided earlier. The young people decided to follow the teenager because they had nothing else to do and were curious about what kind of emotions Minghe would experience when he met Lu Qian. The tippies turned to Li Mian and asked if he would go with them, but he was unwilling to follow the young man. The guy decided to go read and didn't want to be their neighbor anymore. Zhang Yuan was very angry with the young man, but Wang Jia decided to take him and follow the protagonist. Li Min had greatly offended the young people because they considered him a friend and neighbor, but fate decreed otherwise. The hero went to a cafe, went in, and was very happy to see the girl he liked. Lu Qian explained that she only came there because there was one empty seat, but the boy saw her being praised. The main character was very worried about the girl and also asked if she was hurt during the fight. It was great news for the young man when the beauty replied that she was fine and that she had no bruises or scratches. Minhee decided to ask why she was looking for him. Maybe it was something urgent or something happened. Lu Qian was very embarrassed because she really liked the hero of the story, but she was afraid to admit it. She thought she would never ask him out on a date again because he was so easy to talk to. The doll remembered that first-year students were going on an internship and agreed to help her teacher. The young people saw that Minghe and Lu Qian were indeed former classmates. For the main character, it was great news that the young beauty would go to training with them, and they would be able to see each other more often. The little girl decided to ask the young man if he wanted to go to the cinema, since after 10 days at the front, he needed a rest. The young man's neighbors were shocked that the school beauty was the first to take the initiative and invite him to the cinema. Min Haye decided to offer a fun show that has very high viewership ratings. The woman was upset by the guy's answer because she expected something different, but she didn't know that he considered her brother his boyfriend. Lu Qian asked if he had any plans, but the only thing he had planned was his own training. The lady said sadly that she thought he could have gone, but he couldn't keep her company. At some point, the boy agreed to go to the cinema with her. The young men were surprised that the young woman spoke to them so calmly because they expected something different. The protagonist explained that some of his friends call him crazy during training, so he needs to relax a little. Two former classmates went to the cinema to choose a film because the woman hoped that at least there, the situation would change. The boys sat at the table and were stunned, as they could not believe what they saw with their own eyes. The young people could not believe that this could happen, because the lady herself called and invited them to a cafe. The students at the School of Evolution had a feeling that the young lady might have possessed the teenager and somehow bewitched him. Further events unfolded on the territory of the Shao Ridge, where a meteorite had recently fallen and many mutants lived. The locals thanked the students for their help in destroying the monsters and offered them fresh fruits, but the students were unable to accept them. Min Hee's classmate said that the teacher was looking for him, so he should go and find him. The brother listened to the girl and confidently went to look for the teacher to find out what exactly he wanted. In front stood the KSU principal, wrestling class teacher Dean Meng, and Vice Dean Rong Yuan. The young man approached the teacher and said hello, but they explained to him that some teachers were looking for him, so he needed to go to them. The main character went to the instructors to find out who was looking for him and why there was such a secret that could not be told right away. Unexpectedly for Ming He, Luilin called him, and the young man was very happy to see her. The hero really didn't expect to see the commander, as he didn't know that their organization could cooperate with the School of Evolution. The woman explained that every year she comes to the Southern School to teach new students something new, but it tires her out. The young man asked if there were any tasks, but the commander explained that they had come to teach them how to fight in the wild and something interesting. Ming He wanted to thank Lu Lin, but she replied that there was no need since she was the only one who knew about his superpowers and could be his mentor. The girl understands that he is enjoying his student life, but before the guy leaves, she wants to tell him about the whole situation. The situation is that all members of their organization are independent, and for this reason she needs to know his rank. The girl couldn't afford to just get into the third grade team because many people want to get there, but they can't even satisfy their basic needs. The hero of the story did not understand what she was talking about and asked the girl to continue the conversation. The commander explained that the zone instructors, the school and the rear workers were obliged to obey his orders and protect him. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about and continued to explain that if he completed any mission, the territory would come under his jurisdiction. This time, the organization faces two challenges. Ensuring the protection of students is a priority and requires special attention, and the young man himself needs help. The protagonist agreed to help the organization, but he is also interested in the second task she spoke about. Luilin explained that she would tell him about her when the time came, but for now he didn't need to know anything about her. The girl promised to keep his involvement in the organization a secret, since the young man did not want to attract attention to himself. The students of the School of Evolution arrived at the designated location and began to set up tents and settle into the new place. The students were shocked at the thought of staying there as they imagined they would sleep in more comfortable conditions. Master Zong explained that hiking was a basic survival skill, and every student should take his instructions seriously. Some students did not understand why they needed this, because such cases would not occur in their lives. Min Hee's former classmate showed the new students how to pitch a tent properly. The hero quickly took care of the tent and decided to sprinkle his sleeping place with insect powder. Instructor Ju Chi talks about what to do to protect yourself from wild animals, as their senses are very heightened and they are also afraid of fire. The girl said that they were all people with superpowers and there was nothing to be afraid of. But the man explained that if an animal ate the meat of a killed animal, it could mutate. The instructor said that one day they met a 10th bear, which turned out to be a mongrel. The brave man continued to sprinkle the powder and said that now they were a large group and they did not need to be afraid of anyone. The man continued to say that if they had been alone or not in a large group, they should have followed all the instructions exactly, and then they could have saved their lives. In the evening, the students of the School of Evolution, together with their teachers and instructors, had already begun to eat dinner and make a fire to warm up. The student asked the teacher if he had any scary stories from his life or interesting assignments that he had completed. Lulin thought about it and decided to tell about the Beast Emperor's attack. The lady was also there. The organization's commander said that she was several kilometers away from the beast, and it immediately became clear that it was the size of a stone. The girl also remembered that the whole town saw him approaching their houses, and people began to run away. At the moment, the city is in ruins, animals are building nests, and the city's residents managed to evacuate in time. The girls asked what rank the Beast Emperor had and were told that he had a royal rank. But the students did not know if a human could destroy him. Lu Lin was very upset, but he replied that at that moment, their team had lost several strong people, and one of them was the dean of their school. Teacher Zhang said that it was already late, and it was time for them to go to bed, and that they would clean up the Shao Ridge area tomorrow. The next morning, they began to wake up the students and ordered them to gather in 10 groups by class. To begin with, the squads will warm up a bit in the morning and then return for breakfast. The teacher asked her students to take these instructions very seriously as they were very important. Miolan was a teacher and she kept saying that everyone would have to follow her, and those who fell behind and couldn't catch up would have to eat only boiled beans. This was not difficult for the students since they were all superhumans, which meant that their physical characteristics were not that weak. The teachers and their assistants will go at the end, and those who cannot come will follow the teachers to successfully complete the warm-up. The girls said that their warm-up had already begun and went first to wait for her team. The training started, and all the students of the school ran after their teacher and tried to stay close. The young men were surprised that the girl could run so fast and tried to run next to her. The girl ran further and further towards new horizons and, without slowing down, towards new obstacles. The first obstacle was a climbing wall, and all the students enthusiastically climbed over it and ran on after their teacher. Miolan tried to set the pace and also kept a close eye on each of her students. The young people overcame all the obstacles, ran further, and tried to show what they were capable of. The teacher was the first to run up to the river and tried to carefully cross to the other bank, also carefully watching everyone. Each of the students tried to overcome the next obstacle and run further to the next point. Among the first students were Ming Hyo and Fan Yanrong, and the rest were trying to catch up with them. One of the boys tried to overcome the obstacle, but almost fell into the water, and the other brave boy began to laugh at him. The students and the teacher ran further and reached an area with a lot of sand, trying to stick together. Li Min asked why the teacher stopped, adding that there was no point in it. Miolan said that only 4 people from the team were able to hold out longer than others. The rest were left behind and also deserved a rest. Among the 4 were Lian Dong, Li Min, Ming He, and the only lady, Fang Nianrong, and the young lady was surprised that the male lead wasn't sweating. A group of people waited for the rest of the students and wondered what they would do next. Several people said about Min He that he didn't even break a sweat and thought that they had already achieved their goal. The rest of the students had a hard time getting to their destination, but they had already been waiting for 5 minutes. Running up to their classmates, the boys tried to gather their strength and asked them to run a little slower. Miolan said that most of the students were already there, so she immediately suggested that we continue. When the students returned, the teacher said that they could rest while breakfast was being prepared. Fan Nianrong believes that there are talented students in every group, and adapting to such intensive training will not be easy. Li Min explained that the best students in the city had been gathered, so it would be difficult to adapt to the new conditions and such a large number of superhumans. One of the guys started saying that everyone who went to the southern school stopped talking, but later he continued and added that they belonged to one of the 3 top ranks, and also said that he was from Lu, and asked where the other disciples were from. Li Min said that he was a local, and then their interlocutor asked where the others were from. Fan Nianrong was from Lanyang City, and Ming He was also from Lanyang City. As it turned out, the young people were fellow countrymen and were very surprised since they did not know such information about each other. A new acquaintance in a group of classmates smelled breakfast and was happy to have breakfast. The organization's commander asked if they remembered the route they had taken this morning, as they would need to study it in more detail. Students must not miss any holes, depressions, or caves, and must also get rid of all mutant eggs. Another order stated that when they encountered the red-eyed monster, they should not act alone. Lucian added that they would have to return to base and fire a flare so that the teacher or assistant could find them, and asked if everything was clear. The teacher said that the result of this learning will affect their grades, and they will also have to work hard to complete the task successfully. All present enthusiastically decided to begin searching for mutant eggs and complete this training. One of the children suggested dividing into groups and letting each group choose the direction they would go. Li Min said that this morning he noticed a lot of bushes growing downstream, and from the information available, the red eyes resemble wet places where the bushes grow. The young people praised the young man for not only running, but also exploring the surroundings, and also suggested that they go see the river. The students decided to listen to their classmate and went in search of eggs, but they did not like that the bushes were very high, and in the wild you can't use superpowers. Li Min said that he would clear the way and asked the others to be careful and attentive. The young man's classmates were surprised by his work and said that it was much better to walk this way. Fan Nian Rong wanted to ask what Ming He wanted to talk about, but the boy warned him that mutants love snakes, and if they heard them, they might run away. The young people saw that part of the trail was not cleared and were very surprised, as they had to clear the area before they were allowed in. The young girl asked him why he thought so, but the boy explained that he did not consider this area unexplored. The main character also added that the teacher has excellent navigation skills, and she did not get lost during the training. The boy also said that the teacher chose one route out of the camp and another on the way back, and while everyone was sleeping, they cleared the route again. The girl was surprised that the instructors gave her such a task, but the student explained that the eggs are small and not everyone can find them, even with the help of special equipment. Minghe said that the beast's eggs resembled those of snakes, which could not be detected even with special equipment. The main character did not notice that yesterday evening the teachers were inspecting the place where he is now. Fan Nian Rong was surprised by what she heard, as she had thought otherwise and thought that they should search in the area where they were in the morning. The lady began to look around and suddenly froze in place at what she saw. The young woman saw the red-eyed beast and was very scared, because she had never encountered such situations in her life. The main character also saw a monster that was on a tree branch, but the young man did not lose his head and decided that he needed to act. The mutant began to crawl down the tree and decided to hide for now, and not take any hasty actions. Min had turned to the girl and said that she wasn't thinking about running away because it could be dangerous. Fan Nian Rong didn't understand what was going on and what this guy was planning, because according to the instructions, they were supposed to return to the camp. The main character decided to run up to the rest of his classmates and see what was going on around him, and the girl asked what it was. The young people saw many mutant eggs and were shocked by what they saw, as they did not think that there could be so many of them. The boy and girl ran to the rest of their classmates, and the girl decided that they too needed to be told about the monster. Limin wondered where exactly the mutant was hiding, because if it were found, it would be a great achievement. Ming He explained that the beast could not have hidden far, but if it was hiding in the bushes, it would be difficult to find, so they had to call the instructors for help. Some of the guys wanted to get a lot of points, but the main character explained that the beast was cunning, and if they did not invite him on the road, they would only make the situation worse. Li Min thinks that the boy is afraid of death, but the beauty says that Ming He is right, and they need to call the teachers. The hero of the story, namely one of the fastest, needs to find the teacher's assistant and tell him everything. The boy quickly ran for help, as he needed to make a decision regarding the red-eyed beast. The boy found a high place and launched a flare so that teachers or instructors could find him. One of the teacher's assistants found the student and told him that there was a monster hiding in the bushes. The men heard a cry for help and decided to immediately run to help the remaining students. The instructor said that reinforcements were needed and ordered the student to go back and find reinforcements. The teacher reported that help was needed because the animal was found in the red zone and there was a victim among the students. The hero of the story ran towards the scream of one of his classmates and did not notice that a red-eyed monster was watching him. Seeing the mutant, the boy stopped, decided to hit him, and ran to help. Minghe hit the beast and it flew away, but the young man didn't know that there was another monster there. Another monster decided to suddenly attack the young man and destroy him, but this did not happen. While the brave man was beating one beast with one hand, he grabbed another mutant by the neck with his other hand. The main character realized that he needed to be careful because there were a lot of them in this area. When the teenager finished destroying the mutants, he again heard a cry for help and tried to finish off the animals. The student realized that somewhere nearby there was a hidden cave that the advance party had not been able to find, and then he heard the cry for help again. Minghe decided that he would go to help and then find that cave and find out what was there. When the brave man ran to help, he immediately saw many animals crawling towards him. The boy heard the voice again, and at that moment an adult mutant crawled out of the cave, imitating a human voice. The main character decided that it was necessary to get rid of the mutants, and also thought that his classmates could also fall for the beast's insidious plan. The boy saw that there were more and more animals and decided that the situation was very bad and something had to be done. The student tried to destroy all the mutants, and he succeeded. At some point, when there was nothing under the boy's feet, he realized that there might be something underground. The protagonist found himself in a large nest underground, where he destroyed several animals and also realized that they were hiding there while the squad was checking the surface. It started to rain on the Shao Ridge, and the fog typical for this area descended. The rain did not stop, but did not intensify either, and all the commanders examined the ridge area from different sides. The assistant commander reported that there was information about students who had discovered a nest of mutants. One of the girls confirmed that the weather in this area is characterized by rain and morning fog. Lulin remembered that this fog was not as simple as it seemed, because a similar situation with this kind of weather had happened before. The organization's commander's interlocutor did not understand what the girl wanted to say, because for her it was just ordinary fog and rain. Lulin immediately declared the need for the immediate evacuation of students from Shao Ridge. The assistant captain immediately understood what needed to be done and began to act, because this primarily concerned the lives of the students. The teachers ran to the rocket launch site, but did not understand where one of the assistants had gone. The young man said that the students were in the red zone and suggested that they stay put so as not to lose each other. They called one of the teachers, but the daredevil continued to say that the students needed to be taken to a safe place. Miolan listened carefully to what they were telling her, because they needed to evacuate Shao Ridge, and they needed to do it immediately. Teacher Zong said that the students needed to be rescued, but the commander said that danger was approaching the Shao Ridge in order to retreat. Lu Lin reported that the danger level was level 6, and that it was necessary to leave the area, otherwise something irreparable would happen. Minhee's former classmate decided that she would save the students, and they would gather the rest of the groups for evacuation. In the nest underground, the young man heard the girl's voice, but did not understand what was happening, because he again thought it was an animal. The protagonist wondered whether it was worth risking his life for his own interests, but decided that he would have to take the risk. The boy didn't expect to hear Lu Qian's voice because he thought it was another beast imitating a human voice. When the woman spoke to the young man, she immediately explained that there was a very thick fog on the surface and she could not see him, and she was also worried about whether he was okay. Ming He immediately warned Lu Qian that the animals had chewed through the vine and it might fall into the hole, so he asked the girl to stay put. The girl warned that the Shao Ridge was covered in fog, and Commander Lu Lin ordered the teachers to evacuate all the students because everyone could die. The hero of the story decided to help his classmates because they could get into the beast's lair and then get out of there together. Lu Qian reluctantly decided to go and help evacuate the rest of the students, while his brother stayed behind to save his friends. The young man told the girl to be careful, and he himself met the red-eyed beast again and was ready for battle. The student immediately realized that the mutant imitates the human voice, digs holes and lures his victims into them, and added that he is the leader. Ming He immediately understood the beast's tactics, which wanted its snakes to attack him and wait until he was exhausted, and then attack the young man themselves. The dude immediately decided to attack the monster, because it was necessary to destroy the main mutant. Despite the snake's attempts to stop him, the young man still tries to hit the monster. The main character decided to hit the red-eyed beast and destroy it. The mutant decided he needed to protect himself from the blow and covered his face with his hands. The beast began to scream very loudly, even the eggs cracked, and many of them were no longer suitable for hatching. The mutant continued to scream and get angry at the young man, wanting to destroy him and find his classmates. At the cry of their leader, the snakes crawled up and, realizing what they needed to do, began to prepare for battle. But for the main character, this was not an obstacle because he could cope with both them and the main beast. The boy decided to use the materials at hand again to destroy the monster. Ming He was about to strike the ground and create a new vine to use and destroy the mutant. The guy decided to carry out his plan and began using this vine to kill snakes. But it so happened that the plant that the young man made began to delay the main beast to death. The leader's assistants were unable to move, and the central character turned to the mutant and asked why she was pretending to be weak. The student decided that he needed to start by destroying her relatives and then get to her and kill the beast. Ming He began to destroy the snakes with vines and thought about how to get rid of the main mutant. The red-eyed beast laughed and became very angry at the protagonist and also swore to take revenge on him. Each of them wanted to destroy the other and began to prepare for battle, but no one knew what would happen to them next. The young man decided to strike, and considering the monster to be very impudent, decided to go all the way. After receiving the blow, the mutant flew back and began to scream because he could not do anything. The cavalryman dealt more and more blows, but decided to use another method to destroy the monster. It was still raining on the surface of the nest, and there was a fog that did not clear, and Ming-He decided to take advantage of this. The red-eyed beast was very furious that the young man was able to destroy his assistants and began a battle with the monster itself. The protagonist decided to use the slime from the grapevine and continue the fight for justice. The boy saw fog and rain, which also penetrated the nest, and began to guess that the animal was not hatching eggs for offspring. The student realized that the eggs contained alien creatures that fed on moisture and also created clouds of smoke that destroyed all living things. Ming-He also realized that mutants, namely, they are just ordinary rabble. Their purpose is to lay eggs, and when it rains, it creates an abnormal fog. After the young man climbed out of the nest, he realized that if the fog covered the entire Shao Ridge, no one would be able to get out alive. The school children began to flee from the Shao Ridge area and had already reached the fence needed for protection. The young people do not understand why they cannot run to the fence, which is only 200 meters away from them. The students are lost, but they have hope to find the right way and stay alive. Zhang Yuan remembered his brother telling him about the white fog, and the story was terrifying. One of the students realized that when you find yourself in the fog, it is as if you are entering a fantasy world. The instructor who was standing at the fence saw the students and they suddenly disappeared, and he is also worried that no one came out of the fog. The school staff were very worried about their students, as the distance between them was small and they did not understand how they could get lost. One of the men began shouting, urging the young people to react and quickly run to the protected fence. The teacher asked if it was necessary to go outside the fence and check where the students were. The sorceress suggested that he tie a rope around his waist with which he could return back, and this was a great idea. The young man was warned that if he encountered anyone dangerous, he should shout or pull the rope. The instructor left, but was still warned to report danger if necessary. The rest of the assistants remained outside the fog, and one of them wondered how far he had gone from them, but as it turned out, only 200 meters. The man decided to shout and ask where he was, and if Shao Hu could hear his colleagues. There was silence in response, and they did not understand how screams could not be heard at a distance of 200 meters. One of the guys thought that something had happened to their colleague and ordered him to be taken away quickly. The girl began to pull the rope towards herself, but they were surprised because the boy had disappeared. Only the rope remained. The young people were very surprised, as they did not understand what was happening and where their colleague had gone. Min-He was able to escape from the nest alive and well, and is now confidently looking for his friends. The young man's classmate became curious about where this terrible fog came from, and when they saw the young man, he immediately asked why they did not follow him. Fan Nian Ra replied that she heard a woman screaming and thought someone needed help. The hero explained that the main mutant could memorize or improvise human voices and asked if any of them had called for help. As it turned out, Min-He's classmate was screaming for help because her foot got caught on a random tree. The boy realized what kind of voice the monster was imitating, and he would have to act with special caution if he heard a cry for help again. Li Min was surprised by this information since it was not written in the books. And why then did the members of the advanced team not know about it? Lu Chen explained that they have some thoughts on this matter, but there is no confirmation of this information. One of the students suggested calling the instructors and teachers, but there was no telephone connection. The main character was surprised by the lack of communication, but thought about what to do and how to get out of this situation. Min-He had a special earpiece that he could use to call his instructors. Li Min was surprised because he had a special means of communication, but only teachers had it. But the commander's voice was already heard in the earpiece, asking if he could hear her. The boy explained that they had lost contact with the outside world, and then Lu Lin asked if he had managed to get out, and also added that the teachers and students were all right. The beauty reported that she managed to evacuate only half, but many remained inside the fog. The guy said that if they were still in camp, they still had time to leave before the fog caught up with them, and also asked if they would cover the rear. The commander explained that he could rely on her, and also asked if she could contact the rest of the teachers, but only those who had not emerged from the fog. The protagonist also said that he learned something very important, but at the moment this information is useless. Lu Ling said that his brother should speak out because in this situation, any information and clues are needed. Ming-He said that this abnormal fog is created from mutant eggs, and when they come into contact with water, they release something similar to gas. He also added that the gas rises upward, and when it comes into contact with moist air in the atmosphere, thick clouds of fog appear. The organization's commander was very surprised by the information she received, but at the same time she was happy about it. Lulin said that this was a very important find, and it also gave them hope for saving the remaining students of the School of Evolution. Manhwa decided to listen carefully to the information regarding the order of all the people in the Shao Ridge area. The organization's commander reported that the research center recently released a large centipede with a human face. The girl also added that it was the only creature they managed to catch, and they also tried to bring it back, but it managed to escape. The organization has information that in the initial stages of research, it was discovered that millipedes feed on beetle eggs. The girl thinks that they like to eat mutant eggs in large quantities, and by mutating, they can come out of the fog. Minhee was surprised by this information and asked if they needed to eat mutant eggs. Lulin explained that the eggs were poisonous and only centipedes could digest the poison they contain. The commander explained that according to the latest data, the insect is in the area of the Shao Ridge, and most likely in a foggy zone. The main character realized that they needed to find a humanoid centipede, and then they would have a chance to escape. Students and teachers from the School of Evolution approached the company where the main character was, and everyone was surprised. It was indeed Teacher Zong and the disciples of the School of Evolution, and they were also wondering what they should do next. The man himself did not know what to do, because it was impossible to get out through the anomalous fog, and the ability to isolate remains a mystery even for astronomers. One of the young men asked if they would stay in the fog forever, because he had heard a lot about this fog. The teacher explained that people outside the fog did not know what was happening inside, but they should not expect reinforcements. Manhwa told everyone what Lulin had come up with, but for it to happen, they needed to work together. The girls confirmed that the boy had spoken to the commander, and the young man had told them that they needed to leave before the monster returned and find as many eggs as possible. Lemian didn't want to do anything stupid because he needed to find a way to get out of the fog and save himself. But the main character explained that this is their only chance to get out of there, because they can use the eggs to lure the beast, because this is their only chance. The main character told everything that the organization's commander told him and what he himself learned. Teacher Zong listened carefully to the teenager's words, thought about them carefully, and replied that it could work. The students said they had no other choice as the fog was terrible, but they should not give up so easily. The man decided to support his student, as there was no time to give up, and they needed to split up and find the eggs. Lu Chen and Teacher Zong are faced with the task of rescuing the remaining students, as well as not getting lost in the fog and gathering everyone back at the camp. Li Mian knows well where to find nests with eggs, and Fanny and Rong will help collect as many eggs as possible. The boy explained that the more eggs they had, the faster they could catch the centipede and get out of the fog. Teacher Zong was curious about what He himself would do while everyone else was busy searching for eggs and rescuing other students. The protagonist explained that there was something left in the fog, and it needed to be dealt with while they were still there. A classmate asked him to scare him so much that his hair would stand on end. The woman began to explain that there was much more danger there than what they were going to do. When Fanny and Rong and Manhwa were on their way to school, the train stopped at the edge of the fog, and then a monster appeared out of nowhere and destroyed everything in its path. The dude explained that because of this, they would have to be very careful, and if they encountered a mutant, they would not let him catch them. Lu Qian and Teacher Zong began to search for the students who could not find their way to the camp. The rest of the students looked for nests with eggs and tried to collect as many as possible, because their salvation depended on it. The main character goes in search of a beast that destroys all living things in its path. The boy had a device to communicate with Commander Lu Lin, and when the teenager ran to look for the monster, his friend called out to him. The young woman explained that she had switched the communication channel and was trying to talk to all the instructors and teachers. Lulin ordered all battle groups to contact each other to provide everyone with the necessary information. All instructors called by the commander have contacted and are ready to receive all necessary information. Among those present was the protagonist Minghe, the Dragon's Fang, who was meanwhile searching for the beast. Among those present was teacher Miao Lan, who was also looking for everything necessary to find the beast. The girl was very surprised to learn that the guy was a member of the Dragon's Fang organization and a student of the School of Evolution. The young woman then asked if Minhee was the student who was absent from training that morning. a device that everyone present had and was ready to detect monsters. Commander Lu Lin looked at the map and saw that the fog had spread within a radius of 3 kilometers. The map showed that the monsters were not visible and could move further and inspect the area. The young man was curious about what happened because Lu Lin's voice was surprised and he didn't understand what exactly happened. The girl explained that the monsters appeared simultaneously in 3 places: in the valley, at the source of the river, and on the top of the mountain. The commander himself was surprised that just a few seconds ago, they were not there. And now there were 3 of them at once, and he did not understand how they could multiply so quickly. The hero decided to ask where they came from, since he himself was interested in where they had been before that moment. Lulin explained that there was no suitable place for them to live, and she also believed that they appeared out of nowhere. The girl looked carefully at the map and immediately decided to warn Fan Xin about the danger. The commander explained that right now there was a huge mutant standing behind her, and she needed to immediately escape from the beast. The beauty was surprised by the commander's words because from the very beginning, there were 3 monsters. But it was unclear where another monster came from. The girl decided to see what kind of mutant was standing behind her, turned to face him, and was surprised. Fan Kin decided to throw knives at the monster so that it could not get close to her. The girl's knives fell into the spider's claws, but it had no effect, and it immediately began to attack the young woman. The lady herself tries to escape from him, but she fails as she begins to fall, and she also does not miss the opportunity to escape. The organization's commander reported that the mutants were attacking again, and several of them were right behind Min He. The young man was surprised by this information, since the doll had not seen anyone just a few minutes ago. The main character was shocked by the number of monsters, but did not even know what to do. The boy was also surprised by the level of these mutants, namely the level of the minions. The man decided that it was necessary to destroy them as quickly as possible, because he still had to find the centipede. The monsters happily pounced on the young man, and he in turn tried to destroy them, and he succeeded quite easily. The monsters also tried to attack the main character, but he turned out to be stronger than them. The only thing that stopped Ming, he was their number, since a few could be dealt with. But if there were too many, it would take a long time. The hero of the story does not give up and continues to destroy monsters, wanting to go further to find out where they came from. The boy began to use various types of power strikes, including a swing, a punch, and many others. The mutants also did not give up and attacked the young man, but he did not understand where the animals came from and why there were so many of them. The monsters began to attack the enemy with more aggression, and there were more and more of them. Ming He used various methods of defeat and continued to destroy them and find their source. The bro decided to use the earth to hit harder and destroy his opponents. The main character hit the ground, and the stones formed from the impact flew in different directions and hit the monsters. The cavalryman completed this strike and planned to continue the destruction. The student raised his hand from the ground, but he still didn't know what would happen next and how this battle would end. After the blow, the mutants rose from the ground and became even more aggressive, starting to fly towards the student. At some point, the young man realized that he could have damaged the nest of monsters, and they became more aggressive. The organization's commander explained that Ming He would not be able to destroy all the scorpion flies by himself. The hero did not understand what to do next, because it seemed to him that he was being sensed. The man continued to fight the monsters and waited for information about further actions. Lulin found the place where they appeared from and also added that all the scorpions flew out from the same side. According to the girl, their nest is located on the southern side of the Shao Ridge, from where they flew to the student. There are more than 10 individuals near Minhui, and there may be more than 100 of them in the nest. The doll sees only a few red dots on the map, and then adds that there is a whole factory not far from the young man, and that many of these animals live there. The young woman explained that once he killed one group, another would come to him. The hero realized that since he was close to the nest, there were an infinite number of them there, even if they were destroyed. Another key point is the fact that if the daredevil leaves them at this stage, then in a few hours the feeling of guilt will fill the entire valley. Lulin explained that when they gathered an entire army, they would leave no one alive. They would destroy not only people, but also all vegetation. The organization's employees did not believe that dealing with scorpions was more difficult than they thought, and underestimated them. The organization's commander looked at the map and explained that their camp was outside the valley. Lulin assigned the young man to guard the valley because she needed to give tasks to the other instructors, and it seemed like they were in danger as well. The boy asked the girl not to worry because he could handle them. The young woman explained that although he was a member of the Dragon Fang organization, he was just a student like everyone else. The commander apologizes on behalf of the organization for placing such a heavy responsibility on the young man. The beauty considers the guy to be very capable because he has shown more than once what he is capable of. Lulin asked the protagonist to promise that he would not only be able to kill the mutants, but also survive. Minhwa is very grateful to the commander and other instructors, and also thanks them for not abandoning them in a difficult situation. With every step and blow, the young man destroyed all the creatures in his path and also tried to find the nest of mutants. With each blow of the young man, the monsters died, new beasts appeared and died, and each time new ones appeared. The protagonist reached the location of the nest manufacturing factory that Commander Lu Lin had spoken of. Approaching the nest, the teenager immediately saw new mutants flying out of it. With each flight from the monster's lair, there are more and more of them. But this does not bother the cub. Seeing the new beasts, Minhwa immediately decided to use Fan Kai's technique. The brother was determined to completely destroy these animals and go to the end. The boy decided to immediately use this technique and also decided to thank Fan Kai for it. The main character decided that it was necessary to destroy all flying insects with one blow. Some of the animals flew away, hit the earthen wall and died instantly, while the rest flew towards the mountain. After the student finished the reception and several insects flew towards the mountain, he immediately had an idea. Minna decided that it was necessary to go to the mutants' lair and find out all the information about them. As the student approached the nest, the insects began to fall to the ground. The guy decided to take a closer look at the mutant nest and find out how they fly out of there. At first glance, it looked like a normal portal used by insects, but the student decided to take a closer look. Another version of the main character was that it was a portal to another dimension or another world. Minhwa had an idea, but he decided to implement it and test it right away. The boy decided that he needed to enter this portal, see what was there, and find out where the animals came from. After the friend entered the portal, he returned almost immediately, but from the other side. As soon as the daredevil turned around, he immediately realized what it could be, and immediately insects appeared. The scorpions began to approach the main character closer and closer, but Minhwa himself did not see them right away. The daredevil realized that this was not a nest of mutants, but some unknown portal leading into the fog. The man thought that most likely these strange monsters used him to appear at this time and in this place. The protagonist wondered what could be happening on the other side of this portal and how insects could take advantage of it. The young man was very curious about what would happen next if he entered the portal and whether he would be able to find answers to his questions. The student still decided to enter the portal to learn more about this mysterious fog. Minnie came out of the portal and was very surprised by what he saw, because he saw something like this for the first time in his life. The daredevil felt as if he was in a cave, opposite the entrance of which a bright light was burning. The guy decided to go see what was there and learn more about where the mutants came from. As it turned out, the hero of the story found himself in a place full of cobwebs, spiders, and stones with skulls. At some point, something strange and incomprehensible began to happen from the other end of the portal. Unexpectedly for the young man, something resembling a mutated dragon appeared and began to fly around the area. The monster was flying around the area and looking for something, but it was unclear what exactly was happening and where exactly this guy was. The protagonist looked up and saw the mutant, but didn't know what to do next. Several more scorpions appeared on the horizon, saw the young man and decided to fly up to him. The mutants were aggressive and planned to destroy Minhwa in the hopes that no one would find out about the place. The man standing near the portal also saw the insects and was determined to fight. The student suddenly heard the voice of the girl who had been with him during his coma and throughout his studies, and she told him how he had ended up there and that he needed to return immediately. Minhwa was even more surprised than the young lady because he didn't understand why she was here or what was going on. His training instructor ordered him to leave the area immediately or he could die. The guy saw the insects and was even more surprised, and he had the thought that he needed to leave this place immediately. The friend listened to the girl and decided to run to the portal and return back to report the situation to the commander. The main character tried to run to the portal as quickly as possible to return to his classmates. The doll told him to run as quickly as possible to where he was, and she would decide everything herself. The young girl decided that she would use her superpower and resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Minhwa was able to return to the same place where he entered the portal and obtain some information. After the dude ran out of the portal, he started to close himself with the help of that girl. As it turned out, one of the instructors was killed by the same monster that was near the train on the day when Min-hee was traveling to the evolution school. The mutant approached the dead girl and decided that it was necessary to unite with her and use her to further reduce the size of people. The monster carried out its plan and used the young woman's body to further advance along the Shao Ridge. The beast plan worked, and at the moment he had the appearance of an instructor of the School of Evolution, but inside he was the same monster. The students of the Superhuman Institute could not see where to go next due to the fog and did not understand what to do to save themselves. One of the boys saw a silhouette of a man and told the other students about it, and they decided that they needed to call for help. As it turned out, it was teacher Fan Xin, and the students were happy to meet her, but they didn't know what would happen next. The young man asked why she was silent, since they had to run away from many monsters that they encountered along the way. Unexpectedly for all the students present, the teacher turned into a terrible monster and began to attack people. The first victim was a boy standing next to the monster. The beast itself attacked the teenager and bit him on the neck. Eventually, the mutant let go of his victim and began to look at the rest of the students, while the young man himself fell to the ground. After the students of the School of Evolution saw what the mutant did to their classmate, they immediately began to run away. The young people tried to run away, but the monster used its tentacles and grabbed all the students. The two girls managed to escape from the mutant's clutches and tried to run further to find help. It so happened that one of the girls caught her foot on a branch lying on the ground, fell and injured her leg. Another young girl saw her classmate fall and immediately decided to go back and help her save herself. The girl turned to Jing Jing and begged her to get up and run on, but her leg hurt so much that they didn't know what to do. The girls moved on anyway, and one of them didn't know if she could get any further away from the monster. The students were unable to get far as the monster grabbed them with its tentacles and began to pull them towards itself. The mutant pulled the girls closer and closer to him and began to squeeze them tighter with his hands. In the end, the beast with the face of Instructor Fan Chin attracted the girls to itself and began to destroy them one by one. The last of the group of students was the same girl who tried to save her classmate, but as a result, they died together. Having destroyed all the students in its path, the monster continued to look for new victims. A friend entered one of the camp tents and told her something about Fan Qing. Commander Lulin looked at the computer monitor and kept an eye on each instructor participating in the mission. On the computer monitor, 2 dots were visible, which were being watched by Ming He and Miao Lan, as well as the witch, who was trying to establish contact with one of the instructors. Lulin tries to convince Fanchen to move on, because that way she can find the protagonist and he can help her. The assistant commander asked if the doll itself was alive, since its signal had disappeared, its vital signs had disappeared, and the device had failed. The girl herself did not know whether the instructor was alive or dead, because if she was alive, then she needed help. Lulin thought that the device was out of order. It was unlikely, after all, she had experience. But the young lady herself thought that there was something wrong with this situation. The young woman decided that she would keep a close eye on Min He to make sure that he was careful enough to escape in time. After some time, the connection with the young man also began to disappear, and the commander of the organization was very surprised and did not understand anything. The assistant commander thought that the teenager might also die and began to worry about it. Lulin saw that the connection had been restored, but she didn't understand what was going on and decided that she needed to call the guy. The woman tries to contact the main character, but she fails as the device shows that the connection is blocked. According to the commander himself, something could have disrupted the communication channels, and the failures occurred simultaneously. One of the students ran into the camp, very excited, and immediately ran to Lu Ling to report about Fan Qing. The boy decided to immediately report that the instructor had destroyed his classmates, and tears began to appear in his eyes. The girl was very scared and could not believe the student's words and decided to find a connection with the other teachers. The young woman tries to contact Min He, but gets no response, which begins to frighten her even more. The organization's commander tries to pass on information about Instructor Fan Qing to the protagonist and save his life. Lulin also tries to convey that this creature in the form of a girl is very dangerous. Minghe sat in the middle of the road and couldn't understand what was happening because he thought he had just come out of the portal. The young man continued to sit on the ground and tried to come to his senses, and then the woman who had been his trainer during meditation approached him again. The young woman explained that his soul might disappear if he remained there any longer, because there was still much that people did not know. The hero explained that he had accidentally ended up in the depths of hell, but the young man found it very difficult to accept this information. The doll tried to support the boy because when he becomes even stronger, he will be able to do even the smallest thing. The student decided to listen to his assistant's advice because he needed to move on. Manhwa was determined and decided to admit that he was stunned by what he saw because he didn't expect such a situation. The boy decided that he would not give in to fear and also decided to check his earpiece, which transmits a signal to the organization's commander. The guy realized that due to his carelessness, the device transmitting information about his location was damaged. Unexpectedly for the young man, instructor Fan Shin approached him and looked at him rather strangely. The girl started talking about how he was alive and that it was very good, and also said that she was wounded. A young woman also asked for help because she needed help getting to the camp due to her injuries. The main character did not understand what was happening to her eyes because they seemed to stand out. The instructor started telling her that she was okay, that she could have just hit herself and gotten a bruise. The brother looked at the girl's feet and was surprised that her shoes were completely dry, which confused him even more. The boy remembered that in order to get to this area, she had to cross the river, and in this state she would not be able to jump from one stone to another. The hero of the story, lost in his thoughts, did not expect to see what would happen next, as he believed that it was his mentor. The student was surprised that in an instant, the girl turned into a guy with glowing eyes and began to attack her student. The monster began to attack Ming-He, wanting to destroy its opponent and continue searching for new victims. After the guy was shot, he realized that it was not his instructor at all, but a mutant with a different face. The monster decided to show his true face, destroy his rival, and enjoy the killing. The young man remembered that this very mutant was at the station, and that because of him the train stopped, and also that because of him the driver almost died. The main character understood what was going on, namely that after eating the conductor, he had to digest her as well. Having digested a woman, he could take on her image, easily enter the train and destroy all the people in the carriages. The boy realized that instructor Fan Shin was already dead, and the monster must have eaten her and turned into a person with her face. Minghu realized that this animal was very cunning and cruel, and if the young man had not paid attention to the red eyes, he too might have fallen into the trap. The monster began to talk about his instructor, namely this tasty morsel, which he really likes and which he wants more of. The boy was surprised that the beast could also copy the voice of the person it had destroyed, and the young man decided that the monster would not get rid of him so easily. The student decided that he would destroy it at any cost, and everything would end, and the beast would regret that it had not escaped earlier. The mutant himself considers the young man a pathetic person and deals him the first blow, from which he flies away. According to the monster himself, Ming-He had a perfect plan, and now he will regret it and will not leave a single piece behind. The hero decided to dodge the tentacle attacks as quickly as possible, and also remembered that the fighting style was similar to the attacks of that tree during the trial exams. Luckily, the daredevil has improved his skills, and he needs to catch the moment when the monster appears and fight back. The boy tried to dodge each blow and waited for the moment when he could fight back. The main character had a plan, and he decided that he needed to implement it immediately and find a convenient moment to strike the monster. The student began to look for a place where he could use his spiritual fist, since ordinary techniques did not help here. The monster also did not lose hope of destroying her rival because she needed new victims to improve her abilities. The beast was glad that thanks to his mentor, Fan Shin became even stronger and more resilient, and also more confident that he could destroy anyone. The evolutionary student barely held onto a tree branch as the mutant tried to knock him out of his hiding place. Minghe had an idea that he immediately put into action, as it was important for him to destroy the beast and avoid numerous casualties. The leader of history struck with the spiritual fist technique and immediately declared that this was not the limit of his capabilities. During the battle, a deep hole formed on the ground, and in it stood a beast who said that if he ate it, he would become even stronger. The brave man decided that it was necessary to use the sand to improve his abilities and destroy the monster as quickly as possible. The guy confidently prepared for a new blow and waited for a new blow from the mutant, who was already ready for battle. The beast drew level with the young man, so Ming-He immediately struck with his sand fist. After this blow, the monster flew much further than it was originally standing, and the student said that his mystical fist was not strong enough. The daredevil also added that the blow was not strong enough to kill a mutant like him. The beast began to mock the boy, who was able to easily rise after the blow, and asked if this was all he could do. The monster came closer and closer to his interlocutor and added that their instructor was very disappointed. The protagonist decided to use the earth to restore his strength, strike, and get rid of the monster. Manhwa dropped his hands to the ground and they turned into stone, which was good because he could deliver a stronger blow than the previous one. The monster was already at the student's feet and still believes that people do not know how to fight for justice and stand up for themselves in battle. The boy tried to hit the beast, but the beast itself thinks that people hit very predictably. The mutant began to think about giving many examples and telling about how people do not know how to show all their strength. One example of a monster is that superhumans can only run away from the blows inflicted on them. A spike appeared under the boy's feet, which was formed with the help of a mutant to destroy him. The protagonist decided that he needed to run because he knew what would happen next. As the student ran away, a thorn, even larger than the previous one, began to emerge from the ground beneath his feet. The monster was surprised that Ming-He successfully avoided his attacks and remained alive. The mutant explained that the young man had very powerful blood vessels that looked very appetizing, even better than their instructors. The man found the monster unpleasant and added that it only hit once, while it took 49 hits to use the secret move. The protagonist realized that the beast had come to the conclusion that it was more profitable for him to dodge the blows, and that it was dangerous for the student to start a fight. Min-He doesn't believe that luck will save him, because it only saved his life by not piercing his stomach and spleen. The young man decided that he needed to find a powerful amplifier to kill the demon with the mysterious fist, and simple sand would not do. The monster launched its tentacles at the young man again, but he again managed to avoid the blow and dodge. The mutant became angry at the main character for this, and began to think up a new plan for revenge and complete destruction. The beast again caused spikes to emerge from the ground, but the student managed to avoid their attack. The mutant decided to surround the student with spikes and make them very high so that he could not escape. When Ming-Hu saw what material the spikes were made of, he realized it was obsidian, which was 10 times stronger than ordinary stone. The hero of the story, while jogging in the morning, noticed an obsidian cave in one of the mountains stretching across the valley. The boy cannot understand in which direction he needs to move because he is in a very thick fog. The student decided that it was necessary to find obsidian and use it to destroy the mutant and save all the students. The young man remembered that there was a dry tree near the cave, and he needed to find it and use it. Ming-He actively searched for the dead tree and eventually found it behind the obsidian cave, after which he decided to find the cave itself. The monster caught up with the young man and began to shout at him not to think about running away because it wanted to destroy him and take possession of his power. The mutant tried to catch up with him and continued to shout at the boy that he would not be able to hide and that he wanted to eat him. The main character continued to run away no matter what, because he needed to find the cave and finally destroy the monster. Eventually, the young man found this cave and was very happy because it was the only way to destroy the monster. Ming-He decided that it was necessary to go down to the middle of the cave and use the obsidian to complete the work. The mutant, hoping to find the cub, confidently moves forward in his search and plans to finally destroy it and enjoy the successful completion of the battle. Meanwhile, the daredevil has found what he was looking for and is about to head to the beast to continue the fight and find the missing students. The monster met the protagonist and warned that his fist would not be able to harm or destroy the beast. But the boy had other plans and decided to hit the ground with his obsidian fist. Ming-He used his super strength and slammed the ground, causing cracks and spikes to form. The mutant was very surprised by what he saw and at the same time very scared, as he did not expect such a turn of events. The spikes formed from the obsidian fist's blow grew larger and larger. Once the spikes began to form, the monster had no time to escape and became entangled in the formation itself. After the mutant was pierced with a spike, the brave man approached him and said that he would succeed and destroy him. The main character will not spare the monster, because his life and the lives of people are more important to him, and the beast did not understand how the guy managed to do this. For Ming-He, it doesn't matter who they are or how powerful their kingdom is, and if the mutants themselves decide to take over the earth, the superhumans will destroy them. The monster was surprised by these words, but said that people would not be able to escape and would be completely destroyed. The beast continued to say that all people would be destroyed and that they would not be able to hide from the fog. With the last of its strength, the monster tried to speak to the young man and warn him that people would not be able to hide. The mutant screamed in pain, but the boy decided that he had to be destroyed. because many people had died because of him. Another monster was destroyed, and the student had hope that he could save his classmates and escape from Shao Ridge alive and well. Minghe decided that he needed to wait and find out if the monster was really dead, since his next steps depended on it. The obsidian spikes shattered into pieces, and the monster fell to the ground, and the young man was convinced that the beast was dead. When the student looked closely at the dead mutant, he did not immediately understand what kind of drop had fallen from his body. The hero remembered where he had seen such a drop, and immediately remembered the girl who taught him during meditation. The student remembered that it was the same drop of life that grants or changes abilities, but he did not understand why it came out of the monster's body. Minghe's friend, a meditator, explained that she was a moon demon, a high-level mutant, but had not yet reached the peak of her powers when he killed her. When the protagonist first saw her, she was already quite strong, and that day the student felt her power, and she almost killed him. The young lady explained that intelligent and capable mutants are very dangerous, and if he is not destroyed, he could turn into a royal moon demon. The young man understood why the drop of life appeared. It becomes completely clear, because after the destruction of the monster, his spirit remained in it. The woman explained that the drop needed to be purified, as the student would not be able to use it while the spirit of the monster was in it. Minghe decided to give the drop to the girl and asked Xiaohua if she wanted to use it to become stronger. The main character feels that she is a level higher than this moon demon and much stronger than him. Xiaohua knows that she is stronger, and the demon does not need to compare with her because it is already clear who is higher in rank. The woman remembered that her brother wanted to show her how beautiful and important human life is, despite the fact that the recent situation was proof of this. The boy knows that the young girl will support him and make him stronger, and then he will be able to fight the most powerful creature in the world. Shao supported him and reminded him of their agreement that they would help each other develop to a lower level. Minhee decided to ask about the hell he saw because he needed to know more information about it. The witch decided to ask him if he believed what he saw with his own eyes. And although the daredevil believed what he saw, he still could not forget it. The young woman explained that he needed to forget what he saw in that portal because that world was terrible. Zhao also hates this world because compared to the type world, the one outside it is ugly and unique. Eventually, the girl took the feces away for cleanup, and the boy decided to return to camp. The guy stood there looking at the dead instructor Fanshin and decided that he needed to be taken away, and what to do with him next would be up to the commander. Minghe walked through the Shao Ridge territory, carrying the instructor on his shoulders, and heard Commander Lu Lin calling him. The lady asked him to answer this call if he could hear her, and when the lad heard the young woman speak, he asked him to convey the order to him. The organization's commander asked if his instructor Fanshin had found him and what had happened to her. The presenter explained that he carried her to the camp because she was officially considered dead. The friend added that he didn't want to leave her on the ridge where monsters could do terrible things to her. Lulin asked if the disciple was okay since that thing was controlling Fanshin's movements, and Minghe explained that he had destroyed the demon. The young man asked if the eggs had been collected, as they had to quickly leave the place because he saw some monsters. The guy decided that he needed to tell about the terrible picture he saw. Otherwise, when the monsters came to them, nothing would be left of the people. The organization's commander reported that they were very close to him and asked if they had regrouped, if the way was clear, and if the cavalrymen could safely move on. The locals decided to collect the eggs and walk through the weeds to get to the village and sell them. One of the men asked why they were walking for so long, even though the village was not yet in sight. Another man decided to hit his partner because he had an idea to go very far and collect the eggs of these red-eyed creatures for sale. But the man himself had no idea that one could get lost in the fog, but at the same time one could not go far from the place where the fog was. The company managed to collect many eggs without difficulty, but returning to the village proved to be quite problematic. The men had a strange feeling that someone was watching them, but they did not yet know that these were ordinary students. They approached the smallest man and told him not to scare anyone, but the daredevil himself tried to explain that someone was standing behind them. The locals were very scared as they could not understand what it could be, and also planned to run away and leave the eggs in the same place where they stood. Teacher Zong saw the men and thought they were local residents, but he did not understand why they were there. The teachers and a group of students decided to ask them why they came here, because this area is very dangerous. One of the men said that the students had scared them a lot because they thought they had encountered a red-eyed beast. People with superpowers posted a notice that entry to the Shao Ridge was prohibited, but local residents decided to make money on eggs. The man explained that they had heard that the beast's eggs were 100 times more expensive than chicken eggs, and since entry there was prohibited, they decided to take advantage of this. The locals showed that they had managed to collect 3 whole bags, and for the superhumans this was more than enough, but they had to be taken to the camp. The teacher explained to the master that Lu Qian had gone to look for the last group of students and had also left a message that she would be waiting at the foot of the mountain in an hour. Zong said that they needed time to get to the mountain and then go to the camp with all the students and teachers. All the students, teachers, and locals went to the foot of the mountain, and one of the men asked if the students were from the hunting society and if they could provide them with shelter. Teacher Zong asked why they were doing this, but they told him that someone was watching them, and it was terrible. The instructor said she checked the area but didn't find anything suspicious because she didn't come back quickly enough, but she needed to check again. Lu Qian was looking for the missing students and came across a house that was located at the side and decided to check if there was anyone or anything there. The girl walked up to the door, opened it, and was very surprised and at the same time glad to see the lost students of the School of Evolution. The students themselves were also surprised and scared, as they were very afraid of being in an area where they were constantly exposed to danger. The Evolution School students explained that they were fine, but they were very scared because someone was running after them, but they hid. Lu Qian took the young men and said that they would go to the camp for a while, and then they would be able to leave the fog forever. The students thanked the girl for saving them and went to the camp, gathering everyone who happened to be along the way. Having left the house, which was located in the thicket, the young people went further and tried to be the first to get out of the mountain cave. Having escaped from the cave, the disciples reached a river, which they had to cross by crawling. Finally, the disciples reached a bamboo forest, on the trees of which were painted arrows indicating the way to Master Zong. It was in the bamboo forest area that all the participants were found, and they were also able to follow the arrows to reach their teacher. The young people decided that they needed to stick together and go to the end in order to save themselves and get out of the fog. Lu Qian began to listen carefully as she felt that someone was watching them and she needed to prepare for a fight. The young woman decided that it was necessary to explore the area, as she needed to return to camp alive. Unexpectedly for the students, someone attacked them and began to beat them, but the students themselves did not understand what to do. The beauty asked them to be very careful as they were being attacked from above. The young people saw that they were being attacked by mutant spiders, but they did not know what to do and decided to listen carefully to the instructor. The mutants themselves are very aggressively determined to win because there are many people in front of them whom they can destroy. Lu Qian decided that it was necessary to destroy the mutants and continue moving forward to find a way out of the fog. The girl used her superpower and destroyed all the mutant spiders, and also greatly surprised the students. The students of the School of Evolution began to say that the young lady was indeed very strong and that she was truly impossible to surpass. One of the students replied that they couldn't handle even one red-eyed spider, but Lu Qian dealt with several at once. All the students really wanted to have the same level of strength as the girl, because everyone compares her to themselves, and the girl herself understands that all this is thanks to training. The young people reached the place where the man and the instructors had agreed to meet. Everyone present began to question Teacher Zong about the strange fog and the mutants they had seen. The young lady explained that monsters periodically appear on their own, and in order to get out of the fog, they need to work together. The man said that even though they were students, they had the potential to become hunters. Teacher Zong added that young people already know what awaits them on the front lines, and they also need to pull themselves together. The young people decided that they needed to move on, because they just needed to climb the mountain path and they would reach their goal. One of the young men raised his head and was very scared, because he had never seen anything like it in his life. There were many dead mutants lying in front of the students, and they also believed that if they themselves had encountered these monsters, they would have been dead. The students of the School of Evolution looked at the monsters very carefully because they had never seen them before, and they were also curious about who exactly killed them. The young people saw something strange on their way and began to shout for the others to look at the girl. Lu Qian was very surprised and, like everyone else, did not understand what had happened to instructor Niao Lang. The instructor asked them to hurry up and return to the camp as she was already waiting for them, and Minnie's former classmate asked if she was okay. Niao Lang said that she was fine, she was just a little tired, she needed to rest a little, and she would be as good as new. But this did not happen because unexpectedly for everyone, a thorn pierced her stomach, and this scared everyone very much. Everyone present was very scared when a huge mutant spider appeared from the thicket of plants and killed the girl. After the monster entered the young woman's stomach, it attempted to eat her to gain additional strength. Teacher Zhang decided not to let the students get close to the mutant, as it was very dangerous for them. The young people were very frightened, as they had never seen anything like this in their lives, and it was a very difficult sight. The instructors and Teacher Zhang saw that the students were trying to escape and save themselves, but they still didn't know what would happen to them next. The mutant spider saw that his victims were running away, so he decided to stop them with his web and also destroy them. The students became even more frightened. It seemed to the school that their bodies were entangled in a web, and the monster began to pull them towards itself. The young people were entangled in the web and could not move, and the locals did not understand what to do. The students of the School of Evolution realized that they would not be able to escape because they were trapped, and they panicked even more. A local resident said that someone was following them and began pointing at the monster, saying that it was watching them. The instructor was also scared, but decided to ask why the beast hadn't attacked earlier, as soon as it started chasing them. Teacher Zhang explained that the monster waited for everyone to gather together and attacked everyone at once, and also looked like an anteater. The man continued to talk about the anteater because when he finds a group of ants, he does not eat them right away, even if he is very hungry. The beast has a tactic. Instead of eating, it hides, pursuing ants that will lead it to its nest. Only after the anteater sees the nest does it destroy it along with the insects, including those that brought it into the house. The teacher also explained that ants have a special way of communicating. When one of them is attacked, it immediately warns the others to run away. Lu Xian understood what this man was talking about because the monster treated people like insects and played with them, and also waited for enough people to gather. The young woman realized that the anteater had decided not to wait for them to reach the camp and had stopped halfway, since the animal knew that the camp was guarded by stronger people. Minnie's former classmate realized that the beast was scared, so they had a chance to destroy it and reach their destination. One of the students saw Professor Zhang and teaching assistant Li Liu going to help free their classmates. Lu Qian decided to first destroy the mutant spider and then get to the anteater, but the teacher warned that the girl was strong, but she needed to be careful. The monster realized what was about to happen, so he was ready to fight the young lady. The mutant decided that he should attack the assistant first, as he would have a better chance of winning. The doll also had no intention of giving up, because by destroying the spider, she could save the students of the School of Evolution. The monster began to shoot its web at Lu Qian and wanted to destroy her with it, but the girl managed to dodge the blows. A young girl tries to escape from his clutches because she has a goal to achieve. The mutant doesn't like that Madame dodged every blow because he needs extra strength. The student believes that Lu Qian is worthy of taking second place in the battle because she is the pride of the Nando Institute of Superhumans. He also added that any other student who did not react immediately would have been petrified, and they also hoped that the girl would buy enough time. The young men do not understand what the young woman is trying to do because the spider was much larger than her. The mutant is trying to finish the job because he wanted to destroy people as quickly as possible. The mutant spider shot more and more webs at Lu Qian, and she dodged them more and more often. The girl stopped and decided to catch her breath, and then decided to watch the monster to find out what he would do next. At some point, the young woman lost sight of the animal and did not understand what was happening because he had just been next to the girl. Teacher Zhang and the instructor didn't understand what had happened because they knew she wouldn't be able to do it. At some point, they saw Lu Qian and realized that she was okay and decided to go to the camp. Teacher Zhang explained that it was necessary to pack up and flee as quickly as possible, as it was dangerous to stay there. The man said that she should believe in Lu Qian, and the little girl continued to fight the mutant spider. The young lady decided that it was necessary to strike, and after that she flew up the mountain and had an idea which she immediately put into effect. Ming He's former classmate decided to use the power of the Thunderhawk and strike immediately. After the blow, the beauty landed on the ground and began to wait for the results of her work. But it turned out that the monster remained alive. Lu Qian decided to use Lightning Finger, and that was how she planned to end the fight. When the stick was in the girl's hands, she immediately ran to hit again, but she still did not know how this whole story would end. The young woman struck the spider with lightning with all her might. I had a stick, but the battle was not over. The beast itself was very angry and also wanted to attack the girl, but everything did not go as planned. The mutant became even more enraged after the child struck him with lightning again and decided that she needed to be destroyed. After the lightning finished its combat phase, Lu Qian immediately launched another surprise attack. The spider became even more angry and decided to use another way to destroy people. The monster decided that it was necessary to use its poison, launch it into the young girl and kill her. The moment the monster used its poison, Teacher Zong came running to help the girl. The man immediately ordered the young girl to move away from the monster and decided to use his superpowers. The teacher decided that it was necessary to create protection so that the poison would not reach everyone present on the battlefield, and especially the girl. As it turned out, the monster took advantage of the acid rain, and Teacher Zong intervened in time and created a defense against it. The man said that some of the students had already freed themselves from the web, but he had injured his skull and they had a chance to escape. The teacher also felt very sorry that he couldn't fight the monsters face to face. The only thing he could do was provide cover. The girl explained that everything was fine because it was protecting her classmates, and this was also her contribution to the common cause. All the students who were freed from the web did not understand where all these spiders came from, because there was only one spider, and it was very big. The arachnids began to approach the dead mutants and frighten the students of the School of Evolution even more. The student was very scared and did not want to look at what they were doing because it was disgusting. The instructor understood that the spiders were destroying their fellows, but she did not understand why they were doing it. The mutants ate the killed monsters and went to their main beast, surprising the people even more. The little spiders began to crawl into the mouth of their leader, and everyone present was even more surprised, as they did not understand what was happening. The teacher and assistants did not understand what was happening, because it was as much of a shock to them as it was to the rest of the spectators. After this, the monster was able to heal itself by using other creatures to treat its wounds. Everyone understood that all of Lu Qian's actions were in vain, and it was very difficult to harm the spider. The man was very angry, turned to the students and reminded them that they were superhumans and could use their superpowers. The teacher tried to rally the students and do everything possible to get out of the fog, but it didn't work, and he immediately began to ask if they felt sorry for Lu Qian. The lady herself asked not to blame them, because the widow skull was to blame for everything, because she had an aura of oppression, the title of ruler, and she also sowed fear in the minds of people. The mutant uses the universal fear, as it is firmly rooted in their subconscious, and the students will not be able to resist it, as their level is below the solar flame. Lu Qian asked if there was a way to get out, and there indeed was, but the man didn't want to leave the students who were still in the web, and the woman herself offered to cover them. The young woman explained that they could not kill the Skull Widow, but they could detain her, so the assistant and teacher had time to take the students and escape. No one understood what was happening, because the beauty agreed that she could easily lose her life, but she explained that there was a way to save herself. Lu Qian also added that this is her choice, and she also believes that her classmates can unite. The girl hopes that when their classmates are in danger, they will be able to stand up and fight. The young girl confidently walked towards the spider, hoping that she would be able to get out and thus gain time to save the rest of the students. Professor Lu's assistant explained that the Black Widow ate half of the demon spiders, and thanks to them, she became stronger and was able to heal her wounds. Despite her fear, the doll began to use her superpowers and look for a way to increase time in order to save the rest of the students. The teacher decided that it was necessary to use his superpowers to find a way out of this dangerous zone. The students, assistant, and teacher, who were freed from the web, tried to free the rest of the people from the trap. Unexpectedly for everyone, the student decided to strike the monster and help Lu Qian buy time to free the others. The student, despite being paralyzed with fear, still believes that she must fight monsters like this spider. The assistant saw the woman trying to use her superpower and destroy the mutant. Lu Qian, at a great height, tries to strike lightning and get out of the fog. The young woman struck the monster with a powerful lightning bolt and tried to hold it back as long as possible to increase the chances of destroying the monster. Having finished, the friend decided to go down to the ground, rest a little, and think about what to do next. Lu Qian tries to even out his breathing and looks very carefully at the place where the Black Widow was. Nothing could be seen through the black fog, but the young woman was still trying to make out something. After some time, the black fog began to dissipate, and the Black Widow began to set her traps in which she wanted to catch the girl. The mutant spider tried to weave as big a web as possible because he wanted the young woman to become his prey. Minnie's former classmate was very surprised by what she saw, as she couldn't figure out what to do next. The mutant climbed onto his web and, deciding that Lu Qian, namely his prey, planned to use his web to catch and destroy her. The Black Widow crawled closer and closer to the girl and said that she was an ant that was trapped and could not get out. The monster tried in every way to take over the subconscious of the young girl, but the woman herself did not understand what was happening. The spider, using its web, grabbed the young woman's hand and did not let go, trying to pull her towards itself. Lu Qian stood there as if spellbound, not understanding what was happening, because everything was under control and she had a way out. The girl did not understand how she could get so close to the mutant, who said that she should be eaten because she was a tasty ant. A former classmate of Ming, he said that humans, not ants, do everything necessary for the existence of the universe. But the Black Widow still stood her ground and considered people parasites, pests of the universe, who must be destroyed. The teacher was finally able to use his superpowers to get into the camp, and everyone started to escape from the trap one by one. The students were very happy to have the opportunity to escape, and the man asked his students to take their time and leave one by one. When the teacher and assistant returned to Lu Qian, they felt that the spider had bewitched her and they could not reach her. The girl did not hear her classmates and teachers calling her name because she thought she was caught in a web and trying to get out of it. They tried to shout to the girl because the little spider started attacking again, but she still couldn't hear anything. More and more demonic spiders approached the Black Widow, but Lu Qian was still mesmerized and stood in one place. Teacher Zong and the assistant realized that the spiders were blocking the passage again, and they needed to escape immediately, or it would be too late. The girl turned to the man and told him to protect the students as they could not remain in danger. The teacher realized that if the Black Widow was holding Lu Qian by illusion, then no one could save her except herself. The man hopes that the girl will have enough willpower and will be able to get out of this trap on her own. It was important for the assistant to save everyone, but she apologized to the girl, and everyone hopes that she will be able to survive. After the last student escaped from the trap, it immediately began to become covered in webs. Black Widow began to talk about how all the students would live on, rejoice and cry, not noticing that everyone was trapped. The monster began to mock the girl and continued to say that she would be eaten by spiders and only bones would remain of her, and her soul would be locked here forever. Lu Qian tries to break out of the illusion and says that no one can trap her. The mutant believes that although the girl's willpower is very strong, it is an illusion, namely one of the terrible vices of humanity. The monster tries more and more to convince the young girl that faith in a better future is not an important element in her life. Black Widow still continues to mock Lu Qian, and also added that time in their world flows very slowly, so there is something to think about. The spider suggested that the girl remember that she is a genius who attracts the attention of all the students, as well as all the people around her. The monster believes that the young lady has never felt sincerity because everyone around her says one thing to her face, but in reality behaves differently. Some guys think that a girl is surrounded by many men who can give her many gifts. According to the mutant, Lu Qian praises many people and also pretends to treat them very well, but at the same time keeps his distance. Those around her do not feel the slightest affection for the girl because they consider her ideal image to be insincere. The mutant spider reminded her that time moves very slowly here because she is in another dimension. The young lady will have enough time to think and remember the pleasant moments of her life. Lu Qian continued to stand next to the Black Widow, but she still seemed mesmerized and didn't understand what was going on. After all the students and teachers ran out of the dangerous place, the main character ran towards them. Manhwa decided to ask if everyone had gotten out, and also added who was still in danger and who still needed to be saved. Lu Qian started shouting again that humans are not parasites, and also added that it was not funny at all that the Black Widow was a disgusting animal that ate its own kind. The girl continued to talk about the spider because it ate its own kind to heal its wounds and continued to mock people. The young lady explained that humans are 100,000 times more generous than mutants, because humans risk themselves for others, while monsters are capable of using each other. Black Widow just laughed at the girl because her friends left her alone, but the girl doesn't care that the monster talks the way he does because it's her choice. Manhwa decided to make sure that everyone could get out of the dangerous place, but teacher Zong explained that they got out thanks to Lu Qian. The instructor also joined the man and explained that her victim did not have to be the tree, because thanks to her, everyone was able to get out. The teacher asked the boy what he was doing there, and added that he should not go there because the spider, namely the master, uses the power of illusion to lure its victim. Teacher Zhang began to dissuade the young man from going to Lu Qian, as he would be overcome with fear and would only become a burden to the young lady. These words made Min He very angry, and he said that compared to the pain of loss, fear was nothing. The protagonist of the story was very angry that Lu Qian was left alone with the monster, and decided to go to her aid. The boy decided to break the web that blocked the entire passage and entered the dangerous place. Everyone present was very surprised, as they did not understand why this boy was acting in such a way, putting himself in danger. Assistant Lu heard someone calling her on the intercom, and the doll immediately began to take it out of its pocket. The organization's commander asked them to answer as she heard them, and also to find out what situation they were in. The man answered the call and said he could hear the commander, and also reported that the Black Widow had killed instructor Miao, and that Lu's assistant had taken her device. Lu Lin knows about the lost connection, and as soon as it happened, she immediately sent members of the Dragonfang organization to them, and he is almost there. Teacher Zhang explained that it wouldn't hurt to help the members of the organization, but they didn't see anyone except Ming He. The man began to guess that the commander was talking about a young man, but everyone considered him an ordinary first-year student. The teacher couldn't believe that the new student could be a member of such a large organization, and Lu Lin herself asked him to accompany the students to the camp. The protagonist was already in a dangerous place and started calling for Lu Qian, trying to save her as quickly as possible. The gentleman decided that he had to destroy the little spiders first and then destroy the monster. The girl remained enchanted, and Min He destroyed all the small monsters to get to the biggest one. Black Widow was very angry and was preparing to destroy the young man, while the young man himself was already directing his blow at the monster. The protagonist turned to the monster and said that if he dared to touch the girl, he would kill him immediately. Ming He immediately attacked the Black Widow and planned to completely destroy it and save Lu Qian. Having received a very powerful wave, the spider froze and did not move, but the animal itself did not know what awaited it next. The main character, immediately after the first blow, decided that he needed to hit the monster again. The young man dealt the monster numerous blows, as this was necessary to save the girl's life. The brave man was very angry and struck a decisive blow, but in order to destroy the monster, it was necessary to strike 49 blows. Black Widow realized that she needed to run and save her life, because the main character had a better chance of destroying the mutant. The spider decided to direct its web towards the tree and escape from Ming He because it felt like its path was coming to an end. The mutant flew higher and higher, but he was unable to escape from the young man because he caught up with him. Ming He knew that the monster would not be able to escape from him because he had a reliable way to kill such an impudent beast. The protagonist decided to aim his fist to perform his secret move. The young man put his plan into action, aimed it at the Black Widow, and waited for the result, because this was the only chance to save Lu Qian. The young man's secret technique worked, the spider was destroyed, and the girl was saved. The student approached the dead animal and did not suspect that even more small spiders would come running to him. The little monsters began to attack their opponent, but they too were not destined to withstand the blows of the young creature. Ming He destroyed every mutant that came near him, but he didn't know how many there actually were. The hero decided to use his superpowers again and finish what he started. The young man realized that he needed to strike a blow that would destroy all the spiders and allow him to get out of this terrible place. The man did what he had planned, and the impact sent a wave of smoke up the mountain and destroyed the web that the Black Widow had spun. After the student finished the reception, a deep hole formed and a lot of smoke appeared. After the disciple cleared some of the space of cobwebs, Lu Qian began to fall with her eyes open. When the boy saw his former classmate fall, he immediately realized that he had to save her. Minna took the girl's hand and tried to bring her back to consciousness, but he failed. The protagonist was very worried about Lu Qian because not only did he like her, but he also hoped that they would meet. The friend did not regain consciousness for a long time, but the brave man tried to bring her to her senses, but she had no strength at all. The young woman did not understand what was happening and also began to ask what had happened to her, since she did not remember anything. Lu Qian also didn't understand who was next to her and how this person ended up next to her. Minna decided to carry the girl in her arms, but she had a severe headache and realized that the young man had saved her. The protagonist, heading to the camp from the islands, meets instructor Zhu Qi, who runs towards the young man. The man reported that the rest of the students had made it to the camp safely and also praised him for killing the Black Widow, as there could have been more victims. The boy explained that the girl had done the main work, and he had only delivered the finishing blow, and that she needed help, as she had fallen under the influence of an illusion. The instructor looked closely at the girl and explained that the spider did not have time to catch her soul, otherwise she would have remained paralyzed. He believes that she is not in any danger because she said something before losing consciousness, and her husband added that everything is fine and they need to return to the base. Zhu Qi is sure that Commander Lu Lin has already informed the young man about another mission. The boy replied that the beauty had told him about this task when they were riding to the mountain range. The man asked if there were any witnesses to Ming-He fighting to save Lu Qian, but it turned out that the students saw him simply walk in. When asked what happened, the instructor replied that he had doubts when Commander Lu Lin recommended him to their team. At this moment, Zhu Qi is even glad that the student is on their team, but the daredevil himself does not understand what the man is talking about. The instructor decided to introduce himself again. As it turned out, he was the commander of the Dragon's Tooth Squad of the Southern Division, but he was not embarrassed by being called an instructor. The main character was very surprised, as he did not know that the commander of the detachment was standing in front of him, especially from the Dragon's Tooth organization. The man warned that the members of the Dragon Tooth Club must keep their identities secret, and gave the example that Ming-He is a disciple of Nando during the day, but a member of the Dragon Tooth Club at night. And Zhu Qi also has to conserve his strength, and he also knows that the boy is exhausting himself left and right, but the man asked him for help. The protagonist couldn't understand why his apology meant that the instructor still had powers. The daredevil replied that they had their responsibilities since the giant centipede was their key to salvation, but they could not expect the insect to silently cooperate. The teacher realized that the main character was very witty and did an excellent job with the task. Zhu Qi explained that if he spent his energy fighting the Black Widow and then dealt with the centipede, there would be potential risks. The man explained that the insect had already gone through 2 stages of mutation, the first of which occurred in the Lanyang sewers. The second stage of mutation occurred in Shishan Mist, and its level also reached Lord rank. It is considered a disaster monster in every sense of the word. The cavalrymen knew they couldn't take any risks, knowing that their search and rescue efforts would be in vain if there were any problems with the plan. The boy explained that he believed in the decision of Commander Luo Lin and Zhu Qi, and the man himself was grateful to him for his help. Manhwa decided to ask what exactly he needed to do, and the instructor explained that the young man needed to continue to hide his activities in the organization. The man started by saying that they had received information that one of the steps belonged to the Will of Heaven organization, and the boy was very surprised by this information. The organization needs an apprentice to deal with the horror they have caused, and this is one of the main tasks of the Dragon's Fang. The instructor explained that Dr. Zhao Shuhua, whom the hero fought, belonged to this organization, and with the help of the mutagen, he wanted to gain their approval and join the organization. The boy decided to ask if the man was talking about the mutagen that turned animals into monsters and plunged the entire city into crisis. Dr. Zhao did all this to join the Heavenly Will organization, and then that man went crazy. The protagonist realized that there was a student in his school who shared the organization's views, and the man asked him what he thought about this fog. Manhwa is certain that the fog was created supernaturally, that it was a real natural disaster, and that humans had nothing to do with its appearance. The young man also believes that this could have been planned, and someone decided to get rid of the new generation of hunters. The guy also believes that someone could have intentionally created the fog in such a way that it would benefit the new victims on Shao Ridge. The hero of the story knows that modern magicians do not lose their vigilance, which is why it is so difficult for the Heavenly Will to kill them. If every disciple does not finish singing, it will be difficult to restore order to the universe in 10 years. For example, Ming-He and Lu Qian are destined to become the pillars of humanity. Zhu Qi explained that if the young man and woman died in the fog, victory would go to the enemy. But the young man himself did not think about this. According to the man, the war between the organizations will be long, because while they are fighting for survival, their enemies are fighting for their destruction. The Will of Heaven organization uses all possible options, and it turns out that man, namely is not the only intelligent being on the planet. Ming-He would definitely find out who created the fog if it was really created intentionally, because the enemy could be anyone. The man said that in the southern city everyone should be treated with suspicion, since the enemy could be a teacher, a student, or even an instructor. The instructor warned him again that he should not tell anyone about the Dragon's Fang organization, not even his girlfriend, and the boy promised. The hero of the story explained that no one had seen him fight the monster, and Zhu Qi asked him to tell him that this man had saved Lu Qian. The student was very surprised that he would be given a reward for killing the Black Widow, and not only financial support, but something else as well. The young people returned to the camp, and everyone saw that the girl had been saved, but they did not understand how this could have been done. The first one who decided to ask this question was Teacher Zong, because he was interested in who saved Lu Qian. Ming-He decided to say that it was he who saved the girl, and that the Black Widow was destroyed by instructor Zhu Qi. The boy explained that he had acted recklessly because the doll was his former classmate. The protagonist decided to carry out the order, adding that he would never be able to destroy such a strong monster. Ming-He's classmate said that everyone thought the young man belonged to the Dragon Fang organization, but they only accept the best representatives, and he had just entered this school. Li Min said that they were roommates and the young man had no dealings with the Dragon Fang organization. The main character was interested in whether the students managed to collect eggs that were not wet from the rain. The roommate explained that they had put it in a certain place and were now waiting for the centipede. When the students said that they were already waiting for the beast, they immediately saw that the water in the puddle began to move. The hero realized that the centipede was approaching, and he needed to prepare for the fact that he had a chance to escape and get out of the fog. Min-He remembered that it was the same monster that stopped the train and almost killed the driver. Everyone present was shocked because the centipede was so huge that it caused a whole earthquake. Instructor Zhu Qi stood at the edge of the abyss and waited for the insect to appear, but he was not afraid that something would go wrong. The man realized that the centipede was already next to them, but he did not move anywhere and continued to stand near the abyss. No one present understood what was happening because there had been a very strong earthquake and the insect had still not disappeared. The centipede appeared suddenly and stared at the man standing next to her. The mutant was very big and angry, but he did not move towards the eggs and continued to stand in place, almost motionless. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw, because the monster was much larger than all the mutants that had appeared so far. Teacher Zong was curious to know the centipede's level, as it looked much stronger than the Black Widow. The main character tries to move like all the other students at the School of Evolution, but no one can do it. Ming-He didn't understand why he couldn't move on, and it was a very strange feeling for him, and it also shook him up a lot. The protagonist was overcome with fear because he believed that the monster was of divine level and would not be able to attack him. Instructor Zhu Qi has been waiting for the centipede for a long time and plans to take off his glasses, which he has not taken off for quite some time. The monster studies the man very carefully, planning to strike and destroy all the students and teachers present. The organization's commander took off his glasses and, using his superpower, ordered the beast to obey him. The monster didn't care what this man did because he had his own plans for the area where the students were. Jogi began to use even greater superpowers and ordered the beast to obey him. At some point, the man managed to tame the monster and outline a plan for further action. The teacher did not put on his glasses and was in no hurry to return to the students, as he had his own plans for the further development of events. After Zhu Qi defeated such a huge monster, he immediately fell to the ground, lowered his head, and did not move. Ming-He realized that the instructor could control the spirit and thought that he was a very strong and very cold-blooded commander. The protagonist also thought that few people could defeat such a divine monster and immediately ran towards him. The student ran up to the man, who continued to stand with his back to everyone and not turn around, and the young man still did not know what would happen next. The student was very surprised when the teacher began to say that the students of the School of Evolution have to make a lot of efforts to stay alive. Zhu Qi returned to Ming-He and said that he had used the mindless body to ensure the future for the ordinary generation of superhumans. The brave man was very surprised by what he heard, as he did not understand what this man was going to do next. The boy decided to take the instructor away from the centipede because he had a very bad feeling. Min-He was very surprised and did not understand why the instructor was doing this, because thanks to him, the centipede was motionless. The boy tried to save a man who decided to fall into the abyss and commit suicide. The protagonist failed to save Juqi's life because he jumped into the water faster than the young man could reach him. The student was very upset that he could not save him and did not understand why such drastic measures were taken. Manhwa was so upset that he didn't even notice that the centipede could already move, and its whiskers were on the young man's head. The boy stood up and saw that the insect's eyes were glowing, just like Instructor Juqi's, and he realized what had happened. The hero of the story stood up and put his hand on the insect, realizing that this was man's last gift. The student recalled that on the way to the camp, he and the instructor had managed to talk about a lot. At the time, the student had no idea that something like this could happen and was very sorry that it happened the way it did. Commander Lulin saw the statement he was in and decided to come and support him. The brave man was surprised that the little girl came to him because he did not expect that this story could take away so many good people. The young man first promised himself that he would find the person behind all this and would definitely bring the matter to an end. The student was going to pull the culprit of the current situation out of the ground, and the young beauty who supported him believed that he could do it. Lulin was also upset because he knew what the student was capable of, having seen his abilities many times. The young people were very sad because this man gave his life saving other people. The centipede crawled around the boy and girl and waited for further action, and also added that it was ready to save people's lives. At the camp, they started climbing the insect and were amazed at how it could be so cool and scary at the same time. Teacher Zong said that everyone should quickly climb onto the mutant, and then they would escape from this fog. As soon as everyone sat down, the boy immediately asked if the centipede could lead them out of the fog to a safe place. The insect immediately began to move towards a place where there was no Thuiana, and the students tried to restrain the monster. At the foot of the mountain, the man radioed the control center to get information about the situation in the fog. The workers standing near the fog-covered area knew that no one was allowed to enter, but they were very scared when they saw the insect. The guards of the closed area of the Shao Ridge realized that a mutant was emerging from the fog and began to prepare to fight it. Unexpectedly for the men, Lulin began to speak and announced that she was the leader of the hunter training group. The girl explained that they managed to tame this large creature and get out of the fog thanks to the centipede. The students were glad that they managed to escape and get out of the dangerous zone of the Shao Ridge, but the workers themselves could not believe what had happened. The defender of the southern city was glad that everything worked out and all the students were alive and well. Lulin informed Lawyer Peng that 346 members of the group returned safe and sound. The man said that given the danger they were in, the team performed very well. Peng asked the girl about the instructors who were with them, and the young lady explained that the assistants King He, Jingxing, and Guoming were alive and well. The young woman reported that instructors Fanqin, Miaolan, and Juqi sacrificed themselves for the success of the mission. Everyone present was shocked by what they learned, because it was thanks to them that the students were saved. Commander Peng proposed paying tribute to the people who died and contributed to the defense of their country. South School co-principal Miss Meng said South School would always remember the teacher's heroism. A memorial ceremony was held at the Southern School of Evolution to honor the victims. The man standing near the podium pointed out the benefactors of their school, their idols and heroes, whom they would look up to. Students of the School of Evolution honored the memory of their deceased mentors and saw them off on their final journey. The man continued to talk about the need to remember the dead in their souls. The students held photographs of the fallen teachers and took them to a designated place to honor the heroes. The remaining students stood respectfully during the official part of the memorial ceremony and paid tribute to the people destroyed by the monsters. The teacher of the School of Evolution will not single out first-year students who have shown themselves brilliantly in battles with mutants. The man simply thanked everyone who had made a significant contribution to the development of the academy, and the students began to discuss among themselves what their teacher had meant. The students continued to talk about the student who was part of the Dragon Fang and could make a great contribution to the academy. The young people don't understand who it could be because he is a very mysterious student, very cool and strong. The young people started talking about how if any of them were in the organization, they would start talking about it in front of the whole school. Lu Xian received the second-class combat award, and the beauty was also an accompanying assistant teacher from the 2 and 2 register. The young men continue their conversation, but this time about a young lady who single-handedly fought a Lord-ranked monster and saved over 100 new students. Also awarded was third-class lifeguard with distinction, assistant teacher Liu Shu from Register 1 and 2. The teacher continued to present awards, and the next certificate was presented to Li Jing from Register 2 and 2 for his efforts and support. Min Hei of Register 2 and 2 also received thanks for his efforts in providing support, but he was very saddened by the loss of wonderful people. The last student was Fan Nian Rong, who also received gratitude for her support. The man explained that the exercises and the subsequent disaster made everyone aware of the horror and cruelty of the outside world. The trials that all new students go through are essentially the daily life of every Superman. The teacher also explained that the bodies of the dead are vessels for their will and create a safe environment for people to flourish. Every student lives up to the expectations of their teachers, and those who are willing to take risks have a great future ahead of them. Young people are the future, the ray of hope in the midst of the country's crisis. All the students present at the Superhuman Institute in London started to applaud loudly after the teacher's speech. Liu Qian received a military award and a very beautiful bouquet of flowers, which she took home with her. The girl returned home very tired and decided that she needed to rest after a hard emotional day. Angry, the young woman picked up her phone and decided to check all messages and calls. Minhee's former classmate was very upset and sat checking his incoming calls and messages. Liu Qian was very surprised when she saw a call from the protagonist on her phone. The young woman was very happy to hear the young man's voice because she liked him, and he also warned her that someone was standing at her door. The protagonist asked if he could visit her since he was alone near her house, and the girl happily agreed. The student walked up the stairs and knocked on the door, then opened it because his former classmate had warned him that it was open. Liu Qian was very happy that Ming-He came to visit her, and she also thought that they could have a normal conversation about their relationship. The girl beamed with happiness and approached the young man to close the door behind him. The guy explained that he came to visit her to see how she was feeling, but the girl was already feeling better. Min-Hee's former classmate invited him into her room and asked him to sit on the sofa. Liu Qian walked to the refrigerator and opened the door to pour water into a glass. The lady gave the young man a glass of water and decided to ask him about something, as she was very interested in knowing the truth. The young woman decided to ask about this anonymous student, as she thought it was him. The teaching assistant explained that many people saw the student enter the spider's nest, but the student himself was in a daze because the monster almost knocked him out. Ming He explained that instructor Zhu Qi came to their aid in time, and it was he who saved them. The girl herself remembers who exactly saved her from the deep hole. The student continued to talk about how the Black Widow took over his mind, and maybe it was just a dream, because he was an ordinary student who was barely accepted into the Nando Institute. The lady decided to thank the young man, since what he said did not matter to her. The young woman was embarrassed by her actions, because she just wanted to thank the guy for saving her. At the training field, the main character was met by an acquaintance with whom he trained last time. The young woman was unhappy that Min-He had missed training this time, and last Wednesday, as they had agreed, but he had not shown up. Uncle said he had never seen anyone upset her, but the worst thing for the girl was when people did not keep their promises. Fengling was surprised by her uncle's words because he told her that the freshman's award ceremony would be held today. The man added that training had taken place last week, and if the brave man was a newbie, that would explain why he had been absent for 2 weeks. The friend was surprised by this information because the leader of history was very strong, and if he really was a first year, then she would have gone to the center of the field and danced behind him. The young girl was reminded that she had lost the bet, but the main thing for her was that the student would show up, and if not, she would find him herself. Fengling doesn't want to look for a fighting partner because he is a great training partner. Ming He talked to Liu Qian and went to his dormitory but was surprised by the girl's behavior. The young girl did not understand what she was doing, as she felt awkward in front of the young man, although they were not officially dating. A former classmate thinks they are dating and thinks it is normal for any couple. The main character constantly thought about what happened, because he also likes her, but he thinks that she has a boyfriend. The boy tried not to think about it because he found justification for this situation, that in this way she thanked him for his help. Ming He decided to go to the training field and train to take his mind off Liu Xiang. The brother watched other students train, but he himself could not forget the situation with his former classmate. The student remembered that he had promised Fenglin to meet at the training ground on Wednesdays. The main character remembered that today is Wednesday and completely forgot about it, and also hopes that it is not too late. The girl's uncle laughed and said that the student decided to come to training with the young lady. Min-He decided to apologize for being late since he was at the freshman award ceremony. This information was another shock to Fengling, as she didn't expect that he was actually a newbie. The man started laughing at the girl again because she lost again and decided to immediately fulfill his promise. The young girl was very angry that she lost again, as it was a shock to her that a freshman was as strong as she was. The protagonist decided to ask if they would train today, but Feng Ling told him not to see her anymore. The girl's uncle explained that she thought the brave man was older because he fought her on equal terms, and my lady had no idea that the boy was 2 years younger. It was also a surprise to the student that the young girl was a third-year student, as he did not know the girl. The man decided to ask the young man if he knew who Feng Ling really was, but Ming-He actually didn't know who she was. The uncle was surprised that there was a person in this school who did not know who this girl was. The young man was given a phone number and told that if he felt sad, he could call because the girl needed a strong rival. The man asked about the price for fighting with the boy, but the boy himself did not understand what was being discussed. The main character was offered $10 for a minute of fighting lessons, since the girl had to be very well prepared. But at some point, Uncle realized that Ming-He's strength deserved a very high price. The guy was surprised when he was offered $1,000 if he would fight a girl once a week, and he agreed. The man said goodbye to the student and went about his business, leaving the protagonist alone with his thoughts. Minnie carefully studied the business card with the number and was very surprised to learn that they were willing to pay $1,000 for the fight. At some point, the daredevil was very happy with this information, as he wanted to help his sister pay for his treatment in the hospital and buy them a new house. Returning to the dorm, the young man decided to meditate and improve his fighting skills. He chose the Black Widow as his opponent and continued to hone his skills and abilities, because in life he could face a stronger monster. During meditation, the spider was a little stronger than in life, because not much time had passed since the beginning of the fight, and the hero of the story managed to receive a blow. The monster decided to use acid because it is one of the spider's secret techniques, and it is the same sequence of actions as in life. The hero of the story was surprised by the monster's decision, because he had never seen such technology before. Shao stopped the fight and realized that the guy was tired and needed rest. The beauty began to lead her companion away and said that the young man needed to become stronger and improve his skills. The young woman explained that according to the human ranking system, Ming-He was still at the Moonlight level. The daredevil himself understands what Shao is telling him, because he is not yet strong enough for this bone dragon. The hero of the story realized that the widow's skull was just a snack compared to this dragon. The student realized that a terrible monster had appeared above the dragon, completely blocking the sky. The guy continued talking about the mutant because the remains of his skin turned into nests of flying scorpions. At this moment, Ming-He realized that if Lucian had not inflicted a deep wound on the spider, he would not have been able to destroy the monster. The main character understood that he was not strong enough and he needed to train even more. The student decided that he would not be able to fight the mutants, as they were much stronger than him. A brave man wants to become strong because he doesn't want to see someone die in front of him, sacrificing himself for others. Xiaohua looked at the guy and understood everything, because she knew why he was doing all this, and most importantly, a person can take something very close to his heart. The friend explained that although he had become stronger in 6 months, the human body had a limit, and if Ming-He wanted to surpass himself, he needed an additional component. The young woman explained that she had been studying human technology for a long time because humans were very intelligent. Xiaohua was surprised to find that the body parts of the monsters and demons they killed could be used to create something quite interesting. The beauty spoke about a fragment of life, which is the most powerful weapon invented by man, because thanks to it, an ordinary person can become a Superman. The girl added that low-quality garbage would not help him, but the boy asked if the cleanup was finished. The boy's assistant explained that the rank of this fragment of life was a purple soul, and that this fragment could also give a person the ability to change their appearance. A fragment of life, namely a universal thing, but it is not suitable, for example, for people fighting on the front lines as a central character. Madame explained that the power received from the fragment must be mastered and improved on one's own. Ming-He decided that he needed to focus on improving his current strength and also test the abilities of the royal blood. Xiaohua explained that he needed to achieve perfection at the purple soul rank, and he should leave the royal blood for later since he needed to work very hard. The woman said that the level of the purple soul was comparable to that of sunlight, but his physical strength did not reach that level. The young lady told about another invention of mankind that will help increase strength, and this is liquid stardust yucca. Minghe didn't understand why he didn't know that Yuki's liquid stardust was made from the bone marrow and flesh of monsters. Xiaohua said that he had only recently entered the School of Evolution, and he still had a lot to learn in class. The woman spoke about the Stardust Yucca, which only rich people can afford because it is very expensive. The more the boy trains, the stronger the effect of the Stardust becomes, and the lady also realizes that the boy is a very diligent student, but he lacks energy. Shawa explained that protein shakes, egg whites, and milk will not have much effect, but liquid stardust will be the ideal solution. The protagonist was very happy with this information, as he really wanted to reach the rank of sunlight and decided to find this liquid. The girl also suggested trying the purple fragment of Soul Rank Life, but the guy decided to think about this offer. Minghu was very happy to hear this information, as he really wanted to have a very good level of superpowers. After completing his meditation, the brave man heard someone calling him and decided to see who exactly was calling him. As it turned out, the main character received a call from his new acquaintance Peng Lingwei, and the young man was very surprised by this call. The student picked up the phone, greeted me, and said that he was thinking of calling him. The student of the School of Evolution immediately said that he would like to sell something very valuable. So where can he do it? A new acquaintance said that the easiest way would be to go to the hunter's house. You just need to give this thing to the assistant, and he will help sell it. It turns out that in order to sell something or buy something valuable for yourself, you need to go to the hunter's hall. A student from the special recruitment explained that they needed to find a hunter's assistant who would help and also name the price for what needed to be sold. The hero realized that the hunter's hall was a very useful place because there you could find what every seller or buyer needed. Peng Lingwei suggested going on vacation with all this special equipment, but Minghe refused because he had things to do. The new acquaintance added that if any problems arose, he should call immediately, as he had connections in the city of Handu. The protagonist decided to go to the hunting hall, where the employees were discussing the fact that they had not had clients with big requests for a long time. Two women said that they had only small orders, but even these funds were not enough to rent the premises. But they saw a new client. The young lady noticed Min, his badge of a student preparing to become a hunter, and decided to take him into her service. Another employee did not want to be the young student's assistant and decided to simply do charity work. There was another employee in the room, and she immediately noticed the young man and decided that she needed to approach him. The woman greeted him and asked if there was anything she could do to help the young man, and said that she was the assistant of the Zhang hunters. The employee also asked if she could find out the hunter's code to make it easier to advise the guy. The assistant glanced at the badge, which read LY 5209, and immediately understood who she was dealing with. Zhang realized that she was facing a Moonlight rank disciple, but after the last mission was completed, they could give out the rank that the disciple was training for. The protagonist agreed to the employee's offer to increase his rank, since the next rank allows him to take on more difficult missions. Minghe told the assistant that he didn't come for his title, but to sell a part of the Purple Soul's life. Milady was very surprised by what she saw, because their hunting hall had not had such clients for a very long time. The workers were very surprised because they were not sure that the life fragment was of the Purple Soul rank. But Zhang realized that this was indeed the case, and was even more surprised because she didn't know what to do next. When the other employees heard what exactly the guy wanted to sell, one of the girls immediately decided to come up and talk to him. The young woman began to explain that Zhang had recently started working with them and was a newcomer. The lady said that she was a gold-ranked hunter's assistant, so only she could sell such an expensive item, and immediately asked how she could help him. Minghe decided that one assistant would be enough for him and gave part of his life to Zhang. The gold-ranked assistant was very offended by the young man, so she decided to leave and return to her place. The student realized that from the very beginning when he arrived, two employees ignored him, and it was this girl who immediately approached him. The assistant explained that you first need to contact an appraiser who will give you the perfect analysis and only then put it up for auction. This option suited the protagonist, and he also added that he wanted to buy the Stardust liquid, but his friend clarified what kind of purification he needed. Minhee didn't immediately understand what the young lady was talking about, but she suggested that they go to the VIP room where she would explain everything in more detail. The young people went into the room where she was immediately informed that the appraiser had conducted an analysis of a fragment of life. The girl explained that the price for this product would soon be set, and if it turned out to be unsuitable, it would be possible to appeal, but the young man was satisfied with everything. Zhang reported that a shipment of liquid stardust had recently arrived and could be purchased for $900,000. The main character was very surprised because for him it was a very large sum since he did not understand why he was betting such a sum. The assistant explained that the liquid has a very high degree of purification, so the price corresponds to the level, and also added that it depends on how long it took to neutralize the poison. Stardust liquid is extracted from monsters and dangerous creatures, and with modern technology, no matter how much the poison is neutralized, some amount will still remain. The employee explained that the drug should not be abused, as an overdose could occur and cause irreparable harm to the body. It is very expensive for the protagonist, and even if he wanted to take a larger dose, he still would not get it. Chung goes on to explain that the better the cleansing, the fewer toxins the body can quickly neutralize on its own. Even with a high degree of purification using stardust, it will take about 6 months to completely remove the poison from the body. The young woman explained it more simply and said that the liquid should not be used more than once every 6 months. The only thing the young lady hasn't told you yet is that if a young man fights and trains a lot, the poison will leave his system faster and the interval between fights will be shorter. Manhwa decided to ask about the low-purity stardust liquid, and the assistant began to explain that if the poison was eliminated from the body within 4 years, it could be sold for $40,000. The girl explained that despite the fact that the price fluctuates between $100,000 and $200,000, complete neutralization will take more than 10 years. The main reason why you should not buy it is that it can cause great harm to your body. Min-hee realizes that his body lacks the necessary elements even for training, and the only way out is to buy highly purified, yucky stardust. The guy also realizes that every time he takes the liquid, his strength will increase. The guy asked to keep him informed if a liquid with high cleaning quality appeared. Zhang agreed and also gave her contact information and added that she would become her personal assistant. A man entered the room where the young people were waiting for the test results and said that this was a fragment of the life of a purple soul that grants a change in appearance. The employee offered to sell the fragment of life at auction for $2 million or even more. The main character was shocked by what he heard because $2 million, namely, this is only the starting price. The man offered to auction off a fragment of the purple soul's life at the peak of time if the student did not object. The assistant continued by saying that if the boy completed 2 tasks, he would have enough points to improve his rating. Madam explained that if Ming-hee passed the test of strength, he would be able to advance his rank to sunshine. The young man explained that his strength had not yet reached the level of sunlight, but it would not take long. For this, Yuku's stardust was needed, and he informed her when it would be available. The hero was glad that he could go to school again, because it was important for him to be not only in good physical shape, but also in knowledge. Minnie remembered that recently, no matter what happened to him, he could now go to school without any worries. The boy was enthusiastic about this learning process as he could improve his fighting skills and expand his knowledge base. In the morning, the student had classes at school where he could learn a lot of interesting and useful things. After classes, the young man trained a lot and increased his rank, trying to defeat the new mutants that Shao created. In the evening, the main character did his homework assigned at school and tried very hard to complete everything on time. During one of his classes, he learned that almost all fragments of the cataclysm emit radiation. The teacher explains that these fragments are capable of changing the structure of some minerals and begins to give an example using an ordinary stone. Professor Feng said that if the stone had been exposed to radiation from the cataclysm, it would have turned into a stream of liquid crystals within minutes. The man showed the students the stone and explained that even steel could not compare with it in density. The teacher explained that he had a crystallized stream in his hands, and then the hero did not hear what the man was talking about because he was distracted by his phone. Manhwa received a message from Hunter Assistant Zhang that the soul fragment was successfully sold for $3 million and 5% commission. The guy was surprised because he became rich in one day and had $2,850,000 in his account. Professor Feng asked the class leader if someone could come up and demonstrate something to everyone. Fan Nianrong said that she could go to Teacher Ming-hei, who was a first-class superhuman. The man asked the young man to come out and demonstrate his super strength and level of ability in front of the entire class. The man was surprised that he would have to go to the teacher and show something in front of the whole class. Professor Feng explained that every effort must be made to destroy this mutated crystal. The student was surprised by this task and decided to show what he was capable of and break the crystal. The hero was about to destroy the crystal, but the man warned him not to underestimate the small stone. Ming-he decided to use his power, and the teacher said that 99% of those present would not be able to leave even a scratch on the crystal. The boy used his superpower and destroyed the crystal, and everyone present was shocked by what they saw. Professor Feng ignored the stone and continued to explain that the mineral was charged with radiation from a fragment of the cataclysm, which changed its structure. After the crystal has absorbed all the elements around it, it will transform into a mutating crystal-like material. The man finished talking about the stone, thanked her for the demonstration, and immediately returned to the crystal. Professor Feng was surprised as he didn't expect that a newbie would be able to destroy the crystal. The man asked what the boy had done, but the teacher himself asked him to try his best, but then added that the boy could not have been a high school student who had been secretly attending classes. Fan Nianrong explained that the hero of the story was in the same class with them and had good superpowers. The young man's classmate said he was very cool, but his roommate thought the crystal was defective. Professor Feng explained that his mistake was that he needed to bring a stone of a higher grade. The man collected the remains of the stone in a box and continued to talk about how these crystals were considered high-quality minerals. The teacher also added that if the students of the School of Evolution can find such crystals, they will be able to keep them for themselves. The stone could be useful to the students, and Ming-he himself saw that parts of the stone remained on his hand. The boy didn't understand what was happening because the mutating stone reacted strangely to his mystical fist. Classes at the School of Supernatural Powers ended, and all the students went about their business, and some of them went to rest. The boy's classmates were discussing where they would go after school, and one of them said that the boy was really talented. The leader of the story decides to approach Professor Feng and ask him about the mutating crystals, and he himself is ready to answer this question. After everyone left the office, the young man decided to show his hand and ask what happened to it. The teenager explained that it happened when he exerted force on the crystal and the teacher became interested in his abilities. Ming-he explained that he had a mystical fist with which he could absorb various materials and release their properties through his fist. The man realized what had happened, and it was not surprising that something like this had happened, but such a small mineral could not have caused such a strong reaction. The teacher explains that the boy was not listening carefully and asks if he heard what was being said in class. A mineral exposed to radiation absorbs everything around it, turning into a crystal with a density greater than that of ordinary stone. The boy realized that his fist was reacting not to the size of the material, but to the density of the material itself. To understand what was happening to the hand, the boy needed an experiment, and the professor asked him to follow him. The man said that his laboratory had better samples than this one, and invited me to follow him. Min-he decided to ask if he was distracting the teacher, but the teacher explained that what they said outside of class didn't change anything. Professor Feng also said that this gentleman could ask him this question at any time, since it was his duty to answer students' questions. The protagonist thanked him for his help and followed the teacher, who explained the situation in more detail with his hand. The men entered the laboratory, and the hero of the story began to examine everything there. On one of the tables, there are samples of various stones and other exhibits for study. On another table, the hero saw many test tubes with samples of various substances. The guy went further and saw a large stone, and the pieces of crystal on his hands changed color. Ming-he saw his hands and was very surprised, as it was the first time he saw something like this, and he didn't understand whether the crystal pieces would disappear from his hands. Professor Feng first gave the protagonist protective gloves and asked him to put them on immediately. The man realized that the young man had outstanding abilities and royal blood, and asked if this was true. The student did not immediately understand where the teacher found out about his abilities and decided to ask about it. The teacher explained that with experience he would be able to identify and, thanks to this, teach superpowers at school. Professor Feng surprised the young man even more because he could tell not only about his rank, but also that he was still far from fully mastering his strength. The man told how, when the boy entered them, his hand accidentally came under the influence of mutating crystals. The main character said that he recently received a superpower and asked the teacher to teach him how to use it. The teacher wondered how he could help the student use it. To begin with, Professor Feng decided to recall Ming-he's ability to select certain substances and release their properties using the magic fist. When a young person needs a substance, he can touch it, but when he goes to the laboratory, a reaction occurs with the minerals. The student thought the absorption was triggered when he touched an object, but in fact his hand responded to everything. My friend, I had not noticed before that the denser the substance, the stronger the reaction will be. Professor Fung realized that the more a student absorbs the material, the purer it becomes and the more energy it requires from him. The man explained that if the boy wanted to increase his strength, he needed to learn to control the absorption of objects. The hero of the story was surprised by the teacher's words, but then asked Min he to take off his gloves for one check. The teacher told the student to swallow the ice crystal, but not to touch it with his hands. The boy decided to give it a try and began to remove the gloves from his hands while simultaneously lifting the lid of the flask. The young man brought his hand to the crystal and concentrated on the task. The protagonist's hand began to be covered in ice, and he was surprised by what happened. When the daredevil tried to absorb the ice crystal, the substance from other objects was also drawn to his hand. The boy's hand was again covered in the substance, and the student himself was again surprised and did not understand what was happening. Professor Feng explained that he had not yet proven his abilities to perfection, and in that case, his fist was useless. The man also explained that in combat conditions, this method is a losing one, because if, for example, fire is being fired at a distance of 100 meters, and the enemy knows about it, he will intervene. This was a problem for Ming-He, since most of the time there were no materials nearby. The teacher asked the young man to touch the crystal with his hand, and notice how much the reaction to his touch changed. The student took off another glove and touched the crystal, and his hand became even more covered in ice. The man stopped the experiment, and everything became clear to him, and then an idea arose that he immediately decided to implement. Before putting his plan into action, Professor Fung carefully examined the boy's hands once more. The teacher suggested going to the training field and throwing a punch, and then testing its strength with an ice crystal. The man and the student confidently descended onto the training field and reached their goal. The teacher explained that there would be chaos after the final test, but this did not become an obstacle for them. The man ordered the young man to hit him several times, using all his strength. The hero prepared himself for a very strong blow and concentrated on it, because it was important for him to become strong. Ming-He decided to focus on performing a strike in a way he had never used before. The protagonist struck with all his might, using a crushing ice strike. After the boy finished the reception, there was a lot of dust around him, and in front of him, namely, a lot of ice. The entire area of the destroyed training field was covered with large blocks of ice. The men were shocked, especially Professor Fung, as he believed that the student had amazing abilities. Ming-He didn't understand how he managed to do this, but on the other hand, he was very happy that he was able to deliver such a powerful blow for the first time. Professor Feng explained that the strike the boy uses depends on the density of the material. For example, ice crystal is classified as a blinding discharge. The hero realized that with the help of the ice crystal, he could become invincible, because the stone was so small compared to the entire mine. The student thought about finding such a crystal, because thanks to it, he could become stronger. The man warned the young man that it was possible to find low-quality crystals, but there were very few of them, and if they were of good quality, they could not be found for sale at all. The teacher said that most crystal owners use them as relics, and the ice crystal was donated to the school by a public organization. Ming-He decided to ask if he could buy these crystals in advance and absorb them during the fight, making his magic fist many times stronger. Professor Fung explained that with the extra blocks, his strength becomes insane, but there is one problem. The main character did not immediately understand what his teacher was talking about and decided to ask what problem he was talking about. As it turned out, it was very expensive, and the man was very upset because the other way to become stronger did not work. The man realized that these crystals were precious and decided to ask if the student had enough money to buy them. Professor Feng explained that dazzlingly clear ice crystals are usually priceless. Ming-He realized that brilliant quality diamonds were more expensive than ordinary ones, and this information confused the teenager even more. The main character needs to improve his abilities, but in case of danger, he can buy some crystals. The teacher explained that there was no need to buy various unnecessary things because the young man's superpowers were unsurpassed. Min-He just needs to learn how to use it properly, and everything around him can make him stronger. Professor Fung explained that you can use all your senses to allow the entire world around you to pass through you. At present, the hero uses only his sight, but he sees as much as he can afford. The man said that a person may not notice some things, for example, how the skin reacts to temperature. Another sense organ, such as the nose, can sense dust in the air, as well as many other things. With another sense, such as hearing, you can hear various noises, screams, and you can also hear the sound of running water. The last sense organ, namely your hands, with which you can also experience many interesting moments, even when the wind blows. Manhwa needs to train all five senses and also focus on small and noticeable objects, and he does not need to control himself with his vision. The guy decided to ask if it was possible to practice with his eyes closed and try to feel all the listed skills. The man remembered that he had some altered crystals and decided to bring them and show them to the student. The teacher brought crystals and said that inside the jar there were stones of different ranks, and asked us to first determine their ranks. At first glance, the crystals look similar to each other, but if you rely only on your eyesight, you may not see anything. Professor Feng explained that through perception training, one can learn to determine which object is most useful. The protagonist understood what this man was talking about and decided that he could use everything around him and turn it into a powerful weapon. The teacher explained that perception is the first thing to work on, and assimilation is the second goal of the student's learning. The main character was surprised that he did not have to pick up an item, but could choose those items that were within a radius of 10 kilometers from him and that he liked. The young man was amazed that he could master materials that were so far from him, but he did not value himself. The man asked him to imagine what awaited Ming-He as a king and what he would be capable of, and added that one day lightning would strike and this guy would be able to catch and absorb it. It's time for the protagonist to train his Dachin, and for the student, namely, to train his feelings. Min-He hates feeling worthless and useless because it makes him feel incapable of anything. The leader of history hates nothing more than feeling weak and incapable. The young man is not strong enough yet, but he will do everything to become much stronger. After finishing his studies at the School of Supernatural Powers, the teenager returned to the dorm and thought a lot about his man's words. The student decided that he wanted to go alone and climbed up to the roof of the house, remembering the words of his teacher. In front of the student were the crystals that Professor Feng had given him, and he was trying to find the difference between them. Ming-He tried to concentrate and still find the difference between them, but he lacked concentration. At some point, my friend got involved and realized the difference between the crystal ranks. The main character was very glad that he finally managed to find the difference between them. The man found the difference between the stones and also understood where the bright, dim, dazzling, and shimmering rows were. The student decided to try again, to focus on the element of air and try his hand in this direction. The student imagined a light breeze blowing from him and thought that if what he sensed changed, it could be compared to a flickering, ringing sound. Ming-He realized that such a rank emanated a lot of energy, and it was also necessary to match the field of one's perception. The daredevil noticed that the air in the direction he was looking was quite humid and decided that there was a lake there. The boy thought that if he absorbed everything that was there, it could be compared to a bright rank. At some point, the main character realized that he was not succeeding and decided to go to the railing. When the student tried to focus on the bright row, he found that his concentration worked quite well. The student also thought that in the future, he would not have to look for materials to deepen his knowledge. An assistant from the hunter's house suddenly came to Min-He and decided to personally share some information. The brave man was surprised to see the girl and asked what she was doing near the student dormitory. The young woman reported that she understood what she and her boyfriend had been talking about openly. The story's host was delighted with this information and decided to go down to her and discuss it in more detail. Ming-He's neighbors thought that he was like a magnet that attracted beautiful girls, and they also thought that this gentleman, despite having Lu Qian, was socializing with others. The students began to envy their classmate because they thought he was lucky to be surrounded by beautiful women. Xiang explained that the protagonist was lucky because the seller urgently needed money, and especially high-quality Yujia Stardust, and the man himself did not put it up for auction. A friend explained that the Stardust Yucca was sold for 850,000 yuan, and she decided to give it to the student as a gift. The protagonist was grateful for the help, but the young lady herself did not think that he would become a student at the School of Superhumans, and thought that she had read the address incorrectly. Minhus asked that no one know about his deal, and added that this information should remain confidential, and the young woman agreed with her client. The assistant in the hunting room asked if they needed to find anything else for the protagonist. The boy asked the girl to check if there were any crystals with other properties in the warehouse at the moment, as he wanted to buy several pieces. The boy asked if there was any information about the mission that the mission could tell him, and the young girl herself agreed to help. The leader of history, with the help of Dust, will be able to increase his physical strength to the royal rank and will be able to gain incredible strength. The student decided to drink Stardust and see how strong he could become. The student of the School of Evolution drank the liquid and sat down to wait for the final result and test his strength. Min-hee didn't understand what was happening to him at first, as it was his first time drinking such a liquid. The boy felt his heart beat faster, but decided that he needed to wait a little longer. The next thing the boy felt was a huge amount of energy flowing through his hands, which he immediately wanted to use. In the end, the protagonist felt that the Stardust liquid had given him as much energy as he expected. When the energy gathering stage was completed, all the plants felt the full force of the energy wave emanating from the young man. The student also felt that everything worked out and was pleased with his result, and also hoped for a higher level of his abilities. When it was all over, Min-hee decided that he needed to continue his business. The young man was surprised that he had a crown rank, and full of strength and energy, he went on. The boy put on his jacket and heard someone calling him and decided to find out who it was. A student from the School of Evolution saw that Mr. Yuan was calling him and immediately answered the call. The man suggested that he train with Fang Lin since it was Wednesday, and the student himself was thinking about training. The girl's uncle suggested using all his strength during the move, since they would have to use magic. Ming-hee was very surprised as it could be very dangerous, and he had doubts about this battle. Hearing that the price for the fight would be doubled, the young man immediately agreed and asked what place he would take. Feng Lin was already waiting for the main character at the training ground and decided that she needed to prepare a little for the battle. The girl wondered if it would be possible to use magical abilities, and if so, she thought he would lose the battle. Mr. Yuan reminded her that she had already lost to the student twice, and the young lady also had a debt from the last time. Uncle suggested going to the center of the training field and dancing to a certain song. The young lady confidently replied that her skills had been honed to an incredible level, and Ming-hee would not even be able to touch her. Feng Ling decided to remind her that her magical abilities were not comparable to those of most people. The man was very surprised and decided to see what would happen next and which of them would win. The uncle said that they would watch it again and also added that the main character had already come to them. The doll finds the guy very mysterious and always wears a mask on her face. Feng Ling decided that there would be no concessions and that victory would be hers. And she also did not want to lose for the third time. The hero of the story ordered the girl to attack first, and he was not going to lose either. The boys decided it was time to begin their training and decided that the young girl would attack first. The girl decided to use all her powers to the maximum and win this battle. The main character's rival decided to use powerful explosive force and destroy her opponent. Min-hee decided to ask the girl not to hold back her power and use it to the fullest. Feng Ling warned from the very beginning that there would be no mercy and decided to run and strike. The brother was very surprised by such a powerful blow, and the wave threw the guy to the other side of the field. The student could not understand what was happening, sat on the ground and tried to get up to strike back. The evolutionary student realized that this was a frightening explosive force, but decided that he needed to test his own strength in the action of the resulting force. Ming-hee decided that it was necessary to intervene and defend against her attacks, and Feng Ling herself asked what he was looking at, since there was no need to let down his guard. After finishing speaking, the woman hit him again, forcing the guy to cover himself with his hands. The young girl decided to use her explosive power again, but she was not sure if she could withstand the enemy's blows. After Feng Ling finished her attack, she began to descend to the ground and look at her result. The girl was surprised when she saw the result of her struggle and also decided to start bullying the main character. The young man's opponent immediately began to say that he wouldn't be able to stand on his feet for even a couple of minutes. Everyone present was shocked to see the holy warrior and wondered why she was using magical superpowers. Some students arrived later and did not see the beginning, but the rest began to praise the girl. Minna said that the young girl's superpower was incredibly powerful, but also one of the most destructive he had ever seen. The protagonist explained that if Feng Ling stood next to the former young man, he would not be able to dodge even 2 such attacks. But since he had just reached the sun rank, his body was overflowing with energy. The guy explained that he had nowhere to put this energy, so he was ready to continue to fight it. The girl began to close her eyes from the strong radiation, as she did not expect this from the young man. A young girl tries to understand why the guy is glowing so much and how strong he has become. Minghe decided to warn Feng Ling that she should always be on guard and decided to hit the girl. The young woman did not expect such a turn of events, as she thought that the young man would not be able to resist her. Feng Ling was thrown back by the powerful blow, but she decided that she would not give up. The struggle between the young people continues, and each of them does not want to give up because victory is at stake. The main character's opponent decided to use a fire attack and end the fight with her victory. The beauty pushed the guy away strongly and did not understand how this battle would end. Minghe was surprised by the current situation, as he understood that his strength lay in deepening objects. The guy didn't understand why this time he was the only one who took damage, even though he attacked first. The student decided that this fight had to be stopped because if it continued, he might lose his arm. Feng Ling said that this daredevil was very strong, and she also believed that his chances of winning were minimal. The main character was determined. He believed that he could win, so he had a certain idea. At some point, the student saw that his young friend had decided to use the dance of the flaming phoenix. Minghe agreed with his opponent because he wouldn't be able to defeat her if he continued like this. And he also understood the true strength of a holy warrior and was wrong to underestimate her. The hero decided that he would first use what he had at hand, as well as the dark, dull rank. The young man decided that he first needed to protect his hands from burns and absorb the power of the earth. The young woman began to attack the guy over and over again because she wanted to win this battle. Feng Ling walks towards the student with confidence because she is confident that she can use her superpower to its fullest extent. A fierce fight broke out between the young men, in which each of them tried to emerge victorious. Each of the opponents confidently emerged from such an attack and tried to continue the fight. The young lady had a plan, and she decided to put it into action immediately and emerge victorious in this battle. The girl immediately put her plan into action and decided, without wasting time, to attack the guy again. Minhee was prepared for the next attack and also tried to find a way to use the girl's strength against her. This time the girl's attack was stronger, and the smoke after it was much thicker. The hero of the story realized that he needed to change something in his approach to the battle itself. After Feng Ling's final attack, the boy found himself on the ground again, his jacket engulfed in flames. The student immediately stood up, took off his burning clothes, and continued to wait for a new attack. The boy knew that the battle would not end until someone lost, and neither of them was going to give up. For a follower of the School of Evolution, the phoenix form that Feng Ling possesses is very powerful, but he understands that it is just a magical ability. Minhee realizes that the girl's abilities are much stronger than those of other people with similar abilities. Everyone present was shocked by what was happening, as they believed that each of the opponents was very strong. The protagonist realized that the soil he had absorbed was not strong enough. The only thing he could do was absorb its fire, but he could not get rid of the fire completely. Bro realized that he needed to keep attacking, and then he would definitely win the battle. Feng Ling asked the guy to finally admit his defeat, since in her opinion, she had already won. The student was not going to give up because he had not yet fully demonstrated what he was capable of. The girl tries to stop Minhee because she understands that if she gets seriously injured, she could end up in the hospital, and it's not worth it. The brave man decided to continue the fight and use his superpower to the fullest, warning her that she needed to be careful as she could get hurt. The young lady sees that he can barely stand on his feet and explains that there are not 5 people in the entire school who could resist her in such a state. Feng Ling said that he had shown all he could, but his friend remained firm and did not want to back down. The leader of history decided to focus on his perception and began to feel the concrete under his feet. The student also felt the south wind, the air coming from the trees, the humid air in the same lake which had many water elements. Minghe knows that if he retreats, he will lose, but he decides to use what Professor Feng taught him because he will only absorb water. Feng Ling decided to wait until his brother concentrated his forces and could either surrender or continue the fight. The girl is tired of wasting time on the guy, but she wants to win and move on. The young girl decided that she needed to pull herself together and finally choose the winner in this battle. The student hoped that he could win and also wanted to test the power that he was supposed to gain from the liquid stardust. The protagonist turned to Feng Ling and asked her to quickly join the battle. The young men decided to continue the fight and attack each other to finish the duel. The young lady wanted to end this senseless struggle as soon as possible and get the well-deserved first place. Feng Ling was the first to attack the guy again, but she still didn't know what would happen to her and everyone present next. The girl was very tense, as she did not understand what was happening, because water began to appear in her side. Suddenly, water appeared everywhere, and the young woman lost her power and could no longer control the fire. Everyone present began to run away as water began to pour onto the platform, which greatly frightened the students. Young people began to talk about how they saw such a superpower for the first time and did not understand when the university allowed them to use forbidden magic. The boys saw a blue glow, not even purple, and one of them said that if magical abilities could reach such a power, he would go and drink water from the lake. The mock battle ended in victory for Ming-He as his superpower proved stronger. The leader of history believes that the power he has shown is truly crowned and has incredible power. All the water that was on the training field, as well as rainwater, went into the sewer manhole. At some point, the boy saw Feng Ling lying unconscious on the ground and decided to go and find out what happened. The girl continued to lie unconscious in the water. Some time passed, but she never regained consciousness. The boy ran up to the girl and realized that this was very bad, because she did not regain consciousness for a long time. The hero decided to help his rival come to her senses and also asked if everything was okay with her. The student realized that Feng Ling had swallowed water and decided that artificial respiration was necessary. A student from the School of Evolution began to provide first aid, but nothing helped. Minghe continues to save the girl, but Mr. Yuan says that it won't help her. The man explained that artificial respiration was necessary, but the young man had no great desire to do it. The young woman's uncle asked the boy to start helping her quickly and asked if this method of helping the students of the School of Evolution had been explained. The guy didn't want to help the girl in this way because he didn't want to have anything to do with her except training. The student, despite everything, still decided to save Feng Lin's life and began to remove the mask from his face. After the boy took off his mask, he began to follow the doctor's instructions to provide emergency medical care. Min-He came very close to the girl's face, but did not have time to help her. The young woman opened her eyes, closed the young man's mouth, said enough, and tried to get up. Despite her condition, Feng Ling noted that she was not so weak that it was necessary to provide her with first aid. After the beauty opened her eyes and stood up, the brave man immediately put a mask on her face and was glad that she was okay. Mr. Yuan was embarrassed and very upset that he could not give her artificial respiration. The lady admitted her defeat and said that she had won, and the boy himself explained that in this battle there are no winners or losers because they learn from each other. The hero explained that the lady herself was very strong, and if he had not revealed his potential, there would have been no trace left of him. Despite everything, Feng Ling still started talking about how victory is victory and defeat is defeat. It was important for the newcomer to have a rival in the person of a girl since she is very strong. The young woman, despite what had happened to her, suggested turning to spiritual art next time. Mr. Yuan didn't want them to use it against each other, as it was only used against mutants that attacked their city. The young man agreed with the man since their enemies were monsters, not humans, so they immediately abandoned the idea. The main character immediately announced that he had other things to do and said goodbye to his friends. Everyone around looked at the young girl as a goddess, as everyone loved her and considered her ideal. Feng Ling tied her hair back, and the young men kept looking at her because she was one of the 3 girls who were strong and beautiful. Mr. Yuan gave her a towel and invited her to come back as she was completely wet. The uncle and the student got into the car, went about their business, and began to discuss today's events. The girl was drying her hair with a towel, and the man said that Min-He was different from other types. The young lady believes that she can still win next time, but her uncle explains that there are many talented children in the school. Each of these people, having survived the battle with Feng Ling, will tell stories about him and, perhaps, become the star of the university. But the girl does not understand why the daredevil is so mysterious. Mr. Yuan believes that the guy does not want many people to know about his abilities, and that few people can resist his popularity. The young woman recalled that the Master of Ceremonies had named one person who had made a contribution during the disaster, but that person had not even given his name. Feng Ling began to wonder about the protagonist, but his uncle explained that he was an ordinary freshman and they had to respect his secret. The little girl wondered if the man had managed to see Min-He's face, but he refused to talk about it. Mr. Yuan thought that the young woman might feel awkward after the fight, but he insisted that she admit that the brave man was handsome. The man knew she would be fine, but he wondered if she would like this guy or not. Feng Ling did not like what her husband said and explained that she could make him sweep the streets since she could handle her own personal life. After the training battle ended, Ming-He decided to go to the hunter's hall and find out what he asked him to find. The young man was met by the assistant of the hall, Zhang, and they went to the VIP room where they were to discuss all the details. The lady handed over the box with the crystal the man had asked about and began to wait for the client's reaction. The young woman placed the box next to her client and said that it was the very one he had recently asked her to find. The main character opened the box and was very surprised because it was very difficult to find it, but the girl managed to do it. It was a crystal in the form of ice, and he decided to clarify that it was indeed a dazzling variety. The assistant explained that this was indeed the case and asked if the young man was okay, and Min-Hee himself was very pleased. The main character realized that if he met a monster stronger than himself, he could easily destroy it. He was very surprised when he learned that its price was $1 million, but such a crystal is very difficult to find, and the girl had to go to another city. The man was very grateful to the young girl for her help and asked if she could continue observing the crystals. The brave man said that she wrote to him and decided to ask if anything had happened, but nothing special had happened. Assistant Zhang decided to personally congratulate the student on his official promotion to the Crown Hunter title. Min-Hee was surprised that he would have a new badge, but he sincerely thanked the girl. The hunting lodge employee explained that receiving the crown title opens up new opportunities for the main character. The girl explained that the hunting center would send all the necessary information and that it was also possible to participate in hunting conferences. But the young man was more interested in his friend. The hero, as soon as he received a new badge, saw his roommate and did not understand what was happening. The boy decided to ask Zhang if she knew Li Mian, and the girl herself explained that he came looking for work, but the boy himself was not a classified hunter. The young woman added that there were few people willing to hire him in Handu City, so Ming-Hee decided to say that he knew this guy. The protagonist wants his neighbor to do something for him and asks the assistant to help him place an order and also asks how much it will cost. The hunting lodge employee explained that there was no need to organize anything, and the guy would do it for free. The doll once again explained to the student that the crown title entails certain privileges, since the young man himself did not pay attention to this. The girl explained that hunters' recommendations are calculated through points, and in Ming-Hee, you can exchange your points for 4 recommendations, and the choice is made by the clients themselves depending on the number of points. The hero of the story was surprised by this information and thought about how to help his roommate. Zhang goes on to explain that a daredevil is a professional hunter who can ask lower-ranking hunters to carry out various tasks and assignments. Hunters with higher ranks can take on more serious quests, while hunters with lower ranks can complete quests with greater pleasure. The lady explained that few people know about people like Li Mian, so it is difficult for them to find high-paying orders, and the student himself asked not to give his name. The main character doesn't want his neighbor to find out what he's doing with his classmate. The doll agreed to the offer and asked what exactly she wanted to entrust, since it was necessary to prepare an application and indicate that the reward would be a recommendation. Li Min left the hunter's hall very upset because there was no task for him again. One of the hunting lodge employees approached the young man and instructed him to complete a task. The student was very happy and thought that he had finally been noticed and that he had become a crowned hunter. The protagonist's neighbor returned and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for the opportunity to receive recommendations. Bro hopes that he will leave a good impression and will be able to get a much more serious job in the future. Li Min was very pleased with the task he received and decided to complete it immediately because he wanted to give it his all. Ming-Hee thought that being rich was cool because he could easily reach a high position and could give orders to others, which was very cool for a young man. The hero of the story at some point thought about the fact that he had spent a whole million yen and became very upset. The student was upset because for $1 million he could buy a house in Lanyang, but now he needed to save even more money to buy a house in a bigger city. According to the guy himself, this amount was not in vain because hunting monsters will become much easier because his strength increases with reaching a new rank. The teenager's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, which turned out to be quite unexpected for the young man himself. Min-Hee received a call from his sister, who was very worried about him since they lived in different cities. The hero of the story was very surprised by the call because she called very early and this surprised him. The beauty was very happy and decided to let the young man guess where she found him, but this surprised the young man even more. According to the student, Qin Yu was in the park working as an ice cream vendor, but he was not aware of it. The young beauty was upset that her brother was not interested in her sister's life, and the girl herself studied independently at home. But the daredevil believed that she was constantly studying like this. Chinyu put her personal life on hold for a year, and now doesn't want to work part-time for the rest of her life. Minhee explained that she wouldn't have to work all her life because he would be able to provide for them, and also asked if she had received the money he sent. The girl continued to worry about her brother because the school for superhumans is very expensive. So she did not want to take the money, and she also wanted to work. The protagonist was shocked that an astronomy company wanted to collaborate with his older sister. Chinyu Yu explained that she was a temporary employee, but it was a great experience. And she also hoped that her brother would be able to buy everything he needed. The student thinks his sister is amazing because she was able to get into a cool group on her own, and her friend also asked to meet her. Minhai forgot that his sister was very smart and that she dropped out of school because of him. The guy was glad that they would finally be able to spend more time together, especially on weekends. Hun Yu came to visit her brother and was very happy to see him, and also surprised that she would be working in the same city where her boyfriend studied. The woman suggested taking a walk around the city as she needed to get to know it and learn more about where things were. The young people walked and drove a lot, passing by many beautiful places where they could take a walk. The brother showed his sister many places where she could take a walk and relax after a hard day at work. Another place the family visited was a wonderful establishment where they had dinner and a wonderful time. The young people decided to take a walk around the evening city and, very tired, went home. After a busy day, Minhee and his sister returned home and decided to rest. The hero was very tired because he had been doing his own thing all day, and then he had to go for a walk with Chin Yu. The beauty thinks the town of Nandu is wonderful and plans to work hard to buy a big house there. The young woman was very surprised because the houses in this city were very expensive, and the price was about 1 million yen. The protagonist's sister decided to start working hard again to buy a house. Qin thought that the easiest option would be to marry a man who had his own big house. The young people had a great rest and decided to go about their business and continue planning their lives. The gentleman decided that he needed to go to the astronomical company with his sister, and at the same time she would be able to remember the way. The protagonist and his sister reached the Nandu astronomical group and were very surprised as the structure looked very large. There were security guards on the company premises who immediately began checking the young people. An Astron Group employee checked Chin Yu's documents and asked her to follow him, and her brother wished her the best. Minhee was left alone, and his sister went to work. The young man carefully watched what was happening on the territory of the astronomical company. The boy saw that everyone in the company was under surveillance, as expected for such a company, and their duties included observing the stars. The friend knew that thanks to this observation, people with superpowers could predict the occurrence of disasters around the world. As soon as the company's employees foresee a disaster, they immediately take the necessary measures. The protagonist believed that the people working in the astronomical group were the eyes of humanity, constantly observing outer space. The student couldn't believe that his sister had actually been hired by the company, as it was a small but absolutely amazing job. Minhee continued to think about the company, but at some point a man began to descend the stairs. The respected man made it clear with one gesture that the company employee should not make noise, and he himself decided to go and sit on the sofa. The hero did not immediately pay attention to the man and continued to think, and the man himself was glad that everything worked out for him. The venerable man sat down in his chair and thought that his head would explode before he had time to understand the complex algorithms. The student could not remember who was sitting in front of him because the man looked like Dr. Wu, whom he had read about. The man decided to ask the young man if this was his first day on the job, but he explained that he was simply taking his sister to an interview. Dr. Wu couldn't understand what such a boy was doing in an astronomy company, but everything became clear when he told him about his sister. The host decided to ask the man if he was really Dr. Wulong, and it turned out to be true. The boy explained that he had read about him in his book, but the man was curious about how he was described there. Bro decided to tell me that the book describes how a man discovered a rainbow using energy observations. Dr. Wulong, after listening to the student, realized that his words sounded like praise and was a little surprised. Minna said the book said the man was an outstanding scientist, and if it weren't for his research, their organization would not have been able to respond effectively. The doctor asked the guy if he wanted to take a photo with him, and the daredevil happily agreed to take a photo with his husband. The man agreed to have his photo taken, and they got a wonderful photo together. But the doctor himself wanted to be alone. Wolong asked the boy not to do his business and not to disturb him anymore because he wanted to rest. The man continued to explain that he had come here for peace and quiet, and also to read a modeling magazine. The doctor thought that magazines, which is exactly the same as books, and asked not to bring them to him during the short break. The guy understood what the doctor meant because he and his roommates sometimes watched similar shows. The employee approached the man and asked him not to run away and suffer so stupidly because they were already halfway to achieving their goal. Dr. Wulong explained that he simply wanted to clear his mind and rest for a while. The man didn't like it when a member of the astronomy group asked him to finish his work first before spending time on his hobby. The doctor explained that there was no rainbow fragment at the crash site in Lanying City, and there was also no way that the distress signal had been missed. The lady still stood her ground and asked to check everything thoroughly again. The man decided that he needed to go and check everything again, since he understood that he would not be allowed to sit quietly and relax. When the doctor left, he gave Ming-He his journal and said that he could look through it because it would be a shame to throw it away. Lun and the member of the astronomical group left, and the boy remained to wait for his sister, who was due to arrive any minute. Qin Yu walked out of the office and immediately told her brother that she had been hired for a 3-month probationary period and that she was also happy to have the opportunity to work there. The hero began to congratulate his sister and was also happy for her because everything worked out and she would be able to get a good job. The girl decided to see what her brother had read, but he explained that it was left by Dr. Wulong. Qin Yu was surprised that such a great scholar could read something like this and asked the young man not to lie, as he was easy to read. After the interview, the young girl was happy that she finally got the job of her dreams and would now be able to live in a very beautiful and vibrant city without having to run anywhere. The young woman sat down on the chair with ease and realized that everything was going as it should, and also realized that she would be able to buy the house she dreamed of. Min-He remembers that his sister loves growing flowers because now she can grow as many flowers as she wants. Chun-Yu remembered that as soon as they arrived in the city, she immediately noticed a flower shop and asked her brother if he wanted to go there. The young people decided to go to the store, choose flowers that the girl would like, and plant them at home. Unexpectedly for the young man, the phone rang, and he decided to answer the incoming call. The man called the guy and decided to ask if there was anyone nearby, as he did not want anyone to hear this phone conversation. The hero asked if his sister could go to the store to buy flowers alone, since he might be given a task now. Shiny Yu agreed to go pick up flowers alone, while her brother continued talking on the phone. The guy was asked if he was really a member of the Dragon's Tooth team, and the brave man himself confirmed that he was indeed so. The unknown person revealed that Zhu Qi was his subordinate, and Luolin asked him to contact the student and said that he could call him Instructor Luo. Min-He asked to continue the conversation as he could not understand why the instructor was calling him. The man explained that Luolin had told him about the young man and had strongly recommended that he put him in Zhu Qi's place. The young man was surprised because the Dragontooth team, and at that moment they informed him that he had become the team's traveler. Instructor Lo reported that the number of enemy infiltrations was much more alarming than they had expected, and it was possible that information about the team members had been compromised. The organization decided to create a new department and called it Traveler, and they had to become sharks in this terrible sea. The man also explained that it was necessary to track down the subordinates of the ruler of world independence. The hero decided to ask if there was any information about the person behind all this. Instructor Luo explained that they had recently found a clue. When he was young, Dr. Zhao bought a lot of medical supplies on the black market. The guy realized that the doctor needed equipment to take blood from animals, and he was also connected with someone from another organization. The man warned that he would send him the address, since the organization would not be able to catch the newcomer, and also expressed hope that the daredevil would be able to find the person who had communicated with the doctor. The protagonist agreed to this case because he is also interested in learning more about this man. The instructor asked him to be careful, and if he discovered any organization hideout, he should immediately report it to Luolin. Ming-Hu was surprised that the black market at that time was so big, and he also didn't think that the market could be hidden in a castle-like structure. When the gentleman saw the four, he immediately realized that they were not ordinary people, which was clear from their appearance. The young man decided that he needed to go into the room and find what he needed. Unexpectedly for the student, at the door of the building, he was stopped by the same people who were standing at the entrance to the building. One of the men decided to ask what the purpose of the visit to the black market was and what he needed. The guy had an idea to say that his sorceress had become unattractive and to recommend that she come to them, but he didn't know what the price was and came to ask. The woman, who was also standing with the men, said that the young man needed to go up to the third floor and that everything else, namely the operating rooms, he did not need to go there. Minnie went up to the indicated floor and exited the elevator, but he still didn't understand what exactly he needed to find there. The main character saw many people who had their own specific questions and assistants who helped with the choice. A man approached the young man and asked how he could help him since he was a sales manager. Jen Tan asked if the student would like to enroll in one of their treatment courses and also if he would like to learn more about their biochemical treatment. The friend was surprised, but the sales manager said that as soon as he saw it, he knew he wanted to buy the services for his parents. The hero thought about the man's words and decided to go further and learn more about this black market. The market employee began to tell another client that everyone who comes to them for procedures for the first time has doubts, but when they see the results, there will be no doubts left. Min-hee decided to ask if their procedures could really prolong life, but the sales manager explained that their company only performed one type of surgery. Jen Tan said the surgeries were done solely for the purpose of gender reassignment, but the student wanted to see the results and then sign up for the procedure. The man decided to take the guy to the studio, where the potential client could see everything with his own eyes. The sales manager told them that they would have to take the elevator up the mountain. Jen Tan was about to press the elevator call button, but he remembered that he needed to ask something. The man decided to find out who exactly recommended their services to the young man, since it was not possible to simply call them on the phone. The protagonist realized that everything was very suspicious, but decided to say that he had simply heard about their good services. Black market workers need to know the name of the person who referred them, because if he does not tell them the name, they will check his details. Min-hee realized that the guards were surprisingly tall, but he had some suspicions about the situation. The men stood in a circle, and the daredevil himself found himself in the center, but the guy had the feeling that he was trapped. The hero of the story noticed that when he entered the building, the guards did not ask him any personal questions. They probably waited for him to approach the elevator. The man decided to be a little tricky and asked that they needed to know the name of their regular customer so that he could go to a certain place. The sales manager confirmed the student's suspicions and said that if he wanted to know more about their procedures, he could simply give the name of the person who had advised him. The man said that all the employees should be vigilant because if he wanted to know about their equipment, it would be very bad. The main character decided to say that it was his aunt who recommended their company and their cool procedures to him. Jen Tan said with a smile that this friend was definitely their client and decided to show him around. The black market worker informed that it was necessary to go up to a certain floor where the client could use their services. As the men rode the elevator up to the 22nd floor, the manager said that people knew that the blood of infected animals could cause mutations. Jen Tan explained that people do not know that mutations can also occur in plants. The protagonist was surprised to see a sunlight lamp and an automatic liquid collector in the black market room. The man pointed to the cacti they kept in a certain place and added that they worked on them first and the result was wonderful. Jen Tan explained that market workers noticed that after watering, the cacti bloomed much better than usual. Using cactus flowers, market traders created cosmetics and achieved excellent results, as their powder became popular among women. Manga asked if they really watered the flowers with contaminated water, and also asked where they got it and if it was really real. The man explained that they have their own sources, and in fact, many such channels have been created in Shanghai. The sales manager forgot to mention that the serum is from infected animals, namely their eggs, brain, and heart. The dude understood why they ended up on the black market, because it doesn't matter how big and beautiful the packaging is, the main thing is that everything was bought on the black market. Jen Tan volunteered to follow him, but the protagonist did not understand how the remains of the serum ended up in the hands of the criminals. The man led the student to a glass container with mosquitoes, and these hated animals have no analogs anymore. They threw lard into a container where mosquitoes were, and they began to attack it. The worker explained that the insects do not absorb human blood, only fat. The sales manager said that many overweight people might like insects. Min-hee decided to ask if they use manual fat removal or apply it to the bodies of women who want to lose weight. According to the manager himself, the mosquito method is very safe. The manual method can be harmful to health, and it is important for their organization that it is safer for customers. The daredevil carefully watched everything the black market worker showed him and said that it would get even more interesting later. Minghe understood that the smugglers made money by creating the poison and that Dr. Zhao's serum itself caused biological changes. Zhen Tan gave an example from the movie Journey to the West, in which Tan Zeng, when he became younger, ate meat. The hero was surprised by what he saw, because in this man's opinion, human life was never short, because people could live up to 120 years. The sales manager did not understand why people died at 70, and if they could live longer, they would feel young at 60. The boy did not realize that he was in this room because he had never seen anything like it before. Minna saw the eggs that were in the liquid, and the worker explained that it was all the result of interaction between their species and humans. Jintan explained that if everyone underwent this procedure, people could be cured of various diseases, especially those that shorten life expectancy. The sales manager explained that their company had been working for many years to find the elixir of youth. The protagonist realized that the organization had many secrets and that a monster was hiding inside it. The man explained that in this era, when humanity is moving towards a new stage of progress, this Zhuanzan elixir is the key to its evolution. According to the worker himself, all illnesses and old age will remain in the past, and humanity will enter a new era. Minghe carefully examined the test tube and realized that the charged creatures were very strong and had many terrifying abilities. The boy remembered that there were several such copies in the textbook, and the temperature of some of them dropped to -40 degrees. The boy noticed that the embryos showed no signs of life, but in a warm and humid place they could survive and even break through the shell on their own. The hero realized that even if someone cuts his life short, he can be resurrected if the right conditions are created. The man put the sample back and thought that what their organization was doing was simply amazing. The student realized that these smugglers were placing the embryos in capsules in order to later make money from them. The organization's employees do not understand that, once in human hands, the animals will receive an ideal environment for reproduction. The daredevil realized that these creatures would reproduce in the human stomach and then hatch and emerge from the human body. Minghe believed that even if it was a 1 in 1,000 chance, it was still a cause for panic, and the workers couldn't help but know about the characteristics of these organisms, but they still sold them to people. The sales manager continued to show all his developments, and the hero of the story himself understood that it looked very frightening. Jintan explained that what he saw scared the boy a little, but in order to ensure the authenticity and high quality of the product, the man broke the rule and allowed him to see it. According to an employee of the organization, there are many companies in the capital that want to spend their money to see all this live. The man decided that it was necessary to show everything that was left and ordered the door to be opened. Min-hee didn't understand what exactly they wanted to show him, and the guards began to open the curtain. When the man saw what the black market workers were hiding, he realized it might be the larva of an infected animal. The sales manager was very surprised because the young man had a very pale face, although it had previously been of normal color. The man confirmed that it was a larva from an infected animal and explained that it was still alive. The student wondered whether the organization would be held accountable for using mutants. Jintan explained that their organization was not the only one that studied the larvae, and that they also sent them to a research center before executing them. The evolutionary science student explained that the court had imposed a strict ban on the use of larvae from infected animals. The sales manager explained that they had a system for violating these rules, which could include using infected animals. The man believes that it is important for customers to know that their products are of high quality and immediately decided to ask if they wanted to buy them. Minhwa said he never thought their research would make such progress, especially their capsules. The black market worker explained that they could prepare $7,000 for the young man if he really wanted to buy their goods. The author of the article decided to ask if they accept card payments, but to protect personal information, they only accept cash. The gentleman explained that this would not be a problem, but he had questions about what the court might find out about their smuggling. The black market worker thought about the guy's words and didn't know how to explain them to him correctly. The man doesn't like to talk about it, but he immediately decided to take the young man to Mrs. Hu would tell him everything. The black market worker reiterated that they have additional sources that they use. Jintan explained that these sources were located in the Department of Extraordinary Research of Nandu University, and that the young man did not need to worry about it. Having reputable trainers ensures that organizations can safely market such products. Manhwa was very surprised, as everything indicated that the university he attended might be involved in this story. The protagonist decided that he needed to continue his investigation and asked when he needed to make the payment, to which the man himself replied that he needed to return to the third floor. The organization's employees and the guy entered the elevator and began to descend to the desired floor. The guy thought about how he hadn't realized that the elevator took longer to reach 9 of the 10 floors. The student noticed that the elevator's downward speed had not changed, but it was unclear why it took 2 minutes for it to go down from the 10th to the 9th floor. When the Evolution School student entered the elevator, he had the feeling that there was something else between the 9th and 10th floors. Minghe thought that if what was on the surface was forbidden, there might be something hidden on the floor that could cause horror, but he didn't know where that button was. The main character did not understand what exactly they could be hiding there, because something forbidden could be on the surface. But what is there? The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor, and everyone started to get out and go to the place to pay for the goods chosen by the young man. A very beautiful girl was walking towards them from the elevator, and she also had a lot to choose from. The guard led the young girl further, and the main character noticed her, but decided to pass by. Everyone present went about their business, but the guy didn't know what would happen next. The student noticed that something strange was happening to the black market workers, but he didn't understand what exactly. The sales manager turned to Minhee and asked if he noticed the girl passing by, but the guy decided to ask him what he was talking about. The man asked again if the student noticed the girl passing by, because it was very difficult not to notice her. The student explained that he had seen it, but did not understand what the question was, because he had to go and pay for the item he had chosen. Gentan saw that the boy recognized the woman because he thought that she was the one who recommended this company to them. The main character realized that he had been exposed and did not understand how to act correctly in this situation. The man insisted that he explained why he had come to them and what he wanted. The sales manager explained that they disliked spies the most, and they surrounded the young man from all sides. Gentan said that they do not leave any spinner who comes to them unpunished and do everything to ensure justice. The guards decided to take immediate action to ensure that the information obtained by the young man did not leak outside the black market. The boy realized what was about to happen and decided to immediately take out his crystal, which he had recently bought. Everyone present was on guard because they knew that at any moment one of them could strike. Everyone present was surprised when a girl approached Xiao Ming and called out to him, but the student himself did not understand what was happening. The young woman turned to Director Jin and asked why they had detained the boy when he had come to meet her after work. The entire staff was shocked when a hospital nurse called the young man her boyfriend. The sales manager explained that Ms. Hu had passed by recently and her fiancé had not recognized her. But before they went up the mountain, he said that she had introduced him to them. Sister Song explained that she asked her aunt about their product range and asked the student for help. The girl also added that she turned to her boyfriend for help in solving this problem, and everyone was even more surprised. Gentan said that he should have explained right away that Song Lan, namely his mistress, and they immediately told and showed it to him and Ming. He explained that he did not want to tell everyone about their relationship. The sorceress did not ask anyone present to say that her boyfriend was younger than her. The sales manager began to joke that the next day everyone would find out that this young girl liked men shorter than her. The man said he was joking and added that he would give his colleague a very good discount, especially since he was entitled to it. The young men left and said goodbye to the black market workers as they had to go about their business. The director was very surprised but watched them warily, as if he had suspicions about the young man. Minhoo and Sister Song walked out of the black market building and decided to go somewhere to sit and chat. The people standing at the entrance to the room began to say that the girl was very beautiful, because women are ready to do anything to be beautiful. The protagonist didn't understand how Song could work in such a place, but the young lady understood that this job was quite risky. Sister Song said that as soon as she came to study at Mr. Zhao's university, he immediately bought some equipment there and then often came to the school. The hero realized that this place was somehow connected with the Tang Chuan organization, and the madam wanted to know more about the black market and tell the student about it. Ming He decided to thank her for her help, because the young lady came to his aid in time, because his strength would not have been enough to fight the guards. The guy almost used hydrocrystalline freezing, which can be used 3 times and then breaks. The young woman decided to ask him if he had noticed anything suspicious, since she had something interesting, and the brave man himself was not sure of his guesses. The protagonist explained that there were a lot of people in the cafe who didn't need to know anything about him, and she worked with very dangerous people. Sister Song said that her friend also died because of the serum situation, and she can't calm down. The young woman had worked with Dr. Zhao for many years, and if she had known what was happening, she could have saved his life. The girl is having a hard time dealing with the loss and wants to at least find out what happened to him, and the daredevil tries to calm her down. A hospital nurse recalled that the company often conducted research in collaboration with the university, with the annual profits going to Nandu's research department. One day, Song asked Dr. Zhao about this situation, and he advised her to go to the university and ask the professor. Manhwa heard about the teacher from school again, and the nurse had a very good relationship with Mrs. Hu, and she also learned from that woman that the company was undercover. The black market woman also said that the doctor has a connection with Department Chief Fu, but there is no information about him. The young people decided to find a connection between Dr. Zhao, the company, and the organization, but a problem arose with the sponsor. The woman explained that there was a secret place within the organization, but she did not know its exact location. The guy asked Song Lan to quit her job because the director's influence was very great, and after what happened, he could expose her. The student decided that he would go to the university and find out about the sponsor, and the young lady asked that no one know of her presence, especially Lorraine. The hero agreed to help her, and also asked her not to appear in this place again and not to take risks. Sister Song said that looking at the student made her feel better, and that hiding for several months had paid off. After talking with the nurse, Min, he decided to go to the city center and find out more about the sponsor. The main character got out of the car near the university and heard someone calling him. The boy saw that Lorraine was calling him and decided to pick up the phone and talk to her about Song Lan. The guy picked up the phone and said he needed to discuss something, then added that he had met a nurse at the Lichen Center. Lulin knew that the woman was there, and the student was surprised by this information as he did not expect to hear it. The organization's captain, this young woman, also went to Lan Yan on business, as she had been suffering for the past few days. The nurse was worried about her colleague, about the townspeople living in the slums, and about these mutants that people had turned into because of the infected animals. The girl had to take on a huge burden of guilt in order to stop everything and put an end to this situation. The protagonist is very worried about her, but he heard that the Lichen Company has a warehouse in the main building. Lorraine explained that their spy was Mrs. Hu, but she was merely a symbol of the company and was also under surveillance. Min Hee was very surprised that he would have to deceive Song, and he really didn't want to do it. The organization's commander explained that she had not said that, and that Ms. Hu often acted without thinking. Something strange started happening in the black market building, and Director Zhen decided to teach the woman a lesson. The man and woman exited the elevator and headed in an unknown direction, and the director turned to the girl. The sales manager explained that their company had rewarded her generously over the years, and she decided to use their services. Jen began accusing the girl of selling counterfeit masks and causing trouble, but she said she had done nothing. The man explained that he liked to suspect people and that her words were useless. The guards and the director came to one of the research departments and explained to the young woman that they were studying a new type of larvae that could regenerate limbs. Ms. Hu realized what was about to happen and explained that she actually had nothing and tried to explain that there was no need for it. The director said everything was fine and they would just let her go there because they trusted her. According to the man himself, their test gave very good results and she could be trusted, but the woman said that she would do whatever they asked. The sales manager asked the security guards to wait a bit, but still decided to do what he had planned. The men threw the woman into a barrel of maggots, but she began to scream and wish the worst on them. The girl fell into the barrel and continued to cry, but she understood that it was all over for her. After the girl was thrown into the barrel, Zhentan began to smile because he thought it was a fair punishment. The director saw that the laboratory staff had arrived and decided that all the blame should be placed on them. The man started screaming that because of them, the woman had fallen completely into the barrel because he wanted to restore her legs, and their larvae do not restore limbs. Min Hee continued talking to Lorraine on the phone, and she said that their organization could protect every person, including him. The hero of the story was located near Nandu University and decided to find out about the sponsor who was helping the black market. The gentleman approached the main entrance to the educational institution and wondered who this secret sponsor was. The man confidently sets out to find a person who may be involved in the terrible events that took place in their city. A student was walking down the university corridor and noticed a stand with portraits of the institution's teachers on one of the walls. The student considered it necessary to carefully examine the stand on which the list of scientific staff was written. Minhee was upset because he realized that one of his teachers might be the sponsor he was told about. The boy decided that he needed to move on and look for some clues, but so far he had not found anything suspicious. The daredevil reached the laboratory where he was with Professor Feng and saw that the light was on there. The student decided to go in and see who was there and also talk to this person. Professor Feng was sitting in the lab and noticed that his student had stepped away from his work and decided to talk to him. The man was surprised that the brave man was at school at such a late hour and decided to ask why he was still there. Minghe explained that he wanted to see him and decided to announce that he had managed to master the method of perception that his teacher had taught him. The man was delighted with this news and also said that the boy came to him just in time, as after their last conversation, he thought that the student's abilities could be developed further. Professor Feng explained that he found the skin of a disaster demon that could absorb the elements and created this glove. The hero of the story began to worry that it was already so late, and the man had not yet rested, because he was making a mitten for him. The teacher explained this by saying that he had been having insomnia lately and needed to do something, especially since he liked the boy as a person and decided to give him a gift. The man said that the operation was not finished yet and that it would take a few more days, and the young man asked why he was so kind to him and recalled the events with the mutation in Lanyang. Professor Feng was a little surprised by the student's words, as he pretended not to understand anything. The teacher explained that taking care of the students was his job, but the young man didn't like that he was that kind of person. Minghe said that he could come another day with the Dragonfang organization, but he knew that this person would still not say anything. The teacher didn't understand what the boy was trying to say because he just wanted to finish the mittens. Professor Feng said that when he was young, he was just like this boy, who was very kind and thirsty for knowledge. The protagonist of the story asks a man to tell the truth about how someone can force him to do something he doesn't want to do. The teacher still continued to say that he did not understand what this gentleman was talking about because when he met him, he immediately remembered himself in his youth. The teacher began his story by saying that he always focused his attention on what was interesting. At that time, he, like the student, was not lucky enough to have his own mentor, but there were many problems along the way, as well as successes. The man had no money, no materials, no research laboratory, so he remained depressed until his middle years. After some time, Professor Feng met a man whom he later came to call his teacher. He was very generous. The teacher explained that no matter how many times he failed, this man still supported him financially. The man is grateful to this person because thanks to him, he was able to receive many awards, and he always supported him in any situation. And at the moment, he has become a respected professor. The teacher liked that his classes were full and the students grew and developed. It was important for the professor to help students who had potential, to help them so that there would be no more like him. Minhee didn't believe the man's words and tried to convince him to tell the truth, but the teacher thought it was his fault. The brave man tried to call the teacher, but in his opinion, it was all in vain, and he said that nothing would change. The teacher apologized to his student because he believed that the disaster in Lanyang City was his fault. Professor Feng explained that when he learned that Minhee was from this city, he could not sleep. The man asked the boy to take the glove because he had to do it, but first he needed to finish her work. Minghe was surprised, but decided to ask if the teacher really taught Dr. Zhao how to extract blood from the monster that brought misfortune. The teacher admitted his guilt and that he told the doctor information that he himself knew, because the doctor asked about it. The hero of the story asked if he understood how it all ended, because it was important for the guy to know the truth. The man understands what all this led to and is very sorry that he told the doctor all the information at that moment. The cavalryman explained that the Lycan organization's research confirmed his designs, and this led to the disaster. The hero decided to find out who exactly was Professor Feng's teacher, because it was time to stop everything before it was too late. The teacher explained that he did not understand the name of his mentor and knew that the brave man would not believe him. The teacher didn't care what his name was because he believed that this man saw potential in him. The student realized that this person, namely the only one who can be manipulated because this person can take advantage of him. Professor Feng considered himself talented and his inventions unique, But compared to this man, he remains a blank slate. The man thinks that this man is very smart, but if he knew what this man looked like, he would already be dead. Minghe was very surprised by these words and realized that the teacher had not seen this man with his own eyes. The main character decided to ask himself how to prove his innocence and who exactly is behind all this. The man explained that this man was very smart, and when everything was revealed, all the accusations and evidence would be against him. The professor understood that this was not so, but he did not understand how to prove his innocence in this situation. The brother tried to figure out how to prove the teacher's non-involvement in the organization, and so that all the evidence would not fall on him. At some point, the man and the student did not understand what was happening because a bright light began to shine from the window. As it turned out, it was with the help of flashlights that law enforcement officers were searching for Professor Feng. The workers who were shining the light on those present in the laboratory began shouting at them to stay in their places and not move. The man was arrested on suspicion of conducting illegal research into mutagenic substances because they are harmful to humans and was remanded in custody. Professor Feng said he saw a man on the news trying to correct his mistake. He was very tired and his bones were even visible. The teacher was very grateful to the hero for this and asked if the young man would accept the gloves that he himself had designed especially for him. The police took the man away and took him outside, but still tried to ask if the man could accept his gift. The teacher begged Ming-He to take the gloves, but the people who took them asked him not to resist. The hero of the story was left alone in the laboratory, and Professor Fan's gloves were lying on the floor. Min-He walked out of the school and walked further, thinking about what happened, but he didn't understand what kind of person the professor was talking about. The young man also thought about the gloves the teacher had given him and did not know what to do with them. The boy held the gloves in his hands and did not understand how it could happen that the teacher was dealing with a person he had never seen before. The student decided to sit on the riverbank and think about everything, because much of this issue was unclear to him. A student at the School of Evolution saw something interesting above the water and had no idea that it could be his friend. Zhao appeared above the river and decided to talk to Ming-He and began to approach him. The beauty didn't understand whose side Professor Feng might be on, but the protagonist was a little surprised by such a question. The young man explained that the question she asked meant the same as asking whether a person is good or bad. The girl agreed with her interlocutor, but she was curious about what kind of person this teacher was, but the guy did not have an answer to this question. The student explained that sometimes it is very difficult to understand a person, even if he sincerely repents and worries about the mistake he made. Shao added that this man was a villain who did a very bad thing because he taught Zhao how to purify mutant blood, and if it weren't for him, so many people in the city wouldn't have died. Ming-He said that the real villain was the man he considered his teacher. The girl became curious as to why the hero thought so, since it was the teacher who helped Dr. Zhao with blood purification. The gentleman explained that this unknown person used weak people to achieve his goals. The man believes that even if he follows the unknown person's plan, the one he used will be responsible for the consequences and will also be able to continue to remain unpunished. The young girl asked if he was going to find him and punish him, but the student still didn't know what to do. The disciple thinks that this person might be much stronger than he imagined, and that disciple Tanquan is not even close to being comparable to this person. Zhao thought that the boy should guess who the unknown teacher might be, and then the professor would not have to take the blame. The main character thinks that the beauty wants to start a riot about this, but she is surprised by the young man's thoughts. The young girl understands that people are having a hard time now because they have to fight not only with their own death, but also confront traitors. The sorceress believes that fighting one enemy would be much easier. Ming-He plans to fight to attract Shao to his side and be on the same team with him. Zhao explained that they still had a long way to go before they could work together, and that she would not be so easy to bribe. A young man decided to buy vanilla ice cream on his way to the hostel and invited the girl to go with him. The young woman happily agreed to go with the young man for ice cream and said that she would eat 2 ice creams. The main character explained that if the girl destroyed people, she would never be able to eat ice cream again. Ming-He continued to say that Xiaohua would never be able to try again, and the girl herself was shocked by such a large amount of information. The main character continued to live on campus as before, because his priority was studying at the School of Supernatural Powers. The boy continued to go to training after school to improve his skills. One of the extracurricular activities was reading books to learn how to properly fight monsters. One of the young man's neighbors said that the scoundrel Lu Jing was very good at pretending, but the other did not understand what he was talking about. One of the young men did not like the fact that the crowned hunter showed charitable initiative to his classmate and gave him a badge. Jianyuan didn't like the fact that the university was interested in the social practices of its students, such as the mysterious organization Dragon's Fang. Smelchak believes that if an organization came to his university to recruit interns, they would 100% prefer a person with a badge. Lu Jin entered the room and explained that his neighbor needed to forget about the Dragon Fang organization. The brave man said that if Zhang Yuan couldn't find a job after graduating, he could become his pickup truck. The young man did not like what his neighbor said to him because he did not understand who he represented if he said such things to him. In Lu Jing's opinion, Minghe is much more reliable than the other people in the room, and he doesn't like them either. The brave man asked the protagonist if he would join his team if he had the opportunity to join the Dragon's Fang or astronomy organization. The student decided to think about his offer, but his thoughts returned to the fact that his roommate wanted him to mind his own business. Jianyuan didn't understand why he was acting like this, but their neighbors said that he needed to put some information in order, so he asked him not to stop him from shouting. Lu Jin doesn't want to let his crown lord down, so he needs his neighbors to be quieter. Minhe decided to ask if his neighbor had finished his work, but it turned out that he still had 2 more reports to do. His friend Pink Lin Hui enters the protagonist's room, who doesn't even know that he lives in a dormitory. The young man's new acquaintance began to talk about how he promised that they would go somewhere together and spend time together, and this time there would be no excuses. Min He also remembered that this was indeed the case. His new friend took this as consent and suggested that they go for a walk together today. The young man explained that the hero sits within his 4 walls all day and has no opportunity to rest anywhere. The young people decided to go for a walk in the company of mutual friends and take a little break from studying. Jianyuan asked if there would be girls present, and Pink Ling Hui explained that there would be a mystery guest of honor. The protagonist's neighbors decided to go with them, since there was nothing else to do anyway. The young people quickly got ready and went for a walk, as they had never gone anywhere together before. Jianyuan said that Minghu was a very good friend, and because of him, he had to force them to go out and have fun together. A group of students spoke about Professor Feng and how his case was blocked and his classes were replaced by other teachers who said he was going abroad. The students from the School of Evolution came to a nightclub they had never been to before and also thought it was a really cool place. Pink Ling Hai explained that he didn't organize it. He was just invited because Feng Ling was celebrating her birthday. Jianyuan and Wang Jia were very surprised because they knew that this girl was the star of the school, and everyone was delighted with her. The young people were shocked when Peng Shao said that he and the girl were not just acquaintances, since their families often marry each other. Another shock to the young people was that this brave man and Feng Lin were related, and no one knew about it. Pink Ling Hui said that it was necessary to go in that direction and see what was happening there. The young people saw that besides Feng Ling, there was another beauty from Nandu University, namely Ice Princess Tang Nig. The guys saw the dancing girls and thought it was really cool because each of them was very beautiful and danced wonderfully, and that was worth coming for. Everyone present understood that there was very little space in this place, because on this day all 3 beauties of the school would gather, and no one could even imagine this. The young people had no idea that Feng Ling and Tang Ning could have a very good relationship with each other. The girls continued to stand and dance in the very center of the dance floor, attracting attention to themselves. The school beauties finished dancing on the podium and thought about what to do next, and they came up with an idea, which they immediately began to implement. The young girls decided to approach the crowd and dance with them, and then leave and rest a little. Pink Ling Hui began inviting everyone to the table and have a drink in honor of the University Beauty's birthday. Everyone present began to congratulate Feng Lin on her birthday and praise her beautiful dance. But Ming, he had no intention of sitting next to the person he had quarreled with. The birthday girl turned to her relative and informed him that he was late, but he explained that this time he had come with a new guest. The young man introduced his comrade Min He, and the protagonist thought that Milady might not recognize him due to the poor lighting. It was nice to see Tang Ning as a mutual friend, and I also didn't expect to see her in this nightclub. Feng Lin realized that every year the same thing happened. A bunch of noisy people who like to drink gathered because she was so tired of it. Pink Ling Hai explained that there are always a lot of such people at parties, and they don't like it because no one is interested in them. The university beauties could not understand which of them was right, because each had her own opinion about the young man's words. A mutual friend of all those present asked if the young girl had invited her training partner. Tang Ning said that it was good that her friend didn't invite him, because it was interesting to see the person who won the fight with Feng Ling. Pink Lin Hui was surprised by this information, as he never thought that his relative could lose. And he was also curious about who the person who won the fight was. The birthday girl asked them to forget about him, since the guy was very modest and would not have shown up at the club for such a trifle. Tang Ning asked her friend to call the guy, as she should have his phone number. The hero of the story mentally begged the girl not to call him and remembered that he forgot to turn off the sound on his phone. Everyone present thought that the young woman was afraid to call him, but she explained that she lost because she underestimated him. Tang Ning started saying that she should invite him because today was her birthday and she had every right to do so. The birthday girl agreed to the proposal, but first decided to ask Uncle Yuan for his phone number, since he could give her his contacts. Min He realized that everyone would now know about his strength and decided that he needed to go to the toilet, surprising his friend. When the daredevil went to the toilet, he did not know what to do, because he could be exposed and he could find out the truth. At first, the student decided to turn off the phone, but then he remembered that the commander said that it was necessary to maintain contact with Feng Lin. The main character saw that someone was calling him from an unknown number and decided that he needed to pick up the phone. The doll was able to call her combat comrade and decided to invite him to her birthday. Feng Ling didn't immediately understand how her friend recognized her, but she added that Uncle Yuan gave him his phone number. The birthday girl asked if the boy would like to come to her birthday party, since they had not really interacted, but she wanted to get to know him better. The hero of the story did not know how to properly explain that he would not be able to come up and greet her, but the young girl asked what the noise in the background was. Feng Ling didn't understand what the noise in the background was, but at some point she heard someone screaming and felt that he was somewhere nearby. The birthday girl decided to say that she heard a DJ playing in the bar, but did not fully understand what was going on. A friend asked if the guy was at the Rain Lake bar, but was told he was busy. Minhee explained that they could meet another time since he had a bad signal and the young woman had poor hearing. The brave man regretted picking up the phone, because if his friends knew that he had defeated Feng Lin, they would immediately realize that he was a member of the Dragon Fang disciples. The main character was very surprised that someone was calling again, because he thought it was the young girl calling again. The boy was happy when Zhang Yu called him and felt that he could talk on the phone without any worries. The lady explained that Li Jing had completed the task that Ming He had given him, and now he was wondering if he had found anything. The young lady explained that her roommate had studied the first students who had emerged from the fog, and there were 133 of them, as well as 9 people from the student council. The hero understands that the chances that he will be able to hide everything perfectly are not so great, so it is necessary to find evidence. The young man explained that it was necessary to look among new students, as they could use this experience as an achievement. Minghe also added that if they knew about the fog, they should have stayed away from the center, looked for an exit, and escaped first. The main character realized that the period of study is very important, because when he entered the institute, he, like other students, did not know how much time was needed for this study. The academy staff adapts to each student, but they were warned about this at the last minute. The daredevil explained that it was necessary to contact the student council and find out about the schedule change as soon as possible, as advance notice was required for the plan to be implemented. The man decided that he would study the information on each of the 9 participants, but that alone would not reveal their secrets, and he also asked if Lu Jing had noted anything in his report. The head of the history department thought about the girl's words, because he realized that more information about the student council was needed. The lodge employee explained that today was the deputy prime minister's birthday, so the rest of the family would be at the party, including possibly the 9 suspects. The girl explained that his neighbor had found nothing else, and the main character was very surprised that his rival turned out to be the deputy prime minister. The young sorceress heard loud music, and the student explained that he just happened to be at the party. Feng Ling tries to call Ming He again, but the call remains on hold and she doesn't want to talk to her. Tang Ning asked what happened to her, and her friends said that her training partner was somewhere nearby, and that her friends might have brought him. The school beauty explained that it could have been a coincidence or even fate, but judging by the girl's appearance, it was not so. Feng Ling said that he was supposed to meet her, but for some reason he decided not to show up, citing being busy on the phone. Ping Linghui realized that this sounded quite interesting and suggested playing a game to see who could reveal the identity of the secret fighter. Minhee walked up to the table where his friends were sitting and asked if the birthday girl was really the vice premier of the student council. As it turned out, this was true, and the student council president was Tang Ning, which came as a shock to the young man. Ping Linghai explained that Feng Ling was the vice premier, and all the student council members were present. The protagonist decided to explain his questions by saying that he didn't know about it, and it looked really cool. A mutual friend suggested playing a game to help them determine who would win the Battle of Feng Ling. Peng Lingwei explained to the young man his guess that the man was in a bar and had been brought there by his friends. But since there were a lot of people here, it would be very difficult. The hero decided to play along with his friends and said that he was very interested to know what kind of person this was. Minhee wants to see who will reveal themselves first in this game because he didn't want to tell the truth about himself. A member of the Dragon Fang organization was waiting in a deserted place for a person who had some information about Professor Feng. The man came to meet with a representative of the organization to hand over some documents and talk about the teacher. After providing the necessary documents, we immediately moved on to discussing the information received. The interlocutor said that Professor Feng, namely the person who is accused of this crime, and they want to put him in prison. The organization needed to learn as much as possible about this man and the other Lycan organization. Instructor Luo listened to the information from Ming He and cleared the 9th floor of the Lycan Medical and Cosmetology Clinic building. The man said that after the search, some of his information was confirmed, and his interlocutor asked what exactly was confirmed. The instructor had information about the alcohol, and the information about its presence was confirmed immediately after the search. An employee of the organization reported that traces of alcohol were noticed in the fog, and most likely it is located somewhere on the territory of the Institute. Another confirmation was that the leader of the organization, Tang Keyun, was young, tough, and a fearsome mentor. This man is very good at covering his tracks and also knows how to adapt his crimes to everyday affairs. Lin Kunyun knew that no one knew about the fog, but this person could understand how it worked and when it would happen, so he infiltrated the institute and was able to arrange the incident. Instructor Lo agreed with these words and explained that his plan relied heavily on luck, which is why he managed to combine two completely unrelated events. Men understand that this person is very smart because he was able to combine what an ordinary person cannot do. If the organization's employees had not discovered suspicious traces, they would not have even realized that the real criminals were the Tansians. Instructor Lo understood that many people did not know about the disaster because this man could have used all his knowledge and planned everything perfectly. While the men were talking, they noticed that debris began to appear under their feet, and they did not immediately understand where it came from. The organization's employees noticed a pond where garbage was flying very quickly and thought that with such speed they could help people. Instructor Luo explained that since they had caught a fake mentor, the other organization would be careful. Men understand that if an alcoholic is not stopped in time and not allowed to spread his influence, he can, in principle, create a monster similar to his mentor. Just the thought of the organization's staff mentor makes the Dragon's Fang sweat, because they will never forget the day the monsters of disaster appeared. Men say that alcoholism may end, but the day will come when more people will die. The men continued to discuss the whole situation, as it was necessary to stop the man who had caused so much suffering to so many people. At Rain Lake Bar, young people continued to celebrate Vice Premier Feng Ling's birthday. One of the students present said that the police had caught an innocent man and the biolab had been closed and advised them to flee. The boy explained that it was very dangerous to do anything now, as they could be caught at any moment. The student said that the hunt had begun, and if he panicked, he would take off like a duck, spread his wings and fly out of hiding, but would immediately fall into the hunter's field of vision. The young man is warned that he is quite loud and should be careful as someone might hear their conversation. The mysterious man pretended to be at a bar while his peers were enjoying their youth, and then asked if anyone knew anything about the Dragon's Fang. The boy knows that the mentor will be happy if someone destroys the Dragon's Fang with his penis, but it is unclear why he hates him. The boy learned that there was a secret member of the organization hiding among the students, and since he was in charge of the flower operation, the case fell to him. The guy explained that he would do anything to destroy the organization member because he would do anything to make the mentor very happy. Ping Ling Hai explained that this would be an unusual dispute since the referee in this case was Kai Han. According to the young man, everyone knows how strong his girlfriend is, And it's not for nothing that she's nicknamed a walking lie detector. The friend was glad that no one could lie, because the young lady would see the whole truth, and they would find the secret winner in the battle with Feng Lin. One of those present said that he did not like such games because they offended his feelings, but to his interlocutor, it seemed like an ordinary game. Ping Ling Hai explained that their prices were very high today, and if they didn't like them, they could go and pay at the cafe next to the bar. The brother danced very actively and had fun, as he loved to visit such establishments, and also added that today was the day of all women and men. The student standing apart from everyone else realized that he didn't need to play with the other students because there was a person among them who could read minds. The young man was tasked with playing the role of a diligent student and finding a way to leave the bar unnoticed. The guy explained that he would do everything to leave no trace of his presence in the bar and would leave unnoticed. The secret student was walking down the stairs and wanted to leave unnoticed while everyone was actively dancing, but he didn't know that he could be followed. Ping Ling Hai decided that he would explain the rules after the weaklings left, but Ming He knew that things were going badly. The protagonist thought that if he were a member of Tan Kiyun's organization, he would not take part in this game because it was not worth it. Min He stopped his friend, who was dancing very actively because he needed to share some of his guesses. The boy decided that he needed to take action and asked the student who was standing apart from everyone else and decided to stop his friend first. The guy explained that if the person they were looking for left now, there was no point in this game, but the other student didn't know what to do. Min He pointed at the person who had to leave the club to prevent the truth from being revealed about her, but she still asked her questions. The story's host asked the man a question and told his friend that he just needed to say whether he had won the fight with Feng Ling. Peng Lingwei asked everyone to stop, as he had a question for a certain person first. The young men the boy approached began to get nervous, but before they left, they had to answer a question that turned out to be simple. Peng Lingwei immediately asked if he had defeated Feng Lin in battle, but he immediately replied that he could not defeat the vice premier on his own. No one understood what was going on, but there was one guess that the one they were looking for was a member of the Dragon's Fang organization. The man who had been hiding the truth about himself realized that a member of the Dragon's Fang organization had been found. The secret student realized that the game was becoming more interesting and wanted to know more about the member of the organization. The boy wanted the evolution school student who was collaborating with Dragon Fang to show his face. Peng Lingwei explained that the rules are quite simple. Each person present can ask one question and must answer it. The next rule is that those who answered yes must go out onto the dance floor, but so that everyone can see them. And they cannot lie because today everyone will know the truth. The boy decided to ask the first question, but before asking it, he thought for a long time. After a while, he had an idea. He asked whether the students were bored at the party or not, but it depended on whether there was a person they liked in the nightclub. Another question was whether there was someone at the party that the students had a crush on and started hitting on. Those who answered yes began to climb up to the podium so that everyone could see them and began to dance. Some students remained at their desks and watched the events unfold. Young people continue to celebrate the Deputy Prime Minister's birthday and have fun. The girls from the student council chatted and discussed their problems among themselves while he watched each of the members. Kai Han decided to check if the young men's heartbeats were abnormal. If so, they were lying because they could not hide the truth from her. The girl turned on the TV and started checking her pulse because it was important to her whether people were lying or not. The young woman was upset because no one lied, and she finds it very sad and doesn't even know what to do. Peng Lingwei announced that the first round was over, and it was time to honor the memory of those who were on the dance floor. Min He and his neighbors sat at the table and chatted because there was a lot to discuss at this party. A student in the special group decided to announce a second round and then choose who would ask questions next. Tang Ning put down her drink and stood up from the table, declaring that she wanted to ask a question. The beauty explained that since today was Feng Ling's birthday, she wanted to ask a question related to her. The young lady decided to say that those who are secretly in love with their birthday girl should dare to go out on the dance floor. Almost all the kids raised their hands because they really like Madam, and she will learn a lot of interesting things that day. Feng Ling was very angry with her friend because she didn't expect such questions, especially about herself. The youth continue to celebrate and have fun at the party, but no one knows how it will all end. Kai Han decided to check the heartbeat vibration again and find out whether someone was lying or everything was okay again. The beauty thought that Wang Jia was lying and decided to ask if he was sure that he did not want to go out on the dance floor. The young man was surprised that the young lady could actually sense who was lying and who was not, and no one expected that the young man really liked the vice premier. No one present expected the boy to even come out onto the dance floor, and Ming he couldn't believe that so many guys had secret crushes on Feng Ling. There were a lot of people standing in the center of the bar because everyone liked her, and some of them were secretly in love with her. Feng Ling decided that she needed to ask a question and stood up so that everyone could see her, and she also knew what she would say. The girl turned to those who liked President Tannen and asked them to come forward. The young lady waited for everyone to make their choice, because many people also liked the student council president. Some of the boys were hesitant about whether they liked Tannen or not, but in the end they made their choice. There were a lot of people on the dance floor who liked the president again, and her friend was standing there too. Ping Ling Hai explained that those who have never danced on the dance floor will have to drink a bottle of wine. The hero of the story has never been on a dance floor, and he has to fulfill this condition of the competition. Minhe decided to immediately take the necessary measures and continue monitoring the student council. Ping Ling Hui asked his friend if he liked any of the three beauties in the university because they all liked them. One of the girls decided to say that if the protagonist didn't like Feng Ling and Tang Ning, then the only one he could like was Lu Qian. Wang Jia laughed at the fact that this guy was her loyal fan and said that Feng Ling, namely Lu Qian's friend. Everyone present is surprised that young people can date because no one knew about it. The protagonist asked not to listen to what Wang Jia said because they were just former classmates and there was nothing between them. Zhang Yuan said that they didn't need to lie because they saw with their own eyes that they were sitting together in a cafe and drinking coffee. The guy said they heard my girlfriend propose to him at the cinema, and after the cafe, they went to watch a movie together. Another important piece of evidence that they are dating is that after the award ceremony, the young people headed to Lu Qian's room. One of the girls came up with a plan to expose the main character and decided to carry it out immediately. Tang Ning walked up to Ming He and asked if he was really dating another beauty from the university. Ping Ling Hai decided to ask a question about how a person who is not in a serious relationship goes straight to the dance floor. Everyone present was shocked because the first one to come out onto the dance floor was the main character himself. Young people do not understand how it happened that a young man had so many beautiful girls, but he did not have a serious relationship. Several more young people joined Ming He, and Zhang Yuan began to mock them, but he still didn't know what the next question would be. The next question was also asked by Peng Lingwei, and it was about who wears underwear. The boy who had been teasing the previous kids was quite surprised by this question. The students were shocked by what they learned, as no one expected such confessions from their friends. Two students answered this question, but they had excuses, one of which was that the wind blew it away when it was needed. The two young men sat and talked about how Ming He had never asked questions before, but his brother still thought about it because he wanted to ask the question in a way that would reveal a certain person. The hero wants to ask the question indirectly because it might cause panic, and if the question is vague, there will be a lot of people on the dance floor. Tang Ning remembered that they had to find a secret guest, and her friend was upset because they would have to wait, and now they would have to wait. Peng Lingwei explained that there was no need to worry because he would find someone to ask for them. The young man went in search of those willing to ask questions, as the young people needed to find the secret guest. Minghe recalled the rules of the game and realized that the question had to be precise because it could be refused, and there was also a high probability that he would go and ask the question now. The next question was about the man who won the battle, and the deputy prime minister also added a question about whether that man had ever stepped onto the dance floor. Everyone present began to discuss this matter, as everyone believed that Feng Ling was the strongest among the disciples. Peng Lingwei said that 3 more questions had passed, and Ming He had never stepped onto the dance floor again, so he needed to drink another bottle. Zhang Yuan didn't understand why his roommates stood up because everything was fine and they were playing the game beautifully. The hero of the story was full of determination, and he had one idea that he didn't want to tell anyone about right away. Everyone present did not understand what was going on because all the questions were about the secret guest who defeated Feng Lin in battle. The student council vice premier had a premonition that the suitor who had won her hand was Min He. The young people realized that the main character was the same boy who defeated Feng Lin. 2 college students recalled that when they called him, the guy said he had to leave and that he had been right under their noses the whole time. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand how it was possible that they didn't know anything about Min Hee, since he was always right under everyone's noses. From the moment he met the protagonist, Peng Lingwei knew that he was very cool and believed in his strength. The guy explained that he was taking a special exam with a guy, and no one would believe that he actually had a cool superpower. Wang Zhao was surprised that Ming He was taking this exam, since they lived in the same room and didn't know anything about it. Feng Ling remembered what the boy looked like when he was wearing a protective mask, and she immediately understood everything. The little girl could not believe that everyone knew about the main character, because the young man himself never talked about himself. Tang Ning was very sorry that Ming He liked Lu Qian, and the vice premier's birthday party was a failure. But this guy really is handsome. One of those present did not understand why the protagonist hid his superpower and the fact that he was a member of the Dragon's Fang. The mysterious man finally found the boy and decided to show himself and talk to the young man. Minna saw an unfamiliar man next to him and did not understand what was happening, but decided to find out more about this man. Everyone present was also surprised, since no one knew who this man was and did not understand why he came. The people who were also standing on the dance floor believed that there was someone stronger than Feng Ling. A guy in the crowd said that one of the guys on the dance floor was lying. The only girl in the stand said they were from a video game club, but it came as a shock to everyone. Feng Ling was angry because the question was about something else, so she decided to say that losing a video game could not be considered an answer to the question. One of the guys explained that the person asking the question did not specify which fight he lost. For Ming He, this situation was very advantageous since it was his turn to ask questions, but it was necessary to make sure that such situations did not happen again. This came as a surprise to the Deputy Prime Minister's friends, as they only knew that she had been defeated by the young man in a battle at the training ground. Tang Ning wondered if everyone on the dance floor was from the club, since the main character didn't look like someone who played computer games. Feng Ling didn't know these people except for her training rival, and there might be many of them in the computer clubs. The birthday girl asked everyone to forget about this situation and finish the game as soon as possible. Peng Lingwei asked about Ming He and suggested that they ask him a question and end the game there. The main character had an idea and immediately decided to address everyone present and explain something to them. The guy started saying that before asking the question, he wanted to explain something to them, and also added that he was not from the video game club. The young man explained that he had discussed the use of spiritual practices with Feng Ling, and she had become much better at using them than before. Everyone present thought that the student had just admitted that he had won the battle for the post of Deputy Prime Minister. The students listened attentively to what the hero was saying and could not understand what exactly he wanted to say. Peng Lingwei knew that the secret guest was Ming He, but if he didn't want to talk about it, why did he start talking now? Tang Ning thought about it and said that it might be related to the question he wanted to ask. The main character continued speaking and approached his question very responsibly. Bro asked those who underestimate him, hate him, and even wish him death to come out to the dance floor, and added that this applies to everyone present. The young man finished his speech and expressed hope that his plan would work, and he would be able to expose the student who was speaking on the second floor of the club. Minhe had another idea regarding the students in the student council, since it was necessary to know everything about them. The main character left the dance floor and headed to the table where he was sitting with his friends. A brave man approached Feng Ling and asked her to help him decide which of the 9 members would take to the dance floor since she was the vice premier of the student council. The girl explained that she did not know all the members of the council by sight, especially the new students, but for the young woman this was very important information. Tang Ning asked permission to take a look, as she had a very good memory for faces, and decided to help the man. The girl looked very carefully at the photographs that the students showed and learned some information about them. Minghe was very worried and hoped that the young woman would respond to his request and be able to learn more about the council members. The student council president looked at the computer club members and explained that none of the 9 were at the bar. The hero of the story was very surprised because he did not understand what was happening, and everyone thought that he would be attending a party at the bar. The boy asked the girl again about the company, and the woman again explained that they had not been there since the birthday party began. Min He was very angry because he couldn't solve the mystery of the man he saw on the second floor of the club. Peng Lingwei said that it was already late and the game was over, and everyone present began to go home. Everyone began to go home, and the hero of the story did not understand how he could have made such a mistake in choosing the question. The mysterious man was happy because he managed to find a young man who was collaborating with the Dragon Fang organization. Minghe was shocked that he had managed to reveal himself, but he still couldn't figure out the secret person. The main character understood that this situation could affect him and his family, and he was very afraid of it. The guy started drinking heavily and didn't understand how this could happen, because he was sure that he could find this person. Feng Ling walked up to the guy who didn't understand what was happening to him, because everything was fine, and in her opinion, everything ended wonderfully. The main character did not understand how this man managed to leave unnoticed, because he calculated everything correctly. The deputy prime minister approached the student and apologized for causing him trouble today, but explained that he had not been able to solve the problem himself. Peng Lingwei said goodbye to the students and arranged to meet again. The young man had never seen his friend in such a state and decided to cheer him up a little by going up to him and saying that he didn't know he could drink a lot. The guy explained that after learning this information, he called his friends from the special forces for a break, because they, namely, are like a bottomless barrel. Jianyuan asked about the special admissions, and his friend explained that these were students who entered through a special examination, and there were 5 more people who entered in the same way. Peng Lingwei explained that there was also a special group at the party who sat not far from their table. Min He forgot about those students, and his friend explained that they were talking about how brave the hero of the story was during the exam. The student remembered a special exam and made a guess that needed to be tested. The brave man thought that his path with the mysterious man might have crossed somewhere, but with this approach, the man might not have appeared. The man realized that his question was asked incorrectly and did not intend to kill until his identity was confirmed. Minghe thought of one more thing. Even if he knew him before, he would not have the desire to kill him, so the question did not work. The hero decided to ask Peng Lingwei about which of the 9 participants took part in the special selection. His friend looked closely at the photograph and pointed to a specific person who had been with them at the exam. The young man pointed to the name of the person who was in the special selection for the university. His name was Zhu Yue. Tang Ning explained that the teenager was the last one to join the student council, but it was important for the young man to know accurate information. Min He inquired about the time allotted for studying, which was determined by the student council, but the girl explained that the final result was determined by the university's senior management. The young man realized that the student council knew all the dates of the training and began to think about the need to catch the secret person. The boy decided to ask his friend where exactly this man had gone, but it turned out that Peng Lingwei had just said goodbye to him. The guy also added that Zhu Yue should have been in the parking lot at that moment and indicated what kind of car he drove there in. The main character quickly ran out into the street and started looking for his boyfriend, as he needed to be stopped. After Zhe Yue learned about Ming He, he had hundreds of ways to destroy him, because if it weren't for him, the entire world would be shocked by his deeds. The man was hatching a plan for revenge, but he didn't yet know what would happen to him next, and calmly planned to return home. The main character found the young man in time and learned what a person who wants to destroy the whole world looks like. Zhe Yue didn't expect to see Ming He in front of his car and didn't know what to do next. The Special Forces soldier suddenly decided that he needed to run and do everything so that no one would prevent him from carrying out everything he had planned. The guy stepped on the gas and drove at high speed, and the hero of the story realized that he needed to catch up with him. Ming He thought about how to stop him and take back the world from the abnormal student who caused so many deaths. The daredevil used his superpower and began to run quickly, as well as think about how to stop the enemy. Zhe Yue confidently rode further and further, but he didn't think that they would be able to catch up with him so quickly. The daredevil saw that the student had almost caught up with him and immediately realized that he needed to increase his speed. Peng Lingwei rode his motorcycle up to Ming He and asked him if he wanted to catch up with the sports car on foot. The brother suggested getting on his motorcycle and catching up with the rival. The hero thanked for the help and confidently followed the car, and his friend was left alone. The young man was riding his moped and thinking about the fog that had appeared 2 days before he arrived at the university to take the entrance exams. The student realized that Zhe Yue knew when the fog would appear and decided to use the inexperienced newcomers to wreak havoc. Ming He understood why the examiner had made his life difficult during the exam, and it was not in vain. A friend remembered that almost all of the applicants from the special selection paid for admission, and Zhe Yue himself paid 6 million won for the institute, but he also bribed the examiner. It was important for the prime suspect to infiltrate the university, find the person he needed, and destroy him. When Minghe took the exam, he almost took his place, and his enemy was connected to the examiner from the very beginning. Zhou Yue almost escaped from under his nose, and many people died because of the young man. The hero has almost caught up with his enemy and will do everything to prevent him from escaping. A special education student saw in his car mirror that his rival was catching up with him on a motorcycle. Zhou Yue thinks that Minghe wants to die and decides to use his superpower to destroy him. The man believed he had used his strength to break the trees that had fallen onto the roadway. The protagonist saw falling trees in front of him and hoped that he would have time to pass by before they fell. The brave man did everything possible to break through and remain unharmed, continuing to pursue the enemy. The guy drove over the first fallen tree and then drove over the second plant without any complications. Zhou Yue was very angry because he did not expect that the disciple would be able to continue despite the obstacles. A member of the university student council had an idea that he immediately decided to implement. The guy unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, deciding to use the same force again. The dude decided that he needed to break even more trees and block the road with them so that the main character could not get to it. Minghe was not afraid and tried to drive through this section of the road as quickly as possible and stop his opponent. The hero of the story decided to say that he can't hide from his boyfriend because there is a chance to put an end to all this. A member of the Dragonfang organization decided to use his power to increase his speed and catch up with the car. These two tried to speed things up in any way they could, and no one knew how it would all end. Zhou Yue realized that he couldn't move any faster and was very angry at himself for this, but he hoped that he could run as far as possible. The presenter of the story was already near the car and said that his friend would not be able to escape from him. The young men rode further and further, and the student council member thought that his enemy was going to hell. The boys were very close to each other, but he had one idea that he immediately wanted to implement. Zhou Yue was very angry because he could not do anything and escape from the student, as he did not want everyone to know about his plan to destroy humanity. The main character decided to jump into the car and stop his opponent, and also do everything to stop him. The guy decided that it was necessary to stop the enemy immediately, since it was necessary to stop the destruction of people. Minghe managed to get into the car and tried to hold it first and then stop it altogether. Wu Shiyig decided that it was necessary to increase the car's speed to the maximum. A student council member saw a fence near the road and decided to use his power and drive his car there. The boy managed to jump out of the car immediately and save his life, while the hero of the story flew into the abyss along with the car. Zhou Yue saw that the car had caught fire and was starting to burn, and the young man himself was very surprised that he had managed to escape. The special education student stood and watched his car burn, glad that no one would stop him from carrying out his plan. The evolution school student thought his opponent wanted to fight him, but a small accident happened and he fell off a cliff. The daredevil decided to call and report that the hero had died and asked Zhou Yue to provide information about his identity. The guy didn't care who he killed, and he also said that he couldn't stay there any longer. The student council member said they would need help finding a new place, but he didn't have time to finish because he saw the silhouette of a man. As it turned out, Minghe was alive and said that he would free his enemy and send him to another world so that he could apologize to all the dead. Zhou Yue was surprised that the boy was still alive and continued to pursue him. In the young man's opinion, his opponent is definitely not immortal, and his superhuman strength is not an obstacle for him. A student with special needs decided to go on strike because he believed that the student did not have the strength to fight him. Zhou Yue hit the young man so hard that he flew back, but tried to stay on his feet and continue the fight. The main character tries to find a way to destroy his enemy because such people cannot be pitied. Minghe decided that he would use all his strength and skills in the battle so that justice would prevail. The student council member was determined to strike again and completely destroy the boy. Zhou Yue explained that he knew how his abilities worked and thought this was his chance to win. A special education student said he had nothing to learn because he believed his opponent would fight him alone. The brave man believed that the hero dreamed of defeating him, but decided to show his true strength. The mysterious man decided to show what Superman really looks like and use the same power that can destroy trees. Minghe decided to use the ice crystal to destroy the man who had killed so many people. Zhou Yue used his strength to the fullest because he needed to destroy the enemy. The daredevil directed all his strength at the main character and thought that this would help him escape responsibility. With the help of an ice crystal, the student decided to destroy his rival and find justice. Minghe decided that he first needed to stop everything flying towards him, and then the enemy itself. Each of the young men turned their strength against each other because each believed that he had to put an end to this battle. Jiwei was very surprised when he saw his opponent using ice because he didn't know he had such power. The main character decided to gather all his strength into a fist, deliver a winning blow, and destroy the enemy. Ming-he delivered such a blow that the ice cream ended up in his path, sending his enemy flying to the side. The student council member saw that his feet were starting to become covered in ice, which surprised him even more. The hero struck, and his enemy was covered in ice, and the teenager himself could not move. Ming-he tries to take off the rest of his shirt, turns to Jie Yue and tells him that he is not that cool and has no right to control other people's lives. The bro also decided to ask what he called himself, since the student himself believed that he had no right to call himself a Superman. The boy approached his interlocutor and decided to deliver the final blow and show who was boss here. The leader of history struck back and declared that Jie Yue, namely, was just trash that no one needed. Ming-he explained that if he didn't like being an ordinary person, he could destroy himself and no longer interfere with their peaceful life. The Dragon's Fang organization gathered at the Nandu Superhuman Academy Memorial Hall. Commander Lu Lin was talking with Instructor Lu and didn't understand why the hero had gathered them together. The man thought that it was very difficult for the young man now, because he was very young, had just entered college and had already experienced a lot. The girl supported his words and together they decided to cheer up the guy, because he had been experiencing a lot of stress lately. The organization's staff understood that the student was upset about Professor Feng's arrest, and he also didn't expect that the enemy would be nearby, especially his teacher. The instructor and commander were surprised by Ming-he's appearance and did not understand what had happened to him. The man saluted and did not understand why his brother had gathered them, since the professor was behind bars. The hero reported that he had caught the criminal, as he had promised, and was glad that he had succeeded. The organization's staff were surprised when they heard that the boy had caught the henchman and did not understand how he had managed to do it. Instructor Lo was the first to run up to the criminal and could not believe that he was really an alcoholic. Zhou Yu asked them to hurry up as he didn't want to stay with Ming-he, thinking he was abnormal. The young man begged to be taken away quickly and cried a lot, as he did not expect to be found so quickly. The organization's employees looked at each other and were shocked by what was happening. Instructor Luo was called away and left, while Luo Lin remained by the protagonist's side, worrying about his well-being. The girl praised the boy, called him very good, and wiped the dirt from his face. Ming-he wanted the dead mentors to rest in peace, but for the young lady, the most important thing was for him to remain alive. The man ended the telephone conversation and went to his colleagues to report the information he had heard. Instructor Lo reported that the management sent people after the criminal. The employee of the organization was surprised by what he learned from the management and could not believe that this guy could be so strong. The man immediately saluted and said that he wanted to thank him on behalf of the entire organization, but the boy was embarrassed. Law enforcement officers arrived at the academy and took the criminal away, and the main character had to go to the hospital. Ming-he got into the car and Lu Lin walked up to him and explained that he could be treated in the hospital. The hero went to the hospital and the commander remained on the university grounds and decided to return to the Memorial Museum. The sorceress turned to the fallen mentors and said that they could be proud of them because they sacrificed their lives for the sake of other people. Juki was right because they were weak and could not save the world, but they could use their lives to pave the way for the next generation. The young woman explained that they live in a dark time when it is difficult to find light, but they continue to move forward for us. Commander Lu Lin saluted and said that their deaths were not in vain and that he was very sorry about what happened. Min-he came to the evolution school for class and walked down the corridor to the next class. Feng Nianrong ran up to the young man and asked if he had also chosen Teacher Tang Han's class and was very happy that they would be studying together. The main character was also surprised by this coincidence, because not all teachers communicated so interestingly in class. The girl enthusiastically said that she attended many classes, but only Professor Feng and Teacher Tang Han presented the material in an interesting way. The young lady had no choice between teachers, but the professor went abroad, and the choice was obvious. The young man was very upset as soon as he remembered his husband, and it was unpleasant for him to remember these events. Min-he explained that he is a good teacher and can teach a lot because he knows a lot of interesting things. Feng Nianrong explained that she didn't know what topic the teacher would assign to her students this semester, but it would probably be something important. Teacher Tang Han's first step was to apologize to his students for his research interfering with their studies. Everyone present watched the man closely and decided that perhaps this was his approach to teaching. One of the students present expected the same approach to teaching, and his opening remarks were quite unusual. The teacher began to talk about the topic of the lesson and explained that people do not live in a specific time, but even facts should be questioned. The man gave the example of great scientists who searched for the truth for a very long time and worked hard on their research. The students agreed with the teacher's words and added that all scientists question even the most logical factors. Teacher Tang Han said that they thought that the Creator had always looked down on them. But why then did he give everyone free rein? The man continued to talk about philosophy and asked why the Creator allowed us to learn how to use tools and make fire. The teacher explained that step by step people came to the creation of a great civilization. Humans, namely the only species with sufficient intelligence to create a civilization, and this can be called either a coincidence or evolution. The man explained that if the Creator turned away from people, he would create new life, and they would also learn to use instincts and make fire. According to the teacher, no one knows what is happening to their world, and he gave his students time to reflect on this question. All the students in the class thought about their teacher's story because what was happening in the world was somehow connected to the story they were told. The man continued to talk about the world they lived in and the era they lived in. Mingha thought about the teacher's words and thought that for a very long time, people thought that they were the only ones who could, and began to think that it was necessary. Tanghan explained that man had never questioned why there was such a big difference between himself and other creatures of nature, and why man was given the right to rule the world and dominate others. The man explained that at the moment several species have achieved enlightenment, just like humans, and asked if they should stop considering themselves a superior race. According to some reports, scientists from different countries are currently studying this phenomenon, and what they are experiencing is similar to what their civilization experienced. Teacher Tang Han explained that at this point, the beings had already reached the tribe stage, and this happened in just 10 years. The man asked how many years it would take a human to do this, and one could imagine how far these creatures could go in 30 years. There are many questions about these creatures, as no one knows how long it will take them to become smarter than humans. According to people's calculations, the creatures will need only 70 years, and people will become animals, food, or material for them. The students were shocked by what they heard, but one of the guys decided to ask if his words were supported by anything, and he was also interested in whether he was conducting accurate research. The young man decided to compare these words with how doctors warn about a fatal disease even before it is known for sure. Tang Han explained that he had no evidence, and the entire format of the lessons was a simple discussion, and the students might think that it was empty talk. The man also added that he is the same as the students. He just observes what he sees. One of the guys decided to ask whether these creatures would destroy people, because it was very important for every person to know this. The teacher explained that this was why he had started his lesson, and that he hoped with all his heart that this would not happen. But the only thing that can save people is that they will always be one step ahead of other creatures. The man hopes that they will have enough time to learn more about these creatures, and that is all they can hope for. Feng Nenying decided to clarify the topic of the semester, the study of new civilizations and whether they will become more advanced than humans. The man confirmed the girl's words and added that they would study the necessary materials and then bring them to the audience for comparison. Students wondered whether they would have to leave campus for these purposes. Tang Han explained that they would often have to leave campus and take risks for the sake of science, and that the hunting associations would help them with this. The only thing the man regrets is that so little time is devoted to this topic. The budget is very small, and it is difficult to attract the attention of the authorities. One of the guys decided that this was a very important topic, and they could make some kind of discovery. Another boy cited Professor Wu Lun as an example, and the students will also try to make some discovery. The man was surprised by the students' words, but he understood that each of them would be able to discover something new for themselves. The students realized that they could unlock some secrets and help humanity because they went to university to learn how to do it right. The teacher was delighted with the students' choice and announced that the academy would finance them, and the student council would also support them and make sure that everything went smoothly. Min Hae decided to take a walk after class to get some fresh air and think about what happened recently. The protagonist immediately understood what was happening and knew that his friend Shao would appear. The girl didn't like that the teacher had a theory that other creatures could develop on par with people. The boy, despite having interacted with her, noticed that teacher Tang Han was an outstanding scholar. The man believes that the topic proposed by the man is not as simple as it seems at first glance, but he wants to learn more information from him. Shao understands that the teacher is one of the few who considers them equal to humans, while the rest of the teachers consider them equal to animals, and these people are very arrogant. Manhwa decided to ask whether people would really catch up in development after 70 years. But in her opinion, they really did develop more slowly. The young witch believes that in just 200 years, humans have created many types of weapons, and if their improvement is taken into account, then man may be right in saying that God has already turned away. The main character became upset and explained that if all creatures were like him and the girl, they would communicate and love each other. The girl did not like the young man's words, and she did not understand what kind of love he was talking about. Jawa decided to scare her assistant a little and use her superpower, but everything ended well. The guy still didn't fully understand why it was necessary to immediately destroy people or creatures. The girl decided to explain using the example of a virus in the system, which may be just a line of code, but the antivirus will still destroy it. The young man did not like the way the young girl evaded the question, and she stated that there was no evidence that people were like viruses. The leader of history did not understand why his teacher still could not abandon his theory. The little girl asked the young man to remember the theory of evolution because it contained much evidence that humans descended from monkeys. The young lady could not understand why people, because dolphins are also intelligent, and why they did not become people of the ocean. Shawa explained that dolphins were as smart as monkeys, but he decided to ask why the teacher made such a decision, or maybe it was because they had learned to do things with their hands. Minghe finds this theory absurd, just like the theory that a meteorite never falls in the same place twice. The sorceress explained that there are many things in the world that cannot be proven by facts, but such things give rise to new ideas. The daredevil was surprised by the girl's words that if you pay attention to all factors, then you can say one thing with certainty. Shawa said that humans should become the Earth's immune system because dinosaurs existed before humans. Minhai walked into his room after his walk and was very surprised to see that his sister had packed her things. The brave man decided to ask why she had packed her things, but Qin Yu did not immediately say anything about her thoughts about work. The girl began to wonder why her brother always needed to go somewhere, because she thought he needed to study and practice. The hero explained that it was necessary for his research, which he had to do every semester, and he had chosen an interesting topic, so he needed to collect samples. The young woman asked him to be careful and also reminded him that if he felt danger, it was better to run away than to find out later what was happening. Qin Yu explained that by joining the organization, Tanwen would be able to study something interesting, but she would have to sit and review papers all day. Minhee tried to encourage his sister. After all, she was just an intern, but in the future, she could be trusted with more interesting work. The doll decided to go and open the door, as her colleagues might come and go with them for a walk. The young woman was very happy when she opened the door, because she found not only a new job, but also new friends. Xinyu's colleagues were surprised to see the young man and thought that they were dating and living together, but the young woman explained that he was her brother, who was still studying. The staff began to say that the leader of the story was very handsome, and if they knew him, they would come to see him more often. Minhee greeted his sister's colleagues, was very embarrassed by their words and didn't know how to react to such attention. One of the girls decided to invite the young man for a walk to sit and chat. Xinyu was very angry with his colleagues and said that he was busy, and his other colleagues were waiting for him. The young woman said that she was leaving, and also added that she had packed his things and asked him not to forget to call. The main character was happy for his sister because she became popular and made friends so easily. The boy realized that it was time for him to go, so he took his bag and went about his business. The buses were parked on the university grounds and students used them to transport samples. Minhee was excited about the new journey and expected new adventures, something interesting and unusual. Lucien stood near the buses and talked to a young man who also went to school with them. The young lady did not want to talk to him and, seeing that the main character was leaving, decided to approach him and talk a little. The school beauty decided to call Minhee and ask how he was doing and if he would go with them. The young man wondered where his friends were gathered, but his classmates said that they were going to fight in the ruins right on the front line. Lucan was surprised that the boy also had things and asked if he wanted to work on the project too, and she found out that they could meet there as well. The young lady was glad that they were going in the same direction, but their classmate haughtily declared that first years were only good for cleaning and walking around ruins. The confident young man said that those students who were lucky enough to be in the front rows possessed a unique power. The young man didn't like the fact that while he was speaking, his classmates were quietly talking among themselves. Fang Kai was very angry at Ming He and didn't understand why he couldn't be better than his former classmate. Lu Xian asked the protagonist to be careful as she was very worried about whether he would be okay. The girl was very worried and wanted to hug him, but she didn't know if she should do it. The guy also asked the girl to be careful and if she needed help, to call him, no matter how far away he was. A student walking around with a large briefcase hit the main character with it and apologized to him. Ming He tried to stop the young man from hitting Lu Qian with his briefcase, and the young lady herself was very pleased that the gentleman spoke about her. It so happened that they began to hug, but they were very ashamed of these feelings and they did not know what to do. The students of the institute began to board the buses and were about to go to their destination, but the young people continued to hug. One of the teachers started calling out to the students who had not yet boarded the bus and said it was time to leave. Lu Gian said that it was time for her to go, and the young man decided to wish her a safe journey and asked her to take care of herself. The beauty ran to the bus, and the guy remained to wait until the vehicle he was supposed to be in left. Some of the students left, and the first-year students remained to wait until everyone arrived at the appointed place. Teacher Tan Han announced that it was time for them to leave as well, and everyone who had been outside chatting with each other headed toward the bus. When Feng Nianrong walked in, she was very surprised to see the student council president. Tang Ning, who was supposed to assist the teachers and students, also rode on the same bus with the freshmen. The next to take his seat was Ming He, who didn't know who he would meet again. Tang Ning herself was very surprised when she saw the main character, as she didn't think that they would be able to meet again. The daredevil also did not expect to see the girl he met at a mutual friend's birthday party. Peng Lingwei got on the bus with Ming He and started laughing, thinking that fate had definitely brought them together. A student from the special group said that if Tanning had been with them, the trip would not have been so sad, but the girl herself did not want to go and felt that she was forced there. The girl didn't understand why they should go there, but teacher Tang Han explained that they needed to be in the front row. The man added that they also make a very big contribution to science, and when they get there, they will understand everything. The young woman still did not understand why she needed to go there and conduct some incomprehensible research. The young people went on a trip and started talking about the fact that the chairman of the student council would go with them. One of the guys explained that everyone who joined the student council was very strong, and he kept quiet about the strength that this fragile girl possessed. The boy explained that the other high school students traveling with them were also among the strongest. The freshmen began to talk about each senior, and the first one was Lu Feng, who, thanks to his keen eyesight, was an experienced sniper. This student was also known for using modified weapons and thus became one of the strongest, and no one wanted to unite him. Everyone present was surprised, as no one expected to see such capable people as this gentleman. The next person the freshmen learned about was Zhang Wenwen, because despite her cute appearance, if she was serious about her job, the entire squad would not be able to compare to her. The young lady really looked very cute, but she also had great strength and was friendly. Everyone wondered what her superpower was, but all they needed to know was that she loved to play with fire. Feng Nianrong was curious to know more about the girl in traditional clothing, as she looked very unusual compared to the other students. Shauna was an archer and also a mysterious girl that the young man knew little about. Wu Xiaodong looked like a quiet kid in middle school, but no one knew what his abilities were, but he was ranked 10th among the strongest. The freshmen didn't expect to be defended by so many strong seniors, and Peng Lingwei realized that they thought the research was important. The students of the institute traveled further and further, but they still did not know what would happen next and what new things they would see. Two men from Fuzhong village were fishing on the shore of Guanyun Reservoir. The man turned to his friend Van and said that yesterday they heard about what was going on between him and his wife, and today he was already fishing. The other fisherman did not understand what his friend was talking about because he had been sitting on the riverbank all night. Wang asked his fellow villager to repeat what he had said about his wife, as he did not immediately understand what he was talking about. The man decided to get out of this situation and explained that his cat had been having fun all night and the whole village had heard it. The villager said that his friend's eyes were red and he needed to go home and rest as he had been sitting by the pond all night. The men cast their fishing rods into the water together and sit, waiting for the fish to bite while talking. A car with a family was driving along the road near the reservoir. The little girl was very happy to see a large number of dandelion seeds and began to look out the window. The young woman opened the car window and reached out, but her mother pulled the child away from the window and began talking to her. The girl began to be scolded for what she had done because it was very dangerous for her life, and the young lady herself burst into tears. A wheat seed flew into the car and landed on the man's neck, but he didn't notice. One of the fishermen started to bite, and he was very glad that he arrived later than his friend, and the bite began almost immediately. The man began to pull his trophy out of the water and realized that something important was happening. A local resident asked his friend to help him get some fish, as it was very difficult. The man tried to pull the fish out of the water, but nothing worked, and his friend did not want to help. After some time, he was able to catch his trophy and was very surprised that the fish turned out to be really big. The local was so stunned by the catch that he could barely stand, and the fish flew towards the mountain. When the prey fell to the ground, the man was very scared and did not understand what was wrong with it, since it was not clear what exactly was in its mouth. The fisherman was very scared and did not know what to do, because there was something strange and scary about the fish. The local resident began to talk to his interlocutor and asked if he saw the same thing as he did, and also asked what was wrong with her, because just a second ago she was alive. The man continued talking to Libra, but he could not see what state he was in, and decided to also ask if he was thinking about his wife. When he realized that his friend was not responding, he decided that he needed to take a look at his fellow villager. The local resident was very scared when she saw the condition of the fisherman, because when he first arrived, everything was fine with him. Wang looked very thin and old, as if he had aged at some point, but the man said that was not the case. The local resident immediately started running as soon as he saw his friend, and also thought about looking for help. The students continued on their way to their destination, and along the way, one of them approached teacher Tang Han. Feng Nianrong asked her husband about the samples they would be collecting, as he had not told her about it. The teacher explained that this was a very famous plant, samples of which needed to be taken and studied. Tang Han said that a hunter recently sent him an interesting specimen, and he did some research. The man said that after completing the research, he discovered that the plants were aggressive. Feng Nianrong asked if all plants were inherently aggressive, since many trees grew into the sky and did not pay attention to other, smaller plants. The girl explained that the big tree blocks the sun from the smaller tree with its crown, and the small tree rots, and the big one accepts it. The teacher agreed with the young lady's words because aggression between plants is a common thing, but this plant was not fighting for the sun or the soil. Tang Han said that this plant attacks animals like a predatory plant and destroys them. The man added that the plant does not hunt flies, butterflies, or moths, but large animals and even people. The bus driver saw something unusual and was very scared, but did not understand what to do and began to stop the vehicle. The students also did not understand what was happening and thought that the monsters were attacking again. The driver explained that a wild deer suddenly ran out onto the road, but the man was very scared. Tang Ning turned to Shana and asked her to go and check if everything was okay, while the others stayed on the bus. But according to the staff member, there was no need to go anywhere. Lu Feng explained that they were near ruins where monsters might live, and it was better to be safe than sorry. A high school student got off the bus and went to inspect the place where the accident almost happened. The girl was surprised that the deer was nowhere to be found, since he could not have died, but he was not nearby either. The young woman understands that the animal will not survive long because it could have been injured and the wound needs to be treated. Shana returned to the bus and reported that it was an ordinary deer and there was no danger in continuing the journey. Tang Ning asked what happened to the animal's body, but was told that it remained alive and ran into the forest. The doll decided to ask if everything was okay with the car, to which the man replied that nothing was damaged and it was safe to drive. The students were told that there were a lot of deer in the mountains and that this happened often and that they could continue moving forward. Young people set off on a journey, anticipating new adventures and learning a lot of new things. The students at the institute had no idea what could have happened in this place where an accident almost happened. The bus carrying the students arrived in the city of Fuzhong, where they noticed the police and did not understand what was happening. The students did not understand what was happening or why the police were there, and they watched them closely. Some of the guys thought it might have been murder because there were a lot of police, but no one figured it out until the very end. The bus set off to meet new adventures and new achievements that await young people. The transport arrived at the hotel where the students will stay while exploring the selected area and collecting samples. After the young people got off the bus, teacher Tang Han announced that they needed to register before lunch. During lunch, the man began handing out assignments and said that the Hunting Association had provided him with information. The teacher said that the necessary samples were available in several cities near this hotel, and they would also start with the city they were in. Tang Han explained that all the participants are divided into 5 groups, and each of them will look for their own role model, adding that each group will be led by a high school student. Each of the students wants to be in the same group as the student council president, and they also raise their hands. Tang Ning was very surprised because everyone wanted to be in the same group with her, but all the seniors were rejected. The girl began to recruit into her group of students those whom she considered necessary, and the first one she chose was Feng Nianrong. Next was Lin Hui, and she was also very happy to be in this group with the student council president. Another participant was Hu Guangyi, who was also very surprised by the girl's choice. The last person the young lady chose was the central character, and some of the students were very surprised by this choice. Tang Han explained that when they entered the city, it looked like a murder, and that the team led by Tang Ning was handling the case, and warned that if it was an ordinary murder, then it was a matter for the police, but if not, then they needed to deal with it. The student council president said she would only look after the new students, while the man said the freshmen should figure it out themselves. The remaining seniors decided that they also needed to gather their groups and continue moving forward. The teacher pointed to the signal sheets and handed one out to the group for use in an emergency. The man asked if everyone had divided into groups and said that each group had its own task. The student group from Tangning is in charge of the area around the city, and Xiana is in charge of the area around the sawmill. Tangning explained that if there were no questions, then it was necessary to move forward and investigate the matter. The police officers did not understand how this could have happened, because there were many unclear traces and, most importantly, they could not understand who exactly could have done this. Police officer Zheng Wei was unable to determine whether the crime was committed by a human or an animal, and said it was necessary to wait for the Hunters Association. The police understood that they were far from the city, and the hunting society might not send anyone, but the students of the institute approached them. One of the men turned to the young people and began to listen carefully to what Feng Nianrong was telling them. The sorceress explained that they were students at an academy in a southern city and had come to conduct their own investigation, and asked what had happened to them. The police realized that the young people could help them understand what had happened and decided to let them assist in the investigation. One of the men said that there was a dead body in the room, and if they were brave enough to go in and look, they could. The students were shocked by what they heard from the police and did not know what to do. At some point, Feng Nianrong looked at the president to see what to do. Tang Ning explained that the decision should be made by the first years since it was their investigation, and she was only there to protect them. Minhai decided that he needed to go and see what the police found, because his friend was right and it was their investigation. Zheng Wei decided to take them to the corpse and explained that they needed to determine whether the crime was committed by a human or an animal. Feng Nianrong also decided to go with them, as she was very eager to find out more information about this crime. The young men entered the room and saw that the body of the murdered man was covered, and a man was standing next to him. The older man wondered if they were from the Hunters Association, but the police explained that they were from the academy and were conducting some kind of investigation. The rest of the spectators who were with the man were against the students investigating the case, and it was important for them to wait for the hunters to unite. The older man explained that they didn't want to burden the police, but the matter was serious and there was no room for error, and it really was worth waiting for the people from the association. The policeman explained that they had notified the association, but if there was no evidence, it could be an accident and they would not send people away. Police tried to persuade the man to give the students a chance, but he didn't want inexperienced young people to take on the case. The old man explained that Wang Jun was a very important person for their city, so he could not be deceived. Zheng Wei informed the crowd that they would contact the Hunting Association again and then share all the information they had received. A law enforcement officer explained to the students that people want to see experienced hunters, so they asked not to be offended. Minghe decided to ask the hunters what rank the old man would like to see, because then they too would be able to find out everything they needed. The man explained that they needed a person of at least Moonlight rank. The protagonist decided to get his badge, which was given to him by the Hunters Association, and asked if such a title would suit him. None of He's classmates knew that he was a member of the Hunters Association and had the corresponding title. The older man was very surprised to see the young man's badge, as no one expected to see a member of the Hunting Society. Everyone present was shocked to see the royal crest and were surprised that the student turned out to be a royal-ranking hunter. The young men explained that there had been a Moonlight hunter in town, but he had left and was never seen again. The police apologized to the main character, as they also could not believe that he was a hunter. The police are ready to cooperate with the students and also believe that local residents will also be able to provide assistance. Manhwa decided to hide his badge and asked to examine the body first. All those present agreed to show the deceased and also asked if they were really ready to see him. The locals began to turn a blind eye to their children, and Feng Nianrong was very surprised by what she saw. The boy saw this for the first time, as he did not understand what could have caused such a reaction and become the cause of death. Chengwei said they checked the death information and found something very unusual. The internal organs were dry. The man explained that he felt as if he had been lying in the sun for months, as there was no water or blood in his body. The police officer explained that according to witness Wang Zhang, he was talking to his friend Wang Jun, and after a few minutes he became like this. Another important point is that there was a surveillance camera which recorded that the victim was fishing and was full of strength and energy. Zheng Wei said the camera did not record any animals, so they immediately rejected the idea. The man turned to Ming He and asked if he had seen any traces of a beast that could suck all of a person's strength and energy. The protagonist thought that the beast might have the ability to camouflage itself and thus not be caught on camera, so the police did not find it. A local resident suggested that it might have been a mutant black mountain bat, but there was no evidence to support this. According to locals, mutants are sucking the life out of people, and they also want to send a group of hunters there to destroy them. A local resident said that the bat is very large, and flapping its wings, it can cover the entire city, and its bite will leave nothing of a person. Everyone present is very afraid of this mutant who lives on the Black Mountain, and because of this, people no longer live there. The policemen realized that the locals could only hinder the main character from investigating this case. Police have asked people not to interfere with the investigation and to report any leads. Feng Nianyong told the young man that he might have been poisoned and the sun might have hastened his death. In Ming He's opinion, if he was attacked at night, he might not survive until the morning, let alone communicate with anyone. The police confirmed the young man's words, as there is a witness who claims that everything was fine before meeting the victim. The guy decided to think logically that if he was attacked, then this attack was probably carried out by something invisible or very small. The student meant something like insects, but you still need to go to the crime scene and look closely because it's possible they missed something. The police officers explained that everything there was fenced off and gave permission to inspect the crime scene. A classmate asked if it was really an animal, but was told that it was possible because the monster that was causing trouble was getting bigger and bigger. Min He explained that it was necessary to go to the scene of the man's death and inspect the area again, as the police might have missed something. Long Hui explained that there could be different types of disaster monsters. Even those fighting on the front lines did not always expect new enemies to appear, so it was necessary to weigh everything carefully. Hu Guangyi heard the locals talking about a bat living on the Black Mountain and decided that he should go there too. Min He explained that if he really lived there, the students would not know anything about the monster and there would be no point in fighting it. Two of the group decided to go there anyway because they were people with superpowers and would be able to defeat the mutant and they would have nothing to fear. Long Hui began to explain that Tang Ning was with them and would be able to protect them if any problems arose. The student council president decided to give the group members a choice again since it was their investigation. Min He insists that if it really is a bat, the hunting association must be notified. The hero also added that they are here to collect samples and the bat is not one of them, and his classmate does not think so. Hu Guangyi believes that evil must be fought, but according to his classmates, the protagonist only thinks about his own interests. Feng Nianrong asked her not to shout and began to explain that they needed to conduct an investigation first. The rest of the group agreed to investigate and arrived at the crime scene, Guanyun Reservoir. The policeman explained to his colleague that he had hunters with him who had come to help them with the investigation. The man showed the place where the deceased was found and also expressed hope for help and a speedy resolution of the case. Hu Guangyi saw that he had stepped on a dead fish and was very scared, as he found it very unpleasant to look at. The policeman explained that fishermen often sit in this place and immediately prepare their catch. The student felt uncomfortable being there because he didn't like the smell of dead fish. Jung Wei showed the place where the dead man sat, and his body dried up in a few minutes, and the protagonist decided to ask if the water had been checked. The policeman explained that they had not checked because they did not have the necessary materials, and the brother asked how long the fish had been there, since the scales were still on it. As it turned out, no one paid attention to the dead fish, and Long Hui thought that her classmate was asking stupid questions because it was necessary to examine the crime scene. Everyone present had one question. There was no fire nearby, and the fish still had scales, so why was it in such a state? Jung Wei asked the protagonist if this fish could be related to the victim, but the gentleman himself was not sure. The old man remembered that the witness said that he was frightened by some fish that he did not understand. Min He was surprised by this information, as he didn't understand how it could scare him. The policeman was also surprised by this, as he thought that the witness was very scared and therefore spoke unintelligibly. But at that moment, there was no point in questioning him. The hero decided to ask about the hidden camera and asked permission to look at it, but the man himself did not immediately think about it. The police officer will talk to his colleagues, and they will prepare the camera recording while the young man looks around. The student decided to climb the mountain, closer to the road, and examine the plants growing near the pond. The boy began to carefully examine each plant because he remembered what the teacher had said in class. Tong Ning approached the boy and asked what interesting things he could find in this wild grass. But he listened attentively to Tang Han's story about the disaster plants. The protagonist explained that the teacher had brought them here to collect samples, but no one knew if they would be able to find anything similar. Min He was very curious if these plants could be somehow related to this incident. The opinion of the student council chairman was interesting to the young man, but the girl herself found it funny. The young woman explained that it was a dandelion, at first glance an ordinary grass, but this was not enough to detect anything interesting. A policeman came up and said that he already had a recording from a surveillance camera, and the young people went down to look at it. The footage shows that the witness clearly threw the fish in the same place where the students saw it, and it was definitely there, and the scales were also in place. The policeman was surprised why it was so dry, since only a day had passed, but for the guy himself it was very strange. Min He asked the man if he thought the fish's condition was the same as their victims. The policeman took a photograph of the victim out of his pocket and looked at it carefully, then looked at the fish again. The policeman explained that his brother was right. Even if you ignore the structure of the human and fish bodies, the cause of death is the same. Everyone present looked closely at the water and thought that a criminal might be hiding in it. The man said that he would immediately contact specialists and share the information he received. Divers arrived at the reservoir to check what was under the water and take samples. The workers sat in an inflatable tray and swam to the middle of the pond, preparing to dive. Divers are descending underwater one after another to test the version put forward by the university students. The policeman and Min, he watched the divers closely through the tablet screen and tried to understand the cause of the man's death. The hero wasn't sure that the cause of death was water, but first he needed to check the samples. The gentleman asked Jung Wei to give the divers the task of collecting samples of underwater plants for him. The man agreed and passed on this information to the people underwater, and the student himself was able to obtain samples. Long Hui didn't understand why the police were wiretapping their classmates' phone calls, but Hu Guanyi believed that Ming He was using their teacher's name. The guy decided that he didn't care, and they could conduct their own investigation, but the girl didn't know where to start. The young man decided that they could go into the mountains or forest and find traces of the beast, and his young girl agreed to his proposal. The students began to conduct their own investigation, but they did not expect to be stopped by the student council president. Tang Ning explained that she would not be able to protect them if they were separated, so all four of them needed to work in one place. Young people think that they are just wasting a lot of time and do not understand why they should listen to Min Hai. The hero of the story heard his classmates say that he is not a leader and do not want to listen to him. The brave man asked Tang Ning not to detain the other students and warned them that the police wanted them to explore the local forest and mountains. The student council president was very surprised, and she also understood that if something happened, she wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Minghe had no intention of leaving the city, and it would be better if his friend went with them, and he could take care of himself. After all, everyone knew that he was strong. Tang Ning revealed her secret to him and warned him that if he discovered anything, he should report it to teacher Tang Han. The protagonist remained at the reservoir and continued to watch the divers, and Feng Nianrong stayed with him. The underwater workers continued to inspect the area and swam into the center of the underwater structures. The girl was cleaning the passage with her hands, and in one place she saw something strange that surprised her very much. The divers saw many animal bones in the thickets of underwater plants and were very scared. The young woman indicated to her colleague that it was necessary to rise to the surface and tell more details. The divers tried to explain, but the students could not understand everything they showed. Feng Nianrong was very scared because she couldn't tell if they were just animal bones, and the boys were also surprised. Representatives of the diving community explained that only pits of several species of animals were found there, but no human remains. Zheng Wei recalled a time when local residents complained about the disappearance of their animals. The employee was very scared and once on dry land, could not calm down, and also stated that she would not work anymore. The policeman was very surprised by this decision, since the case was unsolved and he did not understand what to do next. Another diver reported that he had managed to collect several bones and immediately handed them over to the hunting society workers. Ming Hush was very grateful to the man who was able to collect not only bones, but also underwater plants. The diver explained that they were also ordinary people, but he expressed his opinion, and according to his feelings, there really was something in the water. The guy explained that it could be a terrible predator and that everything else depends only on the police and superhumans. The young people in Zhengwei realized that it was getting dark, and they needed to go back and analyze what they had found. Minghe decided to ask the man if he would mind if their teacher Tang Han conducted experiments with these samples. The protagonist explained that panic is growing in the city, people are scared, and the police trust the local law and the people. The young man added that the bones found would cause even more panic among people and asked them not to talk about them until they figured out what was going on. The policeman agreed with the young man and said that for now they would keep it a secret and would be able to calm the locals. Minghe asked Feng Nianrong to hand over all the samples to their teacher, and he and the officer would go and do other things. The hero and the policeman returned to the building where the deceased was located. When the men entered the room, they saw a woman sitting next to the deceased and crying. Zheng Wei explained that she was the wife of the late Zhou Tao and suggested that they find time for dinner. The brother agreed and suggested finding some place nearby and having dinner. The woman stood up and offered to have dinner at her place and also apologized for not being able to meet them, as she had been busy all day. Min He agreed to the proposal and also added that they had a few questions for the young girl. Zhou Tao continued to cry, but asked them to follow her since their house was not far from this place. The young people reached a certain place, and the woman pointed to the house in which she and her husband lived together. The young woman invited them to sit at a table outside, and she would prepare everything and bring it to their table. Min Hyo began to say that he was sure that a beast with a very good appetite and also dangerous had entered our midst. When the officer asked what they would do, the protagonist had the idea that the best option would be to evacuate all local residents. Zheng Wei explained that all this would be very difficult to do as the war zone had expanded and the mountain road was currently blocked. The man explained that the battlefield blocked evacuation routes, but people could be picked up closer to the mountains. The main character understands that it won't be safer in the mountains, and it's already getting dark, but there's still no help. A law enforcement officer explained that they had been warned that due to the fighting from the Hunters Association, it would be very difficult to send aid to the city. The boy decided that the next morning he would see what was underwater, but the man warned him that it was dangerous. The gentleman asked not to worry, because if there really was something in the water, he would do everything to avoid danger. The hostess came out to the men and announced that the food was ready and they would now have dinner. Minghe thanked them for the dinner, and the young woman asked them to eat before the food got cold, and she brought some shoe soup. When the boy and the officer tried the food, they were very surprised as they did not like what they were brought. The guests felt it was better to find a restaurant, as the culinary skills could not be described in words. In a ruined city that was located 10 kilometers from the border, Lu Yi said that many years had passed, and the ruined city had become a breeding ground for monsters that brought disaster, and if they were not destroyed, this place would turn into a big beehive. Lu Qin decided to ask if they could really get there, but they had information that all the local monsters were afraid of water. The guy explained that the river was the only way to get to the city and destroy the monsters. The girl understood that their plan was very dangerous, and she was also very worried about her brother and asked what he would do if they found him. Lu Yi asked her not to worry about him and asked her to take care of her mission first since his team was the best and they would be able to achieve a good result. My friend explained that someone had to be first because the monsters could only reproduce and kill, but they could not regroup and call for help. The young man believed that if they could get in there and contact the others, it would be a big step towards victory. Lu Wei explained that if they failed to destroy the lair, not only would the southern city suffer, but thousands of people would also die. Lu Qian could go with her brother and they would have a better chance of winning, but her rank would not be enough. The man explained that even the weakest members of his team had higher ranks than her, and when he achieved his goal, he would let her know. The brother tries to calm his sister down because her mission is to stay here and fulfill her duty. The girl remembered that he promised to come back on her 20th birthday and celebrate this day together. Lu Yi asked her not to worry because he would never miss her birthday. A group of people went off to carry out their mission, and the young girl's friends came up to her and began to support her. The youth were surprised when they saw the Warhawk Special Forces unit. Even from here, it was clear that each of them was very strong. One of the girls was sure that the team would bring victory, and if they died, they would be called heroes. Fang Kai said that Brother Lu Qian was the strongest, and the weakest in this team was the Heavenly Flame rank. The guy was surprised because he couldn't believe that the girl's brother had the title of White Swan. Lu Yi and his team have ranks such as Starlight, Crowned, Moonlight, Heavenly Flame, White Swan, and Galactic. The next morning, the leader of history woke up in a hotel in Fuzhong and was pleased with the sleep he had received. Minhee left the room and was about to go have breakfast, but at some point his attention was drawn to the light from the teacher's room. The young man decided to ask if the man was sleeping and knocked on the door of his room, but since it was open, the boy entered. The student saw the teacher studying the samples provided by him and Feng Nianrong. The young man wondered if the man had really been studying these samples all night, because the room was in disarray and there was a lot of work to be done. Tang Han decided to devote the time he couldn't sleep on this bed to conducting research. The man explained that the grass and dandelions he had brought were very interesting, and that these plants could be seen with one's own eyes. Minhee doesn't know much about plants, so he decides to bring something suspicious to the teacher, and he's also worried that he might have missed something. The young man was interested in learning more about the bones as he planned to return and get more. Tang Han explained that no more bone samples were required and asked if there were any results from the sample analysis. The man was sure that the main character had listened well to the lectures on the theory of animal evolution and catastrophes. The student said that he had encountered monstrous disasters and that they were developing rapidly. Manga decided to tell about his encounter with the demonic lady of the laser moon, as well as how he managed to destroy her. Tang Han decided to write down everything the student told him, because every piece of information he received about animals was important to him. The brave man told how he met the monster again in the form of an instructor, and how the mutant became stronger and repeated all of the instructor's fighting techniques. The teacher explained that the creature had been of great importance to his research, and that he was very sorry that the beast had died. The guy decided to ask again about the animal remains found in the pond, because he was curious if they had found anything. The teacher explained that in this case there were traces of a similar animal to the one described by the brave man, and asked to examine several samples. There were bones of a duck, a domestic dog, and a large animal on the table, and he asked the protagonist if he noticed anything. Minna decided to take a closer look at the samples and tried to find something similar to the mutant's trace on his own. The daredevil saw that the remains of the duck had begun to rot, which meant that they had been thrown into the river a long time ago. If you look at the dog's remains, they are covered in algae, there are no signs of decomposition, and they appeared in the reservoir not so long ago. The friend was surprised that there were no remains of cattle at all, and the only thing that could be said was that they had recently entered the reservoir. The teacher was very surprised by his attention and also asked what the student himself thought about these samples. Minna decided to think about this question, but the man himself explained that he had given him a small hint. The guy immediately realized that if this creature was a predator, then judging by the size of the individuals, it could have gone through several stages of evolution. At first, the guy thought that the creature could attack birds and other small animals. Over time, the creature may evolve to feed on larger quantities of food and attack larger animal species. And the last stage that the creature has experienced at the moment is when it can eat cattle. The man confirmed the young man's words, but for the student himself, this creature is very scary. And at this rate of its development, it will only get worse. Tang Han explained that their biggest problem at the moment was that the monster could destroy all the people in Fuzhong City. The young man was surprised by these words because he understood that people were in danger, because when the creatures ran out of food, they would begin to exterminate people. The teacher explained that the monster had been leaving remains in the pond for a long time, and it was safe to say that the creature had been hunting near the city and perhaps even looking for a way to enter the city in this way. The hero realized that people were in danger, and due to the fighting, it was not possible to evacuate all local residents. The man asked the boy to collect more samples to try to figure out what kind of monster they were dealing with. Minghe quickly ran because he needed to find this creature as quickly as possible and destroy it. Teacher Tang Han asked the young man to be careful, as there might be a monster hiding in the pond. The hero left the hotel and immediately called the officer and said that he would now go to the reservoir. The student council president and 2 other members of their group returned to the hotel very tired. Feng Yanrong was very surprised by the appearance of her classmates because no one expected to see them in such a situation. The girl decided to ask if they had found anything, but saw that they had something similar to the samples, but did not understand what exactly. The classmates started arguing because they found only branches and stones, but the boy thought that the girl was blaming him. The young woman did not have the strength to argue with him, as she was very tired and wanted to sleep, but the boy was sure that they had missed something. Hu Ganyi stood his ground because he believed that it was necessary to analyze what they had found to see if there was anything there. Tang Ning asked Feng Nianrong what the female lead was going to do, and the freshman replied that she was going to the reservoir again. The student council president wanted to go with the young man, but the woman explained that he was very strong and would be able to protect himself. The girl added that the leader of their group had not slept all night and had very large bruises under her eyes, so she needed to quickly go to bed and rest. Feng Nianrong explained that they would handle it, and the president himself asked that if anything happened, they contact her. The girl ran to the pond and asked the police where Minhee was, to which they replied that he was going to dive into the water. The hero sat in a diving suit in the middle of a body of water and prepared for the necessary work. The boy collected his thoughts and jumped into the water to grab all the necessary materials. The student confidently searched for the place where the remains of animals destroyed and hidden by the monster were found. Minghe found the place and realized that there were indeed a lot of bones there, and decided that it was necessary to collect as many remains as possible. The protagonist decided that it was necessary to collect the samples in a special bag and immediately take them to the tray. The cavalier realized that he needed to find more of the necessary samples and sailed from month to month. The boy found a few more interesting bones and decided that they should also be taken for examination. At some point, the student realized that someone was watching him and decided to see who might be behind him. The student of the School of Evolution returned and decided to strike immediately because he realized that his feelings almost never fail. There was a big fish behind Ming He, and he was very surprised because he realized that it might be a monster. The main character saw a fish swimming away from him and decided to get to work immediately. The daredevil continued to collect samples for research and did not know what would happen next in the reservoir. The boy didn't know that a monster was already sitting in the body of the fish swimming next to him. From the body of the aquatic creature, larval monsters began to emerge, wanting to eat it and gain strength. The monster devoured its victim from the inside and planned to destroy the next victim. Only bones remained of the fish, and the monster was satisfied that he had succeeded in destroying his victim. Minghe decided that he needed to take the samples he had in his hands to the tray and see if what he had already collected was enough. The policeman decided to ask if enough water had been collected, but the brave man wanted to dive into the water again. The protagonist explained that the more materials he had, the more information he could collect. The man left the samples in the tray and dove underwater again to collect some more material for analysis. The brother swam to the place where the bones were and saw that there was a very large bone lying there and decided to look at it. Minghe swam closer to the find and picked it up to examine it closely and take it as an achievement. The protagonist realized that it was a human skull and realized that the beast had evolved and could now feed on people. The dude realized that the fisherman was not the first victim because the professor said that the beast's appetite would only grow and he would try to penetrate the city. The man realized that the locals were in danger, and his assistant Shao began to shout that some kind of creature was behind him. At that moment, the student immediately realized that he needed to strike and destroy this creature. After the blow, the beast disappeared, and the student could not understand what kind of creature it was, since he had never seen anything like it before. Minhee decided to ask the girl what kind of creature it was, but she warned him not to relax since the beast was still alive. The young man saw that something incomprehensible was beginning to gather around him, and he prepared for battle. The creature began to attack the young man and try to destroy him, but each of them did not yet know what would happen next. The monster took over a part of the student's body, and Xiaohua asked him not to use physical force, to calm down and think. The hero of the story realized that his legs could move and decided to use them. Minnie tried to kick the monster and free his hands. The boy remembered Professor Feng's words and decided to focus on a specific action and use it against the creature. With this technique, he was able to free his hands and subsequently destroy the monster. Xiaohua asked her to grit her teeth and try her best to completely free herself from the creature. The man decided to use a powerful jet of sand and hit the creature, and also asked if it could withstand such a blow. After such a blow, the monster began to run away from the student, but in order to finally get rid of the mutant, he continued to use force. With every movement, the hero realized that the creature was freeing his body more and more. Eventually, Minghee was freed from the monster and was able to continue collecting materials for analysis. The police in Fengnianrong watched the pond closely and did not understand what was happening there. Everyone present on the shore was shocked by what they saw, as they did not understand why there was so much water. The young people realized that something was happening in the pond and prepared themselves for the fact that the young man would need help. Zhengwei tried to contact Minghe and ask if he was okay, as they were very worried about him. The protagonist responded and calmed the man down, saying that he was okay and that he also understood that the creature needed to be destroyed. The policeman calmed down a little and asked him to hurry to the shore so that he could be covered. The boy agreed with the officer's words, but first he wanted to catch this monster and take a sample of its parts for the feed. The guy found a crack where the monster could be hiding and decided to force it to come out of hiding. Minghe decided to wait for the right moment and force the creature to come out on its own. At some point, the brave man saw that the monster began to crawl out of its hole and was about to attack the man again. The protagonist, unexpectedly for the woman standing there, caught her and hoped that this would help in the investigation. When the boy caught it, he realized that the creature had decided to destroy him and had succeeded. Returning to shore, the student was informed that all the samples had been sent to his professor, and he immediately began to examine them. Minghe pointed to the flask and said that this sample should be given to the teacher, but the officer did not understand what was in it. Wang Jun most likely died from the bite of this worm, since it is a predator, and there are many of its grateful bones in the aquarium. The main character asked not to let anyone near this body of water, and also not to let law enforcement officers near it. The daredevil asked if the main witness was awake, as he wanted to ask him a few questions. Zhengwei explained that at this time the witness was no longer asleep, and he could call him when he returned to the police station. The hero returned to the hotel and immediately handed the sample over to the professor, explaining that, in his opinion, this species could not live without water. Minhe also said that when he returned to the hotel, he noticed that the worm seemed to be drying out, and when he added water, it started moving again. Tan Han was able to find answers to many questions, and the boy wondered if he needed the bones for research. The man explained that all these samples were very useful, but it would take time to complete the research, and the young man did not need to wait and could go about his business. The boy thought that he could go and gather more information, and he also thought that he might be able to catch all these worms. The teacher explained that he would let me know when the results were ready, and the student went about his business. Another group of students arrived at Shenxi Sawmill, which was located outside of Fuzhong City. The young men walked around the sawmill area looking for something interesting, but didn't know where to start. Lengdong began to explain that the sawmill was 10 miles away from the city, and the villagers said that the worker Zhang Nu had not returned home for several days. Zhang Li didn't understand why they were here, since his family had told him to drink, and the sawmill was the perfect place to get drunk alone. Another student explained that if he was just lying drunk on the grounds, then they were wasting their time, especially since there was no proper road to the sawmill. High school student Xiaona heard something strange and asked the other students to be quiet. The woman pointed to a place where there might be something unknown that needed to be checked. The first-year students were very surprised and did not understand what they needed to do to find out what was going on there. Shauna went to check the area because she knew she was responsible for these newcomers and decided to play it safe. The young woman hid behind a tree and began to observe what was happening. The girl saw a wild deer and, realizing that there was nothing to be afraid of, decided to calm the students down. Lingdong decided to ask what exactly the high school girl had seen, but she made it clear that there was no threat to life and that it was just a wild deer wandering around the area. The gentleman explained that he was very frightened and that the sawmill area was a very unpleasant place for him. The young people decided to go and check the premises and find out if there was an animal sleeping inside. The beast remained to observe the students' actions and, taking advantage of the opportunity, attacked them. The students of the academy did not yet know what a deer looked like because they had not examined it, but the most interesting thing was yet to come. Lungdung noticed that one of the mechanisms was turned on and realized that the man could not sleep with the saw running. The freshman decided to look for where Jung Nu's office was and see if he might be there. Shauna felt that the room smelled strongly of alcohol, which surprised her greatly. The students found the worker's office and immediately began to open the door, but first they smelled a strong odor. The students found the smell unpleasant and did not understand how much he could drink, and Zhang Li still did not understand what was good about alcohol. The young people saw a sleeping man lying on the sofa, but they still did not understand what actually happened to the employee. The students thought it was a false alarm and that the man's family was worrying about him for no reason, and immediately began to wake him up. The young man did not like that they were in a room with an unpleasant smell, and the employee himself was sleeping peacefully, but constantly woke him up. When the guy tried to bring Zhang Nu back to his senses, he turned him to face him and at first didn't understand what was wrong with his face. The student was very frightened and, moving away from the victim, began to fall to the floor from the shock he had experienced. The young people were very scared because they did not expect that a person in such a state would be able to open his eyes and stand up. A sawmill worker attacked one of the academy students, began to mock him and try to destroy him. Zhang Li was very scared, didn't know what to do, and couldn't even take a step. Jishna decided to save the student's life and destroy the monster that had taken over the man's body. The woman hit the sawmill worker, he flew into the wall, and the young people got a chance to help the guy. Lang Dong was the first to approach the young man and tried to provide him with first aid. As the teenager attempted to lift his teammate, the monster rose again and prepared to strike again. The mutant that had taken over the man's body became aggressive and attacked the students again. Shauna tries to protect her party members and uses her arrow to try and push the monster away from her. After the young woman pushed the man away, she immediately began kicking him. In the end, the little girl decided to use her fire arrows and destroy the enemy. The arrow hit the monster straight and it was instantly destroyed, and the students were saved. Zhang Li decided to ask why Sha Na destroyed her husband, but the high school student herself explained that he was already dead and that there was a monster in his body. Everyone present was shocked and thought that after his death the employee turned into a zombie, destroying people. Ling Dong said they had to flee because their classmate had passed out from the blood flowing out of him. Shauna said that it was necessary to carry the young man to the city, and the disciples immediately decided among themselves who would carry him and who would hold the wound. The young people were about to go about their business, but a wild deer appeared on their way. The group of students did not understand what had happened to the animal and did not know if they could save the student's life. Shauna was ready to fight this monster because she needed to know more about zombies. The girl remembered that it was the same deer that was hit by their bus on the way to the hotel. Zhang Li didn't believe the high school student's words because the animal looked more like a mutant than a wild deer. The young woman decided to immediately use her arrows and shot at the monster, but missed the first time. Xiana was very surprised, but she realized that this beast was very fast and asked everyone to stand behind her while she tried to destroy it. The beast began to run away from the arrows very quickly and tried to find a convenient place to attack people. The girl noticed the dust and decided to use it, as she had an idea related to the destruction of the monster. The young woman fired an arrow at the monster again, but she hoped that her plan would work. The monster also tried to make attempts to destroy people, but did not yet know how his plan would turn out. The girl stood by the saw and waited for the beast to run up to her and put his plan into action. As the monster ran towards Yana, she managed to avoid the collision and forced it to hit her with its horns. After the blow, the monster began to scream in pain, and its horns began to fall to the floor. Langdong was surprised by what he saw and even believed that the deer's antlers were made of steel. The girl stood up confidently and immediately understood that she needed to strike, just as she understood that she needed to destroy him. The young woman aimed the arrow at the beast and pulled the trigger, hoping that this time everything would be fine. At first, the beast did not understand what was happening, but then he realized that he needed to prepare for battle. The monster was prepared for such a development of events, but no one knew how this situation would end. The wild deer began to dodge arrows, became more aggressive, and wanted to destroy people. The monster again managed to dodge the arrow and remain unharmed, and most importantly, he hit the target. Shawnee realized that the wild deer had turned into a high-level monster that would be very difficult to destroy. Zhongli turned to Liang Dong and explained that they needed to escape as their friend was still bleeding, but the beast did not want to let them go. In the sawmill worker's office, the zombie continued to lie motionless, but no one knew what would happen next. Zhongnu tried to get up, but he couldn't because he didn't have the strength to do so, and he also wanted to help the beast destroy the people. Minharan, the police in Fengnianrong, returned to Guanyin Reservoir and noticed that the water level had dropped significantly. The beauty understood that at the moment there were no monsters, but it was necessary to continue draining the reservoir. There was only earth left on the territory of the reservoir, but there were no monsters and no one understood what would happen next. While the reservoir was being drained, video cameras were flying around, recording everything that was happening on the territory of the reservoir. Zheng Wei explained that the monsters the boy spoke of did not exist as they had searched the entire body of water, but there was a possibility that they were floating with the current. The man understood that if this was true, the beast would be very difficult to find, but the young man asked him not to worry. The presenter of the story explained that when the reservoir dries up, the monsters will have nowhere to go, and for the local residents, life will become calmer for a while. The officer and several local residents saw on video that there were many bones in the reservoir, and the residents realized where their livestock had gone. The local resident was surprised that for a long time no one knew what would happen in their city, especially with the animals. But in the end, everything fell into place. Police knew they would have to remove the bones if puddles appeared, but first they needed to find someone to monitor the area. The student council president and 2 other students came to the reservoir and said they heard some guy find something in the reservoir. Tangning wondered if the bones were related to what the boy had found in the water, but he confirmed her words. One of the townspeople said that it was already late, everyone was tired and hungry, and then invited them to the ancestral hall because the elder had prepared dinner. Minhe asked the girl if they had eaten anything, but she replied that the professor had asked her to explore the area at night. Tangning explained that because of these two, they had lost a lot of time, but he could rely on her and go and rest, and the dude agreed with her, and they went to rest. The young men and the officer sat down at the table and began to have dinner, and the main character decided to ask the witness whether he was resting or not. Minghe decided that it was necessary to talk to the witness and ask some questions, and Zheng Wei offered his help, but the gentleman refused. The main witness in the case of the murder of a fisherman began to make his way into the house where the deceased's wife lived. The man started knocking on the door and asking if anyone was home because he really wanted to talk to the young girl. The deceased's wife responded that she was at home taking a bath, but did not understand what was happening. The witness explained that everything was fine, he just decided to visit the girl and find out if she was okay. Wang Jin explained that her husband had abandoned them, and he was worried that the young woman would be left alone and would have a hard time, and he wanted to help her. The young woman asked her husband to wait until she finished her business and came out to him. Zhou Tao came out of the bathroom and decided to ask what was the matter and why he came so late. The man explained that he wanted to offer his help again because the woman was left alone. After dinner, the protagonist went in search of the main witness, Wang Zhang, and met a local resident. The boy was very surprised when he saw that he was near a restaurant where a law enforcement officer was with him. Minhe decided to ask the older man who owned the restaurant they were talking near. The man explained that the owner of the restaurant is Mrs. Tao, and he also realized that she loves to cook, which is why she opened this establishment, and the locals are delighted with this lady's culinary skills. The brother was very surprised by these words because he ate her food with the officer, but he did not like it. The elderly man said that the deceased never appreciated his wife because he went fishing every day and the woman worked very hard. A local resident said that the girl had not opened a restaurant for a long time, but as soon as she did, the food became terrible and customers started fighting. The main character decided to ask when this happened, and also asked if the owner opens the restaurant every day. The man said that it all started 10 days ago, and the establishment worked every day, even during the New Year holidays. Minhe asked his grandfather to tell him what else was strange about the city, But it turned out that a lot of strange things had been happening there recently. The first person the old man spoke of was a one-eyed man who lived in the forest and never picked ripe fruit. Next up was a saleswoman at a clothing store who constantly makes mistakes when giving change. And the last thing my grandfather said was about a man who always played, and when he played with him, he always lost. Min-hee was very surprised, but he understood what the man was talking about and began to smile because he understood that this man had no one to talk to. The protagonist decided that he needed to go further to find out more about the main witness and talk to him. The daredevil did not understand where Changjiang could have gone, and he understood that at such a time the witness should have been at home. The young man decided to go and talk to the deceased wife, as he understood that she might know where the witness was. The student came to the woman's home and started looking for her, asking if she was home. The young woman came out of the house and immediately asked if the young man needed her, but he explained that he was looking for Changjiang. Min-hee added that the witness was not at home and asked if the boy knew where he might be. Ms. Tao was surprised that someone was looking for her husband, but said he was with her. The protagonist was surprised by this information and did not understand what was happening. But the girl explained that Wang Zhang was afraid to stay at home alone. The woman said that her husband and the witness were like brothers and often came to have dinner together, and he would even stay overnight. The student listened carefully to what the woman was saying and asked her to try to wake him up. The young woman explained that she could not leave the kitchen for long because she was preparing dinner, but suggested that the guy go and wake up her husband. Jodu asked if the student had already eaten dinner, and if not, they could eat together since she had prepared a lot of food. Ming-hu explained that he had already dined with everyone in the ancestral hall, but thanked them for the offer. The woman again offered food, but the gentleman said he would think about it, but first he needed to talk to the witness. Immediately after talking with the guy, the woman went to the kitchen to cook, but the hero of the story did not yet know what awaited him next. The student entered the room where the man was sleeping and immediately greeted him, explaining that he was from the hunting society. The main witness continued to sleep and ignored Min-hee's appeal. The boy decided to come closer to the bed and continued talking about wanting to ask him a few questions. The friend approached the bed and tried to wake the man, but he did not wake up and did not even move. The hero did not expect to see the terrible hand of the monster, which suddenly appeared in the place where he put his hand. The man turned to the student and said the same phrase that Min-hee said when he caught the worm. The boy was very frightened, as the witness looked very frightening, and extended his hand towards him, saying that he had caught a small animal. The protagonist understood that Changjiang was already dead, but he did not understand what had come over him, because he looked the same as the first victim of the monster's murder. The mutant in the water possessed the man and explained that they had already talked near the reservoir. The student could not believe that this was the same monster that hid in the water, destroyed many animals, and got to people. The monster didn't like the way Ming-hee called him, and he started to get out of bed to destroy the young man. The mutant decided to explain to the young man that they, namely the higher beings, consider people to be animals who can do nothing. The owner of the house entered the room and suggested that they first have dinner and then fight among themselves. The main character did not understand what was happening and who these creatures thought they were, because one of them looked like a real person. The girl explained in a calm voice that they were the same as everyone else, but they had one difference. Min-hee didn't understand why they were making fun of him like that, because he didn't like such monsters. Another monster wanted to destroy the young man and throw the remains in a place where no one would find them. Zhou Tao asked him not to worry so much because the boy would be the next victim. But first he needed to ask a few questions. The girl put a plate of food on the table, but the student wanted to destroy the monsters immediately as they could harm the locals. The young woman asked him not to worry so much because she was making a regular chicken stew. Zhou Tao remembered that the brave man tasted the food she cooked and asked Ming-hee if he liked it. The main character is very angry at the monsters and does not want to answer the girl's questions about her food. The girl believes that she is, namely, an exact copy of the deceased's wife. Even her closest acquaintances cannot find the difference between them, because there are almost no differences between them. The monster believes that there is one difference between him and Zhou Tao that he cannot resolve. The mutant decided to ask the young man if he liked the food he had prepared, since it was the only one for the two of them. Min-hee didn't quite understand what this creature was talking about and decided to ask what it meant. The guy watched the monster's movements closely and was very surprised when he remembered what he had recently prepared. Zhou Tao decided to ask why people cook so well, because she had tried to repeat the recipe many times, but all in vain. The hero did not understand why she was asking him such questions, because monsters do not need to cook. The girl decided to try what she had prepared, but the taste again turned out to be different from that of a real housewife. The being explained that she had tried her best to repeat, study, and practice to open a restaurant, but the result was not what she wanted and she did not like it. The monster also didn't like the fact that the guests didn't like what he cooked, and because of this, he had to be killed and thrown into the tank. The hero of the story was surprised that creatures born to kill think about cooking. The monster tries to copy a human to avoid being exposed, but Minhee said that no matter how hard the monsters try, they still can't completely copy a human. The girl understands that the fish needs to be scaled and thrown into a frying pan with hot oil so the meat will taste better. Johto understands that people raise livestock for food, but at the same time, the animals themselves probably consider people their family. The witch believes that this same plant will sooner or later be picked by a person or simply trampled. The creature believes that it cannot cook like a human because it is kinder than him, and also believes that we should play with animals and plants, not kill them. The plot leader believes that what the creature is saying is just nonsense, since its traces were found on the bones found in the tank. Even though only rotten bones remained of the victims, the young man understands that they were very scared. Minnie tries to explain that people are not perfect, but there is something good and something bad in them. And the monster, although it looks like a human, remains a parasite. The boy can easily say that the creatures only notice something bad, and their nature is not dependent on the environment like humans, so it can easily be said that they are pure evil. The monster with Changjiang's face already had a plan to destroy the protagonist. The beast became increasingly ferocious and radiated aggression towards Minhee, but no one knew how this battle would end. Chu Tao wondered if it would be a tasty dish to cook the young man's meat, because she knew that people had a dish in which fish were cooked alive. The man attacked the boy first, hoping that he could destroy him. Using its tentacle, the monster launched a strike that he was able to dodge and continue the fight. Changjiang took his tentacles and left a mark on the wall from the impact, while the protagonist remained unharmed. The man realized that his gentleman was very smart and decided to use a backup option. The creature decided to use a few more pairs of tentacles and asked how the student would continue to dodge the blows. Minghu was surprised by this turn of events, but he knew that he could use his crystal and destroy two monsters at once. The protagonist decided to immediately absorb the power of the crystal and use several types of techniques. Zhou Tao watched the young man closely and immediately prepared to attack him again. The monster's tentacles tried to hit him from different sides, but the student did not waste time dodging them, and instead wanted to destroy it. The lady immediately understood what the young man was going to do and decided to warn him that Minghee's power was very dangerous. The leader of history decided to immediately use the purple spirit technique and then rain down a hail of fists on the monsters to completely destroy them. The creature did not understand what was happening and continued to stand in one place and watch what was happening. The other monster began to receive multiple blows, causing it to be unable to stand on its feet. The mutant was shocked by the number of blows, but could do nothing as a wave of multiple blows fell on him as well. The protagonist was able to freeze the creatures, but he did not know if he could completely destroy them, because they were much stronger than him. Minghe completed his technique, but he didn't expect to hear Xiaohua asking him to run as if the monsters were still alive. The boy decided to listen to his mentor and started running because he understood that he would not be able to cope with them. The lady reported that his attack using ice crystal and spiritual power was so powerful that it could destroy king-ranked creatures. The boy was surprised that the monsters had such ranks, but Xiaohua explained that a woman might be stronger. According to the young woman, if he had not used the ice crystal, he would not have been able to embroider, and they destroyed it with a few blows. The hero decided to find out what kind of creatures these are, how they turn into people, and why it is impossible to distinguish them. The girl did not know what kind of species it was, but she understood that all intelligent beings know how to develop and can adapt to the environment. Shawa explained that they were similar to humans and were also subject to natural selection, but the difference was that they did not need millennia, but only a few months or even less. Minghe didn't understand how the monsters became so strong and very smart, and how they evolved so quickly. The girl explained that the creatures appeared quite recently and were the product of a stupid mind, but they were only evolving, otherwise there would be no more people in the world. Shawa asked the young man to think about how he would get out of this situation, since the monsters were only motionless for a short time. Minhee remembered how the young woman told him that this man made up a lot of nonsense, like about heroes. The boy realized that he couldn't cope on his own, so he had to call for help because high school students could help. The lady supported his idea and added that Tannen would be able to handle the female monster. Teacher Tang Han finally finished with the samples the student gave him and realized what was going on. The man decided to hide the flask with the worm because it tried to harm the teacher again. The professor realized that he needed to put it on the nightstand and close it, as he thought it would be safer that way. Tang Han decided to immediately call Ming He and ask where he was. The gentleman warned that he was running through the field near Wang Jun and Changzheng's house, and it would be better not to return there again. The teacher explained that he had completed the research and reported that there was a high probability of infection among the fishermen, and that they were believed to be living in the city reservoir. The man said that worms are parasitic in nature and go through 5 stages, namely dormancy, parasitism, trochocytosis, phagocytosis, and assimilation. The hero thanked him for the timely warning, but it would have been better to know this information 30 minutes ago. The teacher asked why the boy was breathing so heavily, but he thought that the student was expressing surprise at the information he had heard. Minghu explained that he tried to run away from Wang Jun's house as far as possible, and also asked to report this to the Hunters Association since they were infected with this parasite. The guy said that Zhou Tao was most likely at least of royal rank and was very dangerous. Tang Han agreed with the boy's words and reported the information he had discovered to the Hunting Association. At some point, the man realized that the student had gone silent and tried to contact him. Minnie tries to convince the professor to report the situation to the Hunters Association, but he does not understand the connection between them. Tang Han looked at his phone and saw that there was no connection, but he didn't know why he couldn't talk on the phone. The young man also saw that there was no connection and realized that it was not just a coincidence, but Shao explained that the parasite had manifested itself. According to the girl, the creature somehow managed to destroy the communication towers so that the boy could not warn the rest of the people. The protagonist remembered that the locals said that there was one communication tower in their city, and it was located near the sawmill, but his friends were there. Langdong thought that the zombie's weak point was its head, and Shauna thought about his words. The young people saw another infected monster in front of them, but did not understand what he would do next. The mutant saw an axe in front of him and decided that it could be used, and began to pull the blade out of the ground. The zombie also noticed the student standing in front of him, but not moving. Shauna warned the newcomers not to go to the monster and to stay in their places. Zhangli was very scared and started to cry, and Liang Nie did not understand what kind of monster was standing in front of them. A few minutes ago, the young people were fighting a zombie that looked like a sawmill worker. At some point, a wild deer decided to attack the students and destroy them, but the high school girl had a plan to destroy the monster. Xia now forced the beast to stick its horns into the dust and immediately warned the freshmen that at least the monster would not be able to move for a while. The wounded guys saw a mutant approaching them and trying to destroy them. The rest of the students stood with their backs to the infected man and did not see what was happening behind them. The wounded student could not utter a word, but he knew he had to save his classmates. The student decided that he needed to push Liang Dunai away with his whole body and hit the monster with his hands. Everyone present was shocked that their friend could still move, and another guy decided to ask if it was true that mutants' weak points were their heads. At the zombie's feet lay the wounded Huang Fan, and the monster itself was carefully watching the other students. The infected decided that it was necessary to destroy the wounded boy and enjoy what he had done. The monster immediately attacked the young man and tried to bite his throat and drink his blood. Longdong began to scream at what he saw and also wanted to help save the student's life. Shauna stopped the guy because she knew that he could also die along with Huang Fan, and she didn't want that. The girl explained that their friend could no longer be saved because little could help him, and they themselves also needed to be saved. The high school girl started saying that they needed to run because they could all die. The young people started running and thought they had time to escape, but they were unable to leave the premises. The students realized that a wild deer had managed to escape from under the rubble and was trying to destroy it. Shana stopped, took out an arrow, and warned the evolution school students not to stop and keep running. A high school student shot an arrow at a wild deer, hoping it would kill the animal. The animal did not understand what was happening because the arrow began to turn and fall on him. With the help of this arrow, the young people were able to escape and run out of the sawmill area. The freshmen didn't understand what happened and why the monsters appeared, and Zhang Li started crying and saying that she was new. As another monster approached the students with an axe in hand, Jiana realized that she had used up all her arrows on the zombie deer. The zombie man slowly moves towards the young men, dragging an axe behind him to destroy them. The high school girl realized that this guy was not as fast as a deer and hoped that she could kill him without arrows. The monster came very close to the young people and began to attack Xiana with an axe in his hands. The friend tries to dodge every blow, but she doesn't yet know what will happen next. The shockwave from the monster's attack sent the young girl flying backwards, and Xiana herself barely managed to stay on her feet. Langdong was very worried about the student, but the lady herself explained that the zombie, although not fast, was very strong, and they would not be able to cope with it, since they had run out of arrows. The young woman said that the deer would soon catch up with them, and that the corpse of a sawmill worker was wandering nearby. The high school student looked at the alien and realized that they needed to run, since there was no connection and they could not call for help. Ling Dong saw that the girl was injured and suggested that they distract the monster so that they could escape to the city, but the high school girl refused the idea. The boy opened his briefcase and explained that he was very smart and would be able to distract the zombies, especially since they had little time to talk. A friend took out his instrument and said he would show how cool he played it. The student launched his weapon towards the monster and thus tried to distract it. After Liang Dong fired his weapon, he immediately saw that the beast was not paying attention to what he was doing. The object immediately hit the monster, which flew away, and the boomerang returned to its owner. The student grabbed his instrument and realized that it was not as weak as it might seem at first glance. The high school student was very surprised, but at the same time happy that there was such a reliable student in her group. Shauna's joy didn't last long because she saw the monsters catching up to them and immediately warned the young man. Ling Dong asked the girls to run first while he distracted the zombies, but the high school girl asked the boy to be careful. The freshman promised that he would return alive and they would go have coffee and watch a movie. The monster was able to get up and was very angry because he was unable to hit and destroy the student. The guy didn't understand what kind of creature it was because there wasn't a single scratch on it, but the blow was direct. The mutant prepared for another blow, and Liang Dong launched his boomerang again and waited for the result. The object was flying straight towards the infected man, but he was determined to catch it and use it. The zombie managed to catch the boomerang and tried to get to his feet, wanting to destroy another student. The student was even more surprised and thought that it was unfair since each of his blows was very strong. Langdong decided that it was necessary to escape and left his boomerang in that place and also used other items to escape. The infected man became very angry when he saw his victim start to run away, but decided to stop her. While the boy was fighting the mutant, the zombie deer managed to free himself from the arrow and tried to stop his opponent. Langdong ran confidently, but at some point he saw that there was an abyss in front of him. The man decided to use special tools for climbers and thus save himself and catch up with the rest of the group. The gentleman runs confidently and, seeing the abyss, immediately decided to jump, and also took his instrument out of his briefcase. The student immediately threw the rope onto the nearest branch and continued flying over the abyss. The rope was attached to a branch, and thus Liang Dong was able to reach the other side. The brave man easily opened up to the other side and was glad that he managed to survive and save the girls' lives. The student turned to the monster and casually said that if they wanted to catch him, they would have to learn to fly. The wild deer began to scream very loudly because he really wanted to destroy the people, but he did not expect that they would be able to escape so easily. The hero of the story has already reached the city and realized that there is no electricity there, and is also trying to figure out how to save the city's residents. An elderly man was walking through the city at night, but did not immediately notice that someone was running towards him. Minhai was lost in his thoughts and was very surprised when he saw the grandfather he had just talked to. A local resident decided to ask the young man where he was going in such a hurry, but the man warned him that he needed to tell all the neighbors that they needed to hide as quickly as possible. The man wondered who he needed to hide from because everyone had gathered for dinner in the family room, and according to local tradition, they gathered for dinner every Wednesday. The protagonist asked if everyone had gathered in the Hall of the Ancestors, and the grandfather confirmed the young man's words and immediately asked if they had found the monster that the city had spoken of. The student explained that the city was dangerous and asked if they had any shelter, to which the local replied that there was a bunker there and they could hide there. Min Hee asked if his grandfather could warn everyone in the city to take shelter, but then decided to do it himself since the man had problems with his legs. The old man did not see the problem in his inability to get to the family hall quickly, but pointed to his swallow and explained that he could get there on it. The hero was very glad that his grandfather suggested a wonderful idea and thanked him for his help. A local resident said that in his youth he was very good at delivering urgent news. The man asked not to worry, as he would cope with his task. The young man liked his charisma. After his grandfather left Min, he realized that there was someone in the restaurant and decided to check his suspicions. The boy immediately went and opened the door to the summer terrace, but was very surprised to see a girl. Upon seeing the woman, the student immediately remembered that everyone was supposed to gather in the delivery room for the traditional lunch, and this young lady was sitting in the restaurant. The protagonist apologized, warned the local resident about the danger, and offered to take him to a safe place. Minhee walked up to the girl and heard her say that she was very hungry and continued eating. The boy decided it was time for him to go and apologized again, adding that he would not disturb her while she was eating. The witch stood up and began to say that she had eaten her victim, but remained hungry. The young woman turned to the boy and said that he smelled very nice and that she would be full if she ate him. The hero immediately realized that the local resident was also infected, and the madam herself began to attack him, and also screamed that she would eat him. The young man managed to avoid the blow and stay on his feet, but he did not understand how it happened that she also became a victim of the monster. Minhee realized that the local woman was as fast as a cheetah and immediately began to run away from her. The zombie girl hit the student again, who immediately ran to the front door. The main character stood confidently on his feet and tried to understand what was happening to the people in this city. The monster climbed onto the ceiling of the establishment and repeated that he was very hungry and wanted to eat, while the bro stood there, not understanding what was happening to him. Jawa started shouting at the boy to continue moving towards the shelter, because there were many more monsters there besides the woman. The student noticed that 2 more mutants had appeared next to him, wanting to destroy him. Ming-he was very surprised to learn that 3 locals in the city had become infected, but he didn't understand how this happened. Yawa kept asking the protagonist to run away quickly because it was dangerous to stay there. The lady also warned him that a monster woman was approaching him, and the young man himself agreed with the girl's words. The student started running away from the monsters and decided that he needed to climb onto the roof of the house and thus escape from the animals. The monsters stood there not understanding where their victim had disappeared to and began to search for her to find her. Minghee tried to escape from them as quickly as possible, gather all the locals into a shelter, and save their lives. The boy was surprised by a strange sound that he had never heard before, but with time he would be able to learn more about it. Shawa realized that the 2 monsters had managed to break out of the ice, but the guy didn't like it and said that this attack cost him 300,000 yen. The girl heard a strange sound, similar to crying, and also said that many ministers have this ability. The protagonist could not understand who this monster was calling, but the young girl explained that he might not like her words. Shawa explained that this cry could be used to call out to the locals who were infected with the parasite, and there were already many of them there. Ming-he didn't expect to see another mutant attacking him with a chainsaw. The infected man began to talk about how he loved to wipe everything and was trying to destroy the young man. Another monster decided to hit the guy on the head with a stick and scream that he was opening his skull. The main character managed to avoid such a blow and even break the stick, as well as fight off the mutant alone. The man rose to his feet and picked up the stick again, preparing to strike again. The young man tried to strike the monster as quickly as possible, and also to get to the Hall of his ancestors as quickly as possible. The man destroyed one monster, and another one with a chainsaw began to attack Minhee again. Bro tries to avoid the hit as quickly as possible because he needs to save his life to save people's lives. The monster pointed his chainsaw at the protagonist and planned to strike again. The infected struck with a saw, but the young man again managed to avoid the blow, but he did not have time to calm down. The leader of the story saw what the mutant was about to do and thought about the need to run as fast as possible. The chainsaw was getting closer and closer to its victim, but he had a plan that he wanted to implement immediately. The main character began to run away from such a blow as quickly as possible because he knew that he could get injured at any moment. The brave man found himself on the roof of another building and realized that he needed to use his speed and deliver the strongest blow possible. The student attempted to strike, but the mutant gave up trying to kill his victim. Ming-he managed to hit and dodge the chainsaw at the same time, and the monster fell and crashed through the roof of one of the city's houses. The guy walked up to the hole, turned to the infected man and asked him not to raise the saw at him again. Bro didn't expect another monster to attack him and was surprised that he was still alive. The hero of the story did not understand why the zombie woman remained alive because she did not have a very high level of strength. The infected woman stood behind the student and decided that she needed to attack him immediately. The monster remained hungry, constantly declaring its desire to eat and trying to bite the victim in the neck. Minhee immediately grabbed the woman by the hair and tried to pull her away from his neck, trying to think of a way to destroy her. The mutant began to scream, and as soon as the boy saw his tongue, he immediately understood what he needed to do. The main character decided that it was necessary to rip out the woman's tongue and thereby save the lives of local residents. The infected woman cannot understand what is happening because she did not expect it to end this way. The monster began to fall onto the roof and cover its mouth with its hands, and the boy waited for it to let go of its legs and continue running. When the mutant fell, he decided to see what was happening to him, and when he returned, he was very surprised. The boy realized that the infected woman had died, but the only thing he couldn't understand was how it could have happened that this particular attack had killed her. The guy understood that it was just a language, but at some point he had the idea that the language was responsible for the life of monsters. Shao started yelling at the protagonist because he didn't have time to stand and think about mutants. He had to run away. The student immediately started running because the girl was telling the truth, and it was necessary to save not only himself, but also to warn others about the danger. Local residents and academy students began to gather to go down to the shelter together. All those present began to enter the shelter, but not everyone understood what was happening and began to ask questions to the oldest of those present. The old man explained that monsters had appeared in their city and they needed to hide to save their lives. A local resident said that she heard someone screaming and was very scared, and also asked to close the gates of the bomb shelter as monsters could get inside. Everyone present supported the girl, but the grandfather explained that not all the residents had entered the middle of the shelter and they needed to start a little earlier. People continued to enter the bomb shelter, and teacher Tang Han watched carefully to see if the hero of the story had returned to them. The man called Minhee and asked him to hurry up and go to the shelter, but the young man immediately reported that the situation was more complicated than they thought. The guy immediately explained that more than 2 people were infected, since several local residents attacked him on the way to the shelter. The student also added that everything was fine with them before, but suddenly they changed a lot. The teacher thought there must be some pattern here, and explained that in order to gain control over the body, the monsters need to capture all the internal organs. The hero decided to ask what they would do with the residents gathered here, since they could also be infected. Minghe explained that the monsters imitate human speech and behavior, and they need to be examined carefully, as without this, it will be difficult to determine who exactly is infected. The main character's new acquaintance began to say that everyone who enters the shelter is healthy, and there are no monsters among them. The young man asked why the man was so sure of this, and he explained that all monsters can easily give themselves away, which is why they do not appear in crowded places. Grandpa explained that many people had recently died in their town, so the residents decided to have a big dinner over 3 evenings. The man explained that this was an ancient tradition because, according to his grandfather, the dead return home within the first 3 nights after death. The old man said that everyone should act as if nothing had happened, and so they go to the birthing room and have a feast so that the soul of the deceased can rest. Tang Han explained that the man meant that the infected people did not know about the tradition and therefore did not come to the delivery room. Grandpa said that he warned about the danger, but no one believed him, and then he decided that sometimes he would stay up all night to see everything that was happening in the city. Teacher Tang Han asked the protagonist if all these monsters behaved the same way, but the young man explained that this was not entirely true. Minghe said that Zhou Tao and Chang were very smart, while the rest of the monsters were much weaker and stupid. The professor, after listening to the young man's story, realized that he was right in his research and added that parasites can be divided into first and second generations. The man explained that Zhou Tao and Changjiang could be classified as first generation because they were strong and their intelligence allowed them to imitate humans almost perfectly. The protagonist remembered that the infected woman was in the maternity ward, and she also invited him and Zheng Wei to dinner at her home. The teacher said that the first generation is developing very quickly and can become part of society, and the second generation, namely these, are most likely zombies who have not finished evolving. The man added that if the data he collected were analyzed, it would be possible to detect at least 3 first-generation parasites and at least 30 second-generation parasites. Minghe was very surprised, but Tang Han said that they would talk about it later, and added that at the moment they knew that there was no second generation among these people. This man knew that these people needed to be protected, so he ordered the bunker to be closed and security taken care of. And that was all they could do. The teacher said that the second generation was wandering all over the city, and they were also very hungry and would eat anyone who got in their way. Feng Nianrong said that they knew that there were no second-generation parasites among them, but that didn't mean that there weren't any first-generation parasites either. The girl remembered that there should be 3 first-generation parasites. The first, namely Zhou Tao, the second, namely Changzhang, but they don't know who the third is. According to the young girl, the third parasite may be among the people who came to save her from the monsters. The second generation infected were already approaching the shelter and were planning to destroy all people. Feng Nianrong was shocked to see the zombies, but she didn't know what to do because she knew that there was another monster among them. Tang Han took the girl to the orphanage and explained that they had no choice and immediately began to close the door to the orphanage. The monsters tried to get into the shelter, but they didn't know yet that they wouldn't be able to reach the middle of the bunker. One of the monsters almost reached the shelter, but it so happened that the door closed before he entered the building. Everyone present was very scared, as they did not expect that the zombies would still try to get to them. The locals began to wonder what it was, as they were very scared and feared that there might be another parasite among them. The old man realized that these monsters were hiding in their city and had no idea that they were among the locals. Minghe realized that they had dealt with the external danger and were able to avoid further casualties. The main character was curious about what he would do inside the shelter and with the third parasite of the first generation. The locals were very scared and did not know what to do next, because zombies were walking along the streets of the city and they could not get out of their shelters. A loudspeaker warning of danger and the need to take shelter immediately was broadcast throughout the city of Fuzhong. The fourth group freshmen began to put into practice what was happening in the city, and the insightful Lu Feng explained that a level 7 disaster had occurred in the city. The students don't know what to do, because in order to help the residents, they need superhumans who are much stronger than them. Lu Feng explained that they needed to meet up with other groups and then evacuate and ask for help. And the other guy said that Tang Han and Ming He's group was still in the city. The high school student realized that the alarm was supposed to warn them, not force them into a dangerous place. The first graders were surprised by what they learned, because they didn't even know that there were people in the city infected with parasites. Perhaps the monsters walking around the city also heard the warning signal for the rest of the students, and they didn't like the sound and became aggressive. Zhou Tao and Changzhang returned to the city, wanting to destroy everyone and take over the entire city. The monsters decided to first destroy all the loudspeakers so that the remaining students could not help the residents. Changzheng was very glad that there was finally silence, because he thought his head would explode from all the noise. Zhou Tao said that most of the residents were hiding underground, and the man was glad that people could die of hunger. The woman understands that it is dangerous for people to remain even underground, and she holds herself very confidently. The man thought that the young woman was familiar with the situation, but he forgot that they had another friend who was hiding among the people. The monster remembered that there were 3 of them from the very beginning and that they came to this dirty place together. The man remembered that when they first appeared on this earth, they were very afraid of even the common cockroach. These days, monsters have many relatives, and Changzhang added that people have always talked about families as if it makes them superior beings. The monster asked Zhou Tao if she had ever thought about how impractical the human reproductive system is. The man believes that compared to them, people are just cockroaches, worms, and mice, but there is no difference between these animals and people. The monster believes that his species, namely, is the strongest on the planet, and people, namely, are nothing compared to him. The other monsters supported him and began to scream, but they still did not understand what awaited them. Jodo didn't understand why he said that, because the people from this city had helped them a lot. Hearing the girl's words, Changzhang was very happy, because they became food for him, no matter what. The townspeople hoped that the young hunter could help them, and they could live a peaceful life. Minghe and the professor sat and thought about how they could save the lives of the locals, since they didn't know how to destroy the monsters. Tang Han handed the young man a photograph of dandelion seeds that the student had collected on the banks of the reservoir, while searching for specimens. The hero did not understand how these seeds could be connected with the parasites that infected the city's inhabitants. The teacher explained that these were not dandelions, but well-camouflaged parasites that imitate the dandelion's method of reproduction, which disperses its seeds in the wind. The professor explained that parasite spores also enter the animals' bodies, making the parasites stronger. Minghe asked if these disputes could have led to Wang's death, since the man often went fishing in the reservoir. Tang Han explained that the young man's assumptions could be true, and also added that the fisherman's body contained first-generation parasites that could have entered his wife's body. The professor explained that the parasite had replaced Zhou Tao, and her husband Wang was just a puppet. The fisherman went to the reservoir every night to dispose of the bodies killed by his wife. The young man added to his teacher's words by saying that Wang had fed her two comrades, Zhou Tao, with the leftover food that he had thrown away. The professor pointed to the parasite the young man had found, then added that one of them belonged to these guys. The student was surprised when he saw the worm because he immediately realized that it was a first-generation parasite. Tang Han immediately explained that this was only a small part, and the rest should be in Changzhang's body. The friend carefully examined the test tube with the parasite and said that he did not like the infected person at all. The professor said he came up with code names for each parasite. For example, for the woman it was the dandelion parasite, the queen, and for the man who lived in water, it was the tyrant. The man immediately remembered that he had told the students that he had come here to collect samples because the hunters had brought back a very strange specimen. The teacher said that this sample belonged to the third parasite, which he called the ghost, who first entered the city and was the pioneer. According to Tang Han, the ghost learned more about this city and realized that it was possible to send the queen and the tyrant there. Minghe decided to ask if his teacher really believed that there was a first-generation parasite among the locals. The townspeople talked calmly among themselves and did not suspect that a ghostly parasite could be hiding among them. The professor confirmed the young man's words and explained that he was the first to evolve, perfectly copies the habits of people, and knows local traditions. The hero understood that they had very little information and could not imagine how they would be able to find the parasite in such a crowd. Tang Han asked if the young man had noticed anything special about the mutants when he had fought them. The guy thought about this question very carefully, but then remembered that for monsters, the most important organ is the tongue. The man thought about Minghe's words, and an idea immediately came to his mind that he could use right now. The teacher said he had one effective solution, but the young man would have to risk his life. The locals were talking calmly among themselves, but one of them said that he was in a hurry but took something. Professor Tang Han and he continued to discuss the entire situation and decided to discuss their next steps. The hero agreed to his teacher's proposal because he had no other choice. The little boy was very upset and started crying because he wanted to go home as soon as possible. The grandfather turned to the locals and asked them to listen carefully to what the teacher had to say. The man explained that their opponents were monsters skillfully disguised as humans. Tang Han reported that, according to his investigation, the monster could have been among those present and taken the form of a person they knew. People started to panic because they didn't expect to be able to hide from the monsters and at the same time have another one among them who didn't show who he really was. The professor asked the locals to calm down and explained that they had a plan that they were going to implement. The man began to tell everything in turn, and the first thing he said was that a medicine had been invented that coated the tongue. The teacher took out of his pocket the special medicine he had spoken of and asked everyone present to hold it under their tongues for 3 minutes. And in this way he would determine where the monster was. Local residents were given 1 tablet each, and after some time everyone was tested. Everyone present began to take the medicine, but they were warned that it would have to be kept under the tongue at the same time. After everyone was given the medicine, Tang Han explained that everyone could put it under their tongue and hold it for 3 minutes. The professor stressed that until everyone has been tested, there is no need to immediately publish their results. Students and teachers, as well as local residents, also put medicine in their mouths to keep everything okay. People were very afraid to put something in their mouths that they did not understand, but they had no choice because each of them wanted to survive. Tang Han announced that the time was up, but once again emphasized that they should not open their mouths until they were given permission. Another point was that no one except the professor and the student was supposed to see their language. The man explained that everyone would take turns approaching their hunter, Minghe, and showing their results. The policeman explained again that they needed to come up one by one and show the results. Feng Nianrong also stood up and made sure that everyone present was following the inspection rules. The first to approach the main character was a girl who was very worried, but still approached the young man. The boy turned to the girl and asked her to open her mouth and show the result. The woman showed her result, and the student said that everything was fine and thanked her for her cooperation. Having checked, the hero called the next person and began to wait for someone to approach him. Feng Nianrong explained that after the test, they had to cross over to the other side, and the girl who passed the test was glad that she was not a monster. Many people approached Minhei, but he told everyone that everything was great and thanked them for their cooperation. The student told the professor that they had already checked half of the city's residents, but found no one. The last person to be checked was a man who was very nervous and often turned around to look at other residents of the city. The student asked him to come to him and not to worry, as it was just a small test. The young man wanted the man to open his mouth and show his result, and after the test, thank him for his cooperation.